Chapter 1 The Divorce Begins. Have both chosen to divorce? Because your personality is different too greatly and your views on life are fundamentally incompatible, Parteruis is the best choice for both of us. Oh, have I truly thought this through? Wouldn't it be wise to discuss it on a last time? Let's not trouble yourselves with that, let's proceed with the paperwork directly. The no respect to your decision, Bethue have clarified the distribution of Eurosits, and what about the custodio of Teckled? Yes, it's all settled, the child will stay with her father, and I will retain all the sits. Understood, please hold on for a moment. At Civil Affairs Bureau went by Lu District of Shanghai, Liao Ren'nan and Su Xue in the midst of finalizing their divorce. Su Xue have a makeup and dark sunglasses, her expression appearing quietense, in contrast, a hint of relief surfaced in Liao Ren'nan's face. 6 years earlier, at the age of 22, Liao Ren'nan and 20-year-old Su Xue had married hastily due to an unexpected pregnancy. At the time, Liao Ren'nan was an all-known music producer in the country, while Su Xue had just graduated from a performing arts academy, stepping into the melodicinuc in the entertainment industry. Liao Ren'nan overlooked and Su Xue's peut-être differences in status, one their relationship was established, he publicly announced the immense and organized a grand wedding, drawing on his industry connections, he portalis of Sinto paving the way for Su Xue's flourishing career. After all, success in showbiz is often nurtured by those who believe in you. Before long, Su Xue rose to prominence, appearing frequently in major variety shows, and her career soared. 9 months after their marriage, Su Xue gave birth to a daughter, whom she named Liao Ren'nan. Su Xue was incredibly ambitious, and just over a month after the birth, she expressed her desire to return to work in film and television. On one hand, she was aware that a female artist's career can be fleeting. On the other hand, she wanted to balance her professional pursuits with raising her daughter. In a swift decision, Liao Ren'nan put up his own career to embrace the role of a stay-at-home father. However, domestic life proved far more challenging than he had anticipated. Whether on is equilibrated star or versatile producer, in this of a child, one can and liver be a novice apparent. The daily cries off to Bobby and the constant need for diaper changes untook a toll on Liao Ren'nan's mental well-being, leading him to feel overwhelmed despite his busy schedule. The dissonance between his perceived productivity and the reality left them anxious and confused challenges to their scoot hardly comprehend. Additionally, his long stint at home hindered his social interactions, ushering in a period of depression yet persevered, motivated by his love for his daughter. Meanwhile, leveraging Liao Ren'nan's established connections, Su Xue's star continued to rise, she became increasingly famous, amassing a fortune worth hundreds of millions, and even launched her own studio. A year ago, in pursuit of furthering her career, Su Xue had invited Liao Ren'nan to participate in a reality program titled Celebrity Marriages. In this show, Su Xue was portrayed as a career-driven teen, while Liao Ren'nan merely appeared as her husband, enduring unfounded labels like Thuikmali and Dateman. Through says, Su Xue never defended him, instead, she began to field, aside from his good looks and minor talents, Liao Ren'nan held little value a washed-up music producer hard lacy mid-fitting for a queen word hover 100 million. Ikeways around thistum at the side of divorce to cruden Su Xue's mind, deep down she recognized the debt of gratitude she owed Liao Ren'nan for althos years. After enduring countless episodes of silent treatment and waiting several months, she finally considered the timing appropriate. So, over a month ago, she formally proposed the divorce to Liao Ren'nan. Her responded with little resistance as in the circumstances leading to Su Xue's pregnancy had been unexpected. One night, following Gay's laboratory banquet for a commercial performance, he had succumbed to drunkenness, courtesy of his unreliable friends. Su Xue, who had never been in a relationship before, had hit the jackpot that night, taking responsibility for the unexpected turn of events. Liao Ren'nan had consent to marry her, perhaps, most, divorce a might before the best. Seeing Liao Ren'nan agrees readily, Su Xue made no further hesitation. She brought him to the Civil Affairs Office to initiate the divorce proceedings. During the month of reflection that followed, Liao Ren'nan and Su Xue explained the situation to their daughter, Liao Ren'bai, giving her the freedom to decide whom she wished to live with. Liao Ren'bai firmly chose to stay with her father, a decision that left Susan selling quit and settled. Despite having John dured 10 months off pregnancy, her daughter showed no inclination to plead for her to stay, instead resolutely opting to follow Liao Ren'nan. Consequently, Su Xue lay due to serious off demands. If Liao Ren'nan wished to maintain custody of Teckled, house, the car, and all current assets must belong solely to her. Should he refuse, she threatened to take matter to court. Ultimately, Liao Ren'nan could see his daughter's well-being over material possessions. While money holds slight significance, familiarity serait irreplaceable. Moreover, he wished to sever an lingering connections with Su Xue. Liao Ren'nan was a man of integrity. Shortly thereafter, he rented a new apartment and moved in with Bei. Their rented accommodation was situated in an upscale community in Shanghai, a spacious 3-bedroom, 2-living room unit, with a monthly rent of 76,000 yuan, their side and very affluent, ensuring a safe environment. Across High Street Student International Kindergarten, renowned for its excellent reputation, providing a convenient option for Liao Ren'bai's education. While the rent was indeed steep, Liao Ren'nan managed to cover it with his having sent the financial support from his parents accumulate over the years. With a very thin in place, the moment of divorce had finally arrived. While waiting for the divorcee certificate to be processed, Su Xue marked, the monthly tuition for your daughter exceeds 10 soft house ends, and only need to cover rent and living expenses. Are you certain you can handle it? Midouter cannot before said to live in poverty, if fail to understand we are so insistent in fighting for custody. Iljavan Elastion still offered you 10 million yuan if I owe your link with custody of Envitum. Liao Ren'nan replied expressionlessly, I will take good care of Bei I can always earn more money, but I cannot provide the Livian companionship Fadi Olak. Su Xue scoffed, how do you intend to do that, with your current notary, penning gesum my tailed and lay a few thousand yuan, barely enough for living expenses. Even if I could regain your popularity, you wouldn't live a behind-the-scenes producer, earning meagerly for your efforts. Can you stop clinging to your pride? This is astrologable. The entertainment industry is evolving. After 5 years of withdrawing to raise his daughter, Liao Ren'nan had become a semi-transparent figure in the industry. Once marked as a captman, his reputation among the public had suffered greatly. As a music producer, Liao Ren'nan occupied a behind-the-scenes role in the entertainment field, limiting his earning potential on off primary race and Su Xue locato nunapanum. Liao Ren'nan remained come how imaka or how much urine is no concern of fires. Su Xue had in frustration, moments later, Festilstampan both sets of documents was completed. Festaff handed the divorcee certificate to Liao Ren'nan and Su Xue. Upon receiving the certificate, a sudden electronic voice echoed in Liao Ren'nan's mind. Ding, detection of host facing a pivotal moment in life awakening of past life memories. In an instant, memory surged forth within Liao Ren'nan's mind. It turned out that in his previous life on Earth he had been reborn in this world known as Blue Star. In terms of industry and technology, Blue Star was remarkably advanced, with innovations like TikTok, VR technologies, smart mobile devices, and 5 networks all developed ahead of Earth. However, in theorem of culture and entertainment, Blue Star lacked the historical depth of Earth. Many classic music pieces, films, and celebrated figures from his previous life simplited no Texas there. Suddenly, everything clicked now under hatching moments of creative estigation. Inspiration would strike you unexpectedly, allowing him to finish songs in a torrent. Now, the awakening of his past life's memory has made sense. Wasn't Thizak and Takari and Gan extensive repository of works with him? Ding, a suitable lost has been found. Brilliant life system is snowbound. The system is dedicated to adding the host in achieving a remarkable life. System instructions. The host accumulates brilliancy points through admiration of their severe million points effortlessly converts into words. The categories of words provided by the system are tailored to the host's current desires, including tangible wealth like cars and houses, shares in companies, or various skills to enhance the quality of life and careering. There is nothing you can't imagine. Liao Ren'nan this. The awakening of his memory is coupled with the binding of his system through universe certain lies of Ito and Alheim with extraordinary advantages. Chapter 2, The Awakening of a Glorious Life System. Ding, a beginner's gift package is now available. Congratulations, you have acquired the enhanced skills, Charming Aura, Melancholic Bard, and Immersive Experience. Charming Aura. From the very moment anyone lays eyes on you, you become the archetype of their ideal man. For those who have encountered you before, the effect will diminish slightly based on the number of previous meetings. Melancholic Bard. When you sing sorrowful songs, you can instantly immerse yourself, enhancing your singing prowess by 99.99 and emotional investment by 99.99. Immersive Experience. While performing melancholic songs, the audience's sense of immersion increases by 99.99, and the emotional fluctuations soar by 99.99. Upon hearing the system's introduction, Liao Ren'nan felt an exhilarating surge of excitement. The rewards bestowed by this system were indeed aligned with the host's current aspirations, proving to be extraordinarily practical. Liao Ren'nan was strikingly handsome, with a stature and physique that rivaled even the most popular male stars. He even surpassed them in terms of charisma. Why, then, was he merely a behind-the-scenes music producer instead of a performing artist? It was because his vocal abilities were woefully inadequate, the kind that could not only earn him no money but could also jeopardize his life. Reluctantly, he had taken the path of a behind-the-scenes producer, resolutely avoiding the stage unless absolutely necessary. Now, with the acquisition of the Melancholic Bard and Immersive Experience skills, Liao Ren'nan could finally step into the spotlight. By the way, I've drafted the divorce announcement on Weibo, and I'm sending it to you now. Please post it as is. Liao Ren'nan's thoughts were abruptly pulled back by Su Xue's words simultaneously. A message pinged on his phone. Frowny face. We are getting a divorce, unrelated to others, and there has been no betrayal. We have loved deeply, strived together, and achieved much. Although there are regrets, there is no right or wrong. From now on, may we each find happiness. We will co-parent our child as family. Life is long, the past was good, and the future will be even better. It seemed she had prepared thoroughly, even drafting the divorce announcement. This declaration placed nearly all responsibility squarely on him. Liao Ren'nan's expression remained calm as he nodded. All right, no problem. Thank you, Su Xue replied, quite surprised. She hadn't expected Liao Ren'nan to agree so readily. She cast a fleeting glance at the man beside her, suddenly feeling as if a light had illuminated before her eyes. This man seemed to radiate an unexpected allure, yet, he was dressed so ordinarily. What was happening, however, in comparison to his physical appeal? Su Xue valued a man's capability even more. This had always been true, and it was even more so now. Her gaze turned icy once more as she stated, well, I'm leaving. My lawyer will handle the subsequent procedures with you. Furthermore, I retain visitation rights every week. If I find out you cannot support Bei Bei, I will pursue legal action to reclaim custody of our daughter. Liao Ren'nan regarded her as if she were a stranger, responding simply, understood. A pang of unexplainable hurt surged within Su Xue. She turned to leave, concealing her emotions as she entered a Porsche parked at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Inside sat a woman in her 40s, heavily made up, with a face caked in foundation that revealed faint lines of age. This woman was Rume, Su Xue's biological mother, who had lost her husband in a car accident when Su Xue was very young. Xue, is everything settled? Rume inquired anxiously. Su Xue nodded affirmatively. Really, he didn't make things difficult for you or ask for more money? No, Su Xue shook her head. Rume exhaled a sigh of relief. At least he has some semblance of dignity. Xue, now that you're single again, I assure you that your life will surely become even more glorious. This ineffectual man would only hold you back. With your wealth and capability, you deserve to be with a billionaire at the very least. Su Xue replied with a non-committal hum. In truth, her decision to divorce was not solely to seek a wealthy partner. She simply felt that Liao Ren'nan was unworthy of her status. However, now that she was single, finding a rich husband was certainly an option. No matter what, he would surely be better than Liao Ren'nan. Moments later, Liao Ren'nan emerged from the Civil Affairs Bureau and hailed a taxi within their line of sight, swiftly departing. Tsk, how pitiful. Rume remarked disdainfully. Liao Ren'nan settled into the taxi, feeling light and unburdened. The troublesome matter of divorce had long since faded from his mind. With his memories awakened and the system activated, he was now more focused on how to transition from being behind the scenes to taking center stage. After all, who would willingly allow their hard-written songs to be sung by others? Yet, only a few minutes into his contemplation, his phone rang, displaying the name Old Chao. Chao Jinming, nearly 45 years old, was Liao Ren'nan's superior. Liao Ren'nan answered the call. Hello, Old Chao, what is going on? He had previously mentioned his divorce to Chao Jinming, so he knew that Chao Jinming wouldn't disturb him unless absolutely necessary. Chao Jinming's voice was laced with urgency. Yes, Ren'nan, we have a serious situation. That Lu Yifan has been exposed for sleeping with fans. His public image has completely crumbled. Liao Ren'nan responded. Is this news reliable? Absolutely, there are already news reports, and it will likely trend shortly. Liao Ren'nan furrowed his brow. That's quite problematic. I wonder how many people will be affected. Chao Jinming let out a bitter laugh. Indeed, we need to quickly contact new guests. Otherwise, how will we manage tonight's live broadcast? The entire production team is scrambling to address this issue. I called you to confirm if you have any suitable resources that can fill in for tonight's zero-distance slot. Liao Ren'nan pondered for a moment before replying. I do have someone, but can we really manage on such short notice? Chao Jinming sighed deeply. These days, young celebrity artists have more crashes than books. We are all suffering the consequences. Just think about it. How many artists would love to perform on such a grand stage as Zero Distance, yet today, it's suddenly vacant. It feels quite ironic. I truly don't know how we'll handle the live broadcast tonight. Chao Jinming began to ramble, his anxiety escalating, yet, upon hearing these words, Liao Ren'nan remained entirely composed, feeling increasingly tranquil. A grand stage, an opportunity, wasn't this precisely the transformative chance he had been yearning for? Old Chao, with a firm resolution, Liao Ren'nan decisively interrupted, I'll do it. Chao Jinming was momentarily taken aback. What did you say? Liao Ren'nan asserted firmly, I said, I'll do it. There was a pause on the other end, followed by a reprimand. No, Ren'nan, I understand you're going through a tough time with your divorce, and I shouldn't disturb you at this moment. That was my mistake, but you can't just dismiss this, can you? Liao Ren'nan shook his head, exuding a sense of helplessness. Who said I'm heartbroken over the divorce? Moreover, you misunderstood. I meant that if there are no guests tonight, I can step in to record. As Liao Ren'nan finished speaking, a loud clatter echoed, clearly the sound of Chao Jinming's phone dropping. A few seconds later, the call was picked up again. Ren'nan, please don't joke around. Zero Distance may not have high ratings, but it's still a well-established program with tens of thousands of viewers. If something goes wrong, the repercussions could be significant. Liao Ren'nan understood old Chao's concerns. In the past, he would never have acted so recklessly. However, now, he was filled with confidence. Old Chao, don't you know my character? How could I treat the program lightly? I will ensure the show's style remains intact, with all the original segments preserved, including talent showcases and so on. Also, I am familiar with the program's requirements and processes. I can even bypass the script and rehearsal time. In emergencies, one must act decisively, otherwise, do you have a better solution? Chao Jinming's mind was buzzing, completely bewildered by Liao Ren'nan's proposal. A behind-the-scenes music producer willing to replace a top star for an interactive performance while guaranteeing viewership. It felt utterly absurd, yet, the phrase acting in emergencies resonated deeply with Chao Jinming. Then, let us give it a try. When can you come over? I'll be there right away. Liao Ren'nan replied. Chapter 3. Is this for cosmetic surgery? 4 hours later. At the Zero Distance segment of Magic City television station, please check once more across all departments to see if anything has been overlooked. Host, have the guests completed their makeup? Hurry and remind them, there are only 10 minutes left until the show starts. Everyone, let's get moving. Within a spacious studio, the chief director, Chao Jinming, was making final arrangements while the surrounding staff bustled about. Chao director, the station head is here, someone shouted. As the words fell, a middle-aged woman donned in professional attire, with short hair and a stern expression, strode in. This was none other than Feng Qing, the station head of Magic City Television. Beside her was a well-dressed man, clutching a handkerchief, with a somewhat portly figure. Huang Yaohua, the chief director of another segment, Lonely Midnight. Though Huang Yaohua appeared tall and robust, he possessed a rather effeminate demeanor, with makeup on his face that was thicker than that of most women. While Lonely Midnight and Zero Distance belonged to the same station, they were rivals. The moment Chao Jinming laid eyes on Huang Yaohua, he understood the situation. This flamboyant individual had brought the station head to witness his humiliation. Feng Qing approached Chao Jinming directly. Chao director, I heard that Xiao Liao volunteered to be a substitute guest for Zero Distance? Chao Jinming nodded, a smile gracing his face. Yes, station head, that's precisely the case. Nonsense. Before Chao Jinming could elaborate, Feng Qing waved her hand, interrupting him. He is young and full of vigor. Are you not youthful yourself? Chao Jinming's expression darkened. Huang Yaohua, seizing the opportunity, retorted mockingly. Old Chao, you truly possess courage. To conceive such an idea is indeed eye-opening. Xiao Liao's wife, Su Xue, is a top-tier star, yet Xiao Liao is merely an ordinary behind-the-scenes musician. Can someone from behind the scenes truly serve as a guest? Moreover, there will be a talent showcase later. I wonder if Xiao Liao can hold his own, lest he bring shame to our station. Huang Yaohua rattled on, even more earnestly than Feng Qing. Chao Jinming's expression soured immediately upon hearing this, and he stated bluntly, though Xiao Liao is a behind-the-scenes figure, he has penned several well-received songs and has considerable fame. Furthermore, the change in guests was a last-minute decision, beyond our control. Huang Yaohua sneered, refusing to relent. Even if it was an emergency, we cannot simply act recklessly. This is no joke with our station's reputation. His words were directed not only at Chao Jinming but more so at station head Feng Qing. Chao Jinming, with a forced smile, replied, regardless of my arrangements, this is still my segment. I will bear all responsibility. You need not dictate to me, you flamboyant fool. Upon hearing this, Huang Yaohua became flustered, extending a delicate finger towards Chao Jinming. Oh dear, why are you resorting to insults? Station head, enough. Feng Qing interjected sharply, you are both seasoned employees. This is the station, so be mindful of the impact. With the show about to commence, it is too late for discussions. Old Chao, you must ensure nothing goes awry. Although this situation is sudden, your team must take responsibility and cannot stand idly by. Should there be any penalties or loss of bonuses, do not blame us. Feng Qing's insinuation was clear, and though she did not explicitly state it, Chao Jinming discerned her meaning. This season's profit sharing was likely to be jeopardized. Upon hearing this, Chao Jinming displayed no reaction. After years of navigating the industry, he had long ceased to covet bonuses. Meanwhile, Huang Yaohua wore a radiant smile, knowing that Chao Jinming's forfeiture of the bonus would mean a greater share for him. At this moment, Liao Ren'nan, having completed his makeup, entered the studio. Huang Yaohua's gaze fell upon Liao Ren'nan, his eyes widening in astonishment. Liao Ren'nan donned a light blue silk shirt paired with fitted black trousers, his athletic stature and handsome features emanating brilliance. He appeared to glow. My heavens, Xiao Liao, who did your styling? Huang Yaohua inquired curiously. Liao Ren'nan replied nonchalantly, just the station's makeup artist, is there a problem? Huang Yaohua, incredulous, exclaimed, this styling suits you perfectly. When did the station's makeup artists become this skilled? And your complexion is astonishing, did you perhaps sneak off to South Korea for cosmetic surgery? Why do I feel you look even younger than before? Absolutely dashing. Indeed, quite impressive, Feng Qing praised, unable to resist adjusting her own short hair. At that moment, she felt as if she were basking in the summer sun. Had she been 20 years younger, she might have been utterly captivated. Very well. Chao Jinming commented, patting Liao Ren'nan's shoulder, his eyes reflecting pride. Seeing the exaggerated expressions of the three, Liao Ren'nan chuckled awkwardly, I was already quite young. He understood very well that his considerable charm stemmed not merely from his transformed appearance but even more so from the charm halo buff bestowed upon him by the system. This effect surpasses that of any cosmetic procedure, and it is permanent with no side effects. One must admit, the system is indeed remarkable. Just then, Director Liao, the live broadcast is about to commence, a staff member called out from behind Liao Ren'nan. All right. Liao Ren'nan acknowledged, making his way toward the broadcast room. The other three, momentarily entranced, finally snapped back to reality. Attention all units, the program is about to start. Chao Jinming called out loudly, striding towards the control room. Station head, shall we join you to have a look? Huang Yaohua inquired tentatively of Feng Qing. How could he possibly miss the chance to witness Chao Jinming's embarrassment? Yes, Feng Qing nodded, 3, 2, 1. With Chao Jinming's command, this episode of Zero Distance finally commenced. Zero Distance is a heartfelt segment connecting celebrities with the audience, broadcast simultaneously in audio and video formats, allowing netizens to engage in real-time discussions. The host delivered a brief introduction, leading to the introduction of the guests. The camera focused on Liao Ren'nan. With a gentle smile, Liao Ren'nan introduced himself. Hello, dear viewers of Zero Distance, I am Liao Ren'nan, the guest for this episode. Who is Liao Ren'nan? I don't recognize him. Wow, he's incredibly handsome. Who cares who the guest is, being handsome is all that matters. I must say, this young man is truly a stunning beauty, far too attractive. Ugh, I admit he is just a tad more handsome than me. Isn't that Liao Ren'nan, the genius music producer? Oh my gosh, it really is Liao Ren'nan. He is actually on the show, what a rare sight. As Liao Ren'nan appeared on camera, the audience was instantly captivated, and the barrage of comments surged. Some recognized Liao Ren'nan, but more were simply enamored by his looks. In today's entertainment industry, few young idols do not wear heavy makeup that renders them effeminate, creating an unsettling impression. However, Liao Ren'nan exuded a rugged handsomeness, combining softness with strength. His finely chiseled features paired with a stoic expression, simply irresistible. With Valentine's Day approaching, this episode of Zero Distance centered on the theme of love. Viewers connected via the cloud to share their emotional experiences or dilemmas, while the host and guests offered guidance, comfort, and final evaluations. Liao Ren'nan possessed 6 years of marital experience. He had traversed the landscape of relationships, from interactions with partners to navigating familial dynamics and shouldering household responsibilities. He articulated everything with great eloquence. Moreover, his past life experiences allowed him to provide invaluable insights into love, making it a piece of cake, both the on-site staff and the viewers in front of the screen. Their admiration for Liao Ren'nan grew exponentially. He was not merely a pretty face, he was a genuine man of substance, embodying both depth and responsibility. Handsome, knowledgeable about life, down-to-earth, the younger ladies and married women in front of the screen were utterly entranced. Chao Jinming, in the control room, nodded vigorously at Liao Ren'nan's remarks. Station head Feng Qing also regarded Liao Ren'nan with newfound respect. Her initial indifference had transformed into genuine admiration. In stark contrast, Huang Yaohua wore a disheartened expression, having searched for flaws yet finding none. The program proceeded surprisingly smoothly. Before long, it approached its conclusion. The host gently stated, "We sincerely thank our vast audience for tuning in. As we near the end of the show, let us invite our guest Liao Ren'nan to perform a song for everyone." Liao Ren'nan retrieved a guitar he had prepared earlier, focusing intently on tuning it. His demeanor was calm and composed. Meanwhile, in the control room, Chao Jinming's heart raced to his throat. But what Liao Ren'nan is going to sing? Why was he not informed in advance? Chao Jinming held immense trust and admiration for Liao Ren'nan's songwriting abilities. However, he could not muster praise for his singing skills. This day, Chao Jinming vividly recalled the first time he heard Liao Ren'nan sing. It was nothing short of a calamity. Liao Ren'nan, dear brother, you have always been so composed. Why this sudden shift? Is this going to be a disaster? Chapter 4. Is he tone deaf? Clearly, he is a singing god, a thought struck Zhao Jinming, and he turned to gaze at Fengqing. That indeed, as expected, Fengqing's face was as gloomy as a murky pond, resembling a piece of coal. It was a well-known fact among everyone at the television station that Liao Ren'nan was tone-deaf, and she was no exception. The idea of Liao Ren'nan singing live in the studio was terrifying to her. She felt that her greatest fear was about to materialize. Ah, ha ha, cough. Cough. Huang Yaohua grinned widely, unable to contain his eagerness to witness the impending disaster. At that moment, Zhao Jinming's heart raced wildly, and he found himself inexplicably anxious. He could only pray that Liao Ren'nan would not be too far off key, otherwise, it would be a true catastrophe for him online. Yet, at this juncture, he felt a flicker of anticipation for Liao Ren'nan. What if Liao Ren'nan's singing had improved? Inside the broadcasting studio, Liao Ren'nan maintained an air of nonchalance. He took a deep breath and nodded at the cameraman, indicating that he was ready. The camera focused in on him, granting him a close-up. Liao Ren'nan calmly declared, "Dear viewers, I wish to convey this: if you love, please love deeply. If you do not love, please depart. I hope that your love leaves no regrets. I dedicate this song, later, to you." Initially, he had planned to perform another song, but after hearing so many love stories, he felt compelled to sing later. At this moment, it was not for his ex-wife, Su Xue, but rather for those lost in the maze of love, both he and she. Liao Ren'nan strummed the guitar strings, and the melody began to resonate. Ding! The skills of the melancholic singing god and immersive experience have activated. Melancholic singing god: when you sing melancholy songs, you can instantly immerse yourself in the performance, enhancing singing skill by 99.99 and emotional investment by 99.99. Immersive experience. When you sing melancholy songs, audience immersion increases by 99.99 and emotional fluctuation rises by 99.99. In an instant, Liao Ren'nan transformed entirely. This remarkable change left both the staff present and the viewers online momentarily stunned. Liao Ren'nan accompanied himself on the guitar without any professional equipment, yet everyone felt the notes he played were as enchanting as celestial music. Most astonishingly, Liao Ren'nan's aura shifted dramatically. He became imbued with a deeper sense of melancholy and solitude, seated there with his guitar, as if burdened with countless untold stories and sorrows. What is happening? This guy, is he truly immersed in the song? Zhao Jinming was utterly astonished. As the program director, he had participated in numerous singing competitions and was well acquainted with this state of a singer. Only the most exceptional singing gods could evoke such immersion in an audience through their demeanor, achieving the so-called unity of person and song. Ordinary singers lack this emotional resonance. Fengqing also noticed Liao Ren'nan's transformation, a flicker of astonishment crossing her face as her gaze fixed intently on the live broadcast. Meanwhile, the flamboyant Huang Yaohua seemed to forget to breathe, his eyes glued to Liao Ren'nan. Could it be that? At that moment, the prelude concluded, and Liao Ren'nan's voice rang out. Later, I finally learned how to love. Unfortunately, you have long since departed, vanished into the sea of people. Later, I finally understood through tears. Some people, once missed, will never return. Liao Ren'nan's voice was deep and resonant, rich with magnetism. Paired with the descending melody and straightforward lyrics, just 3 lines sung evoked an overwhelming sense of melancholy and solitude. It feels so sorrowful. Why does my mood plummet the moment I hear this song? Woohoo, I can't help but remember my first love. Goodness, I'm about to cry. The audience erupted, and the online comments surged. Wow! Fengqing's voice pitched higher, almost girlish. She could scarcely believe her ears, blinking in disbelief. This voice was simply too beautiful. How is this possible? Huang Yaohua stared blankly, frozen in place as if caught in a cinematic freeze frame. Was this truly Liao Ren'nan's voice? What happened to the promised disaster? When did he become so extraordinary? This shouldn't be happening? My goodness, ha ha ha! Zhao Jinming was both shocked and delighted, unable to suppress his exclamations. At that moment, he felt exhilarated, almost as if he could soar. Who claimed Liao Ren'nan was tone-deaf? This was an unexpected delight. In an instant, whether among the staff on site or the viewers in front of their screens, everyone was irresistibly drawn into the performance. All held their breath, quietly awaiting the next segment. At this juncture, Liao Ren'nan slowed the tempo of his guitar strumming, the rhythm of the song following suit. Gardenias, white petals falling upon your blue pleated skirt, you whispered softly, love me. I lowered my head, inhaling a fragrant breeze, that eternal night, the summer night when you kissed me at 17, let me, in the years to come whenever I reflect, always recall the starlight of that day. As Liao Ren'nan sang these lines, his voice was rich and full, resonant and melodious, with breath control as steady as a seasoned performer. Everyone in the studio, including Fengqing and Huang Yaohua, was taken aback. Having navigated the industry for years, they had some understanding of Liao Ren'nan. They knew he was a talented music producer, skilled in songwriting. Yet, due to his previously abysmal singing ability, he had always penned songs for others, remaining in the shadows, but now, as those lines poured forth, they could not help but be astounded. Was this truly the same man whose singing had once been unbearable? It was astonishingly powerful. Goodness, ha 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 ha. Chao Jinming was so elated he was on the verge of tears, his posture instantly more upright. This is too good. This episode is guaranteed to succeed. How did this kid's singing improve so drastically? Did he secretly enroll in a singing class? Without the time to ponder or analyze, Chao Jinming was completely immersed in the music. Meanwhile, the audience in front of their screens was utterly captivated. In truth, Later is a song that directly conveys heartfelt emotions, devoid of intricate modulation techniques. It is not a song that explodes with intensity from the outset. Yet, Liao Ren'nan's performance was flawless, especially enhanced by the melancholic singing God and immersive experience skills, compelling all listeners to become unwittingly enmeshed in the song. The melody and lyrics, steeped in profound regret, combined with Liao Ren'nan's slightly husky voice, formed an unparalleled weapon of melancholy in the realm of sad songs. Silently, it unearthed emotions long buried in the hearts of many. In this similar deep night, do you, too, quietly reflect and feel remorse? If only we had not been so stubborn, and now, too, would not feel so regretful. Chapter 5. Without life experiences, one cannot truly sing this song. If only we had not been so stubborn back then, we might not feel such regret now. The heart-wrenching emotions, intertwined with the melodious and flowing notes, seamlessly ushered in the chorus. A torrent of profound sorrow surged forth from Liao Ren'nan, sweeping through the entire broadcast hall, even transcending the screen to envelop the audience. Emotions continued to rise. How do you remember me, with a smile or in silence? Over the years, has anyone made you feel less lonely? Eventually, I learned how to love, but alas, you have long since departed. Lost in the crowd, the emotions ebbed and flowed like a roller coaster, soaring to great heights before plummeting to the depths. The audience fell silent. The once bustling chat room was suddenly hushed. Everyone was immersed in the song, leaving no time to send messages. Outside the broadcast hall, gasps of astonishment erupted. Such emotion, it makes one want to cry. Several staff members murmured, affected by the song's sentiment, feeling an inexplicable pang of sorrow. This song is truly beautiful. Liao Ren'nan's singing is exceptional. Director Feng Qing could not help but applaud, tears glistening in her eyes. Later is a tightly structured song, with its emotional layers building progressively, undoubtedly a masterpiece. But what is even more remarkable is Liao Ren'nan's extraordinary vocal ability, which vividly conveyed the sentiments of regret and longing. This feeling is worth reminiscing, yet at that moment, it was already lost? The crowd could not help but hum along with the song, marveling, reminiscing, and shedding tears. As for the vast audience before the screen, they were even more moved, tears streaming down their faces, unable to speak, as long-buried feelings of regret were unearthed. Who has not loved, who has not experienced regret in love, who has not encountered later? At that time, everyone, due to immaturity or various realities, faced the dissolution of their relationships. Years later, they discovered the preciousness of that emotion, only to awaken to the reality that everything was gone, leaving behind nothing but a heart full of regret and nostalgia. Liao Ren'nan's performance approached its conclusion, yet, the emotions had not diminished in the slightest. Rather, they became even richer and more nuanced. Later, I finally understood through tears. Some people once missed, will never return, it will never come again. There was a boy who loved that girl. After Liao Ren'nan finished the song, he remained still, lost in thought. After a significant pause, he chuckled softly and set down his guitar. In the broadcast hall, the applause that was supposed to erupt was replaced by profound silence. One could hear a pin drop. Everyone was entranced. It seemed as if the song had not yet concluded, and Liao Ren'nan's voice lingered in their minds. Half a minute passed before someone finally reacted, initiating the applause. Soon, everyone awakened from their reverie, rising to their feet to applaud Liao Ren'nan. The applause was so thunderous that it nearly lifted the ceiling of the broadcast hall. In the control room, OMG! Huang Yaohua exclaimed, his lips trembling with excitement. He was thoroughly astonished by Liao Ren'nan's performance. Even now, he found it hard to believe that such a song had emanated from Liao Ren'nan's lips. With such talent, how could he remain behind the scenes? He should have been a singer long ago. As a leader, Feng Qing was typically stern. However, at this moment, listening to Liao Ren'nan's song, her heart was filled with mixed emotions, and her eyes shimmered with unshed tears. Approaching 50, she had long since distanced herself from the age of romance, yet Liao Ren'nan's song transported her back. She could scarcely believe it herself. She had to admit that Liao Ren'nan's singing was truly extraordinary. Though she did not voice it, her heart was filled with admiration for Liao Ren'nan. Chao Jinming's eyes were also glistening with emotion. What surprised him most was not Liao Ren'nan's vocal prowess, but the depth of emotion embodied in his song. Such a performance could only stem from genuine life experiences. What had Liao Ren'nan truly endured? Wait, had he not heard this song before? Was it an original? Chao Jinming suddenly pondered this question, relaying it through the microphone to the host, who in turn asked Liao Ren'nan. Liao Ren'nan nodded. Yes, I wrote both the lyrics and the music. The audience gasped in unison, a wave of astonishment washing over the room. To single-handedly compose and perform such a high-caliber piece is a rarity in the entertainment industry. Such creative talent is undeniably impressive. You are truly remarkable. The host looked at Liao Ren'nan with admiration. The surrounding staff members regarded him with increasingly fervent gazes. The atmosphere in the broadcast hall was electric. Meanwhile, the online audience was equally stirred. At the moment Liao Ren'nan concluded his song, an avalanche of comments flooded the screen, nearly obscuring it entirely. Wah, I'm crying, it's so incredibly beautiful. Later, I finally understood through tears that some people, once missed, will never return. What an eye-opener. I had no idea Liao Ren'nan's singing was so exceptional. He writes, composes, and sings. Liao Ren'nan is truly a gifted talent. Liao Ren'nan must have been deeply hurt in love. Otherwise, he couldn't have penned such profound lyrics. Oh no, my heart aches for Liao Ren'nan, such a wonderful man who was not cherished. Tall, handsome, talented in songwriting, and with a beautiful voice, what a treasure of a man. Oh no, ladies, hurry and seize him. The chat room was abuzz with lively discussions simultaneously. Liao Ren'nan's later was unknowingly touching the hearts of people far and wide. On a certain highway, a middle-aged man drove a taxi, quietly navigating the city, awaiting passengers in need. Coincidentally, the car's audio system began playing. Later, the man's heart stirred, and he turned the car toward a nearby flower shop. Over the years, he had spent 9 out of 10 days hustling outside, and even during rare moments of rest, he would be playing cards with friends, leaving little time for his wife and child. Throughout it all, his wife never complained, diligently caring for their son and in-laws at home. Today, he decided not to pick up any more fares, as there was little money to be made for the remainder of the day. He planned to buy a bouquet of flowers for his wife and return home early to spend time with her and their child. In a certain apartment, a young couple was embroiled in a heated argument. The wife lamented her husband's inability to earn more, while the husband criticized her for her excessive online spending, claiming she did not understand the value of life. They nearly resorted to violence, but just then, the smart speaker played later. The couple seemed to comprehend the song's message, ceasing their quarrel and embracing tightly instead. Since they loved each other, why wait until later? At a street corner food stall, a man was drowning his sorrows in alcohol, surrounded by empty beer cans. Not long ago, he had broken up with his girlfriend, and coupled with his work frustrations, he sought solace in drink. Their relationship had been strong, but a trivial disagreement had escalated into a major conflict, resulting in nearly a week of silence between them. As he drank, the song later played in the background. The man froze, pulled out his phone, and sent a message to his girlfriend. I'm sorry, I truly care about you and didn't consider your feelings. Soon, he received a reply. I was wrong too. Where are you? I'll come find you right now. The man was instantly overcome with emotion. Chapter 6, A Record Broken. In the command room, leader, a record has been broken. A statistician rushed in, exclaiming with palpable excitement. What are the figures? Before Chao Jinming could speak, Feng Qing interjected eagerly. The statistician, catching his breath, replied, the peak viewership rating reached 25, the highest retention rate soared to 95, and overall traffic during the same time slot is the highest across the entire network. My heavens! Feng Qing's eyes sparkled, his lips trembling with exhilaration. Splendid results! You all have inadvertently achieved remarkable success. Feng Qing's reaction was far from exaggerated. It is noteworthy that during the last anniversary celebration at the station, for top-tier celebrities from the entertainment industry were invited, and the record set that day was merely a viewership rating of 22 and a retention rate of 90. Yet today, Liao Ren'nan single-handedly shattered that record, a retention rate as high as 95. This indicates that of all the viewers who encountered this emotional program, or heard the song later, an astonishing 95% continued to listen for an extended period. On the surface, these figures may seem devoid of warmth, but only those who have worked within the radio industry understand the monumental challenge of achieving such statistics. How did Liao Ren'nan manage this? Upon reflection, it makes perfect sense that he premiered a superb love song during the program, truly deserving of the accolades. At that moment, Liao Ren'nan and the host emerged from the studio. Upon hearing the news of the record broken, a smile graced his face. Noticing this, Feng Qing promptly approached him. Xiao Liao, you have truly opened our eyes this time. With such impressive vocal talent, why didn't you showcase it sooner? Perhaps you would have already attained stardom. I am unworthy of such praise. The station director is merely jesting, Liao Ren'nan humbly replied. Ha, so talented and yet so modest, your future is boundless. Feng Qing, feeling a surge of inspiration, turned to Chao Jinming. The advanced award for this season at the station shall belong to your zero-distance team. Additionally, I will apply to the television station for a breakthrough award for you. This is well-deserved, Chao Jinming smiled, then I shall trouble the director. Not a bother at all. Feng Qing replied with a cheerful smile, pointing to Liao Ren'nan. Moreover, there is the matter of the announcement fee, which must be paid to Liao Ren'nan as required. Xiao Liao has indeed helped our station avert a live broadcast crisis. He is truly a remarkable benefactor and must not be shortchanged. Understood, director. Chao Jinming chimed in with a grin. By the way, there is also, just as Feng Qing was about to speak, he suddenly turned around, as if noticing something. Hey, where's Director Huang? Wasn't he just here? Director, as soon as Huang learned that this month's advanced award was awarded to our team, he left with a sulky face. A nearby staff member joked, originally, Huang Yaohua had come with the intent of watching Liao Ren'nan's misfortune. Upon realizing that the live broadcast went off without a hitch and turned into a grand success, he could only depart in disappointment. Huang Yaohua's narrow-mindedness is truly quite pitiful. Feng Qing remarked, shaking his head, looking around with a smile. Everyone, do not emulate Director Huang. This program is ours, and it is our honor to excel. Instead, let us learn from Liao Ren'nan and treat the television station's affairs as our own. Well said, Director. Half an hour later, Liao Ren'nan settled into Chao Jinming's car. Given the exceptional performance of Zero Distance during the live broadcast, all the staff were jubilant, with even some suggesting a celebratory gathering. Without hesitation, Chao Jinming agreed and promptly dispatched someone to make arrangements. Before long, a small-scale banquet commenced in the conference room, laden with an array of exquisite food and fine wine. Everyone was exhilarated, eager to indulge to their heart's content. Liao Ren'nan also raised his glass, joining in the celebratory toasts. However, amidst the joyous revelry, Liao Ren'nan excused himself and expressed his desire to return home. Initially, Chao Jinming was vehemently opposed to the idea, yet, upon learning that Liao Ren'nan wished to go home to see his daughter, he immediately understood and offered to drive him back. Chao Jinming had a mild fatty liver condition and typically refrained from alcohol, opting for drinks instead, so he was fit to drive, and Liao Ren'nan readily accepted. Moreover, the relationship between Liao Ren'nan and Chao Jinming was more than just that of a superior and subordinate. It was founded on a significant camaraderie. 6 years prior, both were prominent producers, standing on equal ground, and due to their age difference, Liao Ren'nan held even greater potential. However, at the peak of his career, Liao Ren'nan chose to withdraw, while Chao Jinming remained active in the industry, and as 6 years flew by, their disparities widened. Nevertheless, they were not typical competitors, rather, they had become friends across generations, mutually admiring one another. Recently, when Liao Ren'nan announced his return, Chao Jinming promptly extended an invitation, suggesting he join Zero Distance, treating him as one of their own. Liao Ren'nan had always cherished this kindness. At this moment, as the car began to move, Chao Jinming engaged Liao Ren'nan in conversation. Ren'nan, tell me honestly, during your years away from the entertainment industry, did you study under a master to hone your singing skills? Indeed. Liao Ren'nan casually fabricated a small lie. He could hardly divulge the systematic nature of his endeavors, for even if he did, no one would believe him. Your foundation was so lacking, it seems you've put in considerable effort. By the way, what is your master's name? Do I know them? One lie inevitably leads to another. Liao Ren'nan could only stiffen his resolve and say, yes, my master is an ordinary person outside of the industry, not someone from our circle. Oh, your master is truly remarkable, to have elevated your skills to such a level, Chao Jinming said with growing enthusiasm. Oh, I didn't mean to belittle you. In my eyes, you are a true superstar. Liao Ren'nan smiled. Rest assured, brother Chao, I will not overthink it. Good, that's a relief. You should have clarified sooner, you had me worrying for nothing. This can easily be resolved. With your compositional talents and your vocal prowess, securing future gigs will be a breeze. Besides, I believe that to earn substantial income, one must first establish a brand. We could co-found a studio, manage our own branding and publicity, and then, Chao Jinming animatedly continued, outlining plans for the next 3 years and setting several small objectives along the way. Though somewhat verbose, Liao Ren'nan recognized the soundness of Chao Jinming's words. Moreover, he had previously mentioned co-founding a studio, and Liao Ren'nan was quite inclined towards the idea. However, Liao Ren'nan's current focus was not on work. What brother Chao said holds merit, but let us put work-related matters aside for now. He glanced at his watch. It's almost 10 o'clock. I wonder how Bei Bei is doing at home. I just want to go back and see her. Oh dear, I completely forgot about that. Don't worry, we'll be there soon. Chao Jinming accelerated the vehicle. Chapter 7. Bei Bei is not being naughty. Bei Bei simply misses her father. By the time they arrived, it was already past 10 in the evening. Liao Ren'nan greeted Liao Jinming briefly before hastily making his way inside. Daddy's home. Just as Liao Ren'nan unlocked the door with his fingerprint, a little girl clad in kindergarten attire squeezed through the crack and leaped into his lap, clinging to him like a pendant. Bei Bei. Liao Ren'nan affectionately tousled his daughter's hair, a smile gracing his face. Mr. Liao, you're finally back. Bei Bei only had an egg for dinner. I've tried everything, but she insisted on waiting for you. I simply don't know what to do, spoke Aunt May, the nanny Liao Ren'nan had hired to facilitate both his work and the care of Liao and Bei. Aunt May was a distant relative and a longtime acquaintance, and with her assistance, Liao Ren'nan felt at ease about his daughter's well-being. Upon hearing this, Liao Ren'nan shot a stern glance at his daughter. Bei Bei, didn't you say you would cooperate with Daddy while he works? Why are you being naughty on my first day back? Liao and Bei pouted in response, her little lips forming a perfect line of grievance. Bei Bei isn't naughty, Bei Bei just misses Daddy. Laughter erupted from both Liao Ren'nan and Aunt May. Alright, Aunt May, I'll take it from here. It's getting late, you should head home now, Liao Ren'nan said with a smile. In truth, Liao and Bei was a remarkably well-behaved child, displaying an unusual level of maturity and consideration for her age, with exceptional self-sufficiency. Her refusal to eat this time, Liao Ren'nan surmised, stemmed from her unfamiliarity with his absence after school, and he believed it was not a significant issue. Very well, I'll leave it to you then, Mr. Liao, Aunt May responded cheerfully before tidying up the kitchen and departing. Liao Ren'nan warmed the food and fried 3 eggs. He devoured 2 of them, reserving the last for Liao and Bei, who, like a lazy cat, nestled against him, allowing him to feed her bite by bite. On regular occasions, Liao and Bei's displays of affection would not be indulged by Liao Ren'nan, as he was wary of fostering any spoiled behavior in her. However, today, perhaps due to the recent divorce from Su Xue, he felt a twinge of guilt towards Liao and Bei and decided to indulge her for the moment. Liao and Bei smacked her lips, relishing every bite. Before long, her bowl lay empty. After finishing, she rubbed her belly, leaned back in her chair, and let out a satisfied burp. Observing her demeanor, Liao Ren'nan felt a wave of relief wash over him. He finished the remaining food, not particularly hungry himself, treating it as a late-night snack. After a brief respite, Liao Ren'nan called for Liao and Bei to take a bath. He had already taught her how to bathe independently. She merely needed to adjust the water, and she could manage on her own. Nevertheless, being a child, Liao Ren'nan always reminded her not to close the door during her bath, standing guard outside for safety. While Liao and Bei bathed, Liao Ren'nan stood outside, perusing his phone. He noticed 2 unread WeChat messages from Su Xue, sent an hour prior. Regarding the house and car transfer, I have entrusted a lawyer to handle it fully. I hope you will cooperate actively. Also, why haven't you announced our divorce on Weibo yet? After a moment of contemplation, Liao Ren'nan opened Weibo, visiting Su Xue's profile. He discovered she had promptly announced their divorce after obtaining the certificate earlier that afternoon. Beneath her post, she included a glamorous selfie and a link to a shopping livestream from her company. By now, the post had garnered a multitude of comments and likes. So beautiful, congratulations to the goddess on her return to singlehood, drooling. JPG, after waiting so long, I finally get my chance now that the goddess is divorced, yay. Has anyone bought the items from the shopping link? Are they any good? Wow, why are celebrity couples in the entertainment industry all breaking up? Seeing this, Liao Ren'nan was left speechless. It seemed this woman was solely focused on monetary gain, even seizing the opportunity to attract traffic during her divorce announcement. Truly a peculiar individual. However, he quickly found solace in the fact that they were now separated, and her affairs were no longer his concern. He retrieved the divorce announcement text, copied it, pasted it, clicked publish, and promptly switched off his phone. After Liao and Bei finished her bath, Liao Ren'nan hurriedly took a shower himself, and by the time he was done, it was already 11 o'clock. Liao and Bei had initially insisted on watching Peppa Pig, a ritual she enjoyed before bed, but Liao Ren'nan ushered her into the bedroom instead. Children, still in their growth phase, should ideally sleep early, and Liao Ren'nan was quite strict about this. Reflecting on this, he concluded that he should avoid accepting any engagements that extended beyond 8 in the evening in the future. Everything was for Liao and Bei's benefit. Given her tender age and timid nature, Liao Ren'nan shared a bed with her each night before sleep. Father and daughter would engage in light conversation. Bei Bei, do you miss mommy? At just over 5 years old, children are particularly susceptible to psychological issues. While Liao Ren'nan was able to let go, the child might not feel the same. Daddy, why do you always bring her up? Why would I miss her? I've hardly seen her, Liao and Bei retorted, rolling her eyes at him. Over the years, Su Xue had been preoccupied with work, flying across the country, leaving little time to spend with Liao and Bei. By now, Liao and Bei had celebrated 5 birthdays, yet Su Xue had only attended 1, and even then, she was more engrossed in her phone than in her daughter. Consequently, Liao and Bei did not feel particularly close to her mother. Liao Ren'nan chuckled helplessly, saying, "What I mean is, if you ever find yourself missing mommy, remember to tell daddy, and he can take you to see her." Daddy. Liao and Bei suddenly raised her voice. Liao Ren'nan was taken aback. "I have a better suggestion. Would you like to hear it? Do tell." Liao and Bei blinked her big eyes earnestly and said, "Why don't you find me another mommy? One that you like and who likes you too." Those words struck Liao Ren'nan profoundly. It turned out children understand everything. A glimmer of tears flickered in his eyes, but he maintained a playful tone. "What kind of woman do you think daddy likes?" Liao and Bei pondered seriously. "Let me think. She must have big eyes, a small mouth, wavy long hair, a tiny waist, and long legs." Cough. Liao Ren'nan found himself awkwardly coughing at her description. Liao and Bei beamed at him. "Hee, daddy, did I hit the nail on the head?" "Hit the nail on the head, my foot." Liao Ren'nan flicked her forehead gently. "Where did you learn such nonsense? Watch less online television, and hurry up and sleep." No good deed goes unpunished." Liao and Bei pouted, diving into his embrace. Liao Ren'nan chuckled softly. Before long, they both drifted into slumber. Liao Ren'nan was asleep, unaware that a content creator known as Love Expert was still hard at work because of him. Love Expert is a talented streamer under Douyin, known for sharing beautiful songs and occasionally covering classic tunes, amassing nearly 1 million followers. However, the platform had become increasingly competitive, and new songs were scarce, resulting in poor engagement for his recent uploads. That evening, while searching for material, he inadvertently heard Liao Ren'nan's rendition of Later on the show Zero Distance. He was profoundly moved, and simultaneously, his excitement surged. As a veteran content creator with 10 years of experience, he was certain that this song would undoubtedly become a hit once uploaded. Thus, upon returning home, he immediately began editing the video. Chapter 8. The Goddess Li Qianma. In her daily life, the content creator known as Love Expert often finds that when encountering songs that do not meet her expectations, the editing tends to feel choppy and disjointed. However, with the incessant demand for daily updates on Douyin, she reluctantly pushes herself to share. Yet today, she is filled with an undeniable eagerness to present the song Later. Not only has she meticulously recorded Liao Ren'nan's performance of Later, but she has also seamlessly woven in his classic emotional responses to the audience's inquiries, thereby enriching the singer's persona in the process. An hour later, after completing the video editing, she promptly opts to upload the file. Concurrently, a short video titled Emo Divine Song Later, If You Don't Cry After Listening, I'm a Loser, begins to circulate on the Douyin platform. Within just 1 hour of being posted, signs of its viral success become evident. Previously, her videos would gather a maximum of 50,000 views, alongside 10,000 likes and around 1,000 comments within the same time frame. Yet this time, the view count skyrockets past 300,000, with likes exceeding 100,000 and comments surpassing 30,000, all within a mere hour. It is no exaggeration to declare that this video has gone viral. Moreover, with every refresh, the clicks surge at an astonishing rate. Witnessing this phenomenon, the Love Expert is overjoyed, eagerly monitoring the data. However, perhaps due to the exhaustion of her work, she inadvertently drifts off to sleep. Upon waking, she finds it is already 4 o'clock. A quick glance at the statistics reveals 5 million views, 1 million likes, 300,000 comments. Additionally, she receives a notification from the Douyin platform congratulating her that the video Emo Divine Song Later, If You Don't Cry After Listening, I'm a Loser, has received a hot recommendation from the platform. This is a genuine recommendation, achieved without any artificial traffic, purely based on merit. The content creator leaps up in excitement, exclaiming, "Liao Ren'nan is truly amazing." In this era of 5G, news spreads at lightning speed. Some content creators, specializing in re-uploading, notice the video's success and begin to copy it to divert traffic. In no time, the video reaches a global audience. Meanwhile, within the Su Xue media studio, Su Xue browses the LV online store while supervising her employees. These employees are diligently monitoring various forums, searching for any negative comments about Su Xue. Today, she officially announced her divorce, and she is understandably anxious, fearing that her career might be tarnished by Liao Ren'nan's influence. Consequently, she orders all studio staff to work overtime and mobilizes her hired commenters to keep a close watch on forum discussions. As soon as any derogatory remarks about Su Xue surface, they are to suppress the comments and manage public opinion. At that moment, President Liao is on the show. Her assistant rushes in, breathless. Su Xue jumps, rolling her eyes. "What's the fuss about? Also, I have officially divorced Liao Ren'nan. Please refrain from calling him President Liao in my presence." "Understood, President Su, please take a look at this." The assistant hands her a phone, displaying the edited video from the Love Expert. Upon viewing the beginning, Su Xue cannot help but scoff. What an audacious individual, appearing on his own show. I truly misjudged him before. His performance is lackluster. Does he not realize he cannot sing? He is making a fool of himself, but he cannot embarrass me. After all, we are divorced now. As she watches Liao answer emotional questions one after another, a sense of smugness washes over her. What good is regret now? Why didn't he realize this sooner? However, when she sees Liao Ren'nan pick up a guitar, her expression shifts to one of disbelief. Could it be? Is he truly going to sing? She perceives this as an utterly foolish decision, yet mere seconds later, as Liao begins to strum and sing, Su Xue is left utterly speechless. With each passing moment, her astonishment deepens, her expressions growing ever more vivid. My heavens, this! How is this possible? I never expected President Liao to sing so well, her assistant exclaims, equally astonished. Fuming, Su Xue slams the phone down onto the table. Stop calling him President Liao. Are you trying to get fired? Is it really necessary to be this dramatic? His singing is mediocre at best. I doubt he will achieve any real success. Understood, President Su, I will be more cautious in the future. The assistant pouts, nearly on the verge of tears, and walks away disheartened. They say that a day as a husband brings 100 days of affection. What went wrong? Why is President Su so enraged just from watching a video of her ex-husband? At this moment, Su Xue remains seething. She feigns superiority, yet now seeks to bask in my popularity. Absolutely not. Rising from her seat, she strides out of the office, intent on delegating an important task. Night has fallen in the summer nation across the Pacific. The beautiful nation has just witnessed the sunset. Backstage at the New York fashion show, Li Qianma strides into the makeup room in her high heels. Standing at 168 centimeters, she is slender yet not frail, with exquisitely sculpted features that exude a rich allure. Clad in a red velvet gown that accentuates her curvaceous figure, her long, beautiful legs are on full display, her overall posture radiating an air of noble elegance. She is indeed a vision of beauty. Li Qianma, having debuted as a child star, is regarded as the nation's beloved daughter in the summer nation, consistently enjoying immense popularity. Yet 6 years ago, at the tender age of 17, she abruptly abandoned her career in Huaxia to pursue further education in the beautiful nation, causing quite a stir. After 4 years of study, Li Qianma graduated from a renowned international music school and subsequently entered the entertainment industry in Europe and America. Through her diligence over the past 2 years, she has firmly established herself in the Western entertainment realm, not only as a highly educated star but also as a versatile artist excelling in singing, dancing, acting, and theater. Xiao, what are the arrangements for the upcoming work? Li Qianma inquires as she sits before the makeup mirror, allowing the staff to remove her makeup. Xiao, whose full name is Rui, has been Li Qianma's personal assistant for over 2 years. She opens her phone's notes app and replies, in 1 hour, there is the fashion show gala, followed by a midnight performance of Romeo and Juliet at 10 o'clock. Those are the only 2 engagements for today. All right. Li Qianma nods. Additionally, the payment for Panda Hero has been processed, and the endorsement deal with the CG company has been finalized. Let me know when you have time to sign the contract. Lastly, Liao Ren'nan announced his divorce today, and he released a new song titled later. Xiao reports with meticulous organization. Li Qianma has specifically instructed her to keep a close watch on Liao Ren'nan's activities in the entertainment industry and report back promptly. Although Xiao is curious, she has consistently complied. What? He got divorced? Upon hearing Xiao's words, Li Qianma's body stiffens, the abruptness startling even the makeup artist. Yes, it's the news. Xiao hands over her phone, displaying snippets from social media and a pre-saved video of Liao Ren'nan singing later. Li Qianma rises abruptly, halting the makeup removal process midway. Trembling, she examines Xiao's phone closely. The news on social media is manageable, but when she sees Liao performing later, particularly when she hears the words gardenia, white petals, and blue pleated skirt, tears stream down her face uncontrollably. Teacher Li, are you alright? Both Xiao and the makeup artist are astonished. In their perception, although Li Qianma appears gentle and amiable, she possesses an incredibly resilient spirit, embodying the essence of a true young powerhouse. On stage, she withstands immense pressure before thousands. While filming, she braves the rain, performing stunts herself. During theater performances, she endures sleepless nights, resting for mere hours. Li Qianma has never expressed any grievances, always accepting her circumstances with a smile. When has she ever been seen in tears? Yet now, this goddess is reduced to tears merely by a piece of news concerning Liao Ren'nan. Who exactly is this Liao Ren'nan? As they ponder this, Li Qianma wipes her tears and instructs the 2 before her, continue with the makeup removal. Xiao, please book me a flight back home for the day after tomorrow. Of course, Xiao, assuming Li Qianma's mood has improved, is blindsided by her next statement, which detonates like a bombshell. Teacher Li, what about the work arrangements, and the company? Before Xiao can finish her thought, Li Qianma interrupts, proceed as I say. From this moment on, cancel all pending engagements in the beautiful nation. I will explain the situation to the company. Understood, Teacher Li. Xiao remains in a state of shock, struggling to comprehend the ramifications of such a decision. What a financial loss this will incur, yet, upon witnessing the unwavering determination in Li Qianma's gaze, she dares not voice any further objections. After a few moments of silence, Li Qianma regains her composure, gazing thoughtfully at her reflection in the mirror. 6 years ago, she met Liao Ren'nan when he composed a song for her album. Not only did he write Gardenia in Bloom, but he also participated in the filming of her music video, suggesting innovative ways to depict a snowy scene in summer using technology. That midsummer, while the snow was artificial, the gardenias, white petals, blue pleated skirts, and she herself were all very much real. Li Qianma rose to fame with Gardenia in Bloom, simultaneously developing feelings for Liao Ren'nan. He, however, maintained an appropriate distance, leaving her uncertain if he was aware of her affections. Unable to bear the weight of her unrequited love, she finally mustered the courage to make her feelings known. To her dismay, Liao Ren'nan suddenly announced he had a girlfriend and rapidly proceeded to marry. The swift progression of events left her reeling, filled only with regret and longing. Li Qianma thought she would never cross paths with Liao Ren'nan again, and she resigned herself to leaving that heart-wrenching chapter behind. Little did she expect that fate would grant her another opportunity. Moreover, judging by the lyrics of Later, it appears this song was penned for her. Could it be that he has been pining for her all along? Today, Li Qianma is no longer the naive girl she once was. She understands how to seize her own happiness. This time, she is determined to grasp it firmly. Chapter 9, a glorious milestone of 1 million, attaining a divine singing voice. As the first light of dawn broke, the insistent ringing of an alarm clock jolted Liao Ren'nan awake. In just 10 minutes, he needed to rouse Bei Bei from her slumber. Seizing this moment, he proceeded to freshen up. However, as Liao Ren'nan rose, a synthesized electronic voice echoed in his mind. Ding, congratulations, host, your accumulated glorious points have reached 1 million, automatically redeeming a prize. Prize redemption successful. Congratulations on acquiring that divine singing voice. Divine singing voice, regardless of whether it is a high note, mid-range, low note, sheep's bleat, dolphin's cry, or any other type of sound, delivering perfection is a mere trifle. In an instant, his body trembled slightly. A chill coursed through his throat, and an inexplicable urge to sing out loud surged within him. Liao Ren'nan. Is it really this hasty? He was aware that the release of Later would garner a surge of glorious points, but he never anticipated such an overwhelming harvest. What an unexpected turn of events. Glancing over at his bedside, Liao Ren'nan noticed the green light on his phone blinking, indicating unread messages. Upon opening it, he discovered a message from Chao Jinming. Goodness, it turned out his video had been disseminated across major short video platforms. On Douyin, likes 8. 52 million. Comments 2. 2 million. Shares 1. 65 million. Favorites 1. 2 million. Heat 54. 2 million, ranking within the top 10 trending on Douyin. On Weibo, topic likes, over 10 million. Comments 3. 4 million. Shares 2. 8 million. Heat 102. 85 million, ranking within the top 10 on the trending list. On Penguin platform, topic views 2. 54 million. Likes 4. 48 million. No wonder he had amassed so many glorious points. It was all due to this. Besides sharing these statistics, Chao Jinming had also reposted a Weibo message Liao Ren'nan clicked to see. It was posted by Su Xue just a few hours prior, around 3 or 4 in the morning. I reiterate, I, Su Xue, will never remarry. Regretting now after failing to cherish me before is utterly futile. The post was accompanied by a stunning photo of her and a shopping link from her company. By now, the comments had soared into the hundreds of thousands. Support for Queen Su. The goddess is magnificent, truly a strong woman. Wow, so beautiful. Love you. Liao Ren'nan, the freeloader, just occupying space without contributing, give up already. Liao Ren'nan still has the audacity to sing Later, he should just roll away. Fairy sister, Liao Ren'nan isn't even worthy of carrying your shoes. Upon reading these remarks, Liao Ren'nan felt somewhat speechless at how readily people resorted to slander. However, as he scrolled down, he noticed a lengthy comment that had garnered the most likes. As a devoted fan of Liao, I can responsibly assure everyone that Liao Shen's Later is definitely not dedicated to his ex-wife. First, Liao Shen has always acted decisively. When he announced his marriage, it was with great resolve. A man of such decisiveness does not look back. Second, everyone can recall that Su Xue has always cultivated a sensual persona since her debut, which is entirely inconsistent with the girl described in Liao Shen's Later. If you disagree, come and debate. This lengthy comment also received significant support, seemingly a testament from fans defending their idol. Liao Ren'nan sighed in relief. With such a message vindicating him, he felt considerably at ease. With a smile, he turned off his phone. Daddy, what good news has you smiling so broadly? Bei Bei woke up and witnessed the scene. Liao Ren'nan chuckled, some people are disparaging your daddy online, but his fans have come to his rescue, so I'm feeling quite happy. The fans are so wonderful, thank you all. Bei Bei clasped her hands together and addressed the air, then clenched her tiny fists, furrowing her delicate brows. Those who slander daddy are all bad eggs. When I grow up, I'll help you deal with them. Ha ha. Liao Ren'nan burst into hearty laughter. Bei Bei, it's getting late, time to get up. Bei Bei tossed aside her blanket. Daddy, turn around, I need to change clothes. Okay. In a blink, Bei Bei changed out of her pajamas and into a white dress that Liao Ren'nan had prepared for her the night before. Once dressed, Liao Ren'nan assisted Bei Bei with her morning routine, styling her hair into a bun and adorning it with a few butterfly hair clips. Before having a daughter, Liao Ren'nan could hardly believe he would be capable of such delicate tasks. Yet, life has a way of surprising one. With her slightly styled appearance, Bei Bei resembled a little angel straight out of a painting, evoking an instinctive affection in those who beheld her. After attending to Bei Bei, Liao Ren'nan quickly tidied himself up, and the two set off hand in hand. Wow, look! Oh my, this father-daughter pair is such a sight to behold. My heavens, I envy the lady of this household. The striking duo of handsome father and beautiful daughter never failed to attract attention as they strolled down the street. What would you like to eat today? Steamed buns, shumai, meat buns, or egg noodles? A breakfast shop was conveniently located within the community and particularly close to the school. For convenience's sake, Liao Ren'nan often took Bei Bei there for meals. Daddy, I want fried chicken, Bei Bei exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight as she gazed at him. Fried chicken for breakfast? How about I give you a little smack, will you still eat it? Why are you so violent? Then I won't eat fried chicken. Can I have steamed mung bean cake instead, the kind with raisins? Not happening. I just said you can choose 2 out of 4. Then I'll have xiaomai and meat buns. After finishing breakfast, Liao Ren'nan dropped Bei Bei off at school and then found a nearby CAF to enjoy a cup of coffee and take a moment to relax. The upcoming hours were his own to enjoy before his divorce from Su Xue. After dropping Bei Bei off at school, Liao Ren'nan had a multitude of tasks awaiting him, such as cleaning the house and preparing nourishing soups and delicious ribs for Su Xue. Su Xue had a discerning palate and could not tolerate the boxed meals from the production crew. Thus, at times, after cooking delectable meals, he would drive for hours specifically to deliver them to her on set. During that time, for Su Xue's well-being, Liao Ren'nan never uttered a single complaint. No matter how arduous the task, he fulfilled her every need without hesitation. Reflecting on it now, he couldn't help but feel exhausted for his past self. But now, he was finally free, unfettered and unrestrained. It felt absolutely marvelous. After indulging in his phone for a while, he received a call. Upon answering, Chao Jinming's enthusiastic voice came through. Bro, you've really lost your patience. I've sent you so many messages, and not a word in reply. Your song later is of exceptional quality. It's gone viral online. This time, you're truly famous. Unexpected, isn't it? Liao Ren'nan chuckled awkwardly. Just luck, staying low-key. Alright, I'll keep it low-key. Chao Jinming replied cheerily, by the way, Feng Tai called me this morning, inviting you to perform at the 10th anniversary celebration of Tinghue Media. This is quite a grand occasion for you. Feng Tai is notoriously picky, and for her to extend an invitation means she genuinely values you. The performance is scheduled for the afternoon of the day after tomorrow, and their requirements are straightforward. Just sing later again, with remuneration based on a second-tier stars standard. Liao Ren'nan responded, that might not be appropriate. Chao Jinming hesitated. The pay for a second-tier star starts at 200,000. I think that's quite generous. Liao Ren'nan laughed. I'm not complaining about the low pay. I just feel that singing later at their anniversary celebration would be a bit inappropriate. I think I should prepare a new song instead. Now that he had awakened memories from his past life, Liao Ren'nan's mind was brimming with countless song ideas. If he wished to establish himself in the entertainment industry, he must seize the moment and make a resounding impact. What, you have a new song again? What song is it? Chao Jinming was utterly astonished. Just yesterday, Liao Ren'nan had released a new song, and now he was announcing yet another. What a creative prodigy, or perhaps he had written it long ago. Chao Jinming leaned towards the latter possibility. Surveying the CAF, Liao Ren'nan calmly stated, the new song is titled Long Time No See. Chapter 10 A Fateful Encounter. Will you suddenly appear at the corner coffee shop? I will greet you with a smile and a wave together. We shall sit and chat. Liao Ren'nan hummed softly to himself as he sat in the CAF, the melody of this song flashing through his mind. The composition was of exceptional quality, brimming with emotional resonance, and most importantly, it would be performed at the Su Xue anniversary celebration, lending it an air of sophistication rather than feeling out of place. "Ah, what a beautiful song!" exclaimed Chao Jin-ming. "Did you write this beforehand?" "Somewhat," Liao Ren'nan replied with a faint smile. "Then let us settle on this song. I'll take care of the accompaniment and arrangement shortly." "Alright, I appreciate your efforts," Chao Jin-ming responded. "I'll inform Feng Tai that your remuneration for the new song shouldn't be calculated as usual, it should be at least doubled." With a straightforward mind, Liao Ren'nan knew he could not afford to be naive. He was the gatekeeper. "Fine, I'll defer to your judgment." After hanging up the phone, he swiftly finished his coffee and hailed a cab to the Moto television station. The station was equipped with specialized recording equipment for live broadcasts, suitable for capturing songs. As the producer, Liao Ren'nan could manage everything himself, requiring only minimal assistance from others. Leveraging his memories from a past life, he directly penned the lyrics and melody, commencing the recording of the final product without even going through the demo phase. After 3 hours of dedicated effort, the initial version of Long Time No See was complete, capturing 95% of the essence of the original song from his previous life. This was indeed a remarkable achievement. After all, only Liao Ren'nan understood the concept of this song. The others were entirely in the dark. The arrangement included instruments such as the piano and violin. While not overly complex, it was certainly not simple either. Often, when he conveyed specific melodic requirements, the musicians needed time to comprehend them. Although Liao Ren'nan felt a twinge of regret for not achieving a full 100%, he was nonetheless quite satisfied. He could only hope that in the next system lottery, he might acquire deeper knowledge of musical instruments or advanced arrangement techniques, enabling him to perfectly recreate the classic. For the next day and a half, aside from taking care of Liao and Bei, Liao Ren'nan busied himself with this song. Whenever inspiration struck, he would swiftly modify and add new ideas. To enhance the audience's immersion while listening, he even commissioned a videographer to shoot a vlog featuring him sitting alone in his CAF, perfectly aligning with the song's main theme. During this time, he received several messages from Su Xue, inquiring about Liao and Bei's meals, sleep, and schooling. Liao Ren'nan chose to ignore them, but he had never witnessed such concern from Su Xue regarding their daughter before, and he felt no obligation to report on these matters. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was time for the scheduled event. Chao Jin-ming expressed a desire to join in the festivities and accompanied Liao Ren'nan, whose waiting media company was quite influential. In addition to their own guests, representatives from other companies within the same industry chain, such as Han Shangyo from Douyin, and leaders in the field like Penguin Video, Sweet Orange TV, and Ali Pictures, all sent representatives to attend the celebration. Waiting media organized an extravagant red carpet ceremony and lined up a celebratory program lasting a full 3 hours. Besides their own artists, they invited a plethora of stars, featuring prominent figures from various branches of entertainment, including skits, dance, and singing. To Liao Ren'nan's surprise, Su Xue also attended the celebration. It was reported that she was not performing but merely there to lend her presence. Liao Ren'nan felt indifferent. He would not be magnanimous enough to initiate a greeting, nor was he overly sentimental about sharing the stage with his ex-wife. A subtle smile remained on his face, having long since come to terms with the past. However, upon catching sight of Liao Ren'nan, Su Xue's expression darkened. Previously, when she sent messages, Liao Ren'nan would respond within 3 minutes, yet yesterday, despite sending several messages, it felt as though they had vanished into a void. Su Xue was on the verge of exploding with frustration. However, now that they were divorced, she felt powerless against Liao Ren'nan and could only silently seethe in anger. Before long, the celebration officially commenced. The performing guests were organized into backstage waiting rooms according to their categories, and Liao Ren'nan was naturally assigned to the singers section. Taking a moment, he glanced at the program schedule. His performance was slated for the latter half of the event, specifically as the fifth act, followed by the Xie brothers, with the renowned singer Feng Kuan closing the show. Feng Kuan had been in the industry for nearly 2 decades and was currently a leading male star in the country, known for his smoky voice and expertise in singing poignant ballads. Moreover, he and Su Xue had once been part of the same entertainment company, sharing a mentor-student relationship. At one time, when Liao Ren'nan was maliciously labeled a kept man, Feng Kuan had taken to Weibo to mockingly criticize him. It was unexpected that they would cross paths again now. "Teacher Liao, you're quite impressive, able to write and sing." While waiting backstage, the Xie brothers struck up a conversation with Liao Ren'nan. Having debuted several years prior, their fame had remained lukewarm until they sought a song from Liao Ren'nan's company that he had crafted father after 3 days of refinement, which catapulted the Xie brothers to widespread acclaim. Consequently, they held a deep sense of gratitude toward Liao Ren'nan. Although both were older than him, they consistently referred to him as teacher. "You flatter me," Liao Ren'nan chuckled. "By the way, what song are you performing today?" We're still singing father," the Xie brothers replied, feeling somewhat awkward about rehashing an old hit. In recent years, we haven't produced any notable works. When you have time, could you help us write a new song? Liao Ren'nan nodded. Sure, no problem, really, thank you in advance. The Kuai brothers expressed their gratitude, surprised that Liao Ren'nan had agreed on the spot. They had not expected such an unexpected delight given Liao Ren'nan's esteemed creative prowess. At that moment, a throng of people surged into the backstage waiting room, and at the center of the crowd was a middle-aged man dressed in leather attire, adorned with sunglasses and sparkling jewelry. As he made his entrance, numerous young artists stood up to greet him. Brother Cohen is here. The Kuai brothers also rose to acknowledge him. Hello. Phone Cohen merely cast a cursory glance at the two through a few staff members, maintaining an air of aloofness. At that moment, Liao Ren'nan happened to be having his makeup touched up, so he refrained from any particular response. Phone Cohen had nearly walked past, but upon catching sight of Liao Ren'nan, he turned back with a smile and asked the group, "Are you all nervous about the performance?" Brother Cohen, not at all, the Kuai brothers replied hastily. What is there to be nervous about? It's not our first time on stage. Phone Cohen retorted dismissively. You've been milking that song for years, and it's hardly challenging. If you're nervous now, you truly don't belong in this industry. The Kuai brothers exchanged awkward glances, remaining silent. Speaking of whether one is fit for this industry, Liao Ren'nan, were you nervous the first time you performed in front of such a large audience? Phone Cohen suddenly directed his gaze at Liao Ren'nan, his tone laced with sarcasm. Liao Ren'nan replied calmly, I am indeed nervous. Ha, you're quite honest, Phone Cohen scoffed, but if you're nervous, then you shouldn't take the stage. This is the 10th anniversary of Huwaiting, don't mess it up. Unfazed, Liao Ren'nan countered, my nervousness isn't due to my singing ability but rather because I perform slow ballads live. Unlike certain singers who excel at writing songs, layering electronic beats and harmonies, yet have scant lyrics, even if they lip sync, the audience wouldn't notice, so they certainly wouldn't feel nervous. Laughter erupted in the waiting room at Liao Ren'nan's remark. You just wait. Phone Cohen, flustered and at a loss for words, attempted to retort but feared escalating the situation. He left with a parting remark. His demeanor disheveled. Liao Ren'nan remained unfazed, continuing to allow the makeup artist to finish his touch-up. Time passed, and eventually, a staff member hurried over. Teacher Liao, please prepare, it's almost your turn to go on stage. Understood, Liao Ren'nan nodded, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Chapter 11 New song, long time no see. Come on, brother. Kuai raised his fist to cheer for Liao Ren'nan. Liao Ren'nan nodded in acknowledgement. From several seats away, Phone Cohen observed the scene with a disdainful shake of his head. Liao Ren'nan chose to ignore it and followed the staff to the edge of the stage. The host passionately introduced, next, we invite the music producer and singer, Mr. Liao Ren'nan, to present us with the song Long Time No See. The applause erupted, with numerous audience members chanting Liao Ren'nan's name. After all, those who still remembered him after so many years were relics of a bygone era. Bathed in the spotlight, Liao Ren'nan waved and stepped into the center of the stage. As he came to a halt, the spotlight suddenly dimmed, and the large screen at the back of the stage illuminated. The footage revealed a young man with black hair sitting in a CAF, a beautifully crafted latte resting on the table. His obsidian-like narrow eyes were fixed on the entrance, that seemingly gentle yet distant gaze could shatter anyone's heart. The visuals transitioned from afar to close, then back again, finally resting once more on that cup of latte. Simultaneously, the song title Long Time No See appeared, with the lyrics and music credited to Liao Ren'nan. Upon witnessing this brief clip, the once boisterous banquet hall fell into a hushed silence, so quiet one could hear a pin drop. Wow, what an incredible opening effect! Kuai, waiting in the wings, remarked softly. Indeed, it's so artistic. The audience is completely immersed. Xiao Yang chimed in. Phone Cohen stared at the screen, a smirk on his face, embodying the attitude of let's see what this guy is up to. Other artists backstage were equally engrossed, eagerly anticipating the song. Just then, the screen gradually faded to black, and the spotlight shone once more, focusing on Liao Ren'nan. He grasped the microphone with both hands, his brow slightly furrowed, his starry eyes cast downward, exuding a profound sense of melancholy, as if the lovesick character from the vlog had stepped out from the screen. A gentle yet sorrowful piano melody began to play. I arrive in your city, walking the path you took, imagining a life without me. How lonely are you? The somber melody flowed like a gentle stream, simple yet profound. As Liao Ren'nan's voice soared, he effortlessly activated skills such as melancholic song God, immersive experience, and divine vocal talent. Thus, even the simplest lyrics, sung from his lips, were imbued with a magnetic richness. Holding the photo you gave me, that familiar street, only without your image we can never return to that day. These lines flowed slowly, each word straightforward. Yet, when sung by Liao Ren'nan, they were laden with endless emotional narratives, deep and restrained, striking at the very core of one's heart. The other artists backstage were entranced, their faces reflecting a state of rapture. His singing skills are incredible! Kuai exclaimed, unable to contain himself. Not just incredible. It's simply divine. Xiao Yang corrected him. Indeed, I never imagined Liao Ren'nan possessed such formidable talent, he had hidden it too well. Dali shook his head in disbelief. Ha 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 ha. Chao Jinming, astonished and delighted, burst into laughter, resembling a duck's quack. He thought he could calmly enjoy Liao Ren'nan's performance this time, only to be caught off guard by a tremendous surprise. Having transformed from a novice to a bronze level, and then advancing to platinum, he now realized Liao Ren'nan's true identity was that of a king. Chao Jinming resolved to refer to Liao Ren'nan as the song god from now on. Liao God. Hiss. Feng Kuan, who was getting touched up, couldn't help but gasp, causing the makeup artist's hand to tremble, smudging the freshly applied foundation. This producer can sing at such a level? Feng Kuan murmured, his earlier disdain considerably diminished. Liao Ren'nan's vocal prowess truly astonished him. Will you suddenly appear in that corner CAF, I will greet you with a smile, waving hello, and we will sit and chat silently. The song transitioned into the chorus, showcasing the seamless blend of lyrics and melody. As Liao Ren'nan sang this segment, the audience began to shift in their seats, finally understanding the purpose of the vlog shown earlier. They couldn't help but reflect on their own past experiences. Liao Ren'nan, still with his starry eyes downcast, infused his voice with even greater sorrow. How I long to see you, to witness your recent changes, no longer reminiscing about the past, just exchanging pleasantries, to say to you, just to say, long time no see. As Liao Ren'nan delivered the final lines, it felt as if he were softly whispering in one's ear. The lyrics conveyed a sense of carefree liberation, yet simultaneously stirred an internal struggle, evoking a heart-wrenching pain, ultimately leading to a sense of calm and release. It was a wondrous sensation, indescribable in words. This song is so beautiful. Indeed, it truly is a magnificent piece, so lovely. The melody is intricate, but the singer's interpretation elevates it even further. I feel like crying, sob sob sob. Numerous audience members expressed their admiration, engaging in hushed conversations with those beside them. Some had teary eyes, while others discreetly wiped away their tears. This song is of exceptional quality. In the guest area, a group of industry dignitaries looked at Liao Ren'nan with astonishment in their eyes. They had attended numerous banquets and heard many singers perform, yet only a select few had earned such praise from them. Su Xue, this song is quite delightful. I never expected your husband to be so talented. The entertainment mogul, seated in the VIP area with his legs crossed, grinned at Su Xue. Su Xue was at a loss for words. Oh, I forgot, you two are divorced. The entertainment mogul realized, casting a glance at Su Xue, sighed, I never imagined Liao Ren'nan possessed such remarkable singing abilities. It is quite a pity. He. Su Xue awkwardly responded, maintaining a facade of calm while her heart simmered with rage. A pity, is it a pity that I divorced Liao Ren'nan? However, due to his esteemed status, Su Xue refrained from voicing her thoughts. Had he been of lesser fame, she would have undoubtedly retorted without hesitation. Beyond her frustration, Su Xue felt a pang of bitterness. Such a beautiful song, did Liao Ren'nan truly write it? Did he really sing it? In the past, when others praised Liao Ren'nan, she felt a sense of joy. But now that they were divorced, if he became even more exceptional, she could only feel resentment. On stage, Liao Ren'nan continued to sing, the song entering its repetitive phase. I arrive in your city, walking the path you took, imagining a life without me. How lonely are you? Compared to the initial surprise upon hearing the song, the audience now found themselves immersed in its depths, delicately savoring the tale woven within. This was a song that reminisced about love, a tribute to the past and a longing for her. Time had passed, and people had drifted apart. In this vast sea of humanity, the chances of two people reuniting were slim. Perhaps you were no longer in this city, yet I still harbored various fantasies, simple and pure. I yearned to see how you were faring. I wished to know if you had long or short hair now. I wanted to see whether your expression was relaxed or wearied. I longed to discover if you still enjoyed that same cup of coffee. Chapter 12, all enveloped. Will you suddenly appear in the CAF at the corner? I will greet you with a smile, waving hello, and we will sit and chat. Liao Ren'nan's melodious voice resonated softly, immersing all present in the song's profound ambience. Regardless of the winding paths traversed, there remains a yearning for the return of those once familiar faces. Yet, upon encountering these strangely familiar individuals once more, it seems that only a gentle, long time no see, is uttered, knowing you are well, and I am content. How I long to meet you, to see how you have changed, to no longer reminiscing about the past, merely exchanging pleasantries, just to say to you, simply to say, long time no see. Liao Ren'nan's tender voice enveloped the audience, as if whispering in their ears. It conveyed deep sorrow, intertwined with a wealth of regret, such exquisite charm. As Liao Rennan's singing gradually softened, the accompanying melody also faded gently, concluding with a silent final note. The audience erupted into thunderous applause, a sound so vibrant it seemed capable of lifting the roof. Some among them applauded while tears streamed down their faces, discreetly wiping away their sorrowful drops, all too aware of the shared understanding. Who among us has not experienced youthful folly, whose love story lacks regret? Out on stage, Liao Ren'nan slowly opened his eyes, feeling as though he had traversed realms. Empowered by the skills of the melancholy song god, immersive experience, and divine vocal talent, Liao Ren'nan delivered long time no see with unparalleled artistry. This sensation was truly exhilarating. Hearing the fervent applause from the audience, Liao Ren'nan offered a gentle smile and softly said, "Thank you." He then bowed to the crowd. As he bowed, the applause erupted once more, this time in appreciation for Liao Ren'nan himself, elevating the atmosphere to a new pinnacle. What a beautiful song! Indeed, I completely lost myself in it. The audience clapped while whispering amongst themselves, their faces radiating admiration. Meanwhile, the artists backstage exhibited a myriad of expressions, many left agape, unable to conceal their astonishment. Liao Rennan's performance had genuinely surprised them. The Stick brothers had long since been captivated by Liao Rennan's talent. Their own creations leaned towards electronic music, designed to energize the crowd, but Liao Rennan's father had garnered an abundance of tears, yet, it had not achieved the same effect as tonight's performance. Furthermore, the Stick brothers were slated to perform next, intending to lift the crowd's spirits, but with the audience's emotions so deeply stirred by Liao Ren'nan, how would they manage to perform? It seemed a daunting task. The previously arrogant Feng Kun now lacked his usual bravado. As a singer, he could sense Liao Rennan's prowess with just a few notes. His enunciation was crystal clear, emotions rich, the melody flowing as smoothly as a mountain stream. With such talent, how had Liao Ren'nan remained hidden in the shadows for so many years? Surely, he could dominate the music scene upon his return. The thought left Feng Kun feeling uneasy. He was to perform last, yet he couldn't guarantee that he could match even half of Liao Rennan's impact. The spotlight had been entirely seized by him. Damn! Witnessing the overwhelming response, Zhao Jinming joined in the applause, exhilarated. He was well acquainted with Liao Ren'nan, fully aware of the struggles he had faced over the years. When Liao Ren'nan had suddenly announced his marriage, he had suspected there was more to the story. Now, it appeared his suspicions were confirmed. No wonder Liao Ren'nan had always seemed so melancholic. He had been harboring so much within. This young man had truly endured a great deal. Additionally, the esteemed guests in the VIP area were also captivated by Liao Rennan's voice, whispering among themselves as they speculated about the young man's background. What is the name of this singer? The speaker was Han Shangyo, the vice president of Douyin, who had also been drawn into Liao Rennan's performance, reminiscing about moments that one of his age ought not to ponder. Vice President, his name is Liao Ren'nan. He used to be a songwriter, composing numerous songs, but he retreated from the spotlight after getting married, only recently making a comeback. Ah, that explains it. Han Shangyo nodded, then inquired, by the way, don't we still have an opening for a position in Heavenly Voice? Yes, we are still in need of another singer. Han Shangyo remarked with intrigue, so, do you think Liao Ren'nan could fill that role? Vice President, I doubt Liao Ren'nan is suitable. He is merely a newcomer without much fame. Our roster consists of established artists. Han Shangyo's expression darkened. A newcomer? Did you not just mention that he has written many songs, and among the confirmed list, are there not several rising stars? As for his talent, do you truly believe he lacks it? It's not that, I just think, Han Shangyo interrupted decisively, enough of your thoughts, reach out to Liao Rennan's manager and finalize this arrangement. As for internal matters, I will discuss them with the producer. Understood. Hurry and take care of it. Han Shangyo's eyes gleamed with growing excitement. As Douyin's vice president overseeing multiple seasons of Heavenly Voice, he had witnessed countless performances, honing his exceptional discernment. Just from a single song, he recognized that Liao Ren'nan harbored immense potential, likely destined to rise to the level of a superstar, because high notes are easily found, but low notes are rare. A voice of such exquisite quality as Liao Rennan's is truly a one in a billion treasure. As the song concluded, Liao Ren'nan retreated backstage. Zhao Jinming had been waiting, handing him a bottle of water while giving him a thumbs up. That was incredible. I adore you. Come on, Lao Chao, that's a bit too much, Liao Ren'nan replied, taking a sip of water. Zhao Jinming chuckled awkwardly. Alright, I won't say it again. Let's go watch the performance in the audience area. Liao Ren'nan glanced at his watch. I'm not really in the mood to watch anymore. Perhaps I'll just head home now. Zhao Jinming was taken aback. No, my brother, there's a celebration banquet later. Aren't you coming? Liao Ren'nan shook his head. There's nothing to attend, it's just business networking. You can go in my stead. Bei Bei will be out of school soon. I want to spend more time with her. Chao Jinming nodded, patiently guiding. I understand you're a doting father, but it's only 6 o'clock. We can swing by the banquet hall and leave after a quick look. It won't take much time. Besides, you're the guest performer. It would be nothing for me to attend in your place. Liao Ren'nan smiled, patting Chao Jinming on the shoulder. Fine, you can go on my behalf. By the way, where are your car keys? Lend them to me. You'll be drinking in Shun Tea Drive. Chao Jinming hesitated but eventually handed over the keys. Liao Ren'nan accepted them without hesitation. I'll be on my way then. Just make sure to drink less. Okay. Chao Jinming was momentarily speechless, wanting to say something more but ultimately refrained. Is this how you treat your superior? Chapter 13 Impressive, business tycoons actively seeking favor. Before long, the ceremony concluded successfully. The pinnacle of the celebration was undoubtedly when Liao Ren'nan performed Long Time No See. Following him, Feng Kuan took to the stage as the headlining star. Despite his utmost efforts to energize the audience, he only managed to elicit a modest wave of applause, falling far short of a climactic moment. This left Feng Kuan both exhausted and disheartened. Subsequently, after a brief intermission, everyone prepared to transition seamlessly into the banquet. The grand hall was filled to capacity, with over 100 tables set. The business magnates occupied the central tables, while the performers sat encircling this nucleus, with the remaining seats taken by the management and staff of Douyin. As for Chao Jinming, representing Liao Ren'nan, he naturally found himself at the table with the actors. Moments later, the banquet commenced in earnest. Laughter and conversation flowed freely as guests indulged in food and drink, creating a warm and congenial atmosphere. After a while, individuals began to toast across tables. Some lesser-known actors and artists, unable to contain themselves, eagerly approached the VIP tables to toast the business tycoons in hopes of forging potential collaborations. These industry titans were undoubtedly the financial backers they sought. Once the toasting began, a hush fell over the room, as moderation is key in such rituals to avoid offending anyone. Just then, the vice president of Douyin, Han Shanyo, was seen approaching the actors' table, a glass of wine in hand. The few artists dining were taken aback. This vice president oversaw numerous popular variety shows, and his creation, The Sound of Heaven, was a standout among them, brimming with valuable resources. To catch his eye would be akin to obtaining a golden key to instant stardom. Being toasted by Vice President Han was indeed a momentous honor. Sitting idly, Su Xue noticed Han approaching, her eyes brightening with joy, though she made an effort to temper her excitement. While she felt proud to receive such recognition from Han, she also believed she deserved it. Feng Kuan, too, noticed Han and instinctively touched his glass. He had already been designated as the lead singer for the upcoming season of The Sound of Heaven. Although it was a result of his studio's relentless efforts, it nonetheless affirmed his worth. Moreover, as the most renowned singer among the group, if Han wasn't coming for him, who else could he be seeking? With steady steps, Han Shangyo made his way past Su Xue's table and Feng Kuan's, eventually stopping before Chao Jinming, lifting his glass in salute. The sight left the young actors in utter astonishment. They had not anticipated that a director from a television station could command such respect, enough to have Vice President Han personally come down to toast him. Su Xue and Feng Kuan exchanged incredulous glances, grappling with the reality of the situation. How could a director from the Magic City television be so prominent, when had Chao Jinming and Liao Ren'nan established such a connection with the powerful Han? Even Chao Jinming himself was momentarily bewildered. Earlier, several actresses had inundated him with drinks, leaving him in a daze. Now, the surprise of Han's approach was overwhelming, causing him to momentarily forget to respond. Han, sensing the awkwardness, offered a polite smile, clinked glasses with Chao Jinming, and downed his red wine in one gulp. It was only then that Chao Jinming regained his composure and followed suit, but he still felt utterly perplexed. Clearly, Han sought to curry favor with him, but what treasure did he possess to warrant such attention from this esteemed figure? The mystery eluded him. After finishing his drink, Han surveyed the room and casually remarked, "Director Chao, why haven't I seen your partner Liao Ren'nan?" In truth, after witnessing Liao Ren'nan's performance, Han had instructed his assistant to reach out to him. However, he soon discovered that Liao had recently made a comeback as an independent producer and was currently uncontracted. Lacking any means of contact, Han felt a surge of urgency. He was concerned that proceeding through the proper channels would consume too much time, especially since there was only one remaining spot in the star-studded lineup of The Sound of Heaven, which could be filled at any moment by another celebrity. Additionally, he worried about Liao's availability. The sooner they could finalize an agreement, the more secure he would feel. Thus, as soon as the celebration ended, he began searching for Liao Ren'nan, hoping to strike a deal, but his efforts proved fruitless. "Hello, President Han." Liao Ren'nan had to leave due to some matters. Chao Jinming finally realized, understanding that Han was interested in Liao. "Oh, I see." Han's expression shifted to one of disappointment. After a moment's contemplation, he produced his business card and handed it to Chao Jinming. "I would like to invite Mr. Liao Ren'nan to participate in our show, The Sound of Heaven. I wonder if he has any availability? Chao Jinming could hardly believe his ears. You mean the show The Sound of Heaven? Han nodded affirmatively. Yes, we are still in need of another singer. What do you think about Mr. Liao Ren'nan? Absolutely. Before Han could finish, Chao Jinming interjected decisively. Haha, a smile broke across Han's face. But, do you have the authority to make that decision? Shouldn't we verify this with Mr. Liao himself? I will certainly consult Liao Ren'nan, Chao Jinming beamed widely. However, based on my understanding of him, he should agree. After all, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Liao Ren'nan is truly exceptional, he just needs this chance. Han's spirits lifted. Then it's settled, you must convey my invitation clearly and persuade Liao Ren'nan to participate in the program. Of course, no problem. Waiter, over here. Han signaled for the waiter to refill their glasses, raising his cup. Here's to you, and thank you for your assistance. Chao Jinming felt a twinge of anxiety. It's no trouble at all. In fact, I should be toasting you, Han smiled kindly. It's all the same. Around them, many were left astounded by the unfolding scene. Meanwhile, seated at her table, Su Xue's face had darkened to a shade resembling liver, her heart heavy with indignation. Liao Ren'nan was going to participate in The Sound of Heaven. Did he even possess the qualifications for such an honor? How could this be possible? It was pure luck. At another table, Feng Kuan was equally dismayed, feeling as though he could scrape the floor with his toes in embarrassment. How could his spotlight be stolen by a once prominent producer? He struggled to accept this reality. Liao Ren'nan was utterly detestable. Oh, Feng Kuan is here too, let us share a drink. After finishing his conversation with Chao Jinming, Han intended to return to his table but, upon locking eyes with Feng Kuan, approached him instead. Feng Kuan immediately stood, lowering his glass. Greetings, President Han. It is my honor to share a drink with you. Han chuckled lightly. The Sound of Heaven is about to premiere. I look forward to your exciting performance. Thank you for your kind words. Feng Kuan beamed, his earlier displeasure dissipating significantly. Liao Ren'nan was nothing more than a mere pawn in the program. He was the one truly vying for the title of King of Singers. Just wait and see. Chapter 14. Is Li Qianma a husband control? In the luxurious residential area of Jinqiu, Daddy, your pancakes are truly delicious. Liao Bei exclaimed, devouring the pancakes with gusto, her chubby cheeks resembling oversized buns. Liao Ren'nan chuckled, if they are tasty, feel free to indulge, especially with the vegetables. You must finish them all. Liao Bei had a notorious habit of being a picky eater, favoring only meat and fish while shunning greens and vegetables. To prevent her from suffering nutritional imbalances due to her selective diet, Liao Ren'nan consistently prepared a variety of culinary delights for her. From vegetable salads to spinach meat buns, carrot juice to potato meat patties. Liao Bei took a bite of the pancake. I know, Daddy, you're so naggy. Liao Ren'nan was momentarily at a loss for words. Ding-a-ling. Liao Ren'nan pulled out his phone to find a call from Chao Jinming. Ugh. Before Liao Ren'nan could respond, an unusual sound echoed from the other end. He held the phone a bit farther away. Old Chao, are you alright? What do you mean, am I alright? I've nearly downed a bottle of red wine. I can't fathom how those people can drink so much. Thankfully, I've got some experience. I had a few fatty meat slices beforehand and drank a bottle of milk, or else I'd be feeling even worse right now. Liao Ren'nan laughed heartily, as expected of my old buddy Chao. But isn't this just a casual gathering? Why are you drinking so much? I'm just feeling jubilant. Chao Jinming's laughter resonated through the phone. I have some good news for you. Brace yourself, the president of Douyin has invited you to participate in Heavenly Voice. Liao Ren'nan hesitated for a moment. I think I'll pass. Won't I just be a stepping stone for others? Chao Jinming, sounding tipsy, stammered, I know that, but you're just starting out. If you can make an appearance on Heavenly Voice, your fame will surely soar. Many artists yearn for such an opportunity. Alright then, you go ahead and finalize it. Liao Ren'nan stated decisively. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, and he inquired, by the way, the recording schedule for the show doesn't conflict with my time with Bei Bei, does it? No conflict at all. I've checked, the recordings are all in the afternoon, so it won't disrupt your father-daughter bonding time. Liao Ren'nan acknowledged with a sound, good. I knew you'd agree, let's leave it at that for now. I'll catch up with you tomorrow, bye. Yes, old Chao, how are you doing now? Do you need me to call a taxi for you? No need, I'm perfectly fine, hanging up now. Goodbye. As soon as Liao Ren'nan hung up, Liao Bei leaned in closer. Daddy, are you going to participate in Heavenly Voice? Liao Ren'nan shot her a stern look. How can you eavesdrop on adult conversations? That's quite impolite. Liao Bei cheered. Ah, is that true? Daddy is amazing. I can boast to my classmates that my dad is a great singer. Wow. Hearing this, Liao Ren'nan couldn't help but chuckle. In truth, he felt somewhat taken aback by the invitation to Heavenly Voice, yet it also seemed entirely expected. Classics like Later and Long Time No See from his past life, even if they don't become immensely popular in this life, would surely stir some waves. With a plethora of extraordinary singing skills at his disposal, he was determined to pursue a career in entertainment in this life as well. So for now, let everything unfold naturally. Summer Country, Magic City International Airport. Li Qianma, Li Qianma, Li Qianma. Goddess, I love you. Amidst the cheers and gasps of her fans, Li Qianma followed her assistant toward the exit. Occasionally, she would smile at the fans and remind them to be careful. In the past 2 days, Li Qianma had completed the necessary procedures for her return to the country. She had few contacts in the beautiful country, and with some connections in the entertainment industry, this breach of contract had not significantly impacted her. It remained within an acceptable range. However, there is no wall that doesn't let the wind through. News of her return quickly spread across the nation, and many fans flocked to the airport to welcome her. As Li Qianma entered the VIP passage, her fans ceased to follow. Upon arriving at the airport's underground parking lot, she spotted a familiar figure. Yu Wei! Li Qianma exclaimed in surprise. Hi, Qianma, I didn't expect your fame to remain so high in the country. Lin Yu Wei opened the door of her Maybach. Put your luggage here. Hurry, get in. Of course, who could resist my charm? Li Qianma replied playfully as she settled into the passenger seat. Lin Yu Wei's gaze suddenly fixed on Li Qianma, exclaiming, Oh my, you finally decided to come back. Your uncle and aunt must be overjoyed. When Li Qianma resolutely chose to develop her career overseas, her parents were the ones she missed the most. She cried for many days over this decision. Yes, indeed, Li Qianma nodded, feeling a twinge of guilt. Lin Yu Wei suddenly embraced her tightly, saying, You can't leave again after coming back this time. I've missed you so much. I won't leave. Li Qianma declared resolutely. It seems the charm of men is indeed boundless. By the way, have you been in touch with him? What do you mean by the charm of men? Li Qianma felt somewhat embarrassed. Who are you referring to? Liao Ren'nan, are you still pretending with me? Lin Yu Wei teased with a wink. It's not like that. Upon hearing his name, Li Qianma's face flushed, leaving her momentarily speechless. Still in denial, huh? What a waste of my insider information about him that I prepared for you, which hasn't even been reported by the media. Seems like it won't be needed now. Li Qianma's eyes lit up. What news do you have? Lin Yu Wei mischievously replied, Your brother Liao has a new song. Li Qianma's eyes darted around. All right, I admit it. I knew it. Lin Yu Wei laughed heartily. Here, let me show you. I used to think Liao Ren'nan was talented, but I didn't realize he could sing so beautifully. Li Qianma took the phone and began to watch intently. On the screen was Liao Ren'nan singing Long Time No See. The shot was centered and crystal clear. As she listened to the song, tears began to stream down her face unexpectedly. You were just denying it, and now look at you, your makeup is all ruined from crying, you look terrible. Lin Yu Wei handed her a tissue with a smile, but you can't deny it. This song truly brings tears. Even I, an outsider, was moved to tears. Li Qianma nodded. Yes, the song is wonderful, and he sings it beautifully. Lin Yu Wei smirked. Tsk, look at you, so infatuated. Stop it, I'm not as you say. Li Qianma recalled something and asked, By the way, Yu Wei, your family has resources for Heavenly Voice, right? Lin Yu Wei blinked her big eyes. Yes, why? Li Qianma cautiously inquired, Are they still looking for singers for the show? I'm not sure about that. Lin Yu Wei responded, then smirked. I see, you want Liao Ren'nan to participate, don't you? Yes. Li Qianma admitted without hesitation. Tsk, Lin Yu Wei marveled. I never expected our great goddess Li to be such a husband control. Li Qianma's face flushed. That's not it. I just think he is talented, and more people should see him. Lin Yu Wei crossed her arms. Admit it, if you don't, then I won't help you. I admit it, I am a husband control. Lin Yu Wei nodded in satisfaction and began contacting others. After a series of that's wonderful, no problem exchanges, Lin Yu Wei hung up the phone. What's the situation? Li Qianma asked nervously. Here's the deal, originally, there was one vacancy for a singer, but now a candidate has been chosen. Guess who that person is? It wouldn't be Liao Ren'nan, would it? Lin Yue smiled. Bingo, you guessed it right. Li Qianma cheered. That is fantastic. Lin Yue shook her head. Look at how happy you are. I must say, Liao Ren'nan is indeed fortunate, having such a stunning beauty like you so close. Even I, as a woman, feel a twinge of jealousy. Li Qianma suddenly sighed. It's just a shame I don't know when I'll get to see him. Lin Yue retorted playfully. Look at you, so anxious. I have a way. After a hushed conversation, Li Qianma gave Lin Yue a thumbs up. I haven't heard you mention having a boyfriend. How do you know so much? Lin Yue raised an eyebrow proudly. Haven't you heard? I've never seen a pig run, but I've eaten pork. Li Qianma rolled her eyes at her. All right, let us do it your way. Chapter 15. Have you misunderstood something? Unbeknownst to him, time had slipped away until it was 10 o'clock in the evening. Although tomorrow marked the arrival of Saturday and Liao Bei was spared from school, Liao Ren'nan, considering that children are in a crucial growth phase, decided to coax her to sleep early. Gazing at his daughter's creamy complexion, her lips curving into a smile in her slumber, Liao Ren'nan felt a profound sense of contentment. Ensuring his daughter's happiness had become his paramount responsibility. Liao Bei, like a cozy little cotton-padded jacket, was not only remarkably obedient and sensible but often uttered surprising remarks that brought him great joy, warming his heart immensely. Noticing that the night was still young, Liao Ren'nan opted to stream a science fiction film, intending to embark on a fantastical journey within the realm of imagination. Since his divorce from Su Xue, Liao Ren'nan had been living a remarkably carefree life. He no longer had to worry about sudden outbursts from Su Xue or be overwhelmed by the ceaseless chores of household matters. He could do as he pleased, with time entirely his own. It was an unprecedented liberation. Meanwhile, on the other side, Su Xue staggered home, pushing the door open and collapsing onto the sofa, her high heels carelessly tossed aside. Mom, please make me a cup of honey water, Su Xue called out hoarsely that evening. After attending a celebratory banquet hosted by Whiting Media, she had hurried off to another soiree, dining with advertisers for the upcoming quarter. Although she co-owned a company with several artists under her wing, she inevitably had to indulge in a few drinks with clients. Such was the drinking culture in Xia country. At that moment, the alcohol surged through her, leaving her throat parched and her head pounding. Upon hearing her voice, Hirume emerged from her room clad in a nightgown, her expression dark. It's so late. Why are you shouting? Are you trying to disturb everyone's sleep? Look at you, drunk out of your mind, utterly disheveled. I don't even know how to address this, Su Xue slurred, her tongue tangled. I'm doing this for work. I feel like I'm dying. Just hurry and make me a cup of honey water. In the past, Su Xue often found herself drinking to excess during social engagements. Each time, Liao Ren'nan would prepare her honey water, which proved remarkably effective in alleviating her headaches. Hirume shot her a glare, handing her a glass of plain water. You brought this upon yourself. Perhaps this will teach you a lesson. There is no honey water. Just drink the plain water if you like. Mom, why are you so lazy? Su Xue clutched her head, finally noticing the disarray in the living room, unable to resist complaining. Oh dear, you've been lounging around all day and haven't tidied up the room at all. Look at the mess. Hey, you're lecturing me now, feeling a bit too independent, are we? Do you think I'm a burden? Su Xue was rendered speechless. No, that's not what I meant. Hirume retorted, that is exactly what you meant. Your father left early, and I've raised you alone. Do you have any idea how much effort it took to get you to this point? You owe me much of your success. Now that your career is flourishing, you've started to disdain me. Speaking to me in such a tone, Hirume launched into a litany of grievances. This only exacerbated Su Xue's headache, and she conceded, All right, I'll act as if I never said anything. I promise I won't speak like this again. You'd better remember that. Hirume snapped before retreating to her room. As Su Xue could only shake her head in exasperation, taking a sip of the hot water, she nearly burned her mouth, the heat jolting her back to reality. With a wail, she lamented, What is this madness? The following day, Liao Ren'nan received a call from the manager of the CAF expressing gratitude for the influx of customers he had brought in, offering him complimentary VIP cards. His initial reaction was to decline, feeling undeserving of such generosity. After all, he believed he had not contributed anything of note. However, the CAF manager was insistent, suggesting that if Liao Ren'nan found the VIP cards unsatisfactory, they could be exchanged for an equivalent amount in RMB. Faced with this, Liao Ren'nan reluctantly agreed to accept the VIP cards. After breakfast, he took Liao Bei to the CAF. Upon arrival, he was astonished to find the establishment completely packed. It was undeniable, traffic was the key to wealth. A single song had doubled the CAF's business. It had transformed into a popular hotspot. This revelation surprised Liao Ren'nan. Before long, the CAF owner personally expressed his gratitude to Liao Ren'nan, presenting him with 4 VIP cards. With these cards, he could enjoy complimentary coffee throughout the year, should he so desire. Moreover, the owner invited him to experience a VIP room, allowing him to savor the ambience. Unable to refuse, Liao Ren'nan agreed to give it a try. However, upon entering the private room, he discovered it was already occupied. A youthful girl sat there. In truth, the girl in the room was Li Qianma. The idea of the CAF bestowing VIP cards had been concocted by Lin Yue, intended to facilitate a serendipitous encounter between her and Liao Ren'nan. At that moment, Li Qianma gazed at the man before her, and memories from 6 years ago flooded her mind. Back then, she was undergoing a voice change, her vocal condition poor, she needed a song for promotion. Liao Ren'nan had specifically brought her to the CAF for vocal training. He had even ordered her a cup of coffee, patiently teaching her how to sing. At that time, she thought the coffee was delightful, and so was Liao Ren'nan. Now, even more so, reflecting on this, Li Qianma felt her eyes welling with emotion, her heart racing. Teacher Liao, it's been a long time. Who are you? Liao Ren'nan replied, utterly confused. Li Qianma fell silent. Those words struck her like a bolt from the blue. Shouldn't he say, it's been a long time, why wasn't he following the script? I'm Li Qianma. The man remained as bewildered as ever. Li Qianma felt embarrassed. Teacher Liao, you wouldn't have forgotten me, would you? Liao Ren'nan was even more perplexed. Little girl, should I know you? Li Qianma pouted, the 2 new songs you've written recently were both for me, weren't they? Upon hearing this, Liao Ren'nan cleared his throat. Little girl, you may be mistaken about something. Li Qianma. That single statement left her utterly astounded. What? He had no feelings for her whatsoever, he didn't even remember her name. Had it all been one-sided on her part from the beginning? Had it always been this way, then and now? Li Qianma awkwardly asked. No, Teacher Liao, have you forgotten everything? 6 years ago, you wrote songs for me right here in the CAF. Liao Ren'nan furrowed his brow but offered no response. Having spent over 6 years at home caring for a child, he had forgotten many trivialities, and coupled with the awakening of the system, his memories from 2 lifetimes had become muddled, making it even more difficult to recall specific details. Liao Ren'nan genuinely had no recollection of her. Li Qianma. A pang of despair struck her. In that moment of silence, one could almost hear the sound of her heart breaking. Both stood awkwardly in place. Daddy, what are you doing? Suddenly, Liao Ren'nan's head popped into view from behind. Just finished in the restroom. Liao Ren'nan ruffled her hair affectionately. Liao Ren'nan replied softly, her eyes fixed on Li Qianma without blinking. This must be your daughter, she is so adorable. Li Qianma bent down to admire the girl, her face lighting up with a smile. Liao Ren'nan's gaze fell upon her face, and she exclaimed, you're Li Qianma, the original singer of Jasmine Blossom? I am Moi. Chapter 16. Is this the generation gap? The fans of Li Qianma affectionately refer to themselves as Squid. Really, that's wonderful. Li Qianma smiled and nodded, her heart swelling with a mix of surprise and delight. Who would have thought that Liao Ren'nan was actually one of her little fans? Since she couldn't find any common ground with Liao Ren'nan, perhaps she could make a breakthrough through his daughter? Wouldn't that save time in bridging the distance? Jasmine flowers are blooming? At the sound of their conversation, Liao Ren'nan's heart sank unexpectedly. 6 years ago, he indeed wrote that song, so he felt that the words spoken by the young girl must hold some truth. Yet, he struggled to recall any details about her. Meanwhile, Liao Ren'nan was already bouncing with joy, tugging at Liao Ren'nan's pant leg with excitement. Dad, you're amazing, even the goddess Li Qianma knows you. She took a few small steps forward and leaned closer to Li Qianma, exclaiming, Goddess Li Qianma, you're so beautiful, even more so than in real life. All the kids in my class know your name and can dance to your song. Really? Li Qianma replied, her happiness evident. Of course it's true. I never lie. As Liao Ren'nan spoke, she took a few steps back and twisted her still developing waist, looking utterly adorable. Each of her movements adhered perfectly to the standard. Witnessing this, Li Qianma's smile widened even further as she clapped, exclaiming, Wow, Bei Bei, you're fantastic. Li Qianma, you're even more beautiful than on television. Liao Ren'nan returned the compliment. Upon hearing this, Liao Ren'nan corrected her. Bei Bei, didn't I tell you not to address elders by their names? You should call her sister. Sister. Liao Ren'nan barely managed to utter a syllable before Li Qianma interjected, Little friend, I'm quite a bit older than you. Calling me sister seems a bit inappropriate, just call me auntie. Liao Ren'nan, this little girl looked to be in her early 20s. Calling her sister didn't seem wrong at all. Besides, don't women generally prefer to be addressed as younger? Liao Ren'nan cast a bewildered glance at her father, who nodded in response. Auntie Qianma, Liao Ren'nan called out in a sweet, childish voice. Bei Bei is so well behaved. Li Qianma chuckled, her beauty radiating even more. This left Liao Ren'nan perplexed, unsure of the situation. Could this truly be the generation gap? However, seeing the two of them, one eager to engage and the other willing to oblige, he refrained from saying much. Liao Ren'nan and Li Qianma, like fish in water, held hands and began to chat casually, occasionally demonstrating dance moves. Liao Ren'nan stood to the side, feeling it best to remain silent. He found a place to sit and ordered a latte, also getting a drink for both Liao and Bei and Li Qianhua, watching Liao and Bei excitedly converse with her idol filled Liao Ren'nan with immense joy. His daughter's happiness was his own. He felt grateful to Li Qianhua, even though he couldn't fully recall their past interactions, but witnessing a major star being so approachable with a child was indeed a rare sight. As time had elapsed, Liao Ren'nan grew concerned that Bei Bei's enthusiasm might become bothersome to Li Qianhua, prompting him to glance at his watch and remind, "It's already 10 o'clock, Bei Bei. We should head back. I need to prepare lunch soon. Besides, the subway will be quite crowded soon." "All right, Dad." Though she agreed verbally, Liao and Bei cast a reluctant glance at Li Qianhua. Seizing the moment, Li Qianhua suggested, "How about I drive you back? It's not convenient for a child to take the subway at this hour." "That might not be appropriate," Liao Ren'nan replied. Li Qianhua smiled sweetly, "It's no trouble at all." "Yay, awesome, thank you, Auntie Qianhua." Liao Ren'nan's voice was loud enough to be heard, but it was drowned out by Liao and Bei's jubilant cheer. "Hee, Bei Bei is such a good girl. Let us go." Upon hearing this title, Li Qianhua felt a rush of delight. Liao Ren'nan, feeling a bit disoriented, followed the two. After all, they had made their decision. The trio quickly concealed themselves and took the elevator down to the underground parking garage. Li Qianhua's vehicle was an imported BMW, starting at $1 million. Yet, in her hands, such a luxury car resembled a mere toy. As they exited the garage, Liao Ren'nan mentioned a high bump that might scrape the bottom of the car and offered to check it, but Li Qianhua swiftly stopped him, speeding past instead. Liao Ren'nan's heart ached for the car, while her expression remained unfazed. Not only did she navigate out of the garage, but she also brushed past the exit gate without a second glance, treating the vehicle as though it were a plaything. At that moment, Liao Ren'nan noticed that Li Qianhua was adorned in high-end designer labels worth half a car, and the perfume she wore was rich yet not overwhelming, likely costing several tires worth. Coupled with her status as a superstar, she undoubtedly was not short on funds. With this realization, Liao Ren'nan grew accustomed to the idea. Of course, it was apparent to Liao Ren'nan that Li Qianhua was quite nonchalant about the car, but her driving skills were impressive. She remembered to fasten her seatbelt, check the vehicle's instruments, there was no road rage, and at intersections, she slowed down appropriately to avoid pedestrians. Liao Ren'nan felt that she surpassed most female drivers. Initially apprehensive, he now sat comfortably in the passenger seat, enjoying the city's scenery. To be honest, this was the first time he had ridden in a car driven by a woman, and it inexplicably brought him a sense of relaxation. Until now, he had always been Su Xue's personal driver. Just one phone call from Su Xue, even at 2 or 3 in the morning, would send him rushing over. Otherwise, he wouldn't find peace for days. Just thinking about it left him exhausted. 15 minutes later, Li Qianhua parked the car outside a residential building in the Jinsho community. To avoid being recognized by nearby residents, she still wore a mask. "Bei Bei, is your home in this building?" Liao and Bei nodded. "No, after my parents divorced, we are temporarily living here." Li Qianhua surveyed the surroundings. "Oh, the environment here is quite nice. It has a warm feel to it, I like it." Liao and Bei blinked her eyes cutely and said, "Auntie Qianhua, if you like it, you should come here to play more often." Ahem. Hearing this, Liao Ren'nan cleared his throat, feeling awkward. He covered his face and shot a stern look at Liao and Bei, as if to say, "Little brat, what nonsense are you saying?" "Well then, I believe I will come back to visit before long," Li Qianhua cheerfully replied, her eyes sparkling with unmistakable fondness. Liao and Bei continued, "If only Auntie Qianhua lived in our neighborhood too." Li Qianhua replied, "Is that possible? I really like it here." Liao Ren'nan noticed the two becoming increasingly off-topic and quickly interjected, "All right, Li Qianhua, thank you for driving us back today. Our home is rather simple, so I want to invite you up, but I hope to see you again soon." Liao Ren'nan's words were quite formal, yet Li Qianhua did not take offense. She simply replied lightly, "Sure, no problem, the show will be starting soon. I look forward to your performance, Teacher Liao." Liao Ren'nan furrowed his brow, remaining silent. Li Qianhua quickly explained, "I happen to hear that you are participating in Heavenly Voices." Liao Ren'nan was disinterested in delving deeper and jokingly remarked, "Oh, I only confirmed my participation last night." "I didn't expect the news to spread so quickly?" Li Qianhua responded promptly, "Yes, entertainment news travels fast." Liao Ren'nan nodded. Li Qianhua sighed in relief, but inwardly lamented, nearly revealing too much. Yet, she secretly wished to expose herself, hoping to express her feelings sooner. What a contradiction. Chapter 17 Culinary Mastery. After bidding farewell to Li Qianhua, Liao Ren'nan ascended the stairs with Bei Bei in tow. Upon returning home, he commenced preparations for lunch, only to find the refrigerator disappointingly bare, containing merely a handful of leftover vegetables. Regret washed over him. He should have ventured to the market that morning to procure some meat, for Liao and Bei was quite the carnivore. What to do now? Just then, a mechanical voice echoed in Liao Ren'nan's mind. Ding, congratulations, host, your glorious points have reached 1 million, triggering an automatic prize exchange. The prize has been successfully exchanged, and you have obtained divine culinary skills. Divine culinary skills instantly enhances your culinary prowess, elevating your cooking techniques to an extraordinary level. Even a simple bowl of fried rice will become a household name, praised by all. In the next moment, Liao Ren'nan felt a sharp pang in his head, and he had already mastered the miraculous cooking techniques. In an instant, he gained a profound understanding of every ingredient, and his culinary abilities underwent a qualitative leap. Elated, he thought that with this newfound skill, he could prepare a myriad of delectable dishes for Liao and Bei. Just what he desired. Gazing at the remaining vegetables in the fridge, Liao Ren'nan felt no sorrow, rather, curiosity sparked within him. He turned to Liao and Bei and said, Bei Bei, I shall prepare a vegetable medley bun for you shortly. Oh, Daddy, what is a vegetable medley bun? Liao and Bei inquired, her curiosity piqued. Liao Ren'nan earnestly explained, it's a bun filled with various diced ingredients, such as vermicelli, tofu, pumpkin, eggplant, and cucumber. Oh. Upon hearing that it was merely a mlang of vegetables, Liao and Bei lost interest and stealthily wandered off to play with her toys. Liao Ren'nan frowned and shook his head, then diligently began to make the buns and kneading the dough, preparing the filling, rolling out the dough to encase the filling and placing them in the steamer all in one fluid motion. Daddy, what is that? It smells so good. Liao and Bei had somehow crept back over. A smile graced Liao Ren'nan's lips. Truly, with divine culinary skills, even the simplest soup dumplings could reach an aromatic pinnacle. This is the vegetable medley bun, and it will be ready to eat shortly. Liao Ren'nan brought out the steamer, accompanied by 2 sets of chopsticks and bowls. Oh, I can't wait. Liao and Bei rubbed her tiny hands together, even drooling slightly. Seeing his daughter in such a state, Liao Ren'nan couldn't help but chuckle. He picked up a bun, blew on it gently to cool it down, and placed it in her bowl. It's not hot anymore. Go ahead and eat. Liao and Bei took a bite, then another, and suddenly fell silent, consumed by her delight. Is the taste peculiar? Liao Ren'nan asked, noticing her expression of rapture. No, Daddy, this bun is simply divine. I want to eat 20 of them. Liao Ren'nan burst into laughter. All right, this entire steamer is yours. Yay, thank you, Daddy. Liao and Bei exclaimed, devouring the buns one after another, entirely lost in her culinary ecstasy. Observing this, Liao Ren'nan chuckled in bemusement. It was evident that her appetite was not lacking. She simply had not encountered any delectable food before. After their meal, Liao Ren'nan gently urged Bei Bei to take a nap. As she dozed off, he settled down to rest as well, receiving a WeChat message from Su Xue. Frowny face, I have urgent matters to attend to at the company tomorrow, so I won't be able to pick up Bei Bei. Tomorrow, being Sunday, was Su Xue's visitation day. Once a week, Liao Ren'nan shook his head in resignation upon reading it. Su Xue truly lacked concern for her daughter. Her indifference persisted even after their divorce. Who among adults isn't busy? If someone is truly significant to you, you would carve out time for her, no matter how hectic life gets. Of course, Liao Ren'nan only felt sympathy for Bei Bei and did not dwell on the matter. After all, the nature of their relationship was beyond his control. Understood. Liao Ren'nan replied, adhering to the formality of such messages. Shortly thereafter, another message arrived. Frowny face, please take good care of her. Liao Ren'nan shook his head and turned off his phone. He felt no obligation to respond to that message. Life continued, mundane yet busy. In the following days, aside from ensuring Bei Bei's nutritional needs were met, Liao Ren'nan accomplished several significant tasks. First, he completed the transfer of car and property ownership with Su Xue's lawyer, signifying his true departure from their shared life. Apart from Liao and Bei, he had no further ties to Su Xue. Second, he officially established a partnership company with Zhao Jinming, aptly named Nanming Entertainment. They poured their heart and soul into this venture, recognizing it as the inception of their dreams. Every investment was worthwhile. Third, Liao Ren'nan signed a contract with a professional institution in Huaxia for work registration agency, entrusting them with the registration of his song copyrights. Should his works be infringed upon and the institution fail to act promptly to defend his rights, they would be liable to pay him substantial compensation. Fourth, after releasing 2 original songs, Liao Ren'nan garnered considerable attention from various music platforms, all vying for him to join. The revenue split offered was 50-50, but Liao Ren'nan boldly demanded an 80-20 split, he receiving 80, while the platform took 20. He firmly believed in the quality of his original works, feeling they warranted such a division. After deliberating for a day or two, the music platform conceded reluctantly. Fifth, the official staff of Heavenly Voice formally signed an agreement with Liao Ren'nan, and the show's recording would commence shortly. 2 days swiftly passed. On May 1st, in the magical city of Chongming Island, the second season of The Heavenly Voice commenced its live broadcast. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to The Heavenly Voice, proudly sponsored by Jufeng Real Estate, Jindafu Gold, and Huawei Artificial Intelligence. This season's participating units include Thumb Entertainment, Penguin Video, Olifilm, Sweet Orange TV, as well as star personal studios like Su Xue Media and Nanning Entertainment. A total of 100 contestants. Let us give them a warm round of applause. Before the camera, He Jiong, clad in a sharp suit, energetically introduced the event. The camera swept backstage, revealing a host of celebrities and idols, seasoned singers like Wang Feng, Ren Xianqi, Hu Haiquan, and Feng Kuan, alongside rising stars such as Yi Shukuan, Wazizhu, and Zhang Yike, not to mention newcomers like Zhang Jie and Liao Ren'nan, all smiling and greeting the audience. After a brief pause, Teacher He continued with the introduction. This episode's competition format has been significantly upgraded, comprising 6 stages. The first stage, frowny face preliminary selection, where judges and media audience will vote to determine the advancing participants. A total of 60 singers will be selected based on a majority vote. The second stage, frowny face 1v1 PK, where contestants face off in one-on-one battles, with judges and media audience voting for the winners. 30 singers will advance from this stage. The third stage, frowny face picture-based songwriting, where participants will be voted on based on their rankings, leading to eliminations. 20 singers will be selected from this stage. The fourth stage, keyword songwriting, where participants will again be voted on based on their rankings, leading to eliminations. 10 singers will advance from this stage. The fifth stage, frowny face $1 million endorsement, where sponsors will select one contestant for direct advancement, with others eliminated based on online voting rankings. 5 singers will proceed from this stage. The sixth stage, frowny face battle of the gods, where the ultimate champion will receive a cash prize of 100 million. With that, the scene shifted. The camera revealed a multi-million-dollar supercar, a key to a luxurious residence, and a giant check framed in gold. Wow! Many star contestants gasped in astonishment, yet Liao Ren'nan merely smiled serenely, having adjusted his mindset. Regardless of how far he progressed in the competition, as long as he could accumulate a certain number of glorious points, he would consider himself a victor in this contest. From the onset of the show, the audience's enthusiasm soared. The allure of $1 million endorsements, luxury cars, and colossal cash prizes captivated countless viewers. The topic of Heavenly Voice surged to the forefront of trending lists across platforms, dominating the news cycle with unmatched fervor. It seems Heavenly Voice is raking in a fortune. The prize money has doubled this time. I'm so envious. If I can just win this competition, my life would be complete. I'm here for Wazizhu, the eternal god of the Huaxia music scene. Where are Yi Shukuan's fans? Quickly assemble. Ah, why wasn't my idol Su Song chosen by the production team? I'm here for the beautiful faces. Zhang Yike, I adore you. To the brother above, you truly are disgusting, opening the door to disgust, disgusting to the core. This feels like a celestial battle among entertainment stars. It's exhilarating. The live chat exploded with excitement. The viewership numbers skyrocketed. 10,000, 20,000, 100,000, 1 million. In less than half an hour since the broadcast commenced, the viewer count surged past 1 million, showing no signs of abating, continuing to rise. Chapter 18 of The Celestial Voice has officially commenced. Now, let me introduce the lineup of mentors for this season. The first is Teacher Lu Wan, renowned as the godfather of mainstream music in Huaxia. The second is Teacher Nain, a diva whose voice is both magnetic and powerful. The third is Teacher Wang Zisong, a pioneering figure in the music industry, a Hall of Fame singer and representative of songwriters. The fourth is the genius lyricist and composer, Teacher Lin Shi. The fifth is the stunning and versatile artist, Teacher Li Qianma. As Teacher He introduces them, each mentor greets the camera in turn. The applause from the audience erupts in waves, particularly when the camera focuses on Li Qianma. The applause reaches a crescendo. Meanwhile, the live chat explodes. Goddess Qianma is mine, so beautiful. After waiting 6 years, Goddess Qianma has finally returned. Seeing Li Qianma again makes me believe in love. Brothers, step aside, let me through. I shall pay my respects first. How annoying, everyone, stop sending messages, I can't see the goddess's breathtaking beauty. Not only the audience, even several artists waiting backstage gasped in awe, captivated by the screen. After all, Li Qianma is hailed as the national goddess, possessing a fair complexion and ethereal beauty, but her looks are beyond words. Moreover, she is still young, in the prime of her blossoming years. What man wouldn't wish to claim such a perfect girl as his own? Upon hearing the introduction of Li Qianma, Liao Ren'nan merely smiled faintly. A couple of days ago, he learned that Li Qianma would be a mentor on The Celestial Voice, and he was quite surprised. Thus, he searched for information about her online. Li Qianma, a child star, comes from a prestigious background and has been catapulted to fame upon her debut. Four artists who ride the coattails of external forces to success. Liao Ren'nan, while not opposed, does not harbor much fondness either. Nonetheless, he admires the fact that since her debut, Li Qianma has remained scandal-free, with no negative press, and has instead produced numerous high-quality works, embodying purity in the entertainment industry. This aspect earns his respect. Now, it is my turn to announce the second season of The Celestial Voice is officially underway. As Teacher He's words resonate, the staff members thud the bronze bell, signifying the official start of the competition. The first event is the drawing of lots to determine the order of performances. Liao Ren'nan draws number 75, placing him towards the latter half of the lineup. The songs for the preliminary selection have already been chosen by the singers, thus there are no advantages or disadvantages based on performance order. Due to the lengthy duration of the competition, each contestant is allocated a private waiting room for better management. Of course, the waiting rooms are not exclusively for the singers, they may invite assistants, mentors, or even celebrity friends to bolster their support and popularity. Furthermore, cameras are installed in every corner of the waiting rooms to showcase the contestants' captivating moments. The large screen flashes with real-time footage of the contestants. In waiting room number 10, Su Xue is surrounded by 5 makeup artists for styling. Zhang Yike, clutching her guitar, wears a somewhat peculiar expression, but behind them, Su Xue stands with her hands on her hips, conveying instructions. Upon noticing the live broadcast lights, she instantly dons a bright smile for the camera, saying, "Darlings, please remember to support the contestants from my studio, love you all." As Su Xue mentioned, Su Xue and Zhang Yike are both artists under the banner of Su Xue Entertainment. She has 2 goals for this competition: firstly, to promote her own singers and strive for a 10 million endorsement. As for the Battle of the Gods, she only dreams about it, considering the reality of their capabilities. Secondly, to overshadow Liao Ren'nan in the show. After she announced her divorce from Liao Ren'nan, some people mockingly commented that she let go of a good man, which irked her greatly. Hence, she aims to use this competition to prove to the entirety of Su Xue that leaving Liao Ren'nan was the right decision. At that moment, the live chat sees a surge of comments. "Zhang Yike is so cultured. Fellow fans of Zhang Yike, come forward. I can't wait to see Flower Goddess's new look. I feel it will be a revelation. Su Xue, I love you, my goddess. My name is Mysterious." Has anyone noticed Su Xue looks even more beautiful after her divorce? Seems she was truly held back by that bloodsucker Liao Ren'nan. My goddess Su's popularity is unmatched. In waiting room number 38, apart from a few assisting staff members, several exquisitely dressed socialites catch the eye in front of the camera. At this moment, Yishukuan, clad in overalls, is showcasing his basketball skills in the room. Whether for the fans or these affluent sponsors, who can tell, Yishukuan is an artist under the leading entertainment company Thumb, heavily promoted and considered one of the favorites to win this time. Observing this scene, the viewers are equally intrigued. Wow, socialites. Drooling. JPG, so handsome. Shukuan's skills have improved, he must have practiced a lot. Yishukuan is so composed, even at such a critical moment, he's still playing ball. I like it. Damn, you are too beautiful, give me back my eyes. Wow, Yishukuan is already working so hard, who would have thought there are still haters? I just want to ask, why was Shukuan assigned to waiting room 38? Is this a slight against his fans? Just noticed, 38. Put. Other waiting rooms are equally lively. A young idol, perhaps too nervous, is trembling all over, while the company's boss and producer each massage one of his hands. Zhang Jia is chatting with several members of the Happy Family. And Rin Xianqi, Hu Haikuan, Feng Kuan, and a multitude of other singers are diligently warming up their voices, preparing for the impending battle. Is it really necessary to be this nervous? Pfft, forgive me for laughing unkindly. What are you laughing at? You're not even as good as they are. Look at the sweat on the boss's forehead. I feel for him. Brother Jia is truly fortunate. Look how loved he is by Nana. I must say, veteran artists are indeed steady. Brother Rin Xianqi, go for it. The chat section of the live platform is flooded with an array of comments. However, when the camera pans to waiting room number 75, the previously vibrant stream of messages abruptly halts. What is going on? Is this for real? On the panoramic screen, the vast waiting room number 75 appears completely empty. The camera sways left and right, finally revealing 2 figures in the corner, their backs turned to the camera, engrossed in some activity. This starkly contrasts with the atmosphere of the other waiting rooms, instantly piquing the audience's curiosity. Quick, arrange for a mobile camera. Reluctantly, the directing team dispatches personnel to capture the scene. A camera operator rushes into waiting room 75, positioning himself behind the 2 individuals. The fixed camera captures the operator's expression, a blend of surprise, awkwardness, and indecision, complex as if suffering from constipation. "What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and start filming," the chief director impatiently barks into the intercom. The camera operator hesitates for a moment but eventually uncovers the lens. The camera zooms in, and closer still. It turns out the two are playing chess. Chapter 19: Playing chess at the competition venue. Incredible, this. In an instant, everyone was taken aback. The crew of The Voice of Heaven were all left wide-eyed and speechless. Even Han Shangyo, the vice president of the show, was astonished by the scene before him, rendered momentarily mute. Ordinarily, as the executive producer, he wouldn't need to be present since the show has a directing team. However, considering that this was the premiere of this season's The Voice, he was concerned about any unforeseen circumstances affecting public perception, so he personally came to the control room to oversee the situation. Yet now, he was utterly dumbfounded. Liao Ren'nan was someone he had personally invited. Could it be that after countless selections, he had unwittingly chosen a harbinger of calamity? How exasperating! At this moment, one of the camera operators wore an expression of pitiful resignation, as if to say, "See, I'm not foolish. Now you understand why I stopped filming, right?" Just as Han Shangyo was feeling a throbbing headache, he suddenly noticed the number of viewers in the split-screen live room. That is to say, the audience watching Liao Ren'nan's backstage livestream had not only remained steady but was actually increasing. 180,000 viewers online. 200,000 viewers online. 230,000 viewers online. Han Shangyo glanced at the comments flooding the chat area. My goodness, they are actually playing chess. This is promoting traditional culture. How bored must these singers be? Nonetheless, the selection round of The Voice is indeed tedious. Who is this guy? He is all about authenticity, haha. I looked it up for everyone. This is rookie singer Liao Ren'nan, and the other is his manager, Zhao Jinming. What a talent, I like him, I'm a fan now. Liao Shun, incredible plus. Han Shangyo's eyes lit up as realization dawned upon him. Of course, who established that one cannot play chess while waiting in a singing competition? If the singer isn't afraid of public opinion, why should I be overly concerned? This could even attract more viewers to the show. With that thought in mind, Han Shangyo commanded, "Keep filming, hold steady, this is excellent." The cameraman, upon hearing this, finally relaxed his previously tense demeanor and steadied the camera on his shoulder. Thus the camera revealed Liao Ren'nan and Zhao Jinming sitting cross-legged, engrossed in their chess game. If any attentive netizens were watching closely, they would notice Zhao Jinming's hands were slightly trembling. In truth, it was Liao Ren'nan who had suggested playing chess. Initially, he had opposed it. However, feeling utterly bored during the selection, he eventually acquiesced. He never anticipated that it would draw the attention of the cameras. Now, as the camera drew nearer, his hands quivered even more severely. Zhao Jinming suddenly moved out of the camera's line of sight and winked at Liao Ren'nan, seemingly saying, "Things have escalated, should we hastily pack up the chessboard?" Liao Ren'nan merely smiled faintly, glanced at Zhao Jinming, then back at the chessboard, as if to say, "Continue." Zhao Jinming cast a sidelong glance at the cameraman, swallowed hard, and made a face at Liao Ren'nan, as if to inquire, "Are you really going to keep this up?" Liao Ren'nan, maintaining his composure, picked up a captured piece and lightly tapped it against the edge of the board, saying coolly, "Your turn, focus on the game." Zhao Jinming reluctantly nodded, his hands trembling as he resumed playing. This scene elicited great amusement among the viewers in the split-screen live chat. "Ha, are they performing a comedic skit? Playing chess in front of hundreds of thousands of viewers, these two are truly remarkable. Liao Ren'nan is down to just a rook and a cannon, while his opponent still has 2 rooks and a knight. It seems Liao Shun might lose? Not necessarily, I believe Liao Shun will triumph." The chat room was abuzz with discussions about the unfolding chess match. "May I ask, who is Liao Ren'nan? Which entertainment company is he with? Are you not on Douyin? This guy's original songs later and long time no see are currently all the rage on Douyin, they're incredibly catchy." "I just checked, Liao Ren'nan is from Nanming Entertainment, and he seems to have just debuted a few days ago. He was previously a behind-the-scenes music producer." Wow, a complete newbie participating in The Voice, that's impressive. Alongside this, many viewers began discussing Liao Ren'nan's background. Meanwhile, Liao Ren'nan remained blissfully unaware of the commotion unfolding around him, still diligently engaged in the game. Check. Liao Ren'nan boldly moved his cannon across the center of the board, declaring, "You've lost." Zhao Jinming's face turned a shade of iron. "You're playing dirty, how could you ambush and deliver a fatal blow?" Liao Ren'nan chuckled lightly, "Who told you to lose focus? For the next month, you'll be driving me around for free." "Fine, a bet's a bet." Zhao Jinming sighed. Their brief exchange sent the live chat into a frenzy. What the heck, they even placed a bet? Playing chess on a variety show with stakes involved, this is truly unprecedented. I'll remember you, Liao Ren'nan. I'm a fan now. After finishing one game, Chao Jinming attempted to pack up the chessboard, but Liao Ren'nan pressed down on it firmly. Liao Ren'nan glanced at the progress of the competition, realizing they were only at the 15th contestant, and smiled. Let us play another round. Chao Jinming was left dumbfounded. Another one? Liao Ren'nan calmly nodded. Yes, whoever loses this round treats the other to afternoon tea for a month. As this statement left his lips, the chat room erupted once more. Oh my god, this guy is so genuine, I like him. Exactly, compared to the other contestants, he seems like he is on vacation. Ladies, don't you all notice how handsome Liao Ren'nan is? Not just handsome, he is downright stunning. I'm definitely a fan now. In an instant, the live stream's popularity surged to new heights. What began as a backstage split-screen broadcast was now rivaling the main show's viewership. It was truly astonishing. As the heat of the split-screen livestream featuring Liao Ren'nan intensified, the other contestants also took note. Once they grasped the situation, discussions erupted among them. What a clever idea, why didn't I think to bring a chess set? Hu Haiquan expressed some envy but chuckled, even if I had, I wouldn't have the courage to play. Ren Xianqi displayed an approving expression, daring to take risks. Youth is indeed a wonderful thing. Feng Koan stood up to observe the split screen, his mind slightly bewildered. Playing chess in a music show, variety shows can be this unconventional. Wu Xian from the happy family turned to Sienna beside her, saying, Sister Na, did you notice that Liao Ren'nan looks even more handsome since his divorce? Sienna stole a glance at Zhang Jia, and seeing that he wasn't looking, quickly nodded in agreement. Wu Xian, grinning like a lovesick schoolgirl, suddenly recalled something. Oh right, now that he is divorced, doesn't that mean I have a chance? Du Haitao, who had been eavesdropping nearby, could no longer hold back. Give it up, with your barrel-shaped waist, you're twice as thick as Su Xue, the goddess wouldn't even look at you, would she? Wu Xian shot him a fierce glare. No matter how thick my waist is, it doesn't compare to your quarter, right? Go away. Du Haitao rolled his eyes in response. Of course, many contestants, while appearing indifferent on the surface, were internally conflicted. For instance, Zhang Yike was pondering whether Liao Ren'nan had lost his mind. Hua Ziyu looked on with disdain. Playing chess is so old-fashioned. What a bumpkin. Yishu Kuan wore a look of envy. Damn, he has really managed to impress everyone. Among them, the most affected was undoubtedly Su Xue. Her expression was a mix of disbelief, disdain, and anger. But did Liao Ren'nan know I was coming to participate and deliberately humiliate me? While he feigned nonchalance during our divorce talks, he must harbor deep resentment towards me. Is he truly using this method to irritate me, so tasteless? Just then. Time is nearly up. Let us switch to the next contestant. Han Shanyo, holding a walkie-talkie, issued the command. Though he maintained a stern demeanor, inwardly, he was secretly applauding Liao Ren'nan. In truth, out of personal interest, he wished to give Liao Ren'nan more airtime. However, considering the limited total duration of the live broadcast, uneven distribution among contestants would surely lead to complaints. Moreover, he genuinely feared that if he granted Liao Ren'nan more time, this music variety show would transform into a chess symposium. Meanwhile, the competition proceeded in an orderly fashion. Some rejoiced while others despaired. Hua Ziyu, under the banner of Su Xue Entertainment, performed an old song, The Gift of Quasimodo, passing the selection with 4 votes. Fellow Su Xue artist Zhang Yike sang an old song Leo, also scoring 4 votes and successfully advancing. This delighted Su Xue to no end, nearly prompting her to dance in the waiting room. Additionally, Yishu Kuan from Thumb Entertainment performed his old song Only Because You Were So Beautiful, achieving a commendable 5 votes to pass the selection. As the 5 lights illuminated, he stood with his hands in his pockets, a frosty expression on his face, as if it were a matter of course. After all, he was a favored idol, but confidence was palpable. At this moment, Yishu Kuan was in the 38th waiting room, toasting with several affluent women in celebration. Furthermore, numerous contestants received 2 or 1 votes, and some even garnered 0 votes. The reality was undeniably harsh. Finally, time ticked away. An assistant from the show knocked on the door of the 75th waiting room. Teacher Liao Ren'nan, it's almost your turn to perform. Please proceed to the backstage area. Yes, thank you for relaying that. I'll be there shortly. Liao Ren'nan set down the chess pieces, stretched languidly, and prepared to make his entrance. Chapter 20. Do fairies partake in mortal pleasures? Now, please welcome the contestant, the original singer Liao Ren'nan. He announced to the audience as he spotted Liao Ren'nan behind the curtain. Clad in a pristine white shirt, Liao Ren'nan stepped onto the stage with a radiant aura about him. In an instant, the live stream's chat exploded with comments. Wow, what a stunningly handsome guy. His face exudes an aristocratic charm, he's bound to be a sensation. I feel he is undoubtedly the most handsome singer of this season's competition. He is even more handsome than the male god Wu Yanzhu. Oh my, I want to have babies with Nan Nan. With the enhancement of the charm aura, Liao Ren'nan quietly became the archetype of a male deity in the hearts of the audience, and all the feedback was overwhelmingly positive. Ha ha. Chess Brother has arrived. This is the singer who has recently gained immense popularity on Douyin. I listened to his songs and cried. He is the husband of the renowned actress Su Xue, but why does he look so different and handsome after the divorce? What song will Liao sing this time? The live stream was abuzz with excitement. Initially, as a newcomer, Liao Ren'nan's fanbase was still somewhat distant from those of the established stars. That, however, with the system's charm aura and his captivating performance, his popularity seemed to soar. Just then, bang, with a sudden burst of lights, the audience was taken aback. The photographer quickly adjusted the camera towards the judges to see who had lit up. Finally, the lens focused on Emo. Host Hejeong, director, other singers, audience, everyone was left in bewilderment. Emo was the strictest among all the judges, having previously screened 74 singers. She had only kept the lights on for fewer than 10, with a pass rate nearing 1 in 10. Thus, for her to light up for Liao Ren'nan upon his entrance was quite illogical. Could it be a malfunction? No. It must be a malfunction, Hejeong quickly inquired. Director Emo, was that an accidental press, or? Emo replied earnestly, it wasn't an accidental press. I lit it up. At this statement, the audience erupted in astonishment. What? Isn't Emo very strict? Why did she suddenly light up? Wow, this twist could definitely trend on social media. Could this lighting be an affirmation of Liao Ren'nan's looks? Damn. Has the goddess also succumbed? But the young man is indeed striking. Do fairies partake in mortal pleasures? The chat in the livestream flooded the screen simultaneously. The contestants waiting backstage were unable to remain composed. Some had finished their performances without a single light, yet Liao Ren'nan hadn't even sung yet, and he had already garnered 1 light, and from the strictest judge, no less. Truly, comparisons can be infuriating. Among them, the most indignant was Su Xue, her hands on her hips and her brow furrowed, continuously muttering, why? At that moment, Hejeong aptly voiced the collective curiosity. I didn't expect Director Li to hold Liao Ren'nan in such high regard. You must know Mr. Liao quite well, right? Hearing this, Emo's spirits lifted as she explained, of course, I didn't light it up for no reason. Prior to this, teacher Liao Ren'nan was an exceptional composer, with works such as Father, Backpack, and A Sigh of Carefree, all immensely popular pieces. The song I sang back then, When the Gardenias Bloom, was also composed by Mr. Liao. Recently, Mr. Liao has released 2 new songs, Later and Long Time No See. I believe everyone has heard them on Douyin, right? He single-handedly composed both the lyrics and the music, truly extraordinarily talented. I believe that in this season of the competition, Liao Ren'nan has a 9 out of 10 chance of winning. Upon uttering this, the livestream chat erupted once more. Goodness, Director Emo has directly predicted that Liao Ren'nan will become the champion. My heavens, how much does Emo admire Liao to abandon all restraint? Even the goddess is affected. Are you still human? Perhaps Emo genuinely appreciates Liao Ren'nan's talent? Genuine appreciation, I believe you, not. Did you not see how excited the goddess got? Is that merely appreciation? So the goddess has truly fallen. Why, please allow me a moment to cry. I've experienced heartbreak. Who says goddesses are cold? That's because you lack charm. Envying Liao Shun. However, Emo showed no sign of wanting to cease. She stood up, addressing the nearby mentors Lu Huan, Wang Zisong, and Lin Shi. When teacher Liao performs later, everyone should listen closely, and you'll know I'm not exaggerating. The 4 mentors smiled and nodded in agreement. Emo then resumed her seat. Just then, Hejeong picked up the microphone and teased the audience. As Director Li has already provided a detailed introduction of Liao Ren'nan, I shan't take up more time. Laughter erupted from the audience. Emo felt her earlier excitement had been excessive, and she felt somewhat embarrassed. Hejeong then turned to Liao Ren'nan and asked, I wonder what song you will bring us today? The longest movie. Liao Ren'nan replied solemnly. Hejeong pondered for a moment and inquired, is that a new song? Liao Ren'nan nodded. The audience erupted into deafening applause. Given that this was the preliminary selection, many singers opted for old songs to play it safe, as it was a simpler choice. Why not save the new songs for the next round? Therefore, Liao Ren'nan's decision to sing a new song during the preliminary selection was indeed commendable, certainly worthy of praise. We look forward to your performance, Hejeong said with a smile, stepping back behind the scenes. With a swish of the stage lights dimmed, leaving only a spotlight on Liao Ren'nan. At that moment, he resembled a firefly shimmering in the night. The musical accompaniment began to play. A heavy piano melody, coupled with a strong beat, immediately highlighted the poignant essence of the sorrowful ballad, evoking an indescribable sense of melancholy. Everyone instantaneously sensed that this was a song steeped in sadness. Meanwhile, the system notification echoed in Liao Ren'nan's mind. Frowny face ding, detecting that the host is about to sing. Immersive Experience skill activated. Sadness Song God skill activated. Divine Vocal Skills skill activated. Chapter 21 New Song, The Longest Movie. In an instant, everyone noticed that Liao Ren'nan's entire demeanor had undergone a transformation. He had become melancholic, sorrowful, and profoundly poignant. The audience could not help but be deeply captivated by Liao Ren'nan. The previously jubilant atmosphere suddenly turned somber and sorrowful. After a few notes, as the prelude concluded, Liao Ren'nan began to sing. Our Beginning is a very long movie. It has been screening for 3 years. I still keep the ticket, the ballet on ice, still spinning in my mind, watching you slowly fade from memory. A few sparse lyrics painted a vivid scene in everyone's minds. In this tableau, a boy sat alone in the audience, gazing at a girl on stage, twirling gracefully in ballet. Yet as the girl danced, her figure gradually blurred, ultimately vanishing entirely. The boy remained seated, clutching that movie ticket, his gaze forlorn and desolate. On stage, Liao Ren'nan was completely immersed in the melody, his eyes reflecting the loneliness and desolation of the boy described in the song. He continued to sing, his voice both emotive and enchanting. In the haze of time, how far have we slipped away, the circles drawn by the ice skates, encircling who has changed. If we could start anew, would it be a bit awkward? Is love only precious when left unspoken? As this segment concluded, suddenly, the piano became more urgent, the drum beats intensified. It was as if the calm before a storm, striking a resounding beat before the climax of the sorrowful ballad. Liao Ren'nan tilted his chin, took a deep breath, tightened his grip on the microphone, and sang the forthcoming chorus. Give me 2 more minutes, let me freeze these memories, don't let the tears melt away, your makeup is running. Emotions surged rapidly. Liao Ren'nan's singing style transformed from the initial lyrical sadness to a heart-wrenching anguish, his voice strained with desperation. The audience's hearts mirrored this tumult, spiraling like a roller coaster, their emotions reaching a crescendo. At that moment, Liao Ren'nan executed a vocal turn, singing the latter half of the chorus. How am I to remember? Remember that you told me to forget, remember that you told me to forget, you said you would cry, not because you cared. In an instant, the pent-up emotions within him poured forth with the line, you said you would cry, not because you cared. These simple yet candid lyrics concealed a heart-wrenching sorrow. Coupled with Liao Ren'nan's divine voice, the song's emotional impact soared. Many in the audience were moved to tears, some weeping openly. And meanwhile, in the mentor's seats, Li Qianimo was also in tears, wiping her eyes as she sobbed. She could not fathom why. Upon hearing Liao Ren'nan sing a heart-wrenching ballad, she felt compelled to cry simultaneously. The live-streaming chat exploded. I can't believe it's another love song. It's making me wanna cry. Whoa, I just broke up with my girlfriend. She was a ballet dancer. We skated together, watched our last movie after graduation, and then parted ways, never to meet again. So, is this song tailor-made for me? This song is too heartbreaking. Listening to Liao's song feels like wasting tissues. Hey dude, are you driving? Veteran driver, caught off guard. The song is simple, the lyrics are straightforward, but why is it so tear-jerking? Just then, the bang, bang, mentors Wang Zisong and Lin Shi simultaneously lit up their buzzers. The remaining mentors, Yin and Lu Huan, gazed intently at Liao Ren'nan on stage, still immersed in the song they had just heard. Wow! The audience erupted in astonishment. They were shocked because Liao Ren'nan had only sung half of the song yet had already secured a spot in the next round. If it were an established popular singer, they could understand that, but Liao Ren'nan was a newcomer. Could it be true, as the goddess Li Qianimo said, that he was the dark horse of this season's heavenly voice? In an instant, many competing singers stood dumbfounded in the waiting area, staring at the screen displaying Liao Ren'nan, disbelief etched across their faces. This singer not only sang original music but did so at such a high caliber? When did heavenly voice become so competitive? Were they not allowed to thrive anymore? Meanwhile, on stage, Liao Ren'nan's voice continued, in the haze of time, how far have we slipped away, the circles drawn by the ice skates, encircling who has changed. The song entered a repetitive phase. After the main verse concluded, Liao Ren'nan, filled with fervor, began to sing the chorus again. His emotions were even more intense than before. The haunting lyrics and sorrowful sentiments left listeners feeling as if they were being torn apart, goosebumps rising on their arms. Remember that you told me to forget, remember that you told me to forget, you said you would cry, not because you cared. As the song drew to a close, Liao Ren'nan stood rooted in place, unable to let go. This exemplified the pinnacle of a singer's craft, fully immersing oneself in the song. Minutes passed before the stage lights brightened, and Liao Ren'nan finally emerged from the melody, bowing deeply to the audience in gratitude. The applause thundered, bang, bang, another 2 buzzers sounded. Wow! 5 buzzers. The audience erupted in astonishment. Isn't Liao Ren'nan amazing? In this round of auditions, with over 70 singers having performed, many had passed, but those who received 5 votes were exceedingly rare. In waiting area 75. Chao Jinming was nearly leaping with excitement at this scene. Ever since Liao Ren'nan joined Heavenly Voice, he had placed great importance on him, repeatedly urging Liao Ren'nan about his song preparations for the competition. Yet Liao Ren'nan had said nothing, instead reassuring him to relax. This was a platform filled with exceptional talents. How could he possibly relax? As merely the executive director, he had no expertise in singing, rendering him powerless to assist. Earlier that day, when Liao Ren'nan suggested a game of chess, he had thought Liao Ren'nan was conceding, which left him quite vexed. Little did he know, Liao Ren'nan was already well prepared and, as always, composed. It seemed his worries were unfounded. Meanwhile, on the other side, Su Xue's expression was one of deep discontent. According to her expectations, Liao Ren'nan should have received fewer than 2 votes, leading to his elimination, or at most 3 votes to pass the auditions. Yet the outcome was that a newcomer, who had just switched careers, successfully passed with 5 votes. What a stroke of luck! In an instant, she found no joy in her 2 artists passing the auditions. Congratulations to Mr. Liao Ren'nan for receiving 5 buzzers and successfully advancing to the next round. He Jong seized the moment to step onto the stage. This song is truly magnificent. Let us invite a few mentors to share their thoughts. Upon hearing this, Mentor Lin Xu was the first to take the microphone, commenting, from a lyrical perspective, I believe this is an exceptionally successful song. Some may think his lyrics and composition are quite simple, but we've all heard the saying simplicity is the ultimate sophistication. Moreover, the emotions encapsulated in these lyrics are anything but simple. They are profoundly rich, which is why I buzzed. Liao Ren'nan is indeed an outstanding lyricist. He is remarkable. He Jiang chuckled and turned to mentor Wang Zisong, asking, what about you, Director Wang? Do you have any feedback regarding Liao Ren'nan's vocal performance? Wang Zisong leaned closer to the microphone, contemplating before responding. In this song, Liao Ren'nan showcased his rich vocal tone, solid singing skills, and techniques to perfection. I find it very commendable. It seems Director Wang holds Liao Ren'nan in high regard as well. He Jiang summarized, then turned to Lu Huan and Yin, inquiring, do you two have any additional comments? Let me say a few words. Lu Huan took over the discussion. The song The Longest Movie. Whether from the lyrics or composition, it belongs to the lyrical genre. However, it stands out with its diverse styles, numerous vocal transitions, and harmonious arrangements, all imbued with a unique flavor. This song, with the gentle beauty of the piano, supported by percussion, and Liao Ren'nan's superb vocal delivery, perfectly encapsulates the emotions of companionship and longing. Chapter 22. The glorious points accumulate to 2 million, as the words fell. Wow! The audience erupted once again. It is worth noting that Lu Huan is the patriarch of mainstream music in Huaxia, holding a significant position in the entertainment industry. Unlike other judges who lean towards popularity, Lu Huan is genuinely dedicated to the craft of music, making his evaluations the most valuable. If he praises Liao Ren'nan, it is undoubtedly true. Upon hearing this, teacher he nodded vigorously in agreement with Lu Huan's assessment. Thank you to all the mentors for your feedback. Now, let us once again applaud and congratulate Liao Ren'nan for advancing through the preliminary rounds. We also look forward to Liao Ren'nan's more spectacular performance in the upcoming 1v1 PK competition. The venue erupted into enthusiastic applause once more. Thank you, everyone. Liao Ren'nan politely bowed to the audience. Following this, teacher he continued to arrange for the next singer to take the stage. Liao Ren'nan retreated to the backstage area to observe the performances of other singers. According to his usual character, after completing his own segment, he would typically sneak away early. However, this time, given that it was the first episode of Tian Lion broadcast globally, if he were to leave at this moment, it would undoubtedly stir public opinion and attract criticism from some detractors. Therefore, Liao Ren'nan decided to bide his time and patiently watch the entire program, even if it meant staring blankly in front of the camera. Chao Jinming appeared to be even more serious than he was, incessantly analyzing the characteristics of each singer in his ear, emphasizing the importance of being precise. Liao Ren'nan, we must take the upcoming competition seriously. We can't afford to be nonchalant as we were this time. I truly believe you possess the potential to win. Chao Jinming suddenly declared earnestly. Liao Ren'nan chuckled and teased, Old Chao, you're just realizing this now. Don't laugh. Chao Jinming retorted, slightly exasperated, I'm speaking about serious matters. I believe that in the upcoming 1v1 PK, songwriting based on images, keyword songwriting, these segments are genuine tests, evaluating the production capabilities of the team behind the singer. Look at others. Their teams consist of several collaborators, especially Yi Shukuan from Thumb Entertainment, who has international producers advising him, but we at Nanming Entertainment rely solely on your solitary efforts, and that is destined to lead us nowhere. Thus, we should grit our teeth and invest heavily to hire a production team. We cannot afford to lag behind from the starting line. This time, Liao Ren'nan did not laugh. He merely inquired, which producer do you think we should seek, one who possesses exceptional production capabilities and aligns with our musical style? This question momentarily stumped Zhao Jinming. In truth, Liao Ren'nan had already contemplated the need for a production team as assistants. As the saying goes, 3 cobblers can outsmart Zhuge Liang, who wouldn't he want more strategists to offer counsel? However, not everyone can assume the role of a strategist. If he were to seek domestic producers, Liao Ren'nan himself is a top-tier producer, with unparalleled sensitivity in analyzing hit songs and innovative capabilities. There might not be anyone domestically who could surpass him. If he were to consider foreign teams, the cultural disparities between countries cannot be overlooked. Moreover, Liao Ren'nan genuinely did not admire any foreign producers. Therefore, he felt that spending money on these unremarkable individuals would be less effective than collaborating smoothly with the existing arrangers and instrumental assistants in his own studio. Of course, Liao Ren'nan believed that if he possessed skills in arrangement and mastery over various instruments, it would be even more perfect. As Liao Ren'nan pondered this, a system prompt echoed in his mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for accumulating 2 million glorious points, automatically redeeming 2 prizes. Prize redemption successful, congratulations on acquiring the God-level arrangement skill. God-level arrangement. With this skill, you will master all forms of arrangement techniques, becoming the foremost arranger in the Blue Star. Immediately, he felt a tingling sensation coursing through his body. Liao Ren'nan sensed an influx of knowledge regarding arrangements in his mind. Regardless of whether it was rock, blues, electronic, or jazz, he could now adeptly grasp the arrangement methods of various styles. And this was not the end. Ding! Prize redemption successful, congratulations on acquiring mastery of 18 musical instruments. Mastery of 18 musical instruments. With this skill, the host can control 99 of the world's musical instruments, transforming into a musical virtuoso. Another wave of tingling washed over him. Liao Ren'nan's mind was now brimming with vast music theory knowledge. He could now proficiently handle mainstream instruments such as the piano, violin, guitar, drums, electronic keyboard, and organ. Even obscure instruments like the sun, jiukongbawo, niujiaopao, hujia, ijik, and oud were now within his expertise. Upon receiving this information, Liao Ren'nan felt an overwhelming joy inside. The rewards from the system were indeed aligned with the host's current aspirations. Whatever he wished for seemed to materialize. What delighted Liao Ren'nan even more was the certainty that participating in Tianlai was the most astute decision he could have made. In the past 2 instances, it took him 3 to 4 days post-release of a new song to accumulate glorious points to 1 million. Yet this time, he had merely participated in the first episode, singing just one song to reap 2 million glorious points, and with the official airing of the program, he anticipated yet another wave of accumulation. This system reward felt almost effortless, and it was simply exhilarating. Old Chow, you needn't concern yourself with the assistant team for now, just focus on recruiting studio staff and discovering new talent. After a moment's contemplation, Liao Ren'nan stated. Wait, can you manage it all by yourself? Liao Ren'nan confidently replied, no need to worry. I can handle it well. Zhao Jinming was left baffled but decided not to pursue the matter further. Finally, at 4 in the afternoon, after more than 8 hours, the preliminary selection phase concluded. There was a limit to the number of participants who could advance, with only 60 slots available. As the competition progressed, the judges became increasingly stringent in their evaluations. Ultimately, only 55 participants advanced. Consequently, the production team opted to fill the vacancies by inviting the previously selected contestants who received 2 votes to the stage for a second round of selection. Eventually, the 60 slots for the preliminary selection phase were confirmed and announced online. Upon receiving notification of their advancement, the singers erupted in cheers, especially the last 5 contestants who filled the vacancies, several of whom joyfully shed tears on stage, humorously likening it to a brush with death, all expressing their determination to seize this opportunity. Additionally, the results of the top 10 in the online popularity voting for the first episode were revealed. Number 1 Yi Shukuan, 154, 782 votes. Number 2 Huazeu, 098, 154 votes. Number 3 Zhang Jia, 978, 515 votes. Number 8 Zhang Yike, 689, 514 votes. Number 10 Feng Kuan, 524, 789 votes. Notably, Liao Ren'nan was not among the rankings, a fact he found understandable. After all, veteran singers like Wang Feng, Ren Xianqi, and Hu Haikuan had also failed to make the list. so how much popularity could a newcomer like him command? This online voting result, however, thrilled Su Xue. Liao Ren'nan was eliminated. It served him right. What good is songwriting if he still succumbs to popularity? Advancing through the preliminary selection means little. In subsequent rounds, online voting carries significant weight. According to this popularity, it was only a matter of time before Liao Ren'nan faced elimination. As the first episode concluded, the audience exited in an orderly fashion, and the singers began to pack up. Ren'nan, are you sure you want to attend the celebration banquet later? Chao Jinming inquired, observing Liao Ren'nan tidying up his sheet music. Upon learning of Liao Ren'nan's successful advancement, several colleagues from the Zero Distance program group called to praise him, also expressing their desire to treat him to a meal. Liao Ren'nan certainly had no objections. He simply felt pressed for time recently, so he decisively declined. Old Chao, I won't be going. Please host on my behalf and cover the bill for me. I'll reimburse you later. Chao Jinming chuckled and shook his head. The money doesn't matter. It's just that this is your celebration banquet. How can you not make an appearance? Liao Ren'nan sighed, I wish I could go, but you should understand my situation. How about this? When I win the championship for Tianlai, I will definitely join you all for a grand celebration. Chao Jinming feigned a frown. Well, that could work. See you at the company tomorrow, Liao Ren'nan said without lifting his head. All right. Suddenly, Chao Jinming's peripheral vision caught sight of a figure, and turning around, he realized it was a woman. She wore loose-fitting jeans, paired with a jacket, and her face was obscured by a mask and sunglasses, concealing her entirely. However, Chao Jinming recognized her instantly, exclaiming, Li Qianma. Li Qianma glanced around, and upon seeing no one nearby, she removed her mask and smiled. Director Chao, how did you recognize me at once, even with all this covering? Chao Jinming chuckled, I've been in the entertainment industry for 20 years. I can remember the distinctive traits of every artist. Moreover, your recognition factor is too high. After all, Li Qianma's figure was simply outstanding, with long legs and a curvaceous silhouette. Her figure was a perfect 10, making her stand out even in the sea of beauty within the entertainment realm. It was not something simple disguises could conceal. Chapter 23. Liao and Bei, after a day without mischief, was quite restless. Li Qianma found herself perplexed by the underlying implications of Chao Jinming's words, grasping only their literal meaning. She stood there, chuckling to herself. Of course, Chao Jinming was not mocking Li Qianma. It was merely a habitual manner of speaking. By the way, what brings you here? Chao Jinming casually inquired. Although Li Qianma enjoyed considerable popularity, Chao Jinming, with his seniority and extensive experience, felt no need to be overly formal with her. I am here to see Teacher Liao, Li Qianma replied, her gaze settling on Liao Ren'nan, who stood behind Chao Jinming. Oh. Chao Jinming finally realized, hastening his tidying up. Then you two can have your discussion. I'm all set, see you next week. See you next week, Director Chao. Li Qianma smiled slightly. Next week it is. Chao Jinming responded with a grin, casting a peculiar glance at Liao Ren'nan before departing with a cheerful demeanor. Liao Ren'nan, meeting the strange gaze of old Chao, couldn't help but shake his head in silent amusement, pondering what absurd thoughts the old fellow might be entertaining. Once Chao Jinming exited the room, Liao Ren'nan turned to Li Qianma and asked, Qianma, if you have something to say, please do so quickly. I need to rush to pick up Bei Bei soon. Oh, it's nothing much. I came to accompany you to pick up Bei Bei, Li Qianma replied. Liao Ren'nan was left in confusion. Didn't Bei Bei tell you? Li Qianma questioned, her brow furrowing in puzzlement. Bei Bei messaged me, asking me to pick her up from school at 5 today. We agreed to hang out together in the evening. Ah, you must be mistaken, Liao Ren'nan said, even more bewildered. How could Liao and Bei possibly have contacted you? He was well aware that during their last encounter, neither had exchanged any contact information. He didn't even possess Li Qianma's phone number. How could Liao and Bei know? As Li Qianma spoke, she retrieved her phone from her bag. Look, this is the message Bei Bei sent me. Liao Ren'nan took the phone and, upon reading, realized that Li Qianma spoke the truth. What surprised him was that Liao and Bei had reached out to her via Weibo direct message. No wonder, just a few days ago, Liao and Bei had been pestering him for the password to his alternate Weibo account. It was all for this reason. Their chat history contained dozens of messages. Nan Kui Meng frowny face. Are you Aunt Qianma? I'm Liao and Bei, Bei Bei. Li Qianma frowny face. Wow, Bei Bei, hello. Nan Kui Meng. Aunt Qianma, I miss you. When will you come to my house to play? Li Qianma frowny face. I'd love to visit your house, but it feels a bit abrupt for Auntie to just drop by. By the way, does your dad know you're contacting me? Nan Ku Meng frowny face. He knows, he gave me this account. Nan Ku Meng frowny face. Aunt Qianma, my dad is participating in a competition. You seem to be a judge, right? Could you help him pass? Li Qianma frowny face. Of course, I admire teacher Liao Song's, and I have faith in his abilities. Nan Ku Meng. Yay, you're so kind, Auntie. To express my gratitude, I invite you to dinner at my house tonight. You must come. Li Qianma frowny face. Alright. Nan Ku Meng frowny face. Then it's settled. I finished school at 5 today. Please come pick me up. If you're unsure of the way, you can come with my dad. Li Qianma frowny face. Got it, I'll be there. Nan Ku Meng. Thank you, Aunt Qianma, love you. Seeing this, Liao Ren'nan found himself both amused and exasperated. No wonder Li Qianma lit up upon his arrival. Such whimsical ideas could only originate from Liao and Bei. This little girl, a day without mischief makes her quite restless. Liao Ren'nan bit his lip and apologized to Li Qianma. I'm sorry. Children can be so thoughtless, causing you trouble. Not at all, Li Qianma replied with a smile, blooming like a flower. Bei Bei is adorable. I absolutely adore her. Oh, heck. After hastily gathering his things, Liao Ren'nan accompanied Li Qianma as they made their way to Bei Bei's school. This time, Li Qianma was behind the wheel, while Liao Ren'nan comfortably occupied the passenger seat. Not long into their journey, Liao Ren'nan received 2 WeChat messages from Chao Jinming. This time, your choice is commendable, Chao Jinming. After all these years in the industry, I finally get to bask in the glory. Liao Ren'nan furrowed his brow at this. He replied. What glory are you referring to? Before long, Chao Jinming sent another message to Li Qianma. Liao Ren'nan grew increasingly perplexed. What about Li Qianma, Chao Jinming? You can't possibly be unaware of Li Qianma's background in this industry, can you? Liao Ren'nan, Chao Jinming. Alright, perhaps I'm overthinking it. You really are quite navi. Navigate this on your own. Liao Ren'nan shot a glance at Li Qianma, who was focused on driving. He exited WeChat and opened a search app, typing in Li Qianma background. Soon, a plethora of relevant information appeared. It turned out that Li Qianma hailed from a distinguished lineage, having grown up in a military compound, with many family members serving in the military, including several high-ranking officials. Among the revelations was a birthday photo featuring her grandfather adorned with numerous medals beside her, along with prominent officials from the government in attendance. This stirred quite a commotion within the industry, and it became well known that Li Qianma's background was exceptionally formidable. Consequently, even after developing her career overseas for several years, she effortlessly secured a position as a mentor on The Voice. To be honest, this information took Liao Ren'nan by surprise. However, it did not significantly impact him. He reopened WeChat and sent a message to Chao Jinming. Liao Ren'nan, I'm merely Li Qianma's ordinary music teacher. Please don't overthink it. Chao Jinming quickly responded. I know, I'm not overthinking. Just take it easy and go with the flow, Liao Ren'nan. The more they conversed, the more bewildered Liao Ren'nan became, prompting him to cease the conversation entirely. We've arrived, Li Qianma announced, pulling the car over with a smile directed at Liao Ren'nan. He nodded. I'll go pick up Bei Bei, you can wait in the car. Li Qianma shook her head. No, I'm going with you, I promised Bei Bei. Oh, alright. Liao Ren'nan felt it was rather strange. Just be discreet. It could be troublesome if you're recognized. It's fine, Li Qianma insisted with enthusiasm that surpassed his own. Soon, the two entered the kindergarten side by side. Despite wearing masks and sunglasses, they still attracted the attention of other parents. Wow, what a handsome couple, they are quite a sight. It's my first time seeing such a young couple. Their child is already in kindergarten, yet they still look like kids themselves. This beautiful lady has an amazing figure. That waist is the legendary A4. I feel like these two look somewhat familiar. Could they be some big stars? Chapter 24. Picking up Liao and Bei from school. Upon hearing the chatter around them, Liao Ren'nan quickly gestured to Li Qianma, and the two of them moved closer to a corner to avoid being recognized. After waiting for approximately 5 minutes, the school bell rang, signaling the official end of the kindergarten day. Several teachers led the children in an orderly line out of the classroom building. As Li Qianma gazed at the adorable little ones, barely a meter tall, her heart seemed to melt. She playfully covered her mouth and giggled, as if suddenly struck by a bout of hyperactivity. Liao Ren'nan found the scene utterly amusing. Among them, Liao and Bei, now 5 years old, was in the duo class, which was considered the middle class. According to the school's usual regulations, parents of the younger class were allowed to pick up their children first, followed by those from the middle and upper classes. After waiting for another 10 minutes, a female teacher finally appeared, holding a sign for the duo class, leading a group of little friends in a neat line and instructing them to find their respective parents. Liao and Bei, being taller than most, was positioned at the end of the line. As she stepped out of the classroom, she tiptoed and looked around, clearly searching for Liao Ren'nan. Upon spotting a masked man and woman in the crowd, Liao Ren'nan's face lit up with joy, revealing her two little tiger teeth, and she scampered towards them. Seeing this, Liao Ren'nan couldn't help but smile knowingly and hurried forward to greet her. As they faced each other, the distance between them closed rapidly, closer and closer. Liao Ren'nan crouched down, arms wide open, ready to embrace his beloved daughter. Yet, just then, Liao Ren'nan made a sudden turn and dashed past him towards the back. When Liao Ren'nan turned around, he saw Liao Ren'nan had already plunged into Li Qianma's embrace. The two were locked in a warm hug, their faces beaming with happiness, leaving Liao Ren'nan crouched there, feeling a bit awkward. "Hey, Dad, why are you just standing there? We're going home." It was only upon Li Qianma's reminder that Liao Ren'nan noticed Liao Ren'nan and came over to link her arm with his. Liao Ren'nan pouted slightly and playfully said, "Oh, I thought with my mask on, you wouldn't be able to recognize me?" "No way." Liao Ren'nan made a silly face. "My dad is so handsome, shining like a star in the crowd. How could I possibly not recognize him?" Li Qianma couldn't help but chuckle at their exchange. After a brief chat, the trio was ready to head home. Liao Ren'nan led the way with Liao Ren'nan, while Li Qianma followed closely behind. Suddenly, Liao Ren'nan slowed her pace, and as Li Qianma drew nearer, she grabbed her hand. Noticing this, Liao Ren'nan shot a glance at Ren'nan, but with Li Qianma present, he refrained from saying much. Li Qianma, however, was delighted, holding Liao Ren'nan's little hand, a smile gracing her lips. Thus, the three of them walked out of the school gate, hand in hand, drawing the attention of passers-by. "Wow, this family is incredibly good-looking. Isn't it? This trio seems so blissfully happy. This scene is so heartwarming. I want to capture a photo. Make sure to send me a copy." After crossing a street, they arrived in front of Li Qianma's BMW. Considering the situation, Liao Ren'nan suggested, "Since you two want to chat, why don't I drive?" "That works." Li Qianma handed the keys to Liao Ren'nan and settled into the back seat with Ren'nan. As there was no safety seat in the car, Li Qianma fastened the seatbelt for Ren'nan and wrapped an arm around her protectively. Observing this, Liao Ren'nan felt a stirring in his heart. Su Xue, Ren'nan's biological mother, had never paid attention to such details, yet here was Li Qianma, a woman of high status and a celebrated fashion icon, demonstrating such thoughtfulness. It was a stark contrast to her public persona. Liao Ren'nan found himself developing a fondness for Li Qianma, yet, it was not romantic, rather, it was an appreciation between individuals. Once they were all settled, Liao Ren'nan started the car. "Ren'nan, would you like to watch the video of your dad singing today?" Li Qianma asked. "Yes." Liao Ren'nan's face lit up with excitement. Li Qianma searched for the video on her phone, fast-forwarded to Liao Ren'nan's appearance, and held it out for Ren'nan to see as they watched together. "Aunt Qianma, do you think my dad sings well?" "Of course he does. He got 5 lights, that's impressive." "Yay, hearing you say that makes me so happy." As they drove, the two chatted animatedly. Liao Ren'nan felt somewhat superfluous. Through the rearview mirror, he caught sight of Ren'nan and Li Qianma laughing heartily together. In that fleeting moment, he experienced the joy of a family unit that felt almost like his own. In truth, his expectations for a partner were modest. He didn't need her to be particularly beautiful or accomplished, just someone who could support him and raise their child happily. Alas, Su Xue was not that type. Life can be so frustrating. Before long, they arrived at the Jingxiuxio community. Li Qianma glanced at Liao Ren'nan, hesitating on whether to say goodbye. "Ren'nan, let us leave it at this for today. Auntie will come to play with you another day, okay?" Upon hearing this, Liao Ren'nan became anxious. "No, Aunt Qianma, we agreed that you would come to my house to play. Do all adults lie like this?" Li Qianma quickly waved her hands. "No, Ren'nan. I really want to play with you, it's just." She shot a glance at Liao Ren'nan, her expression slightly awkward. Though she genuinely liked Liao Ren'nan and had decided to take the initiative this time, she wasn't bold enough to invite herself over before he had a chance to speak. Liao Ren'nan, being astute for her age, immediately sensed Li Qianma's intentions. She turned to Liao Ren'nan, indignantly asking, "Dad, don't you welcome Aunt Qianma to our home? If it weren't for Aunt Qianma, you might have been eliminated from the competition. Didn't you teach me to be grateful?" At these words, Li Qianma smiled awkwardly, thinking it wasn't that serious. Liao Ren'nan hesitated, unsure how to respond. If it were another woman, he would have outright declined, but he and Li Qianma had shared a connection, and her performance today had indeed elevated his profile. Most importantly, Liao Ren'nan adored her. After a moment of contemplation, Liao Ren'nan made a decision, smiling at Li Qianma. "Since you both have made plans, if there is nothing else, why not come up and sit for a while?" "All right then." Li Qianma nodded, her expression neutral, but inwardly she felt a thrill, thinking she was getting closer to Liao Ren'nan. "Yay!" Liao Ren'nan was so elated she seemed ready to leap, pulling Li Qianma's hand as they headed towards the community. As they walked, she chattered excitedly, "Aunt Qianma, I have so many fun toys at home. And my dad cooks really well, you should stay for dinner." "Okay." Li Qianma replied without reservation. "How about you stay overnight at my house tonight? We can play all night long." Liao Ren'nan's enthusiasm grew with every word. Isn't that a bit much?" Li Qianma laughed awkwardly, watching Liao Ren'nan's proud and excited little figure and listening to her whimsical demands. Liao Ren'nan felt as though he was being morally coerced. Upon entering the house, Liao Ren'nan eagerly began showing Li Qianma around. "Aunt Qianma, this is the living room, this is my dad's bedroom, and this is mine, but I usually sleep with dad, very nice." Li Qianma observed the two bedrooms carefully. Although they lacked luxurious decor, they exuded a simple warmth. She found it quite appealing. "This is the bathroom, if you need to go, you can do so by yourself." "Okay," Li Qianma chuckled awkwardly. Liao Ren'nan, who was conversing with Aunt May, overheard and felt a deep sense of embarrassment. However, with Li Qianma present, he refrained from correcting anything. "Aunt Qianma, come quickly and see my toys. They are so much fun." After touring the house, Liao Ren'nan started showcasing her collection of toys to Li Qianma. Liao Ren'nan watched from the side, feeling somewhat guilty for Li Qianma. Having cared for Liao Ren'nan alone for several years, he knew well how tiring and dull it could be to entertain a child. Su Xue had never had the patience to spend even a day with her. Of course, Liao Ren'nan also thought of a way to express his gratitude to Li Qianma by preparing a sumptuous dinner for her. Since he had invited her to stay for a meal, he intended to treat her well. Chapter 25. This is far from mere home-cooked fare. Liao Ren'nan decided to take it upon himself to cook, but he instructed Aunt May to procure some groceries and then sent her home. Thanks to his divine culinary skills, Liao Ren'nan prepared the dishes with remarkable ease. In almost no time at all, a delectable spread was laid out on the table. "Bei Bei, go call Aunt Qianma to come for dinner," Liao Ren'nan said while drying his hands with a towel, addressing the toy room. "Got it, Dad." Moments later, Liao Ren'nan emerged from the toy room, leading Li Qianma by the hand, and confidently proclaimed, "Aunt Qianma, my dad's cooking is absolutely delicious, you must have several bowls." "Sounds great, let's wash our hands first," Li Qianma replied with a smile. After washing their hands, the two made their way to the dining room. Li Qianma was instantly taken aback by the sight before her. Although she recognized all the ingredients on the table, the way they had been combined into dishes was something she had seldom encountered. Furthermore, the presentation was exceptionally exquisite. "These are just simple home-cooked dishes, please, don't be shy." Liao Ren'nan chuckled. Li Qianma waved her hand dismissively, saying, "This is hardly simple home cooking, it rivals that of a five-star restaurant." Liao Ren'nan smiled in response. As they spoke, Li Qianma pointed to a dish in the center and inquired, "What is the name of this dish? It looks like a flower." Before Liao Ren'nan could answer, Liao Ren'nan interjected, "This is garlic pork belly, made with pork and minced garlic. It really does resemble a flower." Li Qianma nodded and pointed to a round plate, asking, "And what about this one, why are there dates in it?" "Aunt Qianma, those aren't dates." Liao Ren'nan used her chopsticks to pick one up, saying, "This is preserved plum. The dish is called preserved plum duck tongue, and it tastes amazing." Hearing this, Li Qianma discreetly licked her lips. "This one is lemon jellyfish, and this is for happiness: roasted gluten, braised beef, colorful shredded meat, and shrimp blooming in prosperity." Before Li Qianma could ask further, Liao Ren'nan eagerly introduced more dishes. Li Qianma raised her thumb in admiration, exclaiming, "Wow, your dad can make so many dishes, that's truly impressive." "Of course, my dad is a culinary genius," Liao Ren'nan declared proudly, hands on her hips. Liao Ren'nan smiled knowingly at this exchange. Just then a rumbling sound emanated from Liao Ren'nan's stomach. Liao Ren'nan shot her a glance and remarked, "You were picky at school for lunch, and now you're hungry, aren't you?" "It wasn't me," Liao Ren'nan pouted. Still in denial? Stomachs cannot lie. "It really wasn't me." Liao Ren'nan raised her voice. "It was me." At that moment, Li Qianma, feeling embarrassed, covered her stomach and admitted, "I felt the cafeteria food was subpar during the recording, so I only had a few bites. Now I'm feeling hungry." "Oh, then let's eat quickly," Liao Ren'nan chuckled, saying, "Make yourself at home." "Absolutely." Li Qianma's appetite was piqued. Half an hour later, Li Qianma and Liao Ren'nan leaned against each other, both slumped in their chairs. Originally, she had planned to be demure and reserved for her first meal at someone else's home to leave a good impression. However, the delectable dishes prepared by Liao Ren'nan were simply too irresistible. Each time she picked up her chopsticks, she promised it would be the last bite, only to find herself unable to resist taking another. Ultimately, she had cleaned the entire table and consumed 2 large bowls of rice. Had she not dined here today, Li Qianma would never have realized how much she could eat. Fortunately, Liao Ren'nan was there to share the meal, diverting some of the attention. Otherwise, she truly feared she would have shocked Liao Ren'nan. After dinner, Liao Ren'nan went off to do her homework, with Li Qianma keeping her company. Liao Ren'nan tidied up the dishes and then prepared a fruit platter for Li Qianma to enjoy. Li Qianma, not one to hold back, began to eat in the living room, with no one else in the room to speak. Liao Ren'nan and Li Qianma sat opposite each other, and the atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. Suddenly, thinking of something, Li Qianma asked, "Teacher Liao, how did your recent online voting for Heavenly Voice turn out? I heard that the next round will incorporate online voting. Wait. I haven't really been keeping track," Liao Ren'nan replied nonchalantly. "I suppose the results are just average." "Let me check for you," Li Qianma said as she took out her phone to search. A few minutes later, her expression darkened. Audition, 60 singers had passed through, and Liao Ren'nan's ranking was barely at 40. No wonder he said it was average. The awkward part was that as the competition progressed, the weight of online voting would increase. This competition mechanism implied that no matter how talented one was, if their popularity was lacking, they would eventually be eliminated. However, it must be said that Liao Ren'nan had only just debuted. With only 3 songs released, many people might have heard his music but did not know him personally. This was certainly not comparable to those stars frequently appearing in films and variety shows. How could this situation be resolved? "By the way, Teacher Liao, are you busy lately? I have a friend who wants to hire you to compose a theme song for a movie." Li Qianma thought of a way to help Liao Ren'nan increase his popularity. Writing a theme song sounds great. With his divine composing skills, writing a song was a matter of minutes. Moreover, his mind was brimming with a music library from his previous life. "That's wonderful, I'll have my friend send you the details shortly," Li Qianma said cheerfully. "Sounds good." After enjoying the fruit and sitting for a while, Li Qianma announced that she needed to head home. Liao Ren'nan glanced at his watch. It was already 8:30 p.m. Finding the hour a bit late, he decided against keeping Li Qianma any longer. However, upon hearing that Li Qianma was leaving, Liao Ren'nan nearly burst into tears. After a heartfelt coaxing from Li Qianma, who promised to return for another visit, Liao Ren'nan finally consented to let her go. As Liao Ren'nan was home alone, Liao Ren'nan escorted Li Qianma to the elevator but did not accompany her further. Before departing, Li Qianma requested Liao Ren'nan's WeChat for convenience in communication regarding work. Liao Ren'nan had no reason to refuse. A few minutes later, Li Qianma settled into her BMW and dialed Lin Youwei's number. "Yue, do you have any upcoming movies that need a theme song?" "Yes, why do you ask?" "Could you pass the order to me?" "I can handle it." Are you suggesting Liao Ren'nan write it, aiming to boost his online popularity?" "Alright, I can't hide anything from you." TSK, I must say, you really care about Liao Ren'nan, arranging all this for him. It seems you've fallen quite hard." "Oh, come on, I do it willingly, just remember to send me the details, okay?" "Sure, I'll have my assistant send it over, but this theme song is for a movie that premieres in 5 days, so time is tight. We originally planned to use Pure Music as a placeholder and record the song after the premiere. If Liao Ren'nan is willing, we'll give it a shot. Let's see the details first." Meanwhile, Liao Ren'nan had just lulled Bei Bei to sleep when he received a WeChat message from Li Qianma. She sent him a cloud link. Inside was a compressed order document. The order was from a Huahua Entertainment movie title of those years. "We pursued the girl," theme song to be determined, music style a pop, youth compensation to be negotiated, attached document, movie microclip. MP4. After reading the entire document, Liao Ren'nan was both astonished and delighted. He was amazed that Li Qianma's casually mentioned friend turned out to be Huahua Entertainment. This company produced only top-quality films, with high box office earnings and a solid reputation. It seemed she truly had extensive connections, and the joy came from the fact that this movie appeared to be the same one he had watched in his previous life. Those years, "We pursued the girl." Wasn't this song already prepared? Did he really need to exert effort to write it? Chapter 26 Divine Composition. In the blink of an eye, it was the dawn of the next day. After dropping Bei Bei off at kindergarten, Liao Ren'nan began to work on the score for those years. Drawing upon the memories of his past life, combined with his newly acquired divine arrangement skill, Liao Ren'nan completed the composition in just 15 minutes, achieving a remarkable restoration accuracy of 99%. He was thoroughly impressed with his own prowess. Upon finishing, Liao Ren'nan sent a message to Li Qianma, preparing to submit the song. The sooner he submitted it, the sooner this order would be concluded. Half an hour later, at the entrance of Huahua Entertainment Company, Li Qianma and Lin Yue exchanged bewildered glances. Lin Yue furrowed her brows slightly. Qianma, what do you think Liao Ren'nan wants from us? Is he unclear about the requirements for the song? Or does he have questions regarding the remuneration, or perhaps he simply does not wish to take on this order at all? Li Qianma replied with uncertainty. I'm not sure. Lin Yue retorted, wait, didn't you discuss everything over the phone? Li Qianma wore a pitiful expression. It was only 8 in the morning, I had just woken up, and I could hardly comprehend what he said. Lin Yue grew anxious. My dear, how can you be so careless? This is a serious matter, not a joke. The other directors of the company are highly invested in this film, they are closely monitoring this project, and we cannot afford to falter at this juncture. Otherwise, I will be in grave trouble. That sounds rather dire. Li Qianma rolled her eyes. Rest assured, there won't be any issues. If you are genuinely concerned about the film's box office performance, I shall assist you at the movie's press conference, alright? Free of charge. Ah, really? That would be splendid. Lin Yue was so elated she nearly leapt into the air. With a star of your caliber supporting me, this film's box office will undoubtedly soar. You are truly remarkable, willing to invest both money and effort for Liao Ren'nan. Enough of your nonsense. Li Qianma quipped. In any case, regardless of what questions Liao Ren'nan raises, be sure to treat him courteously. Understood, my dear. Lin Yue replied somewhat petulantly. At that moment, a taxi came to a halt before them. Liao Ren'nan emerged from the vehicle, clad in a light blue checkered shirt, his sleeves casually rolled up, simple yet elegant, exuding an inexplicable charm. He was incredibly handsome. Lin Yue's eyes widened in awe. If only she could have such a striking man as her boyfriend, she would gladly invest both time and money. Teacher Liao, you have arrived. Li Qianma greeted warmly. Li Qianma. Liao Ren'nan nodded in acknowledgement. Hello, Teacher Liao. I am Lin Yue, a director at Huahua Entertainment and a close friend of Li Qianma. Lin Yue presented her business card. Liao Ren'nan accepted the card. Hello, Director Lin. Hello, Teacher Liao. Lin Yue responded politely. May I inquire what brings you here? Shall we discuss it in the conference room? Very well. Liao Ren'nan smiled. The three entered the pre-arranged VIP room. After Lin Yue instructed her assistant to prepare tea, they finally took their seats. Teacher Liao, do you have any questions regarding the order? Liao Ren'nan paused briefly before responding. I have no questions about the order. Lin Yue exchanged a confused glance with Li Qianma. Li Qianma spoke softly. Teacher Liao, didn't you call this morning to discuss the theme song? Liao Ren'nan nodded. Yes, I have already completed the theme song and brought it for you to review. What? Lin Yue thought she had misheard. Li Qianma appeared equally incredulous. As he spoke, Liao Ren'nan retrieved a manuscript from his briefcase. Here is the draft, you may peruse it to see if it meets the requirements for the film's theme song. Gulping, Lin Yue trembled as she accepted the manuscript. She observed that the score was meticulously filled, with exceptionally neat handwriting and orderly notation. Those years? Lin Yue murmured. Liao Ren'nan nodded. Lin Yue began to scrutinize the score back to the very beginning. The youthful face in my memories, we have finally, arrived at this day, old photographs beneath the table, countless memories interwoven, today the boy shall meet the girl for their final rendezvous. As she read on, Lin Yue found herself softly tapping her fingers in rhythm. I long to return to the days of those years, back to the seats in the classroom. Deliberately courting your tender reprimands, the blackboard's arrangements, would you dare to untie the bonds, who loves whom among those seated together, wow! Lin Yue exclaimed, lifting her gaze to Liao Ren'nan. Teacher Liao, how is it that the lyrics of this song align so perfectly with the film? Liao Ren'nan chuckled. I watched the film's micro-edit, integrating many segments from within, which is why you find the lyrical content so closely tied to the film's main narrative. My goodness! Your skills are truly profound. Lin Yue praised without reservation. Suddenly struck by an idea, she dialed a number. Hello? A woman's voice answered promptly. Lin Yue's excitement was palpable. Hello, Director Chai, do you have some time to come to the VIP room and take a look at the theme song for the girl we pursued in those years? The Director Chai she mentioned was the film's executive producer. On the other end, the voice responded, why must we review the theme song again? Wasn't it stated that there was insufficient time in the schedule, and we would use purely instrumental music? Lin Yue explained, I have a version here. You should come and take a look. The voice chuckled awkwardly. Director Lin, you aren't simply picking a random song, are you? This film is a nostalgic tribute to youth. If the song does not align with the main theme, it could backfire. I am fully aware of that. However, it is difficult to convey everything over the phone. Please come, and we can discuss it further. Alright, I will make time to drop by. 10 minutes later, Director Chai finally arrived at the VIP room, her demeanor reflecting reluctance. Upon seeing Li Qianma and Liao Ren'nan, she slightly tempered her attitude and greeted them warmly. However, upon seeing Lin Yue, she could not help but complain. Director Lin, I am exceedingly busy right now, and yet you summoned me. This film is set to premiere in 5 days, and the theme song, score, and other elements must be adjusted. Do you have any idea how anxious I am? Lin Yue placed the manuscript on the table, stating, let us put aside your complaints for now and take a look at this score. Oh dear, I hardly have time to review the manuscript, Director Chai began to murmur as she picked up the draft, her face reflecting impatience. Yet, upon seeing the title of the song and the first 2 lines, her words faltered, her eyes widened. As she continued reading, her gaze grew increasingly intense. Wow, this line is beautifully written. This song evokes such vivid imagery. It is incredibly youthful. Director Lin, is this song not tailor-made for our film? Who composed this? Why was I not informed sooner? Director Chai exclaimed, her excitement bubbling over. Lin Yue gestured towards Liao Ren'nan, stating, this piece was crafted by the talented individual before you. Oh my, look at me, Director Chai realized, smiling. Once Liao Ren'nan opened his mouth, I completely forgot he was the composer. Impressive. Director Chai could not help but give Liao Ren'nan a thumbs up. You are truly remarkable. This song resonates perfectly with my vision. Liao Ren'nan smiled sheepishly, thank you for your kind words. Li Qianma and Lin Yue exchanged amused glances at Director Chai's exaggerated demeanor. They refrained from mentioning that the order for this song had only been submitted to Liao Ren'nan the previous night. In a mere 12 hours, actually, less than 12 hours, he had completed the arrangement and lyrics for a song, which was simply unprecedented. Moreover, the quality of this piece was astoundingly high. It was utterly miraculous. With this in mind, the 2 women's gazes towards Liao Ren'nan grew increasingly fervent. Chapter 27, a win-win solution. Gazing at the neatly arranged manuscript before him, Director Chai could hardly contain his delight, exclaiming, well, since the musical score is ready, our next step is to find a singer. Initially, he had conceded, opting for an instrumental theme song, yet the emergence of those years ignited a flicker of hope within him. After all, a film's release could greatly benefit from a captivating theme song, attracting considerable attention. As this thought lingered in the air, Lin Yue and Li Qianma both turned their gazes towards Liao Ren'nan. Director Chai slapped his forehead in realization. How could I have forgotten? Teacher Liao, are you able to sing this song? Upon hearing this, Lin Yue felt a wave of anxiety. Deep down, she hoped that Liao Ren'nan would personally perform the piece. For one, she believed his rendition would yield remarkable results. Moreover, it would save precious time. She was uncertain whether she could find a suitable singer within such a short time frame. Contemplating Director Chai's words, Liao Ren'nan expressed his concerns. I can sing this song, however, in 4 days, I must participate in Heavenly Voices, and I need to prepare for that as well. This means that juggling 2 songs simultaneously might prove overwhelming. In truth, while Liao Ren'nan outwardly voiced these concerns, he was also considering Liao and Bei. He did not wish to be so preoccupied with his own affairs that he neglected her. Upon hearing Liao Ren'nan's words, both Director Chai and Lin Yue nodded in disappointment. Just then, Li Qianma, who had been silent until now, suddenly had a brilliant idea and exclaimed, Teacher Liao, you could actually do this, since the 2nd episode of Heavenly Voices coincides with the film's release date. Why not use this song as both the theme for those years and for the competition? That way, we can achieve both objectives. Additionally, we could implement some clever strategies in the music video to create a cross-promotional effect. Exactly. Upon hearing this, Director Chai cheered. What a splendid suggestion, a true win-win. Lin Yue could not contain her excitement and embraced Li Qianma, planting a fervent kiss on her cheek. Oh my, when did you become so astute? In response, Liao Ren'nan pondered for half a minute before nodding. Alright, let us proceed with this arrangement. I shall sing the song. Director Chai was elated, exclaiming with relief, that's wonderful. Lin Yue beamed. Teacher Liao, rest assured, we will ensure you receive a generous compensation. That can be arranged. Liao Ren'nan replied nonchalantly. Thus, the group reached an agreement. Those years would serve as the theme song, with Liao Ren'nan taking charge of both the composition and the vocals. They also engaged in a brief brainstorming session regarding the recording details. Throughout this process, Li Qianma observed, alternating her gaze between Liao Ren'nan and Lin Yue, feeling an overwhelming sense of joy. She had never anticipated that her moment of inspiration would not only assist Liao Ren'nan but also indirectly benefit Lin Yue. This collaboration was serendipitous, akin to a chance encounter yielding fruitful results. Moreover, her admiration for Liao Ren'nan deepened, affirming her perception of his talent. In the following 2 days, apart from attending to Liao and Bei, Liao Ren'nan devoted nearly all his time to perfecting the song those years. As the song evolved into its final form, fresh ideas emerged for a more profound interpretation of the theme. They could enlist a female actress to perform alongside Liao Ren'nan, enhancing the song's narrative depth. Consequently, the song transformed into a brief musical. Simultaneously, during these 2 days of collaboration, the staff at Huahua Entertainment gained a deeper appreciation for Liao Ren'nan. His expertise in lyric writing, composition, arrangement, production, mixing, recording, and mastering was unparalleled. His proficiency was evident, and the industry quickly recognized his exceptional talent. On another front, Li Qianma honored her promise, not only recording a special segment for those years but also eagerly participating in the music video shoot for the theme song. This thrilled Lin Yue to no end. After all, Li Qianma was a rising star, one whose participation could not be easily secured. Moreover, she was graciously offering her time. It was clear to Lin Yue that Li Qianma's agreement stemmed from her regard for Liao Ren'nan. Therefore, as long as she treated Liao Ren'nan fairly, it would be a fitting tribute to Li Qianma. As yet another day passed, the theme song those years was completed. To express their gratitude to Liao Ren'nan and Li Qianma, Lin Yue and director Chai hosted a grand banquet. "Come, teacher Liao, allow me to toast you once more. If it weren't for your contribution, our theme song would not have come together so seamlessly." "Thank you so much." Lin Yue and director Chai took turns clinking glasses with Liao Ren'nan. "Thank you for your kind words, this is a collective effort." Liao Ren'nan replied humbly, genuinely pleased to have recorded the song. "Come, Qianma, you must drink as well." Lin Yue suddenly called out to Li Qianma, "Why aren't you toasting teacher Liao?" Li Qianma's cheeks flushed as she raised her glass of red wine, saying, "Teacher Liao, I toast you as well. You've worked hard." Liao Ren'nan smiled, "I should be the one toasting you. Without you, I wouldn't have been able to write this song." Hearing this, Li Qianma felt a surge of happiness and chuckled, "That's only because you are truly talented, teacher Liao." This opportunity might have posed a challenge for someone else. Lin Yue chimed in, "Qianma is not exaggerating. At that time, we had little expectation for this theme song. Thus, teacher Liao, you truly came to our aid, like a timely rain." "Not at all, I am merely doing my part," Liao Ren'nan responded modestly. As the drinks flowed, Lin Yue retrieved a savings book from her bag, presenting it to Liao Ren'nan. "Teacher Liao, this is your remuneration." Liao Ren'nan glanced at it, noting the sum. 1 million. President Lin, this is far too generous. Liao Ren'nan pushed the savings book back towards Lin Yue. "It is not excessive, it is what you rightfully deserve." "I cannot accept this." Liao Ren'nan shook his head. Based on his previous earnings, 100,000 for lyrics, 150,000 for composition, and 200,000 for singing, the total would not exceed 500,000. This was the market rate. To Liao Ren'nan, Lin Yue's offer of 1 million felt exorbitant. "Teacher Liao, you are far too modest. You have no idea how much you have saved us. Thus, this remuneration cannot be diminished. We will have further opportunities to collaborate, and I hope you will not refuse us then," Lin Yue asserted confidently. Seeing Liao Ren'nan remain silent, she added, "If you refuse this savings book, I can simply purchase you a Porsche instead." In truth, when Lin Yue first met Liao Ren'nan, she was not only astonished by his looks but also taken aback by his choice to arrive by taxi. In this era, not to mention stars, even producers with a modicum of fame often had an air of grandiosity. Liao Ren'nan, with his remarkable talent, remained so unassuming. Truly a rarity. "Very well, since you insist, I shall graciously accept." Liao Ren'nan, recognizing that Lin Yue had made her point, could not decline further. He raised his glass, "Here's to the success of your film upon its release." Lin Yue quickly lifted her glass in response, "Thank you, and I wish teacher Liao all the best in advancing through heavenly voices." Cheers, everyone. Cheers. Chapter 28. 1 discount car purchase coupon. As the feast came to an end, everyone departed for their respective homes. Lin Yue arranged for a driver to take Liao Ren'nan home. Li Qianma had initially intended to drive Liao Ren'nan herself, but having indulged in some drinks at the table, she was feeling rather tipsy and decided it best to return home to rest. Liao Ren'nan glanced at the time. It was 4:45. He called Aunt Mei, informing her that she need not pick up Liao and Bei. He also instructed the driver to take him to the entrance of Liao and Bei's school. Once he picked up Liao and Bei, the two planned to stroll home hand in hand, which would serve as a form of exercise. "Bei Bei, your mother mentioned she would come to pick you up for some fun tomorrow morning," Liao Ren'nan remarked casually. Tomorrow was the weekend, coinciding with the scheduled visitation day for Su Xue. She had informed him the night before of her intention to take Liao and Bei. Liao Ren'nan was somewhat taken aback. Su Xue was usually quite busy and seldom dedicated time to care for Bei Bei. Though he harbored no fondness for Su Xue, he would not hinder Liao and Bei's affection for her mother. He certainly did not wish for Liao and Bei to be emotionally affected by their divorce, potentially leading to psychological issues. After all, a complete and loving parental presence is essential for a child's healthy development. "Daddy, I don't want to go," Liao and Bei protested. "Duh, why don't you want to go?" Liao Ren'nan was surprised by her response. Liao and Bei pouted. "I just don't want to go, no reason." Liao Ren'nan gently counseled, "Unless there's a valid reason, you really should go. You may feel a bit distant from your mother, but if you both interact well, your relationship will grow closer. After all, she is your mother, and every mother loves her child dearly." Liao and Bei pouted, her eyes reddening as 2 teardrops rolled down her cheeks. In a voice tinged with grievance, she said, "I don't want to be close to her." "What about Daddy? If I become close to her, I want to be with Daddy." Liao Ren'nan affectionately ruffled her hair. "Silly girl, improving your relationship with your mother doesn't mean you can't still be close to Daddy. If you truly wish to see Daddy, then you can go visit her for just half a day tomorrow. I'll come to pick you up early, alright, just half a day." Liao and Bei replied, looking somewhat forlorn. "Then it's settled." They walked a little further. Just as they entered the community gate, Liao and Bei suddenly halted and said, "Daddy, I'm tired of walking. Can you carry me?" "Of course." Liao Ren'nan squatted down, allowing Bei Bei to climb onto his back. Then, recalling something, he smiled and said, "Bei Bei, I'm planning to buy a car tomorrow, which will make it easier for me to pick you up from school." Since the divorce, having left with nothing, Liao Ren'nan had transferred the car to Su Xue. During this time, he had been relying on taxis and the subway for transportation. While it was manageable when he was alone, navigating with a child without a car was indeed quite inconvenient. Upon hearing this, Liao and Bei beamed with joy. "That's wonderful. What kind of car are you going to buy, Daddy?" As Liao Ren'nan contemplated this, an electronic voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Frowny face. "Ding, congratulations, host, your accumulated glory points have reached 1 million, and you have automatically exchanged them for a prize. Congratulations! You have successfully redeemed a prize, 1-inch 0.1 discount voucher for vehicle purchase. 0.1 discount car voucher. The host can enjoy a 0.1 discount when purchasing any model. However, this voucher is limited to the purchase of one vehicle, and multiple purchases are invalid." Upon hearing this, Liao Ren'nan felt a surge of excitement within him. Since acquiring this system, he has been met with delightful surprises at every turn. Moreover, the glorious life system truly lives up to its name, as the rewards it offers are nothing short of exceptional. Liao Ren'nan smiled and said, "Bei Bei, Daddy is planning to buy a splendid car called the Cullinan. It's an off-road vehicle with an incredibly spacious interior, making it convenient for weekend camping trips with you." Like most men, Liao Ren'nan harbored a fondness for robust off-road vehicles. Among them, none could rival the allure of the Cullinan. Noble yet commanding, his previous car was a mini BMW, which felt akin to a toy. Had it not been for Su Xue's insistence, he would never have chosen that model himself. Now, he no longer had to consider anyone else's preferences and was free to select what he truly desired. Yay! Liao and Bei leaned over and pecked Liao Ren'nan on the neck, exclaiming joyfully, "Daddy is amazing. I love the Cullinan, and I love camping." Initially, Liao Ren'nan felt somewhat fatigued, yet, after receiving a kiss from his daughter, he was instantly invigorated, shifting Bei Bei onto his back and striding purposefully towards home. Time flew by. A day passed in the blink of an eye. Su Xue arrived early to take Liao and Bei away. Watching her daughter's departing figure, Liao Ren'nan felt his eyes welling with tears. To him, children rely on their parents, but in reality, it is the parents who are more dependent on their children. However, he soon composed himself and returned to his own affairs. After departing with Liao and Bei, Su Xue found a Starbucks and casually purchased a few ready-made meals. Then she prepared to take her daughter shopping for clothes. Seeing the worn garments on Liao and Bei, Su Xue felt a pang of discomfort. How could the daughter of a superstar dress so dowdily? If paparazzi were to capture her, it would be a further blow to her fashionable image. On the road, Su Xue drove while glancing at Liao and Bei through the rearview mirror. "Bei Bei, open the bag next to your seat. There are hamburgers and fries inside. Go ahead and eat." Liao and Bei remained unmoved, shaking her head and saying, "These are junk food, I want to eat them." Su Xue chuckled awkwardly, "Starbucks is hardly junk food. Don't listen to everything your dad says. Hasn't he bought any groceries lately? He hasn't been taking you out for a proper meal. Just look at how thin your face has become." "No." Liao and Bei retorted, "Daddy's cooking is delicious. I eat 2 big bowls every day." Haha, Su Xue scoffed, "His cooking is hardly good. Restaurant food is far superior. Your dad probably hasn't taken you to a restaurant, has he?" At this, Liao Ren'nan puffed her cheeks in anger and remained silent. What a miser! Su Xue continued, I'll take you to a 5-star restaurant for a proper meal. To make up for it, rest assured, I will find a way to bring you back and prevent you from suffering with him. Upon hearing this, Liao Ren'nan's rosy cheeks scrunched up. My daddy is not a miser. He treats me so well, buying me delicious food every day. Today he is going to buy a car, so this weekend I can go on an outing with daddy. Buying a car? Su Xue exclaimed with an air of superiority. How could he possibly afford a car? Don't let him deceive you, he is nothing but a liar. My dad isn't lying. Liao Ren'nan's face flushed with anger, her teeth clenching as she said, he is really going to buy the Cullinan today. Haha, nonsense. Do you know how much a Cullinan costs? If he could afford one, he wouldn't be so delusional. If he had that capability, I wouldn't have left him. He is just a big fraud. Su Xue scolded, and you, how dare you speak to your mother like that? How did your father raise you? My dad isn't a fraud, you're the liar. Liao Ren'nan, both angry and hurt, glared defiantly at Su Xue's fierce gaze. You've gone too far. How dare you speak to me like that? If Su Xue weren't driving, she would have slapped her. Fine, you say your dad is buying a Cullinan, and he is not a liar, right? I'll take you there now to reveal his true colors. Chapter 29. A fortuitous encounter with the Cullinan. Within the bustling metropolis of the White Egret Lake District, there exists but a solitary Rolls-Royce dealership. In the past, Su Xue frequented this area, thus she was thoroughly familiar with it. She resolved that soon she would deliver a stern admonition to Liao Ren'nan to enlighten her on the grandeur of the Cullinan and its exorbitant price. Furthermore, she intended to unveil Liao Ren'nan's nefarious character before her. Meanwhile, Liao Ren'nan sat in Li Qianma's BMW. His expression was an intricate tapestry of emotions. The situation unfolded as follows. After bidding farewell to Liao Ren'nan, Li Qianma had contacted him, suggesting they accompany each other to view cars. At that moment, Liao Ren'nan was utterly bewildered. How did Li Qianma learn of his intention to purchase a vehicle? Subsequently, she informed him that Liao Ren'nan had sent her a message the previous night, asking if she could accompany Liao Ren'nan to buy a car. Upon hearing this, Liao Ren'nan was rendered speechless. This Liao Ren'nan, though young, was quite cunning, even orchestrating the affairs of adults. What was her true intent, however, having made prior arrangements, he could hardly refuse, lest he appear to mock her. Thus, Liao Ren'nan had no choice but to proceed accordingly. Li Qianma ignited the engine. Liao sir, where do you intend to view the cars? Liao Ren'nan responded nonchalantly, let us go to the Rolls-Royce dealership. Upon hearing this, Li Qianma's expression shifted slightly, but she quickly regained her composure. Had this been another celebrity, the mere mention of such an extravagant brand would likely leave them utterly astonished. Her reaction, however, stemmed not from the brand itself. After all, as a prominent star, she had encountered numerous luxury vehicles, and her family background afforded them similar high-end automobiles. What astonished her was the realization that Liao Ren'nan could afford a Rolls-Royce at this juncture. Considering the entire internet was aware of his recent financial demise, how could he have amassed the means to purchase such a luxury vehicle in such a brief span? Might his family background be more illustrious than presumed? Very well, then hold on tight. Li Qianma asked no further questions and set off. In less than half an hour, the two arrived at the Rolls-Royce showroom. Such an establishment catered exclusively to the affluent, and security measures were exceptionally stringent. With no need for pretense, they strode directly into the store. The luxury car dealership was extraordinarily grand, with expansive interiors. Every display was adorned with prestigious brands, complemented by an array of verdant flora, all rare conifers. The sales staff were remarkably professional, comprised of handsome men and beautiful women, impeccably attired, providing a feast for the eyes. As Liao Ren'nan and Li Qianma entered the store, a charming saleswoman approached them with a radiant smile. Good day, Mr. Liao and Miss Li. May I inquire if you are here to pick up a vehicle or merely to browse? This saleswoman, well versed in entertainment news, recognized both individuals and effortlessly addressed them by name. Yet, beneath her facade of calm, a multitude of questions swirled in her mind. How did Liao Ren'nan come to be in the company of Li Qianma? Surely, they could not be romantically involved. Such news would be monumental, my goodness. Just browsing, Liao Ren'nan replied coolly. Which model captures your interest? I can check our inventory, the saleswoman inquired. The Cullinan. Liao Ren'nan declared. The saleswoman swiftly checked her device, her face lighting up with delight. Mr. Liao, you are indeed fortunate. We happen to have a Cullinan available in stock. Kindly present your VIP card, and I shall arrange a test drive for you immediately. At this, Liao Ren'nan furrowed his brow. I do not possess a VIP card for your establishment. The saleswoman paused momentarily, then quickly clarified, Mr. Liao, the situation is as follows. Our dealership does not maintain dedicated test drive vehicles, all test drives are conducted with available stock, as these are limited edition luxury vehicles. I trust you can comprehend? Observing her earnest demeanor, Liao Ren'nan felt no ire, instead casting his gaze towards Li Qianma. After all, he had never test-driven such a high-caliber luxury vehicle and was uncertain if such a policy existed. There is indeed such a regulation. Li Qianma nodded. Upon recollecting something, she added, Liao sir, if you require assistance, I can procure a friend's VIP card, allowing you to test drive the vehicle. There is no need for such trouble, Liao Ren'nan replied to Li Qianma, then turned back to the saleswoman. Would it suffice if I were to make a direct payment first, followed by an inspection of the vehicle? Let us streamline the process as much as possible. He was a forthright individual, wishing to avoid any complications. Moreover, he felt that a luxury vehicle worth nearly 10 million would have undergone rigorous factory testing, and thus should pose no issues. Moreover, he is also eager to ascertain the efficacy of the 0-1 discount car purchase card, obtained from the system. If it proves to be ineffectual, would that not be rather embarrassing? Beside him, Li Qianma was momentarily taken aback, her gaze reflecting astonishment as she looked at Liao Ren'nan. Since when did purchasing a luxury car resemble buying a head of cabbage? Yet, in an instant, her expression transformed into one of tenderness and admiration. She was undeniably enamored by such a decisive and straightforward man. Of course, that is absolutely possible, the alluring saleswoman exclaimed, her face registering shock as it took her half a minute to comprehend the situation. With a beaming smile, she inquired, would you prefer to pay in installments or settle the amount in full? Full payment. Liao Ren'nan replied nonchalantly. Very well, I shall make the necessary arrangements immediately, the saleswoman responded with delight, seemingly still in a state of disbelief. She hurriedly escorted Liao Ren'nan and Li Qianma to the VIP reception room, presenting them with the finest tea and delectable snacks, anxious not to appear inattentive. Subsequently, she proceeded to report to the department director. After all, this situation constituted an exception, and she was obliged to inform her superiors. Failure to do so could lead to dire consequences. At that moment, the department director was engaged in a presentation to several affluent real estate magnates, showcasing a mid-range Rolls-Royce. Although the saleswoman's voice was lowered to a whisper, it still reached the ears of those wealthy individuals. Their gazes involuntarily drifted towards the VIP room where Liao Ren'nan was seated, and they could not suppress their inner thoughts. Wow! Who is this young man, purchasing such an extravagant vehicle? How exceedingly extravagant! However, the subsequent revelation left everyone utterly astounded. What? A Cullinan, purchased outright? This pronouncement struck the wealthy businessmen like a sharp needle piercing through their ears. While others youngsters splurged on vehicles worth nearly 10 million, making full payments in one fell swoop, here they were, as entrepreneurs, lingering for ages without any resolution. How utterly humiliating! They too wished to flaunt their prowess, but alas, their capabilities simply did not permit such indulgence. Mr. Liao, you may proceed with the payment. Upon hearing this, the department director resolved to personally attend to the matter. Accompanied by the finance team, Liao Ren'nan produced a gold card. This credit card held a balance of 300,000, a sum accrued from the intermittent earnings of his song releases during this period. Additionally, the 1 million remuneration from Lin Yue for the composition of those years remained untouched in his savings account. However, this card had an overdraft limit of 10 million, serving as a precautionary measure. If the 10 discount car voucher proves to be ineffective, he will still proceed to purchase the Cullinan, even if it necessitates taking out a loan, for he possesses the unwavering confidence in his ability to repay it given his current skills. The finance department received the card. A swift swipe on the machine. A receipt was printed. Simultaneously, Liao Ren'nan received a text message from his mobile banking. Huaxiao Bank, esteemed customer. The bank account XXXX, ending with XXXX, successfully completed a transfer transaction on X month X day at X hour, amounting to 85,125.34, with a remaining deposit balance of 240,981.65. It was a triumph. The full price of this Cullinan exceeds 8 million, yet only 85,100 has been deducted, truly an extraordinary discount of merely 0.1. Liao Ren'nan's heart swelled with excitement. The regional director, beaming broadly, remarked, Mr. Liao, shall we go admire the car together? Absolutely. Liao Ren'nan replied, brimming with enthusiasm. Given the exorbitant price of this top-tier luxury vehicle, the dealership opted to park it directly within their premises, complete with a dedicated garage. As the garage door swung open and the cover was lifted, a magnificent, entirely black beast emerged before the group. To be candid, Liao Ren'nan had already perused photographs and 3D models of the Cullinan online, fully anticipating its imposing presence. Yet now, Witnessing it up close, he was utterly dazzled. The regional director cheerfully began, "Allow me to elucidate the features of this model. This vehicle's front fascia showcases the classic Parthenon-style grille, flanked by rectangular LED headlight assemblies and prominently displayed exhaust tailpipes. The interior boasts a combination of genuine leather, fine wood, and metallic accents, with an overall design reminiscent of the Phantom, albeit with a more robust steering wheel. Furthermore, the state-of-the-art fully digital instrument panel employs a tri-circle gauge design, complemented by virtual dials and pointers." The regional director ardently continued his presentation, yet Liao Ren'nan scarcely paid attention. He was simply enamored with the overall aesthetic, dismissing the minutiae. "I shall take it for a test drive," he asserted, stepping directly into the vehicle and igniting the engine. The Cullinan glided smoothly out of the dealership's garage. As it emerged, both staff and customers were left in a state of astonishment, their expressions a testament to their envy, utterly unable to conceal their admiration. Though none uttered a word, their hearts surged with tumultuous waves of excitement. "Goodness gracious, this car is astonishingly cool. My heavens, my titanium alloy eyes are nearly blinded by its brilliance. The Cullinan, the pinnacle of luxury automobiles, I feel compelled to kneel." A throng of onlookers inhaled the scent of gasoline in the air, as if the exhaust emitted by this beast carried a hint of sweetness. Uniquely extraordinary. Chapter 30. What wealthy woman? 10 minutes later, Liao Ren'nan drove the car back to the dealership. Luxury vehicles are indeed luxurious, gliding smoothly as if one were seated upon a cloud. The Cullinan not only boasts an imposing and fierce exterior, but it also delivers the exhilarating thrust of a sports car and a mesmerizing roar. Overall, after this experience, Liao Ren'nan was thoroughly satisfied. "All right then. I shall take this one. Please assist me with the paperwork." The department director was overjoyed. "Certainly, Mr. Liao, please hold on a moment." He then instructed his subordinates to commence the necessary procedures. With the deal secured, the department director felt a sense of relief and became more relaxed, engaging in casual conversation and posing additional questions. "Mr. Liao, is this splendid vehicle intended for your studio?" It is well known that many individuals purchase luxury cars not for personal use, but rather for exhibitions or corporate business purposes, to create a certain image when necessary. After all, who would use a vehicle worth nearly 10 million for everyday family errands? "No, I simply intend to use it for daily commuting and picking up my child from school," Liao Ren'nan replied without a moment's hesitation. "Commuting, picking up a child from school? Put." Li Qianma found this response oddly amusing and burst into laughter. Meanwhile, the department director stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance. "What the hell? Did I just hear that correctly? A Cullinan worth nearly 10 million is merely for everyday transportation. My heavens, celebrities truly are the affluent." Once everything was settled, Liao Ren'nan and Li Qianma prepared to depart. Meanwhile, Su Xue had just arrived at the Rolls-Royce dealership with Liao and Bei. "Why are you dawdling? Hurry up." Seeing Liao and Bei walking leisurely, Su Xue couldn't help but scold her. She was eager to prove to Liao and Bei that Liao Ren'nan was a complete fraud. Just then, "That's Daddy!" Liao and Bei suddenly exclaimed, sprinting towards the direction. However, Liao Ren'nan and Li Qianma had just driven away in their vehicle, completely oblivious to Su Xue and Liao and Bei's presence. Su Xue gazed at the familiar profile from the car, stunned. Her face was filled with disbelief, because she had indeed recognized that it was Liao Ren'nan, driving away in the Cullinan, yet she still refused to accept this reality. The latest model of the Cullinan costs nearly 10 million. Could Liao Ren'nan truly afford it? Absolutely impossible. Once she regained her composure, Su Xue seized the department director beside her, asking, "Who were those two who just bought the Cullinan?" The department director smiled professionally. "Hello, Miss Su, I'm afraid I cannot disclose that information as it pertains to client privacy. They were all professionally trained and would never divulge customer information. Especially not for clients of such esteemed status." Su Xue's expression darkened. "Just tell me if that person was Liao Ren'nan." The department director appeared troubled and remained silent. As Su Xue raised her voice, pointing at Liao and Bei, and threatened the department director, "I am Liao Ren'nan's ex-wife. You should know this is our child, and we have legitimate business with him. My child has asthma, the medication is with her father, and she could have an attack at any moment. I need to retrieve the medication, just tell me if it was him, you could be held responsible for any delay." The department director looked at Liao and Bei, hesitated for a moment, then reluctantly nodded. Boom! Su Xue felt as if struck by lightning. So, it truly was Liao Ren'nan who bought the Cullinan, therefore, everything Liao and Bei said was indeed true? Su Xue felt as though her heart had been pierced deeply. However, she soon realized another question: who was the woman beside Liao Ren'nan? Su Xue had a nagging sense of familiarity regarding that woman, yet she couldn't recall who she was. Could she be the wealthy woman Liao Ren'nan was involved with? Who is the woman beside him? Su Xue pressed. The regional director shook his head. I'm sorry, but I really cannot disclose that. Su Xue pressed on aggressively. If you refuse to tell me, I will go complain to your general manager. The regional director explained, even if you complain to my general manager, I still cannot provide you with that information. Protecting customer information is a clear stipulation in our company's code of conduct. I apologize. Initially, he was concerned about the child's health, which was why he revealed the identity, but it was clear he had been deceived. He would no longer answer any further questions. Fine, just wait and see. Su Xue shot the director a fierce glare, then took Liao Ren'nan and left. The two returned to the car. Liao Ren'nan cheerfully said, Daddy really bought the Cullinan. I told you, Daddy is not a big liar. Su Xue was furious. Shut your mouth, his actions are more despicable than those of a liar, he is a scumbag. Wailing, Liao Ren'nan was instantly frightened into tears. Su Xue dialed Liao Ren'nan's number. Where are you? Come here right away. What's the matter? There is something urgent, hurry over. Upon hearing his daughter's cries, Liao Ren'nan hastily drove over. As soon as he got out of the car, he saw Su Xue with a sullen expression, and he chose to ignore her. He had no obligation to cater to her emotions. Bei Bei, what's wrong, why are you crying? Liao Ren'nan rushed over to comfort his daughter, who was tear-streaked. She was mean to me. Liao Ren'nan sobbed. Why was mommy mean to you? Liao Ren'nan turned to Su Xue, intending to demand an explanation, only to find her rummaging through his car. What are you doing? Why is Bei Bei crying? Liao Ren'nan felt perplexed. Where's that wealthy woman you were with? Seeing that woman was absent from the car, Su Xue mocked. Liao Ren'nan furrowed his brow. What wealthy woman? Su Xue gritted her teeth. The wealthy woman who helped you buy the car? Liao Ren'nan quickly connected the dots and realized Su Xue was referring to Li Qianma. However, Li Qianma did not buy him the car, nor was she any wealthy woman. We are already divorced, please refrain from making baseless personal attacks, Liao Ren'nan said coldly. Upon hearing this, Su Xue became agitated. Oh, so I'm making personal attacks? You dare to do it but not own up to it. I wondered why you so readily agreed to the divorce and left empty-handed. Turns out you had already found a new partner. You managed to charm her into buying you a luxury car so quickly. Quite impressive. You are insane, you are fabricating nonsense. Liao Ren'nan couldn't help but retort, I can hire a lawyer and sue you for defamation. Moreover, your blatant verbal abuse towards Liao Ren'nan, disregarding her feelings, I can file for court arbitration to revoke your visitation rights. Su Xue chuckled. Go ahead, you committed adultery during our marriage, and deceived someone into buying you a car. How shameless, let us see if the judge will side with you. Liao Ren'nan was speechless. I solemnly declare that the money for the car is mine, legally and justifiably. Su Xue continued to chatter. Haha, you, a mere behind-the-scenes producer, can afford this car? Who would believe that? By the way, you are still a singer, but merely a rookie, not even on the 18th line, right? How can you compare with my artists? I advise you to withdraw from the program soon. You will undoubtedly end up defeated. Unreasonable, just wait for the court arbitration. Liao Ren'nan shook his head and left with Liao Ren'nan. On the way home, Liao Ren'nan gradually stopped crying. Liao Ren'nan comforted, Bei Bei, it's alright, Daddy won't let you be alone with her anymore. Liao Ren'nan nodded, thank you, Daddy, I really dislike her. Well, if you dislike her, then let us avoid seeing her. Daddy will take you out every day. Liao Ren'nan pouted, Daddy is the best, I love Daddy the most. Liao Ren'nan smiled and continued driving. Daddy, this car is so cool, I really like it. After a while, Liao Ren'nan began to examine the car, completely forgetting what had just happened. Hearing this, Liao Ren'nan felt somewhat pleased. Yes, once you have a break this weekend, Daddy will drive this car and take you on a picnic. Okay, Daddy. Liao Ren'nan's eyes sparkled, and after a moment of thought, she continued, Daddy, you must perform well in the voice of heaven and strive to win the championship. Liao Ren'nan chuckled, why do you want Daddy to win the championship? Liao Ren'nan replied earnestly, it's just like school exams, every time I take an exam, I strive to be first because I know that if I achieve first place, you will be very happy. Similarly, if you win first place, of course, I will be happy for you. Liao Ren'nan smiled, nodding, alright, Daddy promises you to strive for first place. For the first time, he felt the desire to win the championship in the voice of heaven. Chapter 31 of the 1v1 PK competition begins. In the blink of an eye, a day has passed. The live broadcast of the second episode of The Voice of Heavenly Sound from Chongming Island, Magic City, is about to commence. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the second episode of The Voice of Heavenly Sound, proudly sponsored by Jufeng Real Estate, Jindafu Gold, and Huawei Artificial Intelligence. On the grand stage, teacher he recites the familiar opening lines. As the live stream begins, the barrage of comments in the chat area erupts with excitement. Oh yeah, I've waited a whole week, the second episode is finally here. Haha, I've got fried chicken and cola ready. Let the music roll, and let us get hyped. I think teacher he looks so dashing in this suit. Those who say teacher he is handsome, your taste is certainly questionable. My Koan is the real handsome one. Hua Ziyu, the eternal god of the Chinese music scene. Sisterly Qianma, I shall love you for 10,000 years. Brothers, if I say I'm here to see chess brother, would you look down on me? Teacher he gazes at the soaring enthusiasm and smiles appreciatively. He introduces the rules of this episode's competition. The theme for this round is the 1v1 PK match. 60 contestants who advanced from the previous rounds, preliminary selection, will draw lots to form teams and engage in head-to-head showdowns. The winners will be determined by votes from 5 judges, 30 media representatives, and cloud-based audience members. Each of the 5 judges counts as 10 votes, each media representative counts as 5 votes, and we have gathered votes from 800 audience members from all corners of the globe, totaling 1,000 votes. This voting process will be supervised by the regulatory staff of the White Egret Lake District in Magic City, ensuring the results are authentic and valid. Ultimately, 30 singers will be selected in this segment. We hope everyone seizes this opportunity. The camera then shifts to a spacious hall where a multitude of stars take turns drawing numbered balls from a box, which are then handed over to the staff for tallying. Teacher he explains, what you see now is the contestants drawing lots to determine their opponents. Alright, the matchups are being announced one by one, as follows: Lin Jixuan vs Wang Feng, Ren Xianqi vs Zheng Hanafeng Kuan vs Wu Yishu Kuan vs Su Fei Huazeu vs Chen Xiang Zheng Jie vs Jiang Yinrong, Liao Ren'nan vs Zhang Yike. Teacher he reads out the names of the singers facing off. This information instantly sparks heated discussions among netizens. Wow, Lin Jixuan against Wang Feng feels like a battle of kings, this is going to be epic. What the heck, Zhang Han is competing too? I had no idea, is he really a singer? Feng Kuan vs Wu Yi, is Kuan Gu burning incense for luck? He must be secretly delighted right now. Liao Ren'nan facing Zhang Yike feels like a tough battle. Zhang Yike is under the company of Liao Ren'nan's ex-wife, Su Xue. Looks like we have some juicy drama ahead. After a brief intermission, the Wu 1v1 PK competition officially commences. The singers take the stage in order for their matchups, while other contestants await in the lounge. Ren'nan, we're once again in the later rounds. Let us get started. What entertainment activities do we have planned today? Chao Jinming asks Liao Ren'nan, who is seated and watching the competition. Since Liao Ren'nan is competing, there's little Chao can do to assist. He might as well enjoy the show, especially after previous announcements. He has noticed that Liao Ren'nan is always composed and capable of delivering unexpected surprises. The more involved he becomes in Liao Ren'nan's plans, the more it seems to restrict him. Thus, Chao Jinming decides to let go completely. What entertainment activities can there be? Liao Ren'nan replies, his eyes glued to the screen. I'm here to watch the competition and analyze the singer's strengths. Upon hearing this, Chao Jinming looks at Liao Ren'nan with a puzzled expression, akin to a monk scratching his head in confusion. He finds Liao Ren'nan to be quite peculiar. This morning, Liao Ren'nan abruptly drove a luxury curry nan to the company, leaving him utterly stunned. Wasn't he supposed to be starting from scratch? How could he afford such extravagance? And during the last competition, he had been bored playing chess, yet this time he suddenly seems serious. It's a complete 180. So strange, unfathomable. However, seeing Liao Ren'nan's serious demeanor, Chao Jinming refrains from further questioning and joins him in watching the singers PKSTI in another waiting room. Su Xue glares at the screen in anger, which shows a split screen of Liao Ren'nan's waiting area. Yesterday, Liao Ren'nan's remarks had infuriated Su Xue to no end, especially that line, "We are divorced now, you have no say." It felt like a direct hit to her Achilles heel, leaving her powerless against him. Yet now, the heavens have granted her a chance for revenge, allowing Zhang Yike to draw against Liao Ren'nan. This is simply splendid. Su Xue vows to make Liao Ren'nan pay for crossing her. Remembering something, she turns to Zhang Yike and asks, "Yike, do you have confidence facing Liao Ren'nan?" Without hesitation, Zhang Yike nods, "I believe I am stronger than Liao Ren'nan. It's just that he is your ex-husband, Sister Xue." "Should I?" "Do not hold back." Su Xue raises her hand to stop her, then adds, "And don't be nervous, just showcase your true abilities. I've already arranged everything with the judges and media." What Su Xue refers to as judges and media pertains to the control over voting from these entities. After all, the 1v1 segment relies on a combination of votes from judges, media, and online audiences. The online voting is randomly generated by machines, making it uncontrollable, and there are residual data parameters that deter any form of tampering. However, the voting from judges and media is manageable. Some contestants may seek to exploit this aspect. Zhang Yike chuckles, "Got it, thank you, Sister Xue." On stage, the competition is progressing smoothly. Results of the matchups are being announced in succession. Some outcomes are as expected. For instance, Ren Xianqi triumphs over Zhang Han with 854 votes to 612. Feng Koan defeats Wu Yi with 832 votes to 574. Yi Shukuan wins against Su Fei with 912 votes to 694. Hua Ziyu surpasses Chen Xiang with 876 votes to 710. There are also some PK results that catch everyone by surprise. For example, Zhang Jie wins against Zhang Yinrong with 854 votes to 670. In the eyes of the audience, both Zhang Yinrong and Zhang Jie are equally talented singers, yet the score gap is strikingly large. The disparity is primarily due to the voting from judges and media, which overwhelmingly favored Zhang Jie. Many netizens believe Zhang Jie has benefited from Xie's popularity. Additionally, Lin Jixuan narrowly defeats Wang Feng with 885 votes to 884. The audience is astonished by how closely matched their votes are, separated by merely one vote, leaving many fans of Wang Feng feeling regretful. Numerous supporters have even initiated a protest, demanding a rematch between the two. This suggestion is promptly dismissed by the program director. Competition is inherently ruthless, one can only blame Wang Feng's lack of fortune. At that moment, Teacher He announces, "Alright, congratulations to brother Lin Jixuan for narrowly defeating Wang Feng by a single vote. We hope brother Lin Jixuan continues to strive for excellence, and we encourage brother Wang Feng not to be disheartened. We look forward to seeing him again in next year as the voice of heavenly sound." Next, please give a warm round of applause to welcome the next pair of PK singers, Zhang Yike and Liao Ren'nan. Chapter 32. Never Show Mercy. Instantly, the venue erupted with thunderous applause. The chat room was flooded with comments. "Dear friends, settle in your seats, the big reveal is upon us. Wow, my beloved Zhang Yike is finally taking the stage. I adore you. Xianqi brother is quite conventional this time. I wonder what song he has prepared. Go, Nan Gu." Zhang Yike ascended the stage, clutching a guitar, her smile radiating warmth. Liao Ren'nan joined her on stage. Teacher He, with a twinkle in his eye, looked at the pair and inquired, "Alright, we are about to commence the PK. Do either of you have words for your opponent?" This was a segment scripted into the show, where each competitor was to say a few words. Afterward, Teacher He handed a microphone to Zhang Yike. Upon receiving the microphone, Zhang Yike suddenly locked her gaze onto Liao Ren'nan, declaring, "Liao Ren'nan, I will show no mercy." At that moment, the chat room exploded with excitement. Wow, what a fierce Zhang Gu, so little talk yet so much impact. Yike, I love you, you are stunning. Goodness, even I, a man, feel that Zhang Yike exudes more masculinity than I do. My word, Zhang Yike's audacity is truly remarkable, she speaks with such boldness. In terms of seniority, Zhang Yike ought to address Liao Ren'nan as brother-in-law. How can she be so audacious? A competition is a competition. What does seniority matter? Teacher He, taken aback by her words, chuckled in surprise. He then passed the microphone to Liao Ren'nan, asking, "And what about you, Liao Ren'nan? Do you have anything to say?" Liao Ren'nan took the microphone and calmly responded, "Never show mercy." The audience erupted in applause and laughter, a wave of enthusiasm sweeping through the venue. Well said, some spectators shouted. Teacher He, grinning, remarked, the tension is palpable, I shan't prolong this any further, let us commence the competition. According to the draw rules, please let Zhang Yike sing first. Liao Ren'nan, please prepare yourself. As He Zheng announced, the stage was already set with a chair and a microphone stand. Zhang Yike confidently took her seat as the spotlight illuminated her. Accompanying her was a musician on guitar. Simultaneously, the big screen displayed the details of Zhang Yike's song, titled Baby Sister. Lyrics, Zhang Yike composition, Zhang Yike arrangement, Xuephone produced by Su Xue Entertainment. As the background shifted, the entire stage transformed into a vibrant blue ocean. Enormous pink mushroom houses floated about, with pink whales frolicking in the air. The atmosphere became exceedingly kawaii. Then, the arrangement commenced, and Zhang Yike strummed her guitar rhythmically, her voice emerging sweetly. Sister in English is sister, sister in Japanese is oni sang. Sister in Korean is on-ni, in French, no one taught me how to say, oh sister baby sister oh. As Zhang Yike's voice resonated, it ignited a flurry of discussions online. Why is the stage so pink? Has Zhang Gu changed her style this time? So kawaii, her sweet voice is utterly enchanting, it makes me all tingly. Is this singing or reciting? Why do I feel uneasy? I think she should sing Brother instead. Brother, UVE made my day. On stage, Zhang Yike continued her performance. Occasionally, she raised her hands, encouraging the audience to join in. A sister in English is sister, sister in Japanese is aomoyutu, sister in Korean is dongsiang. In French, no one taught me how to say, oh sister baby sister oh. With the repetition of this line, the song came to a formal conclusion. The stage lights brightened once more. Teacher he stepped forward to host. Alright, Zhang Yike's performance has concluded. We shall now open the floor for voting from the judges, media, and online viewers. If you enjoyed this song, please cast your votes. The 3-minute voting window is now officially open. 3, 2, 1. Voting has ended, please lock in your votes. Teacher he invited Zhang Yike to the screen displaying the scores. Alright, the scores have been tallied. Let us see how many votes Zhang Yike's baby sister has garnered. Please direct your attention to the big screen. As He Jeong concluded his statement, the scoreboard began to whirl chaotically. The units displayed an 8. The tens showed a 7. The hundreds continued to scroll. Zhang Yike was on the edge of her seat, her hand pressed against her chest, rising and falling with anticipation. The audience was equally tense, their eyes fixated on the screen. Suddenly, the scrolling hundreds place came to a stop, revealing an 8. Teacher he promptly announced, congratulations to Zhang Yike for receiving 878 votes. Among these, the mentor group allocated 30 votes, the media group contributed 65 votes, and the online votes tallied 783, totaling 878 votes. This is quite a commendable score. Let us applaud her. Zhang Yike smiled and waved to the audience. Meanwhile, in the waiting room, Su Xue was busily calculating the odds of defeating Liao Ren'nan alongside Wazizu and the studio producer, scribbling down figures. Mentor votes 30 votes, media group votes 10 votes. 878-10-301839 votes. Upon seeing the results, Su Xue tilted her head back with laughter. Among this batch of singers, the most popular, Yishukuan, had only garnered 830 online votes. Liao Ren'nan, as a newcomer, had not even cracked the top 30 in the previous online popularity rankings. To achieve a score of 839 was nearly impossible for him. Su Xue felt victory was within her grasp. She was determined to eliminate Liao Ren'nan from Heavenly Voice. For daring to challenge her, this was his comeuppance. The live broadcast continued, and after a brief advertisement, Teacher he shifted the conversation. Now, let us invite the singers to swap positions. Please welcome Liao Ren'nan to perform the song Those Years. Upon hearing this, Liao Ren'nan stepped confidently to the center stage. Chapter 33 Amplifying the effect. As Liao Ren'nan took his position, the stage lights dimmed simultaneously. The central giant screen commenced the presentation of the song's details. Song title of Those Years. Lyrics by Liao Ren'nan. Composition by Liao Ren'nan. Arrangement by Liao Ren'nan. Film of Those Years. The Girl We Pursued. Production companies and Nanming Entertainment. Huahua Entertainment. Upon seeing this, the live broadcast's comment section erupted with excitement. While Liao Ren'nan has released another original song, he writes, composes, arranges, and sings. What immense talent! This song Those Years seems to bear a resemblance to the currently screening film Those Years, The Girl We Pursued. Did anyone notice a detail? This song is jointly produced by Nanming and Huahua, so what does that signify? Oh my gosh, I get it, the song Liao Ren'nan is about to perform must be the theme song for this film. Liao Guo's move is absolutely brilliant. As the song details concluded on the screen, instead of transitioning to the stage like other artists, it continued to play a video, a brief montage from Those Years, The Girl We Pursued. Could Jingtang donned a dapper suit to attend Xin Jiayi's wedding. Following the wedding ceremony, everyone gathered for photographs. Liao Yinghong, resting his arm on the groom's shoulder, remarked, "Hey, brother groom, let us discuss something." The groom inquired, "What is there to discuss?" Liao Yinghong cheekily responded, "We have quite a hefty red envelope, and we're wondering if we could steal a kiss from the bride?" The groom glanced at Xin Jiayi and replied, "If the bride agrees, then I have no objections." Xin Jiayi hesitated for a moment before smiling, "Sure." A few of them eagerly moved forward. The groom stopped them, saying, "If you wish to kiss the bride, you must first kiss me. That is only fair." Su Bo-chun, speechless, exclaimed, "I've never heard of guests having to go through such trials to kiss the bride." Xia Minghe chimed in, "Exactly." Su Bo-chun added, "That is just being petty." Xia Minghe concurred, "That is not right." The groom, full of himself, declared, "Well, it can't be helped then." Xin Jiayi's friend, Hu Jiawei, laughed, "Haha, you all thought you had it all figured out." Just as Hu Jiawei's words trailed off, Ke Jingtang, who had remained silent until then, suddenly leaped forward and planted a heavy kiss on the groom. Everyone was taken aback. Xin Jiayi, too, was astonished, but after a moment, she covered her mouth and laughed. The other male classmates, witnessing this, charged forward in a frenzy, attempting to kiss the groom. After kissing the groom, Ko Jingtang wiped his lips and turned to Xin Jiayi, saying, "Then I shall continue to act childish." Xin Jiayi chuckled, "You must." Observing this brief montage, the live broadcast's comments section erupted. "Oh my gosh. This truly is the theme song of the film Those Years, The Girl We Pursued." Liao Ren'nan has a vast network, collaborating even with Huahua. What a delightful surprise, this film seems promising, definitely worth a watch. I just bought a ticket. I am going to see this movie tonight with my first love. Many in the audience were also engaged in animated discussions, evidently deliberating over the film's plot segment. Han Shangyu, the chief producer of Celestial Voices, observed the unprecedented surge in popularity with a hint of a smile on his face. Meanwhile, the array of singers in the waiting room were equally astonished and delighted, realizing that Celestial Voices could be executed in such a manner, truly eye-opening. Impressive, Su Xue in the waiting room, her face puffed up like a pufferfish, grumbled, "How can they do this? The production team is being too biased towards Liao Ren'nan. Relying on a film to boost popularity, how shameless. This is nothing but opportunism." Grumbling endlessly, she could not articulate a coherent argument. She could only lament her own failure to conceive such a brilliant idea. At that moment, a beam of light illuminated the stage, focusing on Liao Ren'nan. The audience could see that Liao Ren'nan had, at some point, changed into a white shirt and brown slacks, mirroring the attire of Ko Jingtang in the microfilm. The venue erupted in fervor. "So handsome," some audience members shouted simultaneously. The music gently faded in, and Liao Ren'nan began to sing, "Back to the original starting point, your youthful face in my memories, we have finally arrived at this day." Liao Ren'nan's voice was clear and resonant, evoking the essence of a campus senior. It possessed a minty quality, ethereal and soothing to the ears, compelling one to listen indefinitely. "I long to return to those years, back to the seats in the classroom, deliberately courting your gentle reprimands, combinations on the blackboard, would you dare to untie them, who sits with whom, and he loves her." Concurrently, the central screen continued to showcase scenes from the film. Xin Jiayi, having forgotten her textbook for class, was offered Ko Jingtang's book, who willingly accepted the teacher's punishment that when Ko Jingtang was inattentive in class, Xin Jiayi would jab him with a ballpoint pen, leaving blue ink spots on his white uniform, indelible marks of their time together. Xin Jiayi prepared a heart-shaped exam paper for Ko Jingtang, assisting him in his studies. Gradually, the song transitioned to the chorus. Liao Ren'nan raised his voice, "Those years of missed downpours, those years of missed love, I wish to tell you that I have not forgotten. That night, under the starry sky, an agreement made in parallel timelines. If we were to meet again, I would hold you tightly." Meanwhile, the tension in the microfilm escalated as Ko Jingtang attempted to prove his masculinity by boxing. The two quarreled out of spite. Heavy rain, tears, misunderstandings, and cries. The film reached its climax, abruptly halting. After all, a movie cannot reveal too much of its plot. It merely needs to captivate the audience. Liao Ren'nan continued to sing, entering a cyclical phase. During this segment, no further footage was played. The audience devoted their attention solely to Liao Ren'nan's mellifluous voice. "Back to the original starting point, standing dazed before the mirror, clumsily tying the red tie, combing my hair like an adult, dressed in a sharp suit. When we meet again, I'm sure you'll be more beautiful than I imagine." Chapter 34. The birth of the highest score, Liao Ren'nan sang with great emotion, his face reflecting a deep sense of regret for his youth. It was as if the spirit of Ko Jingtang from the movies had taken possession of him. The audience present, along with those in the live streaming room, were equally moved by Liao Ren'nan's fervor, unable to contain their excitement. After all, who among us has not experienced the naivety of youth? Who has not lost something beautiful, that year, those years? As these thoughts washed over them, many could not help but shed tears, caught off guard by their own emotions. On stage, Liao Ren'nan continued to sing passionately. "On that starry night, the promise made in a parallel universe, should we meet again, I will hold you tightly, hold you tightly." As the song approached its conclusion, the music gradually faded. After Liao Ren'nan sang the final line, he smiled gently. Just when everyone thought the performance had concluded, he turned to the large screen behind him. All eyes followed his gaze, focusing on the screen. To their surprise, there was no image, but an audio clip began to play. "Xin Jiayi, Kutang, why are you so careless in your studies? At this rate, you won't even make the top 10 in the monthly exams." Ko Jingtang, "Nonsense, I'm a genius. I can excel without putting in much effort." Xin Jiayi, "Oh my, there's a giant cow flying in the sky." Ko Jingtang, "Don't doubt it, we can bet on it. If I lose, I'll get a buzz cut. If you lose, you'll wear a ponytail. What do you say?" Xin Jiayi, "A bet it is, who is afraid of whom?" Then, the screen lit up. There, in a beautiful middle school, stood a girl in a uniform, her hair styled in a ponytail, confidently walking across the playground with a textbook in hand. As the camera zoomed in, her bright smile, the visible dimples, the rhythmically swaying ponytail, and the heartwarming glance over her shoulder exuded the essence of youth. At that moment, the audience realized that the actress portraying the girl was none other than Liao Ren'nan. A wave of gasps filled the venue. That's Liao Ren'nan. Wow, the goddess is stunning. Ponytail goddess, I adore you. Many spectators exclaimed. The judges seated at the mentor's table looked at Liao Ren'nan with astonishment, completely unaware of this beforehand. Liao Ren'nan covered her mouth with a light laugh, smiling as she expressed her gratitude to the audience below. Hee-jung timely stepped onto the stage, grinning as he remarked, I never expected to see Ren'nan in the film, what a delightful surprise. Ren'nan, as the person involved, do you have anything you'd like to share with everyone? Liao Ren'nan adjusted her attire, standing up to say, haha indeed, the girl you saw in the film is portrayed by me, I hope you enjoy it, and I kindly ask for your support for the movie those years, we pursued the girl. Of course, I must clarify that I only participated in the film's Easter egg at the end. The lead role of this movie is played by the exceptionally talented young actress Jin Yan-shi, and I hope I have not misled the audience. Lastly, I wish for everyone to cheer for those years and Liao Ren'nan. Thank you. Upon hearing this, Hee-jung chuckled, although Ren'nan only participated in the Easter egg, it has certainly been a feast for the eyes, wouldn't you agree? He then directed the microphone towards the audience. Absolutely, she is breathtaking, the crowd chorused. Hee-jung smiled knowingly, glanced at his notes, and continued, alright, thank you Liao Ren'nan for bringing us such a wonderful scene. Now, let us return to the main event and proceed with the next process. We will now open the voting rights for the judges and media. Additionally, for those viewers online who have gained access, if you loved the song those years, please cast your votes for Liao Ren'nan. The voting window will be officially open for 3 minutes. 3, 2, 1. Voting is now closed. Please lock in your votes. Hee-jung invited Liao Ren'nan and Zhang Yiku to the screen displaying the scores. Alright, the scores have been tallied. Now, in this 1v1 round, let us see who is more favored by the audience, Liao Ren'nan or Zhang Yiku, who will continue to participate in Tianlai, and who will be eliminated. Please look at the big screen. As Hee-jung's voice faded, the score counter on the screen began to spin wildly. The units digit displayed a 2. The tens digit showed a 1. The hundreds digit continued to scroll. The audience erupted in shouts, eagerly anticipating Liao Ren'nan's score. Meanwhile, Zhang Yiku grew increasingly anxious, her gaze fixed intently on the screen. In the waiting room, Su Xue and Hua Zhe leaned forward, their eyes glued to the screen. Hua Zhe kept murmuring 8. He estimated that Liao Ren'nan's song would score over 800, because even if Liao Ren'nan achieved a score of 812, it would mean he would lose to Zhang Yiku and be eliminated. Su Xue, on the other hand, repeatedly chanted 6, 6, 6. In her mind, she believed Liao Ren'nan would only score 600, the atmosphere in the venue reached a fever pitch. In contrast, Liao Ren'nan, the person in question, appeared remarkably calm. On the screen, the hundreds digit continued to roll, the scrolling slowed down, finally passing through 6, 7, and 8. It came to a halt at the number 9. With a resounding cheer, the venue erupted in excitement. Hee-jung was left utterly astounded, taking a moment to regain his composure before announcing, oh my! Congratulations to Liao Ren'nan for achieving an impressive score of 912 votes. Out of which, the mentor group awarded 30 votes, the media group gave 10 votes, and the online voting accounted for 872 votes, totaling 912 votes. Currently, Liao Ren'nan holds the highest score of this event and is the first singer in this season to surpass 900 points. Let us all applaud and congratulate him. The applause that followed was thunderous, with many chanting Liao Ren'nan's name. The barrage of comments in the livestream surged, wow, 900 points, Liao Ren'nan has become a legend tonight. He even scored higher than my Kuan, how did that happen? Lyrics, composition, arrangement, and singing, he earned those points through sheer talent. Liao Ren'nan is simply outstanding. The other contestants, upon witnessing Liao Ren'nan's score, displayed a myriad of expressions. Even as Hee-jung announced the results, Su Xue remained in disbelief. How could someone score higher than him? That was utterly impossible. Seeing the audience in jubilation only intensified his discontent. What was Liao Ren'nan, anyway? He should be the most popular one. Meanwhile, the recently victorious Rin Xianqi, Feng Kuan, and Zhang Jie exchanged glances, clearly shaken by the score. Lin Zhixian adjusted his thick glasses, a mixture of surprise and delight evident on his face. He yearned for a formidable opponent like this, but in the waiting room, Hua Zhe gaped, swallowing hard before glancing at Su Xue, whose face had turned as dark as charcoal. Chapter 35 of the Splendor value surpasses 2 million. Su Xue gazed at the score displayed on the large screen, her eyes widening in disbelief. 912 points. Although the competition was not yet concluded, it was indisputable that Liao Ren'nan achieved the highest score of the entire event. How could this be possible? Even more alarming was the fact that Liao Ren'nan had manipulated the score himself. If he had not interfered, would his score not have been even higher? My heavens! Also taken aback was Han Shengyo, the executive producer of Tian Lai. Having hosted this program for 2 years, he had developed a keen insight into such competitions and possessed a deeper understanding of the voting process. Excluding the judges and media votes, Liao Ren'nan garnered a staggering network vote tally of a 912-30-10,872 votes. If we calculate based on the total number of online votes amounting to 915, then Liao Ren'nan's online support rate reaches an astonishing 98.5. Even the champion of the last season of Heavenly Voice has never achieved such remarkable results, has he? How terrifying this is. On stage, host he continues to guide the program's proceedings. Zhang Yike, according to the show's regulations, you will stop here. Do you have anything you would like to say to the audience? Zhang Yike scoffed lightly and remarked, I just want to say that those who rely on shortcuts will surely not go far. Her words immediately ignited a tumultuous uproar in the audience. Yike, well said. You are the best. Clearly, this is a jab at Liao Ren'nan. My brother Zhang is so fierce. Unfair, unfair, unfair. However, following these voices, a wave of counter-arguments emerged, overwhelmingly dominant. What shortcuts? With such a vast discrepancy in media votes, dare you claim you haven't taken any shortcuts? If you can't bear to lose, then don't participate in the show. It's utterly embarrassing. To each their own in the game. As these words echoed, many audience members joined in with shouts of to each their own in the game. Hearing this, Zhang Yike dared not say more, fearing to anger the audience and expose her own faults, especially since her score was indeed inflated. Frowning slightly, she handed the microphone to He Jiong and angrily exited the stage site. A chorus of boos erupted from the audience. He, not wishing for the situation to escalate, hurriedly smoothed things over. Without rules, there can be no order. Heavenly Voice is indeed strict in terms of regulations, so the audience can rest assured. At the same time, Heavenly Voice encourages singers to innovate, so I hope the performers can boldly break new ground within the rules. Although He Jiong's remarks were delivered with a calm demeanor, they indirectly defended Liao Ren'nan. Such promotion through a theme song format is indeed permitted within the program. So, Liao Ren'nan, having won the competition with a high score, do you have anything you wish to convey to the audience? Liao Ren'nan took the microphone and smiled. To receive such overwhelming support from so many people, I must admit, I feel quite apprehensive. I will continue to uphold originality, creating more high-quality songs to share with everyone, and I hope everyone won't forget to support the film Those Years We Pursued the Girls. Alright, rest assured, shouted an audience member below. Ha! Laughter filled the room. He Jiong chuckled as well and said, to speak candidly, after watching that brief clip, it is truly hard to restrain myself from wanting to see this film. I've already told my assistant to book a private screening tonight for my colleagues in the team to watch this film together. Thank you for your support, teacher. Liao Ren'nan revealed a meaningful smile. No need for thanks. He Jiong replied with a beaming face, now, please head to the backstage to rest and watch the performances of the other contestants. Liao Ren'nan nodded and exited. He Jiong continued to host the show. Upon arriving in the waiting room, Liao Ren'nan spotted Chao Jinming standing at the door, giving him a thumbs up from a distance. Well done, you certainly have hidden your resources well. Modesty is key. Liao Ren'nan smiled slightly, raising his hand to signal Chao Jinming to lower his thumb. Chao Jinming complied, yet his gaze remained fixed on Liao Ren'nan, looking directly into his eyes and asking, Ren'nan, you won't abandon me, will you? What do you mean by that? Liao Ren'nan replied, astonished. In his memory, Chao Jinming had always been quite serious, and seeing him so emotional was indeed a rare sight. This side of Chao Jinming left him feeling somewhat unsettled. Chao Jinming responded earnestly, look at you, so talented and with so many resources. Last time it was Li Qianhua, and this time it's Lin Dong from Huahu Entertainment. Just choose one, and I already feel a sense of crisis. In truth, Chao Jinming's words were not exaggerated. Li Qianhua and Lin Yue are both stunning beauties within the industry, regarded as the epitome of perfection by many elite men. Among the sea of female stars, they rank among the very best, yet now, such exceptional women seem to be surrounding Liao Ren'nan. Who wouldn't feel a twinge of jealousy? Upon hearing this, Liao Ren'nan reached out and tapped Chao Jinming's forehead. Chao Jinming, bewildered, asked, what are you doing? Just checking if you have a fever. Liao Ren'nan laughed. TCH. Chao Jinming swatted his hand away, the two couldn't help but chuckle. The program continued in an orderly fashion. Finally, at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the 30 advancing contestants for the 1v1 PK segment were all selected. Apart from Liao Ren'nan, the dark horse, the other contestants' advancement was expected. Either they possessed talent or had a strong background. Simultaneously, the popularity rankings for this episode of Heavenly Voice were also released. Ye Shukuan took first place. Hua Zheyu secured second. Liao Ren'nan claimed third. Lin Jixuan followed in fourth. Upon seeing this ranking, the participating singers all turned their gazes toward Liao Ren'nan's direction. The other top contenders were either current sensations or held artistic titles, which seemed entirely reasonable. However, Liao Ren'nan, the dark horse, advanced with remarkable speed, astonishing everyone. In the waiting room, Su Xue saw Liao Ren'nan's ranking and was so furious that her stomach ailment flared up. Previously, she had mocked Liao Ren'nan for lacking popularity, and now this data was akin to slapping her own face. Fortunately, Hua Ziyu's popularity outpaced Liao Ren'nan by a single rank, which gave her a glimmer of hope. In the singers section, Liao Ren'nan, upon seeing his popularity ranking surge from outside the top 30 to the top 3, felt both surprised and gratified. It appeared that this traffic diversion had been remarkably successful. One can only say hard work pays off, and talent will always be recognized. Shortly after the popularity rankings were released, Liao Ren'nan also heard that familiar system notification in his mind. Ding, congratulations to the host, your glory points have accumulated to 3 million, automatically redeeming 3 prizes. Chapter 36, the tenfold cashback card. Ding. Prize automatically redeemed successfully, congratulations on obtaining Mastery of Music Theory. Mastery of Music Theory. The host will master all music theory knowledge, becoming proficient in fundamental concepts such as reading music, intervals, chords, rhythm, and meter. Well versed in advanced music knowledge, including harmony, counterpoint, form, melody, and orchestration, ultimately becoming a true doctoral figure in music theory. Ding. Prize automatically redeemed successfully, congratulations on obtaining proficiency in music production equipment. Proficiency in music production equipment. The host will be well acquainted with the operation and application of music production software and equipment. Mastering techniques related to recording, mixing, and mastering, thriving in the music production industry. Ding. Prize automatically redeemed successfully, congratulations on obtaining tenfold cashback card. Tenfold cashback card. When the host purchases task-related items, they will receive a tenfold cashback. Note 1. The cashback limit of this card is capped at 500,000 RMB. 2. Validity period within 3 days. Immediately afterwards. Liao Ren'nan felt a delightful tingling in his mind, and he instantly grasped the knowledge of music theory and music production equipment. The tenfold cashback card was also stored in the System S package, ready for him to command when needed. This series of system rewards left Liao Ren'nan feeling euphoric. However, he soon calmed his thoughts. He knew that his future path lay in music creation, and thus the knowledge of music theory and music production equipment aligned perfectly with his developmental trajectory. But what was the purpose of the tenfold cashback card? Of course, Liao Ren'nan merely pondered this briefly, without delving further. After all, who would ever complain about receiving too many rewards from the system? Before long, the current competition officially concluded. Liao Ren'nan tidied up his belongings and bid farewell to Chao Jinming, preparing to head home. Bei Bei was still waiting for him to pick her up. Upon arriving at the underground parking lot, Liao Ren'nan spotted 2 familiar figures. What are you two doing here? He saw Li Qianma and Lin Yue, both wearing masks and sunglasses, seated in a convertible sports car next to Liao Ren'nan's Cullinan. Upon hearing his voice, Li Qianma removed her mask and offered a gentle smile as a greeting. Lin Yue took off her sunglasses, smiling as she said, "We were waiting for you, Teacher Liao. Shouldn't we celebrate tonight?" Liao Ren'nan chuckled lightly and replied, "Logically speaking, I should treat you to a meal, but I need to pick up my daughter from school soon." Lin Yue waved her sunglasses and said, "Qianma has already arranged everything. The driver is waiting at Bei Bei's school gate. When Bei Bei officially finishes school, you can do a video call with the teacher and ask the driver to take her home, so you 1T need to go." Teacher Liao, rest assured, this driver has been with Yue for 8 years and is absolutely trustworthy. Li Qianma added, hoping to alleviate any concerns Liao Ren'nan might have. All right. Liao Ren'nan nodded. Since they had arranged everything to such an extent, he felt it would be impolite to decline, lest he appear ungrateful. Hearing this, Li Qianma smiled, "Then let us go, Teacher Liao. I've already made a reservation at the restaurant." "All right." Liao Ren'nan responded awkwardly. He felt peculiar, wondering why he kept saying all right, but apart from that, he truly didn't know what else to say. It was solely due to the overwhelming enthusiasm of these two. Meanwhile, Hua Ziliu, Zhang Yike, along with their assistants and driver, arrived at the underground parking lot. Su Xue was incessantly advising the two regarding the subsequent rounds of the Tianlai competition. Zhang Yike's elimination in this round had somewhat surprised Su Xue. She had initially believed that with a little maneuvering, Zhang Yike could at least reach the lyric writing by reading, or lyric writing by viewing, segments. Who knew that an unexpected twist would occur? Now, within Su Xue Entertainment, only Hua Ziliu remained as the sole banner. Su Xue was determined to strategize carefully to ensure Hua Ziliu could advance further. Thus, Su Xue could reap the greatest benefits. As the three conversed, Su Xue's gaze caught sight of something to the side, and she abruptly halted. Hua Ziliu and Zhang Yike followed her line of sight, witnessing a convertible sports car and a gleaming Cullinan exiting their parking spaces. Those two cars are quite extravagant. Hua Ziliu jested. Indeed. There are indeed many wealthy individuals in the capital. Zhang Yike echoed. Absolutely, each car is worth nearly 10 million, they are remarkably affluent. Hua Ziliu remarked with a look of envy. Sister Xue, are you considering changing cars? Zhang Yike inquired with a smile. Su Xue remained silent. It was then that Hua Ziliu and Zhang Yike noticed Su Xue's expression had grown tense, evidently displeased. Initially, they had merely intended to tease her about her interest in the car, but the situation had taken a different turn. They were left standing there, unsure of how to proceed. A full half-minute passed. As the cars disappeared from view, Su Xue finally responded, that new car belongs to Liao Ren'nan. Ah? That's impossible, Sister Xue? This revelation detonated in Hua Ziliu and Zhang Yike's minds like a bomb. Zhang Yike tugged at Su Xue's clothing, asking, Sister Xue, you must be joking, right? Liao Ren'nan divorced you, and he has no money left. How could he possibly afford a Cullinan? There must be some mistake. Su Xue shot her a glare. Who would joke about such a thing? I saw it with my own eyes, there's no way I could be mistaken. Meanwhile, Hua Ziliu, who had been silently observing, muttered to herself, how could Liao Ren'nan have so much money? And why is he so close to Li Qianma and Lin Yue? What? Su Xue's eyes widened. You mean the other two are Li Qianma and Lin Yue? Hua Ziliu nodded vigorously. Of course, I can remember which cars the female artists in the industry drive, and their license plate numbers. That convertible Lamborghini just now belongs to Lin Yue. The color and license plate match perfectly, there can be no mistake. Zhang Yike looked astounded and asked, why do you remember female artists' license plate numbers? Su Xue turned her gaze towards Hua Ziliu. Feeling the immense pressure, Hua Ziliu stuttered, quickly explaining, it's all about building connections. Sister Xue, you often teach us that in the entertainment industry, we must cultivate relationships? Oh. Zhang Yike responded, somewhat understanding. Su Xue nodded in approval. Hua Ziliu chuckled awkwardly, secretly relieved. The reason he memorized these female artists' license plates was not merely for networking, it was for that day when he felt weary of striving. To tap on the windows of these female artists, saving himself decades of wandering. Given the opportunity, he wouldn't mind wooing a wealthy married woman. As for someone like Li Qianma or Lin Yue, who were both beautiful and talented with strong backgrounds, serving as their admirer would be a stroke of good fortune. He certainly had not skimped on his homework. Listening to Hua Ziliu's words, Su Xue fell into contemplation. She recalled the day at the Rolls-Royce dealership when she saw Liao Ren'nan's profile. The connection to the woman in sunglasses from earlier, and the support Li Qianma had shown Liao Ren'nan during this time. Suddenly, Su Xue had an epiphany, so the wealthy woman is Li Qianma. Chapter 37. In search of a fairy mother mom, what? Both Zhang Yike and Hua Ziliu exclaimed in astonishment. It's like this. Su Xue recounted, in detail, her encounter with the two in the Rolls-Royce. Oh my goodness, no wonder Li Qianma holds Liao Ren'nan in such high regard, their relationship is indeed extraordinary, Zhang Yike remarked with a sense of awe. However, after a moment of reflection, she questioned, but Liao Ren'nan is nearly 30 and has been divorced. How could someone as young and beautiful as Li Qianma be interested in him? Su Xue scoffed lightly, must we even ponder this? It's clearly a case of deception after all, he tricked me in the same manner. A man's words are often nothing but lies. Indeed, that seems to be the case. Zhang Yike nodded in agreement. Throughout this exchange, Hua Ziliu listened quietly, occasionally nodding his head while he remained outwardly silent. Internally he was bleeding with envy. How could Liao Ren'nan, a simpleton, be so fortunate as to win the affections of Li Qianma? This splendid opportunity should have been mine. First, he ensnared Xue, and now it's Li Qianma. Who knows who else he might charm in the future? It's utterly infuriating. At this moment, Hua Ziliu felt an overwhelming urge to tear Liao Ren'nan apart. Meanwhile, Su Xue and Zhang Yike were strategizing on how to seize Liao Ren'nan's vulnerabilities. Suddenly, Hua Ziliu interjected, Xue, I have a brilliant idea to deal with Liao Ren'nan. Su Xue replied, pray, do share here us the plan and we can start by leveraging your daughter. Hua Ziliu meticulously outlined his scheme to the two women. Su Xue's eyes lit up. This plan is feasible, we shall proceed as you suggested. On the other side, Liao Ren'nan accompanied Li Qianma and Lin Yue to the Caesar International Restaurant. The Caesar International Restaurant is a globally renowned chain, celebrated as a five-star dining establishment in the bustling metropolis, where numerous affluent patrons choose to gather for meals or entertain guests. As such a prestigious brand, the costs at Caesar are exorbitantly high. Even a standard private room incurs a fee starting in the tens of thousands. Nevertheless, Liao Ren'nan welcomed the opportunity to celebrate at Caesar, as he was not short on funds. The 1 million remuneration from Lin Yue remained untouched in his account. Moreover, due to their partnership, Liao Ren'nan had awakened 3 system skills in one go, something that cannot merely be measured in monetary terms. Thus, Liao Ren'nan felt no qualms about the expenses. Upon arrival, Li Qianma and Lin Yue had already reserved a private room and ordered the dishes, leaving Liao Ren'nan free to accompany them. After a brief period of casual conversation in the private room, the driver arrived from the kindergarten with Liao and Bei. Upon seeing her father, Liao and Bei enveloped him in a warm embrace. Liao Ren'nan, in turn, placed tender kisses on her forehead. The affectionate interaction between father and daughter nearly melted the hearts of Li Qianma and Lin Yue, who were observing nearby. As everyone settled in, the servers began to serve the dishes. Lin Yue said something to Liao and Bei that coaxed her to sit beside her. This arrangement left Liao Ren'nan and Li Qianma seated next to each other. Liao Ren'nan was unfazed by this, but Li Qianma felt her cheeks flush. As the dishes were served, the group chatted and dined. Liao and Bei sampled several dishes, then suddenly set down her chopsticks and declared, "Daddy, I feel that this food is not as delicious as what you make." Lin Yue chuckled and replied, "Bei Bei, this is a 5-star restaurant, and the dishes are prepared by renowned chefs. Perhaps you're just flattering your father because you love him, right?" Not at all. Liao and Bei shook her little head. "What does a 5-star restaurant matter? No one cooks as well as my dad." Lin Yue covered her mouth in laughter, expressing her skepticism. Liao and Bei pouted, stating earnestly, If you don't believe me, you can ask Sister Qianma. Sister Qianma has been to my house and tasted my dad's cooking." This statement was laden with implications, causing Lin Yue to nearly choke. After taking a sip of water, she turned to Li Qianma, her tone inquisitive. "Qianma, you've been to teacher Liao's house for a meal. Why have I never heard you mention this?" At this, Li Qianma's previously fading blush returned with vigor. She feigned composure and replied, "Yes, I have." Lin Yue, with a playful grin, asked, "So, how do you find this dish compared to what teacher Liao prepares?" "Which is better?" "Without a doubt, teacher Liao's cooking is far superior," Li Qianma asserted decisively. Lin Yue, who was sipping water, nearly spat it out, teasing, "It seems your judgment is quite biased." Li Qianma shot her a glare. "No, teacher Liao truly is an exceptional cook, believe it or not." Seeing Li Qianma's earnest demeanor, Lin Yue was convinced to a large extent, yet still held some doubt. With a smile, she remarked, "If I get the chance, I must try teacher Liao's culinary skills." Liao Ren'nan smiled. "You are most welcome." Li Qianma suddenly expressed interest. "You must try teacher Liao's sweet and sour herring. It is truly a delicacy, exceptionally delicious." "Really?" Lin Yue inquired. "What does it taste like?" Thus, the conversation shifted to culinary delights, and they engaged in lively discussion for half an hour. "Bei Bei, are you sad about your parents' separation?" Recalling something amusing, Lin Yue abruptly redirected the conversation to Liao and Bei. Liao and Bei rested her chin on her hand and replied casually, "Not at all. I have daddy with me. Mom leaving us is her lack of foresight." Seeing Liao and Bei's carefree attitude, Lin Yue smiled and continued, "Have you ever thought about finding a new mommy?" "Of course," Liao and Bei replied nonchalantly, "I still need to go to school and can't always be with daddy, so I need to find him a companion." Both Lin Yue and Li Qianma were amused by Liao and Bei's mature demeanor. Liao Ren'nan could only shake his head in amusement. Suddenly, Lin Yue asked, "Bei Bei, what kind of new mommy are you looking for? Would someone like Sister Qianma be acceptable?" Upon hearing this, Li Qianma's nerves tightened. Instantly she attempted to kick Lin Yue under the table, but Lin Yue deftly evaded. Liao and Bei exclaimed excitedly, "Of course, Sister Qianma is beautiful and kind-hearted. I would love a mommy like her." As she said this, she glanced at her father, only to find Liao Ren'nan engrossed in his food, seemingly oblivious to the conversation. Liao and Bei shook her head in exasperation. Lin Yue couldn't contain her laughter at Liao and Bei's response. Meanwhile, Li Qianma's face, which had already been flushed, deepened in color. Suddenly, Liao and Bei's eyes sparkled, and she declared loudly, "Daddy, let us go shopping later. I haven't shopped in ages." Her father was as dense as a block of wood. She believed that to win over a fairy-like mommy such as Li Qianma, she would have to take the initiative. "Sounds good," Liao Ren'nan replied with a smile, contemplating. The system package still had a tenfold shopping cashback card, the validity of which was 3 days, perfect for use now. Chapter 38. The Virtuous Wife and Devoted Mother. Li Qianma, Liao and Bei offered a suggestion. The 3 adults present responded almost in unison. They swiftly finished their meal, settled the bill, and prepared to embark on a shopping excursion. Upon mentioning the bill, Liao Ren'nan called the waiter, only to discover that Li Qianma had already taken the initiative to pay. This left him feeling rather embarrassed. He now owed a favor to the young lady. How should he repay it? Once everything was settled, the group made their way directly to their shopping destination adjacent to the Caesar restaurant, there lay a bustling commercial pedestrian street. After a short drive of merely 10 minutes, they arrived at the group, found a parking spot, and happily began their shopping spree. The Tianfu Commercial Pedestrian Street is renowned as the most luxurious shopping avenue in Huaxia, filled with an array of high-end luxury boutiques and frequented by the elite of the metropolis. Many wealthy merchants and celebrities choose to shop here, for they are all prominent figures, thus there is no need for concealment. They had not ventured far when they spotted a Dior boutique. Dear customers, greetings. Welcome to the Dior boutique, please enjoy your shopping. Upon the arrival of guests, several attendants bowed at a 45-degree angle in unison to extend their greetings. Lin Yue led the way inside. Li Qianma, holding onto Bei Bei, followed closely behind, while Liao Ren'nan lagged at the rear. This Dior boutique was quite expansive, offering everything from clothing and bags to perfumes and jewelry. As the trio entered, Liao Ren'nan's distinguished aura captivated the attention of many within the store. Particularly, several female staff members became entranced upon seeing him. Truly handsome, it is said that girls have no immunity when it comes to bags. Lin Yue's eyes sparkled with excitement upon catching sight of the bags on the shelves, eagerly dragging Li Qianma and Liao Bei along for a closer look. Liao Ren'nan, feeling somewhat out of place, wandered off to the footwear section. Before long, Lin Yue spotted a bag she fancied. Qianma, look at this saddle clutch, it's simply fashionable. Li Qianma took the bag, slung it over her shoulder, and admired her reflection in the mirror. After a thorough appraisal, Lin Yue complimented, indeed, it suits you splendidly, showcasing your elegant demeanor. The sales associate, noticing their interest, promptly elaborated, the saddle clutch is meticulously crafted from blue-printed fabric, embodying a modern aesthetic. The interior features 4 card slots, 1 patch pocket, and a zippered pocket, complemented by a detachable chain. It can be held in hand, worn on the shoulder, or crossbody, making it versatile enough to pair with both casual and evening attire. It's exceptionally practical. The two examined the bag closely, satisfied with its details. Until they glanced at the price tag, at a staggering sum of over 110,000 soft sister coins. Lin Yue nodded with a smile. However, Li Qianma furrowed her brow and returned the bag to the shelf. Lin Yue, puzzled, leaned in closer to Li Qianma and whispered, at this price point, it's not exorbitant. She knew Li Qianma was quite affluent, having previously carried bags worth over $1 million. Wasn't this merely a small matter? Li Qianma chuckled softly and shook her head, murmuring, with Ren'nan here, do you think purchasing this bag would be appropriate? While she personally did not find it expensive, she felt the need to exercise restraint with Liao Ren'nan present. She wouldn't want to frighten him off before they even entered. Lin Yue quickly understood, teasingly exclaiming, Hana, you really are eager for marriage, already assuming the role of a virtuous wife and devoted mother. Li Qianma's cheeks flushed slightly as she shot her a glare. Lin Yue shook her head with a smile, no longer pressing Li Qianma, and continued to explore other exquisite items. Half an hour later, Liao Ren'nan approached the two women, carrying several shopping bags. He had quite the haul, purchasing several beautifully designed and incredibly comfortable princess dresses for Liao and Bei. He also selected 2 pairs of new round-toed leather shoes, crafted from hand-painted leather with a waxed calfskin heel, adorned with V-shaped cutouts and hand-stitched seams, both sturdy and stylish. Additionally, Liao Ren'nan treated himself to a black hooded sweatshirt, combining embroidery and printing techniques, crafted from plush cotton fabric in an oversized fit, complete with a kangaroo pocket. Fashionable indeed. Oh, why haven't you two bought anything? Liao Ren'nan inquired as he approached the trio, noticing their empty hands. He calculated that his purchases totaled nearly 200,000. Meanwhile, the shopping cashback card had a limit of 500,000, thus, he had deliberately set aside nearly 300,000 for Li Qianma and Lin Yue. Upon hearing this, Li Qianma smiled and replied, we didn't find anything that suited our taste, so we didn't make any purchases. Lin Yue, overhearing, nodded awkwardly. Oh. Liao Ren'nan responded, but a sense of unease lingered in his mind. Daddy, I want to tell you something. Liao Bei, who had been overlooked, suddenly approached Liao Ren'nan. Go ahead, Liao Ren'nan replied, kneeling down to listen to Bei Bei. Liao Bei leaned in close to Liao Ren'nan's ear and whispered a few words. Haha, I see. Liao Ren'nan chuckled, lead me there to take a look. Follow me, Daddy. Liao Bei proudly took Liao Ren'nan's hand and guided him back toward the bag section they had just visited. Li Qianma and Lin Yue, unsure of their intentions, waited in place. This is the bag. Liao Bei pointed to a shelf. Liao Ren'nan nodded and instructed the sales associate, one of each color, please wrap them up for me. Certainly, sir. The sales associate beamed with excitement. Liao Bei then led Liao Ren'nan to the women's clothing area, this coat, these tapered pants, and this pleated skirt. Liao Ren'nan nodded, instructing the sales associate, please wrap them all up. Of course, just a moment please. The female sales associate gazed at Liao Ren'nan with warmth in her eyes, as though she wished to melt at his presence. Once everything was selected, Liao Bei and Liao Ren'nan returned to the checkout counter. The sales associate brought forth the items they had chosen. Upon seeing the selections, Li Qianma immediately understood, gently patting Bei Bei's head. She smiled and said, "Well done, Bei Bei, so you wanted Daddy to come over to buy things for your sister." Lin Yue was equally astonished and delighted, exclaiming, "Hey, these are all the styles we just looked at, Bei Bei, you remembered them all. Truly a little genius." Liao and Bei beamed, revealing two adorable little teeth. "Let us settle the bill." Liao Ren'nan produced a gold card and handed it to the cashier. Just as Li Qianma was about to protest, Liao Ren'nan interjected, "I was supposed to treat you all to a meal, but who knew you would pay the bill in advance, so now, I must cover the shopping expenses, otherwise, I shall be quite displeased." "All right." Noticing Liao Ren'nan's earnest demeanor, Li Qianma found it difficult to refuse. Although her face bore no grand expression, her heart was already brimming with joy. Chapter 39. The segment of Writing Songs by Looking at Pictures has commenced. Shortly thereafter, the transaction was completed. The total expenditure amounted to approximately 510,000 soft sister coins. As Liao Ren'nan received the deduction from his gold card, he simultaneously received a notification of funds credited to another bank card of his. Huaxia Bank, dear customer. The bank account ending in XXXX completed a transfer transaction on XX month XX day at 20 time, amounting to 5,173,200.00, with a deposit balance of 5,796,844.26. Goodness gracious, indeed, it's a tenfold shopping cashback. A mere casual stroll led to a profit of 5 million. Who could possibly rival such a pace of earning? As it had already surpassed 7 in the evening, Liao and Bei had school the next day. They opted not to schedule any further activities. After a brief chat, they each returned home. Upon arriving home, Liao intended to Bei's washing and soothed her to sleep. By the time he finished, it was nearly 9 o'clock. He swiftly washed up and prepared to unwind with a movie. During this time, he received a reply from Su Xue. "I was wrong to make Bei Bei cry that day. I have sent her a doll as an apology. The delivery number is. Don't forget to check the package." Upon reading this, Liao Ren'nan remained unfazed. He promptly replied with a simple "okay," and then disregarded the WeChat message. Liao Ren'nan adhered to his principle. He would neither foster nor hinder the relationship between the mother and daughter. Everything was left to their own development. Subsequently, each day was filled with bustling yet fulfilling activities. Liao Ren'nan traversed between the kindergarten, Magic City TV station, Nanning Entertainment Studio, and Tianlai, maintaining a tight schedule. For Liao and Bei, Liao Ren'nan made it a point to pick her up from kindergarten daily, ensuring it did not interfere with his work. Gradually, he became acquainted with the teachers and other parents at the school. Once everyone discovered that he was the singer from Tianlai Jiyin, they eagerly sought his autograph. Liao Ren'nan was more than generous, fulfilling each request. Liao and Bei finally enjoyed her wish, gaining popularity at school. Regarding his radio work, Liao Ren'nan treated it as a part-time engagement, merely conducting regular checks and presiding over meetings. His official role as the music supervisor inherently entailed minimal workload. Especially now that the program had entered a stable phase, there was little for him to worry about. If Liao Ren'nan wished to take it easy, he could simply manage it remotely. However, that was not his style. As for the Nanning Entertainment Studio, Liao Ren'nan entrusted all responsibilities to Chao Jinming for the time being. The studio had only recently opened, and while there were not many major tasks, there were plenty of trivial matters. Chao Jinming, having experience as a producer and director, possessed considerable organizational skills, making these tasks a breeze for him. Concerning Tianlai Jiyin, this was, aside from caring for Bei Bei, the most significant matter for Liao Ren'nan. After all, the program could garner fame and traffic, and with traffic came system rewards. It was a virtuous cycle. Additionally, the upcoming competition segments for Tianlai included songwriting from pictures, keyword songwriting, and 10 million endorsements. The difficulty had escalated significantly compared to the previous, preliminary selection, and 1v1 PK rounds. Moreover, while the former could be viewed as solo performances, the latter would emphasize the capital backing the singers. After all, that was how the rules of Tianlai were structured. For instance, the champion of the first episode, Lu Hang, had average talent, but his connections were exceptionally strong, bringing numerous esteemed music producers to support the show. In such a star-studded environment, who but him would take the championship? Thus, following the conclusion of the last 1v1 PK segment, Chao Jinming repeatedly discussed with Liao Ren'nan the necessity of investing heavily in a team of producers for preparation. Lin Yue also extended an olive branch, stating that if Liao Ren'nan required the services of Huahua Entertainment's producers, he need only say the word. However, Liao Ren'nan declined all such offers. He had now acquired skills in divine arranging, instrument mastery, music theory proficiency, and expertise in music production equipment. Participating in songwriting from pictures and keyword songwriting was but a walk in the park for him. Seeking assistance from other producers would only complicate matters. Despite Zhao Jinming and Lin Youwei's repeated suggestions, they ultimately ceased to press the issue. 2 more days passed. The doll that Su Xue had sent to Liao Ren'nan arrived. Liao Ren'nan promptly retrieved it and handed it to Liao Ren'nan. Upon unwrapping it, Liao Ren'nan discovered it was made of plush. She wrinkled her nose at it for a moment before placing it on the shelf in her room. Observing this, Liao Ren'nan let out a resigned sigh. Liao Ren'nan had been allergic to plush since childhood, and Liao Ren'nan had mentioned this to Su Xue countless times. Yet, judging by Su Xue's choice of a plush doll, it was clear she had never truly paid heed to Liao Ren'nan chose not to dwell on it. It mattered little. The sole comfort for Liao Ren'nan was that Bei Bei had gained a friend in Li Qianma, a star. Since he had gifted Li Qianma a present during their last shopping trip, she had become even more enthusiastic about spending time with Bei Bei, frequently coming over to play, teaching her dance, sharing jokes, assisting her with homework, all with great dedication. Naturally, Liao Ren'nan ensured that she was well fed each time, treating her to sumptuous meals. Time flew by in the blink of an eye. 2 more days had elapsed. The second season of Tianlai Jiyin commenced its third live broadcast on Chongming Island in Magic City. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to Tianlai Jiyin, co-sponsored by Jufeng Real Estate, Jindafu Gold, and Huawei Artificial Intelligence. On the grand stage, teacher he merely recited the opening lines, eliciting a chorus of gasps from the audience below. The chat messages in the live broadcast room flooded the screen. Oh yeah, after waiting a week, the third episode is finally here. Wow, we've finally reached the songwriting from pictures segment. It feels like this episode will have the best highlights, so looking forward to it. Indeed, live songwriting is the most thrilling. Let's see what great songs the singers can produce this time. Guys, I heard that Yishukuan's backing capital has brought in the most impressive music production team from the beautiful country. It seems they are aiming straight for the championship. Koen, step aside. I'm most excited to see Liaoshun perform. Liaoshun, why is Koen so flashy? Does he not value my Hua? It's just a music program. We read here for fun, why take it so seriously? Everyone, can we just enjoy the show without all this chatter? My screen is flooded with comments, I can't even see. Silly bird, can't you just turn off the comments? Chapter 40. The livestream studio's unprecedented excitement. Observing the soaring popularity of the program, teacher he beamed with delight as he introduced the competition rules. Of the theme for this episode is, compose a song based on an image. As the name suggests, the Tianlai Program Committee will present an image, and each singer, along with their support teams, will interpret it to create their own song. The first singer to complete their composition will perform in reverse order, and the ranking of performances will correspond to an incremental voting advantage. The first place will receive a 15 increase, the second place 14, the third place 13. And so forth in descending order, with no increments beyond the 15th place. After each performance, a weighted voting system will score the singers, and once all 30 have performed, the lowest scoring participants will be eliminated. Moreover, the song creation period is limited to 24 hours. Any singer failing to produce a song within this timeframe will be immediately disqualified. This entire voting process will be supervised by staff from the Bailuhu district in Magic City, ensuring the results are authentic and reliable. Ultimately, 20 singers will be selected for this segment, so I hope everyone seizes this opportunity. Immediately following, the main camera shifted to focus on the waiting area of the singers. Similar to the preliminary selection format, each of the 30 singers had their own waiting room, accompanied by their respective teams for the competition. Apart from the singing stage, the interactions and behind-the-scenes moments in each waiting room were also a significant highlight of the program. In waiting room number 1, the flamboyantly yellow-haired Yishukuan was engaged in discussion with several music producers of various ethnicities. Perhaps to ensure the audience recognized these individuals, Yishukuan's team had thoughtfully set up a sign to introduce the producers' credentials. Among them was the celebrated rapper Shakur from the beautiful nation, boasting an astonishing 75 million global record sales. He has been dubbed the best-selling hip-hop artist of all time. There was also the rock musician David from Eagle Sauce Nation, known for crafting numerous timeless masterpieces. He has repeatedly led global musical trends, most notably. Yishukuan's team had even managed to invite the venerable 90-year-old Zhou Ren'nan from Sakura Country. Zhou Ren'nan is a renowned composer for the works of Miyazaki Hayao, having created many classic songs for Sakura Country. In the livestream studio, witnessing the convergence of masters from various nations, netizens were abuzz with excitement. Wow! One cannot help but admire Yishukuan's formidable resources. Indeed, especially considering he has a wealthy benefactor backing him. It's just poor Koen, who has to scrub steel wool daily. This is quite the spectacle. My Koen is the most fashionable and international man, while the other singers are just country bumpkins. Goodness, why does it seem like Joe Rangsher has been coughing incessantly? I fear for his sudden demise. Ha ha. You're going to make me die of laughter. Do you want to inherit my Huabei? In waiting room number 5, Zhang Jia was practicing his vocal exercises in front of a mirror. Not far from him, a conference table was surrounded by several domestic music producers. These individuals might not be well known internationally, but they certainly have a strong presence in the Chinese entertainment industry. Members of the Happy Family, including Xiana, Wu Xing, and Du Haitao, were also present, making silly faces when the camera focused on them. The heat in this split-screen livestream room was equally impressive. Our brother Jia is so serious. His success is no accident. Brother Jia is a talented singer. I hope he can break through this time and stay for more episodes. What is the Happy Family doing here? They always flock to where the excitement is. While the Happy Family might not assist Brother Jia in his creative process, they are certainly adept at boosting his popularity. Oh. It seems Du Fatty has gained even more weight. In waiting room number 17, Ren Xianqi was engaged in conversation with Xiao Chong. Nearby were Zhou Huajin, Li Zhongxing, Zhang Jinyue, and others, all laughing and chatting in a remarkably harmonious atmosphere. They appeared entirely unfazed by the notion of recording a program. Observing this, netizens were equally intrigued. Throughout this journey, Ren Xianqi's team appears to be the most composed. The post-2000 generation is perplexed. What do these quirky uncles intend to do? Youngsters, stand straight and listen well. These are the predecessors of the Chinese music scene. I can't believe it, the band is actually reuniting for such a show. It's truly unexpected. Let us be realistic, from the lineup of Ren Xianqi's support team, one can tell he takes this competition seriously. What are you talking about? You keep spouting nonsense. In waiting room number 20, Su Xue was writing on a blackboard while speaking. At the conference table, Hua Ziyu, Feng Kuan, and several domestic and international music producers were attentively listening, their expressions serious as if preparing for a grand battle. In truth, Hua Ziyu and Feng Kuan should belong to different waiting rooms, but their presence together is laden with significance. This is because, since the elimination of Zhang Yike after her PK defeat, Su Xue has pinned all her hopes on Hua Ziyu. While she possesses some resources for assembling a music production team, they pale in comparison to the strength of Yi Shukuan's support. Thus, Su Xue had a flash of inspiration and thought of her senior, Feng Kuan, or a collaboration of dual talents. Although they are two independent competitors, why must they remain apart when competing in the same event? By pooling resources and concentrating their strengths, wouldn't their chances of success increase? Subsequently, Feng Kuan accepted this invitation without hesitation. Thus, their two teams officially merged, resulting in the scene currently visible to the audience. Naturally, such collaborations are permitted by the program. They only require that you present a new song, regardless of how it is produced. At this moment, as the audience witnessed the scene, they were also captivated. Su Xue exudes a powerful presence. It seems she's the only one speaking on camera. Aren't Feng Kuan and Hua Ziyu the participants? Why does it feel like Su Xue is the main character? Su Xue is so adept at asserting her presence, it's diminishing her likability. Has no one noticed Hua's outfit? So many sequins, it's truly cool. Is wearing such an outfit considered cool? Perhaps you should consult a neurologist. I want to ask those criticizing Hua, don't you feel any guilt? On the main stage screen, the camera sequentially shifted to showcase behind-the-scenes moments from each waiting room. This was a segment set by the program, serving as a display for the singers. One by one, the screen continued to change. Just then, it cut to waiting room number 28. The audience, filled with anticipation, prepared to see the scale of Liao Ren'nan's team, only to discover that the waiting room was completely empty. To be precise, only Liao Ren'nan was present. What is going on? Whereas the music production team that Ren'nan invited? Oh no, I realize it, Liao Ren'nan must be planning to go solo. This is exactly something Ren'nan would do. Besides, the songs he has released lately are all self-composed, written, sung, and arranged. Never seen this before. This episode promises to be entertaining. Anticipating. The netizens erupted in excitement, flooding the comments. In truth, it wasn't just the audience, the staff of the T-Online program were equally stunned. What is happening? Has Liao Ren'nan's assistant team not arrived yet? The chief director, Han Shangyo, frowned as he inquired. A staff member quickly replied, "No, we went to fetch them, but Liao Ren'nan declined, stating he wanted to be alone." What? Han Shangyo's frown deepened. What is Liao Ren'nan thinking? Isn't this a reckless decision? Originally, Han Shangyo had no authority over Liao Ren'nan's affairs. However, after several episodes of interaction, he had developed a favorable impression of Ren'nan and genuinely hoped for his continued success. Yet, to enter the song creation segment alone, it seemed overly impulsive, didn't it? Han Shangyo felt a deep sense of regret. Never mind. Inform teacher he to make an announcement, to prevent the audience from speculating unnecessarily. Han Shangyo instructed into the microphone. Understood, director. Before long, the introductions for all 30 singers' assistant teams were completed. The main camera again shifted to focus on teacher he. Alright, dear viewers, the lineup of singer teams has just been introduced. Now, let us continue with the upcoming competition process. What is the theme of today's Compose a Song Based on an Image segment? Please direct your attention to the big screen. Chapter 41. Astonishing creative speed. As soon as teacher he finished speaking, the large screen at the center of the stage began to scroll rapidly. Over 50 beautiful images alternated on display. Scenes of forests, lakes, mountains, deserts, and oceans. Images of insects, fish, birds, beasts, and bountiful crops. There were also some portraits. As the images continued to scroll, teacher he elaborated, what you are witnessing now are the 50 competition themes selected by the program committee. Of course, the theme for everyone's picture to song challenge is singular. Thus it's a selection of 1 out of 50, a measure to prevent cheating. In an instant, the audience and the waiting singers below the stage were fixated on these pictures. As if they were gazing upon examination questions, some remained at ease, while others felt their hearts racing to their throats. Especially for Su Xue, who was on edge. She had utilized her connections within the industry to acquire a substantial portion of the themes. Consequently, she had begun preparing for the competition days prior. However, since she had not obtained all the themes, and her efficiency was not high enough to create a new song for each, she could only pray for good fortune to draw from the topic she had prepared. If that were to happen, her chances of success would soar. The images on the screen continued to transition, slowing down gradually. Finally, it settled on one particular image. A colossal red sun, half obscured by the ocean's surface. The azure waters surged with crashing waves, pounding against the rocky shore. Gazing into the distance, the sky and sea melded, the ocean and sun became one. Boundless and infinite. At this sight, teacher he smiled and announced, alright, the theme is set, singers, commence your preparations, the countdown officially begins. Simultaneously, the timers in each waiting area began to count down from 24:00. Upon hearing this directive, the singers and their assisting teams in the various waiting rooms were instantly invigorated, collaboratively brainstorming to compose songs. Given that each singer's team needed several hours to produce a new song, typically, no performers would take the stage during this initial period. Nevertheless, merely observing the behind-the-scenes snippets from each waiting area provided sufficient amusement for the audience. Waiting room 1 of the team of Yi Shukuan, comprised of music producers from various countries, commenced their efforts, scribbling notes and sketches in their notebooks. One particularly spirited producer was already articulating the song concept to the boss. Meanwhile, Yi Shukuan politely listened on the side. This scene ignited a flurry of discussion among the audience. Why does it feel like we're in a foreign country with all these languages? Why does Yi Shukuan seem like a puppet? Isn't he supposed to write songs too? With his mediocre skills, can he really shine in such a grand setting? Say that again, don't bash my Shukuan, or I'll unleash the milk shockwave. Waiting room 5. Zhang Jia was exchanging opinions with several producers. Guitar slung over his shoulder, he occasionally strummed a few chords to see who had the most suitable lyrics. Meanwhile, the members of the happy family were thoroughly enjoying themselves as spectators. Netizens also reveled in the moment. Brother Jia looks so cool playing the guitar. Nana is truly fortunate. The melody he just played seems rather ordinary. What do you all think? Thank goodness that Xie is so quiet. It's a rare sight. Waiting room 17. Ren Xianqi, Xiao Chong, Zhou Huajin, Li Zhongxing, and Zhang Jinyu sat in a circle, that each had a notebook before them, yet the pages were sparsely filled. The atmosphere grew awkward. However, this did not deter netizens from sending comments. Hurry up and write. Why aren't you putting pen to paper? Time is of the essence. Creating isn't as easy as it seems. If you're so capable, why don't you give it a try? Let us lower our expectations. The fact that the crossover line can unite is already the greatest achievement. Waiting room 20. Feng Koan, Hua Ziliu, and several producers were deep in discussion, while Su Xue sat alone, her face ashen. Hua Ziliu occasionally glanced her way. The audience might not know why Su Xue was upset, but Hua Ziliu was fully aware of the reason. The themes they had pressured for had all fallen through. This meant that the several million invested in securing the topics had gone down the drain. At this moment, Su Xue was furious enough to curse, but in front of the cameras, she had to restrain herself. With no other choice, she had to create on the spot. Comprehending her situation, Su Xue rallied her spirits. Dear producers, let us brainstorm and come up with a song suitable for Hua Ziliu first, then we can focus on crafting one for Brother Koan later. This will save us energy. What does everyone think? Upon hearing this, one producer replied, as long as Brother Cohen has no objections, we certainly have none. Hearing this, Su Xue turned to Feng Cohen, brother, you won't mind, will you? After all, you are more seasoned, and your mindset is more stable compared to the youthful Hua. Alright then. Let us proceed as you suggested. Feng Cohen, feeling flattered, thought, after all, it's just a 1% increase in votes, I'm not too concerned about that little bit of data. Su Xue beamed with gratitude, thank you, Brother Cohen, for your understanding. Hua Ziliu also bowed to Feng Cohen in appreciation, thank you, Brother Cohen, for your support. Waiting Room 28. At some point, the staff of the Tianlai program had begun to fear switching to Liao Ren'nan's split screen, as he always seemed to stir up some trouble. Previously, it was playing chess, then it was dozing off during the show, and now he was single-handedly tackling songwriting. Thus, whenever it was time to switch to Liao Ren'nan's screen, the program staff felt their hearts race. At this moment, the scene shifted. Indeed, the atmosphere was markedly different. Liao Ren'nan was already seated at the music recording equipment, adjusting various audio devices. Witnessing this, all the audience, singers, and program staff were left bewildered. According to the creative process, shouldn't T1 start with composing the melody, then the lyrics, and finally edit the recording? Had Liao Ren'nan already advanced to the arrangement stage, but only half an hour had passed since the theme was announced? How could that be possible? Camera crew, take note, replay the footage from Liao Ren'nan's waiting room to observe his creative progress. The chief director of Tianlai, Han Shinyo, instructed. Until now, they had been introducing each split screen in rotation, thus they hadn't closely monitored Liao Ren'nan's waiting room. So, they could only review the playback. Soon, the footage from waiting room 28 displayed Liao Ren'nan's progress. Midnight, the countdown officially began, jotting notes in his notebook. 23 hours 45 minutes and 57 seconds, Liao Ren'nan picked up his guitar and began composing. 23 hours 35 minutes and 14 seconds, he completed sound testing, and the sheet music was finalized. 23:30:08, Liao Ren'nan began adjusting the various audio devices. Thus, Liao Ren'nan's creative process was indeed sequential. Boom, everyone found it unbelievable. How could such a speed of creation be possible? Yet simultaneously, a question lingered in their minds. While Liao Ren'nan's speed was astonishing, what about the quality of his work? Just then, a staff member reviewing the footage reported, Director, we have extracted the title of the song created by Liao Ren'nan. Display it directly on the large screen. Han Shinyo commanded. He understood that the viewers at home were likely awaiting Liao Ren'nan's outcome. Thus, announcing it outright would create the maximum allure. A few seconds later, the main screen focused on a notebook. The camera zoomed in repeatedly. The musical notation appeared somewhat hasty, yet the song title was neatly written. Comprising two Chinese characters. Red Sun, Chapter 42. Is the Chinese entertainment industry really this competitive? Indeed, when Liao Ren'nan beheld that image, a colossal crimson sun, obscured by the ocean's surface, a myriad of songs flashed through his mind, including those about the sea, such as the ocean, crossing the sea to see you, gazing at the sea, listening to the sea, the vast sea and the sky, and waves upon waves, among others, as well as those celebrating the sun, like Crimson Sun, Sunshine Always Follows the Rain, Restless Sunshine, and Descendants of the Sun. After a moment's contemplation, Liao Ren'nan decisively opted for Crimson Sun. For this song, both in terms of its lyrics and composition, as well as the profound life philosophies it conveys, is of the highest caliber, guaranteed to evoke a tremendous response. Moreover, Crimson Sun had played repeatedly on Liao Ren'nan's playlist, and he recalled it vividly. Coupled with his adept songwriting skills, crafting this piece would be as effortless as replication. Half an hour would be more than sufficient. Meanwhile, as Han Shinyo and others were reviewing the footage from Liao Ren'nan's waiting room, a ding-dong echoed, signaling the ringtone from Liao Ren'nan's chamber. Teacher, he was taken aback, taking a moment to process before returning to the stage to announce, attention all singers and audience, Liao Ren'nan has successfully locked in his song on the 28th. He will be the last to perform and will receive a 15 increase in votes. I urge the other singers' teams to continue striving. He Jiang's announcement reverberated through the crowd like a clap of thunder, leaving everyone astonished. What, in just over 40 minutes, Liao Ren'nan had completed a song. It is worth noting that the program's rules dictate that songwriting entails not merely composing melodies and writing lyrics, but also arranging, refining, and ultimately producing a demo. Had Liao Ren'nan accomplished all of this, it seemed utterly preposterous. The other singers shook their heads in disbelief, particularly the esteemed foreign music producers, including the American rapper Shakur, the British rock musician David, and the 90-year-old Japanese legend Zhou Yangshi, all of whom wore expressions of utter bewilderment. Is the Chinese entertainment industry truly this cutthroat? This was unexpected. Indeed, however, some reason lingered within them. They speculated that Liao Ren'nan might have been unable to produce a song, leading him to give up and hastily lock in his song to secure the 15 voting boost. This could be considered a tactical move. They preferred to believe this scenario. If this were the case, Liao Ren'nan's action seemed rather rash. It was akin to sacrificing the essential for the trivial. The audience's ears are discerning. Can one not distinguish quality from mediocrity? As seconds tick by, apart from the anomaly that was Liao Ren'nan, the other singers' teams were racing against time to create. If it came to this point, Liao Ren'nan might regret locking in his song so early, for it was dreadfully dull. The program mandated that all contestants remain in closed quarters until all songs were locked in. This meant that even after submitting his assignment, Liao Ren'nan could not leave. With no other recourse, Liao Ren'nan began to pass the time in various ways, dozing off, playing chess with himself, indulging in games, and so forth. Finally, at noon, the program team announced mealtime. Liao Ren'nan eagerly dashed to the dining hall. At last, he could stretch his legs and breathe a sigh of relief. Yet, upon arriving at the dining hall, Liao Ren'nan felt a twinge of disappointment, for it was completely empty. Understandably so, as no one was inclined to eat with unfinished tasks looming over them. After all, the countdown would not pause for mealtime. "Ren'nan, why are you eating so little?" Suddenly, a deep voice resonated from behind. Liao Ren'nan turned to see none other than Rendition. Following closely were Xiao Chong, Zhou Huajian, Li Zhongxing, and Zhang Jinyue, each donning a pair of sunglasses. "Hi, Brother Qi," Liao Ren'nan exclaimed with delight, finally relieved to see someone, and greeted the three brothers from the Taiwan band. "Hello, young man." "Hey, little brother." The four took turns patting Liao Ren'nan's shoulder in acknowledgement. "Hee, they tend to act cool, don't take it to heart." Rendition chuckled, pointing to a portion of herring. "This is quite delicious. You should give it a try?" With that, he lifted a serving and offered it to Liao Ren'nan. "Alright, thank you." Liao Ren'nan accepted it. He found it quite remarkable to have crossed paths with Rendition and the Taiwan band in this parallel world. Moreover, Liao Ren'nan sensed that Rendition's character mirrored that of his counterpart in the Blue Star, exuding a natural warmth towards others. "Shall we sit at the same table?" After gathering his dishes, Rendition inquired. "Of course." Liao Ren'nan followed along with his dishes, joining the others. In no time, the group began to eat and converse. "Ren'nan, you truly deserve the title of a seasoned composer. Your speed of creation is astounding," Rendition remarked, struck by a thought. "Not at all." Liao Ren'nan chuckled lightly, humbly responding, "It's merely luck, having encountered a familiar theme. By the way, Brother Qi, how is your song coming along?" At this, Rendition, Xiao Chong, Zhou Huajian, Li Zhongxing, and Zhang Jinyue exchanged knowing smiles before replying. "We haven't even completed the melody." "That is tough." Li Zhongxing couldn't help but sigh. "Writing a song in 24 hours? Isn't that pushing someone to their limits?" Zhang Jinyue chimed in, unable to restrain his critique. "Of course, we can complete the task, but we can't just submit something we know is subpar, can we? Wouldn't that mean abandoning the producer's standards?" "Precisely," Xiao Chong added. "I've never been this anxious about marrying, my hair is nearly thinning." Zhou Huajian interjected, "Perhaps this is the effect the program aims to achieve?" With that, the group erupted into hearty laughter. "Brother Qi, how is your composition coming along? May I take a look?" Liao Ren'nan inquired curiously after the laughter subsided. "Sure," Rendition replied, retrieving a manuscript from his bag. "These are the pieces we've worked on, feel free to peruse. After all, they're still in rough form, nothing to hide." Liao Ren'nan took the manuscript and began to examine it. The quality of the pieces was notably high, yet perhaps due to insufficient polishing, the transitions felt somewhat disjointed. Suddenly, Liao Ren'nan stumbled upon a peculiar manuscript. He hummed a few notes, and to his astonishment, it was the melody from the opening lines of Sad Pacific. However, this score bore a conspicuous red cross. Isn't this of high quality? Why was it discarded? Liao Ren'nan queried in confusion. "This is mine." Xiao Chong took the manuscript, stating, "But I only managed to write the main melody. I couldn't think of any accompanying melodies, so I let it go." Liao Ren'nan nodded subtly, yet internally, he was brimming with excitement. Sad Pacific is undoubtedly one of Rendition's most iconic songs. In fact, Liao Ren'nan could easily claim it for himself and release it first, but he felt strongly that only Rendition could convey that sense of gentle sorrow. How could this parallel world be devoid of such a classic? "I have a strong inspiration for this melody. If possible, may I continue to complete this song?" Liao Ren'nan offered. I have no objections, Xiao Chong nodded without hesitation, but will the program team allow this? That should be fine. The program has not stipulated that singers cannot collaborate. Liao Ren'nan mused. Then give it a try. If it turns out well, I'll pay you. Ren Xianqi said, his face lighting up with excitement. That's agreeable. Liao Ren'nan replied. Ren Xianqi, brimming with enthusiasm, exclaimed, Welcome to my team. Chapter 43, Is this fellow my nemesis? Thus, after finishing their meal, Liao Ren'nan made his way to Ren Xianqi's waiting room number 17 to engage in the creative process. The online community, unaware of the circumstances, erupted in fervent discussions upon witnessing this scene. What the heck? Why is Liao Ren'nan suddenly visiting? What a bizarre maneuver. Bizarre, clearly, he's here to assist Ren Xianqi in writing a song. Having completed his own song, he is now helping other artists? Liao Ren'nan is simply incredible. I just want to hear his composition Red Sun as soon as possible. Based on the title, it seems quite prestigious. I hope it's not just a frivolous tune, or else it would be laughable. Shut up, haters. Even a quality artist like Liao is being criticized. Are you even human? Liao Ren'nan is beyond amazing. Anticipation. Meanwhile, observing Liao Ren'nan's actions, Han Shangyo, the chief director of the T-Online program, found himself at a loss. However, witnessing the soaring popularity of the show, he refrained from intervening. But after all, the spotlight was on this, so he decided to let it unfold naturally. The other artists present, upon witnessing this spectacle, felt an indescribable sensation. Yi Shukuan was consumed by jealousy, that it was maddening. Damn it, he had been overshadowed by Liao Ren'nan once again. Initially, he had aspired to ride this program to fame and ascend to the pinnacle of the Huaxia music scene, yet he found himself perpetually eclipsed by Liao Ren'nan. Was this guy truly his nemesis? In waiting room number 20. Su Xue, upon witnessing this scene, felt a surge of envy. As she urged the producers to expedite their work, she incessantly mocked Liao Ren'nan, show off all you want. Let us see how long you can keep it up. Once the song is released, the whole internet will know your true caliber. Without delay, Liao Ren'nan immersed himself in the creation of Heartbroken Pacific. He officially began assisting Ren Xianqi in songwriting, having only 6 hours since the program commenced, which meant he still had a generous 18 hours to complete the piece. This was more than sufficient for him. 10 minutes for composing, 0.5 minutes for lyrics, 0.10 minutes for arrangement and refinement. Ren'nan, this melody flows beautifully, and the lyrics are profound. Your talent is simply astounding. Upon witnessing Liao Ren'nan's prowess, Xiao Chong and the members of the band Zhongguan were left in awe. It's merely a burst of inspiration. In response to their praise, Liao Ren'nan always remained modest. Moreover, Liao Ren'nan discovered that collaborating with Ren Xianqi, Xiao Chong, and the others was a delightful experience. Their playful personalities made them easy to work with, and he learned a great deal about the philosophy of life from them. Time flew by. Before long, it was past 9 in the evening. Due to the 24-hour closed creation process, Liao Ren'nan would have to spend the night with the production team. With Zhongguan, Xiao Chong, and Ren Xianqi by his side, he felt anything but bored. Rather, it was a refreshing experience. Yet, he found himself missing Bei Bei. The production team had granted each artist the privilege to make a call to their family. Without hesitation, Liao Ren'nan dialed Liao and Bei. Daddy, are you missing your little darling? As soon as the video call connected, Bei Bei spoke before Liao Ren'nan could utter a word. Of course, I miss you. Mua. Liao Ren'nan blew a kiss through the screen. Mua. Liao and Bei reciprocated and pouted, saying, You don't need to miss me too much. Just one more day and you'll see me again. Just behave well in the program and focus on the competition. That's what matters. Got it, Bei Bei. Seeing Liao and Bei's mature demeanor, Liao Ren'nan couldn't help but smile. Liao and Bei nodded reassuringly. But without me by your side, can you sleep? Not really. Liao Ren'nan feigned a pout. Liao and Bei comforted him. Be good, it's just one day, don't think about anything, count sheep, and you'll fall asleep in no time. Pfft. Liao Ren'nan couldn't contain his laughter. This was precisely what he often said to lull Bei Bei to sleep, and now it was amusingly being applied to himself. He found it quite entertaining. Liao and Bei continued, Oh, by the way, I have something to tell you. The day after tomorrow, right after your competition, I've invited Qianma and Aunt Yue over to our house. You should really socialize with others. How else can you strengthen your relationships? Just wanted to give you a heads up. Bei Bei appeared genuinely concerned, completely oblivious to any impropriety in her actions. In her mind, Li Qianma was the ideal type for a mother. If that didn't work out, Lin Yue would suffice. All right. Liao Ren'nan frowned and replied, But next time, don't take matters into your own hands, or I won't hesitate to scold you. Once again, he was informed of something without consent. But it was too late to change anything. Upon hearing this, Liao and Bei protested, but I didn't do anything wrong, so why are you scolding me? Do adults need a reason to educate children? Liao Ren'nan reproached softly. Understood. Liao Bei reluctantly replied, muttering, just because you're older doesn't mean you can be unreasonable, you ingrate. What did you say? Nothing. In the blink of an eye, the next day arrived when Liao Ren'nan got up for breakfast. He noticed that everyone appeared extremely fatigued, with many sporting dark circles under their eyes. It was obvious that these individuals had been burning the midnight oil for their creative endeavors. To have a group of top-tier music producers in the entertainment industry pushed to such extremes. One could only say that the Tianlai production team truly knew how to play the game. Additionally, Liao Ren'nan heard some news. It was reported that Su Xue and Feng Kuan had a quarrel the previous evening. Initially, they had been collaborating, but Su Xue's domineering nature led her to insist on writing a song for Hua Zilia first, only to address Feng Kuan afterward. At first, everything seemed harmonious, but as the countdown progressed, the production team became increasingly anxious. The song for Feng Kuan turned out to be rather disappointing. Ultimately, the two fell out. Now, they were each waiting in their respective rooms. As for this matter, Liao Ren'nan merely listened casually, letting it go in one ear and out the other. It had nothing to do with him. Several hours passed. The countdown clocks in each waiting room reached 0. Teacher, he appeared on stage. The countdown has concluded. Thank you, singers, for your hard work. According to the program's statistics, I regret to inform you that, as of now, 5 singers have failed to lock in their songs per the established rules. They will be automatically eliminated. The 5 singers are Hu Haiquan. Meanwhile, congratulations to the remaining 25 singers for successfully locking in their songs. Based on the time taken to lock in their songs, the following performance order has been arranged. Number 25. Liao Ren'nan, 15 voting increase. Number 24 Yishu Kuan, 14 voting increase. Number 23 Ren Xianqi, 13 voting increase. Number 22 Hua Ziliu, 12 voting increase. Number 17 Zhang Jie, 7 voting increase. Number 16 Lin Jishuan, 6 voting increase. Number 8 Feng Kuan, 0 voting increase. Singers, please prepare yourselves to take the stage in order. Chapter 44. Where did this clown come from? With a command from teacher he, the singing segment of Songwriting by Viewing Pictures officially commences, excluding the 5 singers who faced immediate elimination. The remaining 25 performers take the stage in reverse order, following the sequence of their song locks. As the competition progresses, the audience's anticipated awkward moments unfold. One singer's composition, shockingly reminiscent of the Sea, O Hometown, was promptly identified by the judging panel and led to their elimination. Consequently, they are banned for life from participating in any variety shows under Douyin. Being blacklisted by Douyin significantly diminishes this singer's prospects in the entertainment industry. Another singer presented a song with a melody akin to a nursery rhyme, and lyrics resembling a mundane account. Ultimately, out of 1,000 votes, they garnered a mere 426, shattering the lowest score record since the inception of the show. It was almost certain that this performer would be eliminated before the competition concluded. Among them, the 8th singer, Feng Kuan, performed the piece At the Depths of the Sea. The lyrics are as follows: the autumn wind, the summer kiss, and tear stains, in the stillness of the deep night, loneliness cascades like an avalanche. My love, the lingering warmth by the pillow still burns. How to begin? How can one forget? Love is too brief. We fear we may run out of time. How to begin? How can one forget? Dancing through the night, waltzing to the depths of the sea. Upon the conclusion of Feng Kuan's performance, it sparked controversy among the judging panel. Some argued that the song was irrelevant to the theme, containing scant references to the sea, and should be eliminated outright. Others contended that it represented a metaphor, with the deep sea symbolizing the emotions between men and women, aligning with the show's theme. After extensive discussion, the production team, taking into account Feng Kuan's status in the entertainment industry, deemed the song acceptable. Regrettably, in the subsequent voting round, out of 1,000 netizens, the song only received 612 votes. This infuriated Feng Kuan, leaving him visibly displeased. During an interview, he coldly mocked and insinuated remarks such as, "That woman is not a good person and I've been schemed against by this wretched woman," among others. Teacher he had to employ considerable effort to smooth over the incident, preventing any major live broadcast mishaps. Nevertheless, netizens were quick to comment in the chat, my brother Kuan has quite the temper. The wretched woman Feng Kuan referred to must be his junior, Su Xue, right? It surely is Su Xue. Having secured the song for herself, she disregards the others. What a treacherous act. Poor Kuan. Additionally, the 17th singer, Zhang Jie, performed the song Crossing the Sea of People. The main melody includes, "Crossing the sea of people, whispering love softly in your ear, please don't drift too far, a gust of autumn wind brushes my face, the sky feels a bit chilly, your scarf still wrapped beneath your neck, it's become somewhat worn, yet I can't bear to part with it." This song, too, stirred controversy among the judging panel. However, unlike Feng Kuan, Zhang Jia was not granted such fortune and was deemed to be off-theme, resulting in immediate elimination. But unable to accept this reality, Zhang Jia broke down in tears on the spot. Members of the happy family were equally distressed, rallying to voice their support for him. Despite their efforts, the production team remained steadfast in their decision. Consequently, netizens went wild with speculation. What on earth? The flames of battle are ablaze this episode. It feels like the Tianlai production team is exhibiting double standards. Look at how heartbroken brother Jia is. It's evident he truly loves music. It seems Douyin is targeting Sweet Orange TV, using Zhang Jia as a scapegoat. In all fairness, while this song is good, it strays quite far from the theme. Not to mention, it's a pity Zhang Jia still has a 7 voting increment. Thus, without true talent, everything else is but a fleeting illusion. Of course, there were also performers who excelled in the show. Lin Zhixuan's rendition of Bright Moon Over the Sea received thunderous applause from the audience. The bright moon rises over the sea, my heart is tethered thousands of miles away, embracing the 5 lakes and 4 seas, all are united by love. This song achieved an impressive score of 826 votes, including a 6 voting increment. Upon learning the score, Lin Zhixuan beamed with satisfaction. Given that the order of performers is determined by the duration of their song blocks, the more talented singers tend to perform later in the lineup. As the show progresses, it only becomes more exhilarating. At this moment, teacher he took to the stage, smiling as he announced, there are quite a few songs to get through, please bear with us. However, the next performers are all heavyweight talents. Now, let us welcome Su from Su Xue Entertainment to present the song It Is My Sea. Let us give a warm round of applause. With the announcement, Su sparkled onto the stage. His tousled hair nearly obscured his eyes. Dressed in denim overalls, adorned with a golden crown, and draped with a necklace of sequins, his appearance was strikingly eye-catching. Observing his ensemble, netizens could hardly contain themselves. Finally, it's Su's turn, the immortal of the Huaxia music scene. Wow, Su's look is so cool. What on earth, does that guy upstairs have a needle in his eye? Can't distinguish beauty from ugliness? Pfft, where did this clown come from, trying to make me laugh to death? Everyone, stop chattering, let us enjoy the flower goddess singing. As the soothing music began to play, Su held the microphone with one hand, lost in his own world as he sang. In these days, suddenly everything turns to blank. During this time, did I awaken from sleep to find myself crying? Too many surprises, I never wished to force myself to reflect. Too many challenges can make one fear to gaze into the future. The verses were passable, yet when it came to the chorus, Su suddenly faltered. He tilted his head back, eyes closed, one hand gripping the microphone, while the other seemed to flounder, wandering restlessly around his neck. An expression of intense immersion washed over his face. How I depend on you, it is my sea. The afternoon sun slowly permeates. When the sea is no longer blue, the dreams that soar turn to dust. Chapter 45. The song Heartbroken Pacific. As the performance approached its latter half, it remained uncertain whether it was a case of forgotten lyrics or an intentional artistic choice. Su's voice transformed, adopting an almost howling timbre, as he sang the following lines: It is my sea, silently departing on a tranquil afternoon, the sea is no longer blue, turning away, unable to bestow affection once more. How I long to shout loudly, how I wish to remain ignorant, I merely wish to sing some warmth within our hearts, it shall not decay. Only upon the conclusion of the melody did Su seem to awaken, gradually opening his eyes, and offering a confident smile to the audience. The fans erupted in fervor. Hua Hua is so handsome, I love you. Did you see that trash? This is a true song, this is a quality artist. Su, the eternal deity of the Huaxia music scene. Despite the fervent cheers from the fans, they could not drown out the numerous netizens' criticisms. Ugh. What the hell? Was that some kind of ritual? It nearly blinded my titanium alloy eyes. The aesthetic of these people is truly beyond my comprehension. Get off the stage, don't embarrass yourself. Brothers, he finally finished singing. If he had sung for another second, I would have felt like I was dying. Meanwhile, teacher he returned to the stage at an opportune moment. With a smile, he announced, Thank you, Su, for your splendid performance. We shall now commence the song voting segment. The voting channel is now open. Those granted voting privileges, if you favor It Is My Sea, please cast your votes. 3, 2, 1. Please lock your votes. Now, how many points will Su's It Is My Sea receive? Let us take a look at the big screen. Immediately, the numbers began to roll on the screen. The units place revealed at 5, the tens place displayed in 8, and finally, the hundreds place froze at 8. Alright, congratulations to Su for garnering 885 votes, including a 12 increase in votes. As of now, Su is our front runner. Let us applaud him. A sparse applause filled the venue. As the central figure, Zhu was elated, grinning broadly as he waved to the audience, but in the waiting area, Su Xue was equally thrilled, continually expressing gratitude to the camera with her hands in a prayer position. Once again, congratulations to Zhu for achieving a high score. Please return to the waiting room to rest and watch the competition. Once the venue settled slightly, Teacher He continued to announce, next, let us welcome contestant number 23, Rendition, to perform the song Heartbroken Pacific. As Teacher He made the announcement, Rendition had already taken to the stage. Before he could even ask a question, Rendition interjected, Teacher He, before I begin singing, I have something important to address, please go ahead. Teacher He replied with a warm smile. Rendition, with a serious demeanor, stated, I wish to publicly thank the singer Liao Ren'nan in front of the national audience. I am grateful for his selfless contribution in writing Heartbroken Pacific for me, participating wholeheartedly in every aspect of the songwriting process. I truly adore this song. Liao Ren'nan is an extraordinarily talented and outstanding music producer, and his name deserves to be remembered by more people. Let us give him a round of applause. Rendition enthusiastically praised, consistently mentioning Liao Ren'nan's name, which clearly demonstrated his admiration for him. Upon hearing this, Teacher He was somewhat taken aback and inquired, so, according to what you said, this song was entirely penned, composed, and arranged by Liao Ren'nan? While everyone knew Liao Ren'nan had collaborated with Rendition in writing songs, the extent of his involvement remained a mystery, piquing the curiosity of many. Teacher He had initially planned to save this question for after Rendition's performance, but since he brought it up, he casually asked. Indeed, that's correct. Rendition nodded. Wow, my goodness! Teacher He exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment. During the closed-off songwriting phase, Liao Ren'nan not only completed his own tasks but also assisted a competitor in writing a song. This was truly remarkable, wasn't it? Wow! Liao Ren'nan is incredible! Liao Ren'nan, forever a legend! Several audience members shouted. The other contestants and producers in the waiting area could no longer remain seated. After all, when Liao Ren'nan had appeared in Rendition's waiting area, many had speculated he might have participated in the song's creation, but most believed he had merely offered minor suggestions or helped polish it. Little did they know that Liao Ren'nan was the main contributor, handling the lyrics, composition, and arrangement entirely. Was it really that casual? However, amidst their astonishment, the singers were more focused on the quality of the works produced by Liao Ren'nan. If it were merely a superficial song, anyone could accomplish that. Let us see how it performs in practice. Teacher He understood the nuances of the situation, and after a brief chat, he stated, all right, I believe everyone is eagerly anticipating Heartbroken Pacific. Now, let us invite Rendition to perform for us. Certainly, Teacher He. Rendition responded politely. Teacher He nodded and retreated behind the curtain. The stage lights dimmed, and the accompaniment began to play. After a soaring prelude, Rendition began to sing, Is leaving truly cruel, or is gentleness what is shameful, or do the lowly not mind, without day or night, without conditions. As Rendition delivered these four simple lines, the audience couldn't help but nod in agreement. Their expressions revealed their satisfaction with the melody. Meanwhile, the other contestants and producers wore astonished looks, for this song was far from a superficial tune. Rather, it was genuinely captivating, undoubtedly a mid-to-high-tier piece. The boat I await has yet to arrive. The person I long for remains unaware. Silently, loneliness sinks into the sea. The future is not with me, yet I remain. Upon reaching this part, many audience members closed their eyes, beginning to savor the song. The other competing singers were equally astonished. The melody was grand, the lyrics concise, and the immersion was profound, inexplicably evoking a sense of sorrow. It was undoubtedly a high-quality creation. Could such a masterpiece truly be crafted in just 24 hours, to be precise, in less than 24 hours? Gasp. Upon contemplating this, many singers inhaled sharply. However, some keen-eared singers had already begun to nitpick. How did this song seem somewhat off-topic? Just then, Rendition sang the chorus. One wave has yet to subside, another wave comes crashing. In the vast sea of humanity, amidst the storm, one wave barely passes, one wave has already receded. A lifetime, a moment of awakening, deep within the Pacific, deeply heartbroken. As these lines were sung, the singers who had prepared to critique based on theme instantly fell silent. The saying goes, an outsider sees the method, an insider sees the spectacle. While those who assisted in the songwriting appeared calm on the surface, internally, they experienced waves of emotions akin to the lyrics of the song, one after another. Even the venerable Zhou Yangshi, aged 90, couldn't help but focus intently on the lyrics displayed on the screen. Goodness, comparing sorrow to the Pacific was remarkably vivid, wasn't it? This is true metaphor. Following this, the song neared its conclusion. After a reprise, the audience spontaneously erupted into applause, the sound so thunderous it seemed it might lift the roof. At this moment, Teacher He returned to the center of the stage, remaining silent as he joined in the applause. From the excitement on Teacher He's face, it was evident he too was enamored with the song. Once the applause subsided slightly, he addressed the audience. Alright, thank you to Rendition for bringing us the delightful Heartbroken Pacific. We shall now commence the song voting segment. For those with voting privileges, if you enjoyed this song, please cast your votes. 3, 2, 1. Please lock your votes. Now, how many points will Heartbroken Pacific receive? Let us look at the big screen. Chapter 46, A Moment of Glory. As Mr. He concluded his words, the score section on the large screen began to scroll. The numbers accelerated rapidly until they finally came to a halt, revealing a score of 901 points. The revelation of this score elicited an immediate chorus of wow from the audience. Clearly, many were taken aback by the unexpectedly high score for Rendition. Is this for real? Even Rendition himself couldn't help but express his disbelief. It's true, Brother Chi. Mr. He responded with a smile. He then turned to the audience and proclaimed, "Congratulations to Rendition for his rendition of Sad Pacific, achieving an impressive score of 901 points, which includes a 13 increase in votes. As of now, Rendition is in the lead." Upon hearing this, a wave of enthusiastic applause erupted from the fans of Rendition in the audience, who chanted his name in unison. Mr. He joined in the revelry, unabashedly expressing his admiration for Rendition. It took a full half-minute for the crowd to quiet down. Mr. He then asked, "Brother Chi, do you have anything you would like to say about your remarkable performance today?" After a moment of reflection, Rendition sincerely replied, "I truly appreciate everyone for loving Sad Pacific and for casting such high scores for me. I also want to thank my former agency, as well as my collaboration team. Xiao Chong, Zhou Huajian, Li Zhongxing, and Zhang Jinyue. Lastly, I want to express my heartfelt gratitude to Liao Ren'nan. Without his help in songwriting and composing, this wonderful song would not have come to fruition. Thank you, Liao Ren'nan." The camera crew quickly zoomed in on Liao Ren'nan, capturing his modest demeanor. He waved his hand with a smile, refraining from speaking. However, his humility only stirred greater excitement among the fans. Some of Liao Ren'nan's admirers even screamed with delight, their cheers nearly overwhelming the recording studio. Meanwhile, the live chat was flooded with comments. "I believe Sad Pacific is the most beautiful song I've heard so far in this episode. Indeed, it perfectly aligns with the theme. I must say, Liao Ren'nan is phenomenal. Liao Ren'nan's creative prowess truly eclipses that of other producers. This makes me even more eager to hear Liao Ren'nan perform. Liao Ren'nan is simply amazing." After the cheers subsided, Mr. He continued, "Based on the enthusiasm here, it is evident that everyone genuinely appreciates this song. However, I must inform you that there are still 2 more splendid songs to come, so please do not miss out. Next, let us welcome the 24th singer, Su Xue, who will perform the song Hug Me. Please give a warm round of applause." With that, Mr. He stepped aside. The stage dimmed. When the lights brightened again, it transformed into a pink ocean. Su Xue and the dancers were all dressed in delightful shades of pink, exuding cuteness. As the melody began to play, Su Xue sang, "Baby just hug me, baby just hug me, every reason for my heartbeat, all because of you." With the span of a song, swinging on a swing by the sea. Upon completing a segment, during the transition, Su Xue and several dancers began to run and dance around the stage. Inviting the audience to join in the movement, he tossed some pre-prepared pink balloons into the crowd of fans seated below. The sight sent many fans, especially the female admirers, into a frenzy of excitement. The atmosphere became vibrantly lively, but as the song's interlude concluded, Su Xue continued to sing and dance. "Stolen by time, unfinished dreams, planets I wish to visit, not yet able to take you away, wanting to hold you tight, and never let go." While Su Xue performed, the live chat went into overdrive. "Su Xue is so handsome. This is the true power of Su Xue. He completely outshines the other singers. Why even compare, just take the first place already. What does Liao Ren'nan even count for? Su Xue is the most formidable." Amid the adulation, there were also some critiques. "Seriously, a grown man dressed like this is more delicate than a woman. That waist movement is more feminine than any woman I've seen. It gives me goosebumps. I just want to say, I'm a Han Chinese, I can't appreciate this half-English song, clearly a case of pandering to foreign trends, as if one cannot sing without incorporating some English. Chicken, you too beautiful." Minutes later, as the final note fell, Su Xue completed his performance. Mr. He returned to the center of the stage. Addressing the camera, he said, "Thank you, Su Xue, for bringing us the song Hug Me. It was truly vibrant and youthful. Su Xue, why not greet your fans?" Upon hearing this, Su Xue pursed his lips, waved at the camera, and offered no further gestures. Observing this, Mr. E chuckled and remarked, "Aren't you going to say a few words to the audience? Look at how enthusiastic your fans are." However, the seemingly innocuous comment appeared to strike a nerve with Su Xue. He suddenly adopted a serious expression and flatly stated, "I don't want to say anything, my fans know I'm not much of a talker." Upon hearing this response, Mr. He felt a touch of awkwardness. Nonetheless, he managed to maintain a smile and said, "It seems Su Xue is quite considerate of his fans, knowing they eagerly anticipate the score for this song. So, without further ado, let us proceed to the voting segment. The voting channel is now open. For those who have voting privileges and enjoyed this song, please cast your votes. 3, 2, 1. Please lock in your votes. Now, how many points will Yi Su Xue's hug me receive? Let us take a look at the big screen. The score section on the large screen began to scroll. The numbers accelerated once more, until they finally came to a rest, displaying a score of 911 points. Wow, fantastic! Su Xue, you are the best. First. Before Mr. He could announce the score, the fans of Su Xue erupted in cheers, celebrating as if the competition had already concluded. Seeing this, Yi Su Xue confidently declared, "I want to tell you, I am who I am, Yi Su Xue." Ah! This declaration sparked another wave of excitement among his fans. Mr. He, sensing the potential disruption to the program's flow, quickly intervened, saying, "Thank you to the fans for your enthusiasm. However, the competition is not yet over. Now, please give a warm round of applause to welcome the final performer to the stage. He is Liao Ren'nan, and he will be performing the song, Red Sun." Chapter 47. The true master of lyricism. As Mr. He's voice faded, the stage lights dimmed. When they illuminated once more, a scene of the morning sea appeared on the central screen. The waves incessantly lapped at the shore, evoking a sense of desolation and melancholy. At that moment, a stirring melody composed of the guitar, bass, and drums began to resonate simultaneously. A solemn sun rose majestically from the rippling waters, instantly igniting a vast dawn, breathing life into all. At this juncture, Liao Ren'nan grasped the microphone. With an invigorating he launched into an uplifting melody. Following the completion of the song's prelude, Liao Ren'nan sang the lyrics, "Fate, even if it tosses and turns, fate, even if it twists and turns, fate, even if it terrifies you, life lacks flavor, do not shed tears, nor feel sorrow, and certainly, do not give up. I wish to accompany you for a lifetime." After merely singing a brief segment, the audience was swept away by the song's emotions, feeling an overwhelming sense of elation. At this moment, the stage was enveloped in mist. Liao Ren'nan strode forth from one side of the stage, clad in a white, wide-collared shirt. His eyes burned with fervor as he sang the song earnestly while walking. In the course of a lifetime, round and round, how can one see clearly in moments of hesitation? I too have tried, sitting alone in a corner, feeling unsupported. In some year, the young me has stumbled countless times, shedding tears, on a rain-soaked night. Liao Ren'nan's delivery of these lines felt as though he were confiding in the audience. His tone was sincere and gentle, with each word and phrase simple yet profound. He conveyed to everyone that he too had traversed a winding path. He shared his past helplessness and confusion. In a lifetime filled with twists and turns, I too must walk through. Since when did you accompany me with fervent applause like the fiery sun, igniting my true self? Together we shall venture, conquering 1,000 mountains. Despite this, Liao Ren'nan, having undergone his experiences, now reflected upon those memories with remarkable tranquility. As someone who has walked the path, he imparted to everyone when faced with the tribulations of fate, one must dare to challenge. Even if one stumbles, do not surrender. For within the heart resides a radiant sun, thus, one can conquer all adversities. At this moment, the melody soared, leading into another verse. Let the evening breeze gently blow, carrying the fragrant whispers of blossoms, as if blessing you and me. Let the evening stars gently twinkle, shining forth every hope like waves, soon to drench me. When you withstand the trials of hardship, a transformative metamorphosis occurs. At that time you shall no longer fear the cleansing rain. Each encounter with thorns signifies a growth. Just then, the climax of the chorus echoed again. Fate, even if it tosses and turns, fate, even if it twists and turns, fate, even if it terrifies you, life lacks flavor. I wish to accompany you for a lifetime. As the song reached its conclusion, the stirring and poignant emotions, the inspiring lyrics, instantaneously captivated the hearts of all present. The audience below felt as though their very blood had been ignited, their hearts brimming with unprecedented exhilaration and joy. The ensemble of singers in the waiting room, too, were drawn into the song. By the time they regained their composure, they could not help but gasp in astonishment. How could Liao Ren'nan have penned such a high-quality piece? The most astonishing aspect was that this song was composed under the intense pressure of competition, completed in less than an hour. What manner of genius is Liao Ren'nan? Is there no room left for other producers, not just the singers, even the lyricists assisting, including the venerable 90-year-old Zhou Rangshi, wore expressions of disbelief. For the lyrics of this song were not only precise and straightforward, but also imbued with profound meaning. As the saying goes, the greatest truths are often the simplest, and this epitomizes that wisdom. This is the mark of a true master of lyricism. Those artists once lauded in the past found themselves silently acknowledging one name, Liao Ren'nan. Simultaneously at the live stream's comments erupted a beautiful. This song is exhilarating. I must download this song for my son who plays games every day. Brothers, I've decided to finish this month and then resign to open a store. Life must not be lived passively, let's strive forward. Liao Ren'nan's song is exceptional, it will surely inspire many lost souls. Liao is simply magnificent. On stage, the performance continued. The song entered its repetition phase. In the course of a lifetime, round and round, how can one see clearly? In moments of hesitation, I too have tried, sitting alone in a corner, feeling unsupported. The melody remained the same, the lyrics unchanged. Yet Liao Ren'nan's emotions grew increasingly rich and impassioned as he sang. The audience was enraptured, their spirits ignited, humming along with the melody. Half a minute later, as the final surge of the stirring melody subsided, the song officially concluded. It felt as though they had lingered within the song for an eternity, their hearts pulsed with unparalleled exhilaration. The applause erupted spontaneously, a roaring wave of appreciation that required no prompting from Mr. He. Many audience members stood in excitement, their applause so thunderous it could only be described as deafening. All right. Thank you all for your enthusiasm. Mr. He finally spoke, observing that the audience showed no signs of wanting to leave. It truly is an incredibly inspirational song. I believe you all feel you haven't had enough, right? Not enough. Liao Ren'nan, sing it again. The audience eagerly chimed in amidst this joyous atmosphere. However, a voice pierced through, harsh and jarring. This song does not align with the theme. It does not even mention the word see. The voice emanated from the audience, prompting many to glance in its direction. Mr. E, able to hear through his earpiece, realized that most could hear it too. Liao Ren'nan caught wind of it as well. Just as he prepared to clarify, Mr. E interjected, I feel it is my duty to elucidate the rules of this episode. This episode is pictured a song, meaning that any elements depicted in the theme image can serve as the song's content. In our image this week, mountains, the red sun, the sea, etc., can all be considered themes. In Mr. Liao Ren'nan's song, he conveys to everyone life is never a smooth sail. Through the twists and turns of life, as long as we do not lose our direction, we shall not lose ourselves. What it promotes is the tenacious spirit of the red sun, an exceedingly clever metaphor. Thus, it is entirely relevant to our thematic image. Chapter 48. The system has gone astray. Teacher, he speaks wisely. God, Liao is impressive. As He Zhong finished his explanation, an audience member called out from below. Liao Ren'nan chuckled and remarked, Teacher, he truly deserves the title. His knowledge is remarkably profound, encapsulating everything I wished to convey. Not at all, it is truly remarkable that you composed such exquisite lyrics and melody. He Zhong sincerely praised. Before continuing as the host, I trust everyone here is in unanimous agreement regarding this song. Now, we shall open the voting channel. Those with voting privileges, if you adore the song Red Sun, please cast your vote for Liao Ren'nan. 3, 2, 1. Please lock in your votes. Now, how many points will this song acquire? Let us turn our gaze to the big screen. The score display began to scroll. The numbers accelerated with increasing speed. The units place revealed a 5. The tens place displayed an 8. The hundreds place continued to roll. But at this sight, everyone's hearts raced anxiously, especially two singers, Hua Ziyu and Yi Shukuan, who were so tense they forgot to breathe. After all, Liao Ren'nan's score would determine their rankings. They certainly did not wish to be overshadowed by a budding star turned singer. Meanwhile, in the waiting room, Su Xue's fingers turned white from anxiety as she repeatedly muttered the number 8. Although she was reluctant to see Liao Ren'nan achieve such a high score, the audience's feedback suggested that the score would indeed be substantial. Thus, as a compromise, she hoped he would score 885 points, leveling him with Hua Ziyu. In truth, if Liao Ren'nan's score was adjusted for voting increments, he would fall short of Hua Qinyu. That was the outcome she desired. On the big screen, the hundreds place continued to scroll, slowing down gradually. Then with a thud, it displayed a 9. At this moment, a collective stupor fell upon the singers, their eyes widening in disbelief. Particularly Hua Ziyu, who stood frozen, his expression one of existential doubt. Damn! Even the usually composed Yi Shukuan couldn't restrain his expletives, the veins on his neck bulging, and Su Xue, who had just been daydreaming, now felt as though she had received a resounding slap, her face flushed crimson. Wow! The audience erupted in gasps. 985 points. Teacher, he exclaimed with excitement. Congratulations to Liao Ren'nan for achieving an impressive score of 985 points, which includes a 15 voting increment. With all 25 singers having completed their performances, this signifies that Liao Ren'nan is the first place winner of this episode of Picture to Song. According to the program's prior regulations, Liao Ren'nan, having secured first place in this round, will accumulate a badge. As teacher he continued to host, a ceremonial attendant stepped onto the stage, presenting a golden badge on a red cloth tray to Liao Ren'nan. He smiled as he accepted it, placing it into the pocket of his shirt. The golden badge shimmered brilliantly under the stage lights. Teacher, he continued, this badge will grant Liao Ren'nan a 3-voting increment during the Tianlai Champion Night competition. Once again, congratulations to Liao Ren'nan. Additionally, dear audience, do not forget to cast your personal popularity votes for the advancing singers. Thank you all for watching this episode of Sounds of Heaven. A quarter of an hour later, the third episode of Sounds of Heaven concluded. Liao Ren'nan quickly removed his makeup and proceeded to the storage room to retrieve his bag and clothes. He planned to take a shower and change, as he needed to pick up Bei Bei from kindergarten later, and he felt that the scent on his hair and body was overwhelming. As he rummaged through his bag for clothes, he glanced at his phone and noticed over 10 messages from Chao Jinming. Messages sent during his recording, such as, how's the preparation going, has the show started, feeling pressured, and you must have performed splendidly. These messages had begun accumulating the moment Liao Ren'nan entered the closed waiting room. He shook his head with a slight smile and initiated a video call. Chao Jinming quickly answered, hey, Ren'nan, the competition has concluded, right? Congratulations! You've successfully secured a victory and earned a badge. No need for thanks, just keep it low-key. Liao Ren'nan replied with a relaxed smile. By the way, didn't you know I couldn't bring my phone while recording? Why did you send me so many messages? Of course I knew, Chao Jinming said with a grin, but I just wanted to ease my mind. Ease your mind? Liao Ren'nan chuckled. I never imagined that after years of navigating this industry, you still possess such a delicate and sentimental side. Hey, when you reach my age, you'll understand. Chao Jinming sighed with a hint of nostalgia, then proposed, how about we celebrate tonight? Liao Ren'nan recalled Liao and Bei's words from the previous night and immediately shook his head. I can't, I already have plans. Who is it? It wouldn't happen to be Li Qianma, would it? Chao Jinming inquired, his curiosity piqued. He had always sensed a spark between the two. Liao Ren'nan deliberately shifted the subject. Old Chao, when did you become so gossipy? Alright, Chao Jinming sighed in resignation, but I must say this to you. In the past, you were busy with family, and I understood when you couldn't come out, but now that you're single again, you're still so busy that you can't even spare time for a meal. That seems a bit unreasonable, doesn't it? Upon hearing this, Liao Ren'nan felt a twinge of embarrassment and conceded, fine, next time I promise to treat you to a good meal. That's more like it. Chao Jinming replied cheerfully. Okay, I need to take a shower now. I have to pick up Bei Bei later. Alright, go ahead. Chao Jinming said. Talk later. After ending the call, Liao Ren'nan gathered his clothes and prepared to bathe. Just as he stepped out of the dressing room, a familiar system notification rang in his mind. Frowny face. Ding, congratulations, host, you have accumulated 3 million glory points, automatically redeeming 3 prizes. At this announcement, Liao Ren'nan felt a surge of joy. Another 3 million points, it seemed his popularity was on the rise. Ding. Prize automatically redeemed successfully. Congratulations on obtaining Divine Calligraphy. Divine Calligraphy. With this skill, the host's writing will float like clouds, be as agile as a startled dragon, with iron brush and silver hook, surpassing both ancient and modern styles, effortlessly eclipsing Wang Shiji of the Eastern Jin dynasty. Calligraphy? Is this a critique of my handwriting? Well, it truly leaves much to be desired. Nevertheless, with this skill, my poor penmanship will soon be a thing of the past. Ding. Prize automatically redeemed successfully. Congratulations on obtaining Divine Driving Skills. Divine Driving Skills. With this skill, the host will find overtaking on bends to be a breeze, and will bring out the utmost performance of every vehicle. In fact, when Liao Ren'nan first heard the term driving skills, his heart quivered slightly. He wondered how the system had veered off course. Upon hearing the subsequent explanation, he realized that this driving skills was not what he initially thought, and his racing heart finally settled. This skill was indeed impressive. Ding. Prize automatically redeemed successfully. Congratulations on obtaining Perfect Physique. Perfect Physique. Upon utilizing this skill, your body will undergo a complete transformation, featuring broad shoulders and narrow hips, a distinct waistline, and a set of 8-pack abs. Men will envy you, and women will admire you. Upon hearing this, Liao Ren'nan could only smile in bemusement. Good heavens, I was too quick to rejoice. The system has indeed gone awry. At that moment, Liao Ren'nan felt a tingling sensation in his mind, as if he had acquired vast knowledge in both calligraphy and driving. He was filled with absolute confidence that even the top experts in these fields would be no match for him. Then, he felt a wave of heat coursing through his body, as if something was seeping out through his pores. Simultaneously, a strange odor began to emanate. He dared not ponder further and hurriedly dashed towards the shower. Chapter 49. Li Qianma prepares to take initiative. Upon entering the bathroom, Liao Ren'nan hastily shed his garments and inspected his condition. As expected, a layer of dark sludge had enveloped his skin, emanating an acrid odor. He promptly rinsed himself with water. To his delight, he discovered that contact with water significantly alleviated the discomfort he felt. Consequently, Liao Ren'nan increased the water flow and indulged in a blissful shower. Time passed, and after a while, he gazed at his now polished body, nodding in satisfaction. As he dried off and prepared to don his clothes, he realized, in his earlier haste, he had left his garments outside. Considering he was in the men's bathroom, he wrapped himself in a bathrobe and stepped out. Suddenly, two startled exclamations pierced the air. Turning around, he found two women, Li Qianma and Lin Yue, standing behind him. Li Qianma, perhaps a bit timid, quickly shut her eyes after a fleeting glance, while Lin Yue stared for several seconds before turning away in realization. "Why are you not dressed?" both women inquired in unison. Liao Ren'nan swiftly grabbed a shirt from the cabinet and donned it with ease, replying nonchalantly, "This is the men's shower room. Of course, I can be without clothes. I was about to ask how you ended up here," he added. "Isn't it because Qianma is concerned for you?" Before Li Qianma could respond, Lin Yue interjected. "What do you mean by that?" Liao Ren'nan asked, puzzled. Li Qianma elaborated, "Here's the situation. Even though I don't have to provide commentary this week, as a mentor, I still need to attend the program. Today, Lin Yue came along too. We had originally planned to have dinner with you and Bei Bei after the competition. So, as the show was nearing its end, I kept a close watch on your whereabouts and, as soon as I had a moment, I brought Lin Yue with me." "Who would have thought that, in the blink of an eye, you would vanish?" After searching for a while with no success, they decided to ask someone for help. A staff member informed them that Liao Ren'nan had headed towards the bathroom. They arrived at the bathroom, confirming that someone was indeed inside, but after calling out several times without response, they decided to wait at the door. Little did they know, they would end up waiting for half an hour. Just moments ago, a sudden noise from inside had startled them, sounding as if something had fallen. Li Qianma, concerned that Liao Ren'nan might have fainted from an extended shower, resolved to check on him. To their surprise, she encountered Liao Ren'nan emerging with his upper body exposed. "So, we did not intend to intrude upon the men's bathroom," Li Qianma said, her tone tinged with a hint of grievance. "Oh, I apologize. I misunderstood," Liao Ren'nan nodded, sincerely explaining, "Perhaps the sound of the water was too loud, and I simply did not hear you calling out. As for the noise you mentioned, it was merely me accidentally dropping the showerhead. I am truly sorry." "Oh, I see." Upon hearing this, Li Qianma felt her spirits lift slightly and smiled, saying, "But there is no need for you to apologize. As long as you are unharmed, that is what matters." Liao Ren'nan patted his chest, assuring, "I am perfectly fine." With that, the tension dissipated, and the three of them shared a laugh. Before long, after a brief tidying up, they set off to the supermarket. As they were to dine at Liao Ren'nan's home that evening, it was essential to procure ingredients. Unsure of the two girls' culinary preferences, he took them along to shop for groceries. To avoid the hassle of losing track of each other, he invited them to ride in his car, thus simplifying matters considerably. Having driven for only a few minutes, Lin Yue mentioned feeling a bit parched. In response, Liao Ren'nan handed her a bottle of purified water. Struggling to open it, Lin Yue ultimately capped it back and placed it down. Observing this, Li Qianma inquired curiously, "You said you were thirsty. Why don't you drink?" "Never mind, I can wait a bit longer." Lin Yue waved her hand dismissively, explaining, "I'm afraid I might spill on my clothes. Otherwise, we would have to stop, which is quite troublesome." "Go ahead and drink." "I'll drive slowly, I want tea spill." Liao Ren'nan interjected. Alright then." After a moment of deliberation, Lin Yue acquiesced. She carefully unscrewed the cap, expecting the water to slosh about, but to her surprise, the surface remained remarkably still. She quickly took a substantial sip before resealing the bottle. Once she secured the cap, Lin Yue felt more at ease and gazed into the bottle, marveling at the undisturbed water surface. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, "Wow, the water's surface hasn't stirred at all. Liao Ren'nan, your driving is incredibly steady." "From what I've seen, only Grandpa Wen's chauffeur could achieve such finesse." At that time, Grandpa Wen came to pay a visit, and I had the fortune of riding along with my father. The driver was quite elderly, having spent his life driving for executives. "Thus, you are truly impressive." Lin Yue's admiration caught Li Qianma's attention, prompting her to glance appreciatively at Liao Ren'nan. "Ha, you flatter me." Liao Ren'nan chuckled lightly, "Perhaps the car contributes to the smoothness." Upon hearing this, Lin Yue turned her gaze to the car's interior, nodding, "Yes, your car is quite sophisticated. I really like it." Liao Ren'nan nodded in acknowledgement and focused on driving, leading to a brief moment of awkward silence. Li Qianma turned to find Lin Yue intently studying Liao Ren'nan, her gaze fixed on him. Not wanting to be overt, she discreetly sent Lin Yue a message and nudged her with her foot, signaling her to check her phone. Understanding the hint, Lin Yue picked up her phone. Li Qianma frowny face, what are you staring at? Your eyes are about to pop out. Lin Yue frowny face, I'm looking at Liao Ren'nan, can you blame me? Li Qianma frowny face, why the sudden remark? Lin Yue. Stop pretending, don't act like you haven't noticed, broad shoulders, narrow hips, a V-shape, 8-pack abs, Liao Ren'nan's physique is extraordinary. Drooling. JPG. Upon reading this message, Li Qianma's face flushed crimson. Li Qianma frowny face, pervert, friends should not betray friends. Angry. JPG, hammer. JPG. Lin Yue frowny face, you're not even in a legitimate relationship, what is the harm in teasing? Smug. JPG. Li Qianma shot Lin Yue a fierce glare before sending another message. You dare. Lin Yue frowny face, alright, no more jokes, but I think if you truly like Liao Ren'nan, you should seize the moment. A guy as handsome and well built as him will surely attract other girls' attention. While you are indeed beautiful, you can't rely solely on that. When a girl pursues a guy, it's just a thin veil separating them. Do you want a repeat of what happened 6 years ago? Reading through the lengthy messages, Li Qianma fell deep into thought. After a moment, she replied, I wish that were the case, but I can't be too forward, can I? I feel like he is quite polite with me, and there is a certain distance. Would confessing now be too hasty and backfire? Lin Yue shot her a disdainful look and replied, who said you should confess outright? Can't you drop hints? Li Qianma, perplexed, responded. How do I drop hints? Lin Yue sighed frowny face, forget it, when the opportunity arises, I'll help you out, you owe me one if it works. Li Qianma frowny face, deal. In the driver's seat, Liao Ren'nan noticed the two women exchanging knowing glances and their phones buzzing intermittently. Without needing to think hard, he surmised they were secretly messaging each other. He chose not to ponder the content of their conversation, instead savoring the joy of experiencing his masterful driving skills. 2 words. Absolutely superb. Chapter 50 Lin Yue's test. A quarter of an hour's drive of the trio arrived at a Walmart. After parking the car, they commenced their shopping. It remained unclear whether Lin Yue was testing Liao Ren'nan or merely indulging her curiosity. Lin Yue meticulously selected a variety of challenging ingredients, those rarely seen on a typical dining table, such as peacock vegetables, bubble greens, squid, fatty beef, water chestnuts, mackerel, and 9-toothed fan shrimp. Each choice would perplex even the most seasoned housewife. However, this posed no challenge for Liao Ren'nan, endowed with divine culinary skills. A mere glance at these ingredients revealed to him the dishes he could create. Additionally, he procured several specialized tools necessary for preparing these ingredients. But once everything was purchased, the clock neared 5 o'clock, signaling the end of kindergarten. Liao Ren'nan drove to pick up Liao and Bei and headed straight home. Upon arriving, Liao Ren'nan donned an apron and plunged headfirst into the kitchen. Observing this, Lin Yue exchanged a knowing glance with Li Qianma, then coaxed Liao and Bei to play in the room. Li Qianma, well aware of Lin Yue's subtle hint, cheered Liao Ren'nan on with a fist pump before joining him in the kitchen. Teacher Liao, I'm free, is there anything I can assist you with? Li Qianma remarked, her head spinning at the sight of the kitchen's pots and pans. Liao Ren'nan glanced at her, picked up a bag of garlic, and said, could you please peel this for me? I'll need it shortly, alright? Li Qianma replied with a charming smile. However, upon taking the garlic, she immediately found herself at a loss. Yet, with a spark of inspiration, she consulted her phone and set to work. At the stove, Liao Ren'nan swiftly processed the ingredients, washing, chopping, rinsing, soaking or marinating. In no time, the once chaotic raw materials transformed into vibrant semi-finished dishes. Liao Ren'nan turned on the integrated stove, drizzled oil, added the vegetables, and began to stir-fry. Li Qianma, peeling garlic at the table, watched in awe as if witnessing a culinary deity at work. As she gazed on, her thoughts drifted. A certain morning, a woman clad in a man's white shirt clumsily prepared egg pancakes. The man, bare-chested, approached from behind, wrapping his arms around the woman's slender waist, teasingly saying, you can't even fry an egg properly, how could you be so foolish? The woman pouted, retorting, but I just love eating what you make. The man kissed her and said, you take a break. I'll make something for our little darling. Li Qianma chuckled softly, entirely oblivious to Liao Ren'nan, who had somehow appeared beside her. Liao Ren'nan took the few peeled garlic cloves from her hand and hesitantly inquired, Qianma, I assume you've never cooked before, have you? Li Qianma nodded, I usually eat at the office, and my parents never let me lift a finger at home, no wonder. Liao Ren'nan chuckled, suddenly noticing that Li Qianma's face had turned quite red. He asked, oh, are you feeling hot? Perhaps you should step outside for some air. Is it that noticeable? Li Qianma touched her cheek, feigning composure as she replied, "It's a bit warm here with all the cooking, then I'll step outside for a breather." "Thank you for your hard work, Teacher Liao." With that, Li Qianma hurriedly exited the kitchen. Half an hour later, Liao Ren'nan had completed all the dishes, and Li Qianma helped set the table. There were several vegetable dishes, alongside grilled squid, sauced fatty beef, braised lion's head meatballs, and garlic nine-toothed fan shrimp, among other hearty offerings. The table was overflowing with food. Lin Yue emerged from her room, her eyes sparkling with delight. "Liao Ren'nan, you are too kind, you made so many dishes just because I came. Weren't these the dishes you wanted to buy? Surely others wouldn't deny you such a feast?" Before Liao Ren'nan could respond, Li Qianma interjected with a retort. Lin Yue, undeterred, replied, "Your statement is rather unjust. Teacher Liao would never lack generosity. Regardless, we have collaborated successfully, so it is only natural to show a bit of regard. Alright, let us all sit down and enjoy this feast. We must not let such culinary delights go to waste." Liao Ren'nan, sensing that the conversation could continue indefinitely, interjected to break the cycle. "Yes, let us eat." Lin Yue seated herself, eagerly taking a bite of the dish, her eyes widening in astonishment. "Wow, this flavor is exquisite." Li Qianma remarked casually, "I told you, Teacher Liao's culinary skills surpass even those of a five-star chef." "Indeed, Dad's cooking is the best in the world." Liao Bei chimed in. "Absolutely, it's fantastic. From now on, let us refrain from conversation and focus on our meal." Lin Yue exclaimed excitedly, grabbing another helping for herself. Liao Ren'nan chuckled at Lin Yue's lack of decorum, saying, "Feel free to eat as much as you like. Do not hold back." Subsequently, Lin Yue immersed herself in the food, hardly able to spare a word. She sampled one dish, finding it delectable, then tried another, deeming it even more delicious. The scene culminated in a table laden with culinary masterpieces, devoured with abandon. Before long, every last morsel had been consumed. Lin Yue, Li Qianma, and Liao Bei slumped in their chairs, utterly spent. Especially Lin Yue, her shapewear dress now strained around her midsection, prompting peals of laughter from Li Qianma and Liao Bei. Once they had finished eating, Liao Ren'nan retreated to the kitchen, retrieving the fruit salad he had prepared earlier from the refrigerator, inviting everyone to enjoy a light dessert. The group chatted amiably as they snacked. "Liao Ren'nan, may I ask why you divorced? You know, considering how exceptional you are?" As the conversation gradually deepened, Lin Yue posed a serious question. Liao Ren'nan smiled and replied, "Why such a sudden change in topic?" At this, Lin Yue felt a tinge of embarrassment, realizing she may have crossed a line. However, Liao Bei could not contain herself, interjecting, "My dad doesn't like to discuss this, but I can answer for him. My dad's divorce was entirely my mom's fault. She never appreciated him, she had me under strict control, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to watch movies, play games, or would constantly have his phone checked. That was bearable, but the worst part was her inexplicable rages, using my dad as a punching bag. Eventually, it reached a point where my dad had enough, and she didn't back down, so, it was all her fault." Hearing Liao Bei's earnest explanation, Lin Yue and Li Qianma felt a mix of amusement and admiration. Lin Yue teased, "Since your mother is so terrible, do you wish to find a new one?" "Of course." Liao Bei replied without hesitation, "After all, I have to go to school and can't always be with Dad. He would feel lonely, and if I were to find a new mother, she must be exceptionally outstanding, worthy of my dad." Li Qianma and Lin Yue erupted in laughter at Liao Bei's mature demeanor. "So, do you think Aunt Qianma is excellent enough to deserve your father?" Lin Yue seized the opportunity to probe further. Liao Bei glanced at Li Qianma, then at Liao Ren'nan, flashing a toothy grin as she said, "Of course, I like Aunt Qianma." Chapter 51 The Means of Discovering Su Xue. Bei Bei, I've told you before, children should not speak carelessly. Liao Ren'nan interjected. Although his tone was gentle, his words carried a certain harshness. In truth, Liao Ren'nan found Li Qianma quite beautiful, yet he had not reached a point of affection. Moreover, he had just emerged from the shadows of a failed marriage and was not yet prepared to embrace a new relationship. Alas, upon hearing Liao Ren'nan's words, Liao Bei could not help but cry. Her cherubic face immediately flushed with redness. "Bei Bei, why are you crying? Your father is not angry with you." Li Qianma quickly embraced Liao Bei. Lin Yue, standing nearby, consoled her, saying, "Yes, Bei Bei, if anyone should be blamed, it should be the auntie. Don't cry now." Gradually, Liao Bei's sobs subsided, until they finally ceased. Afterward, Lin Yue refrained from probing further, as she too was uncertain of Liao Ren'nan's thoughts. The group engaged in light conversation about music, films, and their studio, and before they knew it, it was already 8:30 in the evening. Li Qianma and Lin Yue expressed their intention to leave. Liao Ren'nan, upon hearing this, became reluctant, clinging to their hands and refusing to let go. Eventually, after some coaxing and a promise to gather again soon, Liao Ren'nan finally released her grip. Lin Yue summoned a driver from her company to pick her up and, by extension, to drop Li Qianmo home as well. Liao Ren'nan escorted both women to the car before returning home. He instructed Liao Ren'nan to watch Peppa Pig, while he tidied up the kitchen a bit. Subsequently, he watched over Bei Bei as she bathed and prepared for bed, taking the opportunity to freshen up himself. Liao Ren'nan fell asleep by 10 o'clock. He intended to relax with a film, but just as he opened his computer, his phone vibrated. Picking it up, he saw it was a voice message on WeChat. From Su Xue, frowny face. Liao Ren'nan, are you aware of your infidelity during marriage? From her voice, it was evident that Su Xue was somewhat incoherent. Clearly, she had been drinking. Liao Ren'nan frowned and replied, frowny face, you're drunk. What nonsense are you spouting? Almost instantly, a response came, frowny face, I am not drunk, I possess evidence of your infidelity. I suggest you withdraw from the next program directly, or I will ruin your reputation. Liao Ren'nan shook his head, frowny face, we are divorced now, please refrain from causing a scene. Furthermore, my participation in the program is of no concern to you. The reply came swiftly, aggressive in tone, frowny face, of course, it matters, you are the stumbling block to my success. First it was me, then Zhang Yiko, followed by Feng Koan, and now it's Hua Zelu. I and those connected to me have all been harmed by you. Liao Ren'nan could only laugh in disbelief. When did these individuals become entangled with him? However, lacking the patience to analyze the situation further, he retorted, frowny face, let me make this clear, I will not withdraw. If you have any evidence, feel free to expose it, do not hold back. Liao Ren'nan prided himself on his integrity, having never engaged in any morally questionable actions. A clear conscience fears no shadow. After delivering this statement, without waiting for Su Xue's reply, Liao Ren'nan powered off his phone and focused on his film. Before long, it was the next morning. When he next opened his eyes, it was already past 7 o'clock. After having watched movies late into the night, he had overslept. Liao Ren'nan hurriedly woke up Bei Bei, helped her get dressed and wash up, then took her downstairs to have breakfast. Making it just in time to drop Bei Bei off at school before classes began, he finally had a moment to breathe. Just as he intended to check his phone messages, he realized he had forgotten to turn it back on after shutting it down the night before. He quickly pressed the power button. As the phone's system began to operate, WeChat notifications began to flood in with incessant ding-ding-ding sounds. He was greeted with a staggering 99 unread messages. Liao Ren'nan opened the notifications. Aside from a few from Su Xue, the majority were from Chao Jinming and Lin Yue. He opened the conversation with Chao Jinming. Ren'nan, you've made it onto the entertainment news. Why isn't anyone answering your calls? I'm sending you this news, take a look for yourself. Headline news. Liao Ren'nan caught meeting Li Qianmo, allegations of infidelity during marriage? Breaking news, shocking, recording of Liao Ren'nan estate with Li Qianmo exposed, are they living together? Why was your phone off? Please don't lose hope, reply when you see this message. He then opened Lin Yue's WeChat. Her messages and news were strikingly similar to those of Chao Jinming. After a quick glance, Liao Ren'nan understood that this news was undoubtedly related to the evidence Su Xue mentioned last night. Initially, he thought the woman was merely drunk, but it seemed she was indeed out of her mind. He clicked on the news, eager to uncover the truth. After reading through several articles, Liao Ren'nan was filled with indignation. It turned out that since yesterday at the Tianlai filming base, a detective had been secretly trailing them, from their trip to the supermarket, to picking up Bei Bei from kindergarten, and even to their rental apartment. Every location had been surreptitiously filmed. What was most infuriating was that the news report blatantly omitted Lin Yue's presence, intentionally fabricating a narrative that suggested Liao Ren'nan was secretly meeting Li Qianmo. Such malicious tactics. When Liao Ren'nan saw the news regarding the recording, he felt a chill run down his spine. The perpetrator had indeed released the audio of his conversation with Li Qianmo, along with a blurry photo of the two in a room. This was the same nefarious method, taking things out of context, yet, anyone who viewed the photo and heard the recording would inevitably draw the conclusion that the two were cohabitating. What on earth was happening? How had the recording and room photo been captured? Liao Ren'nan furrowed his brow. Suddenly, he noticed a sound in the recording, the unmistakable chime of a clock. It was one he had specifically recorded for Bei Bei. In that instant, clarity washed over him as he recalled the doll that Su Xue had sent to Liao Ren'nan. Unquestionably, it had been tampered with. Realizing this, Liao Ren'nan rushed home, searching for the doll. Using scissors to dissect it, he discovered a hidden camera inside. This camera had internet capabilities, allowing for remote data extraction. Upon seeing this device, everything fell into place for Liao Ren'nan. He sent a message to Chao Jinming, frowny face, old Chao, I'm fine, don't worry. I've figured everything out, and I will resolve it shortly. Next, he sent a similar message to Lin Yue. Lastly, he opened the chat with Li Qianmo. Sending a message. Qianmo, I apologize for the trouble, however, I will resolve this matter promptly, just ensure that the responsibility falls on me. Feel free to reach out if any issues arise. Chapter 52. A dramatic turn of events, a brief respite. Liao Ren'nan, considering his lack of experience in public relations, ultimately resolved to visit the company to confer with Zhao Jinming about strategies for resolution. True to form, Zhao Jinming did not disappoint, swiftly devising a series of countermeasures. Firstly, engage a law firm to issue a statement defending his rights. Secondly, draft a clarifying post detailing the events, urging prominent entertainment figures to share it to affirm Liao Ren'nan's innocence. Thirdly, file a police report for documentation and seek legal assistance. Once the plans were delineated, each unit collaborated effectively. A mere 10 minutes later, a statement asserting his rights appeared online. Frowny face Nanmeng Entertainment Shanghai Star Rights Law Firm. On June 20, in response to certain parties disseminating false statements regarding Mr. Liao Ren'nan on various online platforms, even employing deceptive tactics to fabricate misleading topics, inciting a severe negative backlash through malicious rumors. Mr. Liao has entrusted this law firm to initiate a defamation lawsuit, which is currently underway. Following this, both Liao Ren'nan and Zhao Jinming promptly shared the statement on their respective Weibo accounts. Liao Ren'nan Supertalk: the blatant slander is a direct challenge to the boundaries of the law. We shall continue to gather evidence and pursue accountability to the fullest extent. We will show no leniency. Lastly, it was time to compose the clarifying post, which proved somewhat taxing for Liao Ren'nan. It was not the writing itself that posed a challenge, he merely needed to recount the facts, allowing a writer to refine it into a polished piece. The source of his distress lay in the fact that revealing the entire truth would inevitably implicate Lin Yue, leaving him uncertain of the subsequent repercussions. Conversely, omitting Lin Yue's involvement would leave his solitary date with Li Qianmo unexplained. It was indeed a dilemma. Meanwhile, at Su Xue Entertainment Studio, Su Xue sat barefoot in a swivel chair, her 10-centimeter heels carelessly strewn on the floor, appearing exceedingly fatigued and drained. Xue, Liao Ren'nan has released a statement. An assistant hurriedly approached. Su Xue gently massaged her temples, weakly replying, "Let me see it." The assistant presented a tablet with both hands. After a few swipes, Su Xue quickly reached the end of the information and inquired, "Is that all? Nothing else? Nothing more?" The assistant confirmed. Upon hearing this, Su Xue let out a cold chuckle. "They mention Lin Yue not at all. It seems they wish to keep the situation subdued indeed, so should we take any action, Xue?" The assistant asked with a smile. "Of course, I will not let this slide so easily," Su Xue declared resolutely. After a brief contemplation, she continued, "Immediately inform the procurement team to acquire more online influencers to amplify our public relations offensive focus on themes of clandestine meetings, infidelity, and cohabitation. The more sensational the terms, the better. Furthermore, reach out to high-profile self-media influencers to delve into Liao Ren'nan and Li Qianmo's past indiscretions. For instance, how Li Qianmo shamelessly praised Liao Ren'nan during the show, unreservedly boosting his image and engaging in favoritism. Unearth every detail. With so much dirt on him, let us see how they can cleanse their names." The assistant nodded. "Understood, Xue. I shall take care of it immediately." Half an hour later, at Nanming Entertainment Studio, Zhao Jinming was attentively monitoring the online sentiment surrounding Liao Ren'nan Li Qianmo private meeting. The related comments were proliferating at an alarming rate. One comment says they're cohabitating, another insists it's merely a teacher-student relationship. Which is true, you fool? Both are true. Teacher-student cohabitation. Liao Ren'nan certainly knows how to play. Ugh, I'm so furious I could spit blood. Bring back my goddess, Li Qianmo. How could Li Qianmo possibly be attracted to this older man? Liao Ren'nan is nothing but a wolf in sheep's clothing. Everything nowadays is a facade. This so-called melancholic male god is merely a fabricated persona. I genuinely believe Liao Ren'nan is innocent. He doesn't seem like that kind of person. Before you defend the scoundrel, perhaps you should wash your own underwear first. As the comments continued to spiral downward, Zhao Jinming felt increasingly irate. "Ren'nan, how is it that our attempts at clarification only seem to worsen the public perception?" Liao Ren'nan furrowed his brow. "It's obvious. That crazy woman is likely adding fuel to the fire." At Zhao Jinming sighed. "She is indeed cunning, accurately sensing that Yu Wunti mentioned Lin Yue, thus steering the public sentiment in her direction. This truly feels like a mute person eating bitter gourd, unable to voice our grievances. If it comes to that, perhaps you should speak with her privately to resolve this." Liao Ren'nan chuckled bitterly. "How could we resolve this privately when she demands I withdraw from the competition? Honestly, I don't place as much weight on the competition's outcome, but I would be letting down Bei Bei and my fans. Moreover, regarding Li Qianmo, if I acquiesce, wouldn't that be a disservice to her as well? Thus, I absolutely cannot back down. I must find a way to navigate this dilemma." At that moment, Zhao Jinming's assistant rushed in, nearly colliding with him in haste. "Watch it. What's the rush? Chao Jinming reprimanded softly. The assistant, panting heavily, replied, President Chao, Lin Yue has released a statement regarding Mr. Liao. Chao Jinming exclaimed, taken aback. Liao Ren'nan was equally astonished. They both grabbed the tablet and began to read. Just minutes ago, Lin Yue had indeed posted a message. What entertainment? Li Qianmo Liao Ren'nan. Hello everyone, I am Lin Yue. Since last night, I have been occupied with preparations for my new film, leaving me no time to glance at entertainment news. Only now, through my colleagues, did I learn that Li Qianmo and Liao Ren'nan are embroiled in a media storm. I have grasped the entire sequence of events and find it quite amusing, as I am one of the involved parties, and the reality is starkly different from the rumors last night. To express my gratitude to Liao Ren'nan and Li Qianmo for their support of my film those years, I suggested a gathering at Liao Ren'nan's home for dinner. Below are interactions and photos of the three of us. Feel free to verify their authenticity. It is unfortunate that ill-intentioned individuals have manipulated this situation, distorting the truth and inciting public disdain for these two exceptional artists. I genuinely feel helpless and distressed by this. I am releasing this statement to clarify the facts and hope to restore Li Qianmo and Liao Ren'nan's reputations. I apologize for taking up your time, and I wish you all a day filled with laughter. Lin Yue. Beneath this Weibo post were 9 high-definition images depicting Lin Yue and Li Qianmo shopping together and dining at Liao Ren'nan's home. Notably, Lin Yue had also attached the shopping receipt and photos of their movements, even annotating the pictures with words indicating that anyone with doubts could review the surveillance footage at those locations. The entire narrative was remarkably clear. Chapter 53 Breaking News, Li Qianmo's heartfelt confession. As of now, beneath this Weibo post, there are already numerous comments. Damn, I almost believed those rumors. I always said, with Li Qianmo's years of being scandal-free, she doesn't seem like the kind of girl who would do something like this. Those rumor mongers are truly despicable. This is nothing short of distorting the truth. I suggest pursuing legal action. Bravo, Liao, stay strong, and do not falter. I support the truth being spoken. Yue is so brave. May I timidly ask, don't you all think Li Qianmo and Liao Ren'nan are quite a match? I am quite curious as to what kind of person would engage in such unscrupulous behavior. Witnessing this, Chao Jinming let out a long sigh and remarked to Liao Ren'nan, you see, everyone's thoughts are indeed vastly different. You tried every possible way to avoid being associated with Lin Yue, yet that girl has laid everything bare herself. Judging by her tone and word choice, she is utterly unbothered by the repercussions. It seems your charm is indeed formidable. Upon finishing, Chao Jinming meaningfully patted Liao Ren'nan on the shoulder. Liao Ren'nan certainly understood the implication and shot him a glare, saying, you truly revel in the gossip, don't you? With more people like you, it's no wonder the entertainment industry is always embroiled in controversies, making it impossible to clarify the truth. Ha! Chao Jinming chuckled mischievously. Who told you to keep everyone guessing? When I asked you whom you were dining with, you stubbornly refused to divulge even a syllable, and now look, it's common knowledge across the internet. This is divine retribution for your lack of candor with me. Enough! Liao Ren'nan raised both hands in surrender, saying, from now on, I shall be completely honest with you. Is that satisfactory? That's more like it. Chao Jinming replied with a triumphant smile, problem solved, time to wrap things up. Liao Ren'nan chuckled, much appreciated. The two of them stowed away their notebooks and opened the conference room door, preparing to exit. Suddenly, with a loud crash, Chao Jinming, who was walking ahead, collided directly with the assistant who was rushing in, nearly pressing their lips together. Chao Jinming wiped his lips with an expression of disbelief, exclaiming, my heavens, didn't I just tell you to be cautious? Why rush in so recklessly? The sky isn't falling. The assistant, however, was not angered. Instead, he wore a broad smile and excitedly replied, Director Chao, the sky may not be falling, but fortune and love seems to be headed towards Director Liao. Chao Jinming frowned, enough with the riddles. Speak plainly. You can see for yourselves. The assistant handed over a tablet. Liao Ren'nan took it and both he and Chao Jinming began to read. On the screen was yet another lengthy Weibo post. The ID was Li Qianmo. The content read as follows, regarding the trending news about me, that Lin Yue has clarified the truth, so there is no need for me to elaborate. However, there are some things I would like to share that you may not know, that in fact, the news from the past few days only presented half the story. I am not dating teacher Liao, rather, it is I who harbors feelings for him. That you heard correctly, I like Liao Ren'nan. 6 years ago, due to a fortunate coincidence, I collaborated with teacher Liao, who wrote me a song titled The Fragrance of Gardenias. From that moment, I became greatly enamored with his talent. I once contemplated confessing my feelings, but due to various reasons, I could not find the courage, and by the time I finally mustered it, he was already involved with someone else. Since then, I have kept my heart locked away, never speaking of it to anyone. A month ago, I accidentally learned of teacher Liao's divorce. While I felt for him, simultaneously, my feelings for him reignited and grew even stronger. Thus, I decided to pause my work abroad and decisively return home to pursue my own happiness. I had intended to wait for the right moment to reveal my feelings to teacher Liao, but then the recent slander incident occurred. So I have decided to no longer conceal my feelings. Lastly, I hope this confession does not burden teacher Liao. Forever loving you, Li Qianma. Gulp. After reading the entire message, Liao Ren'nan couldn't help but swallow hard. Turning his head, he found Chao Jinming grinning mischievously at him. Not bad, your charm seems to be growing. Liao Ren'nan lightly shook his head. That girl, she probably hasn't realized the impact this message will have, has she? Chao Jinming continued to smile. She is unafraid. Why are you so worried? Just announce it officially, that would silence the trolls. Brother, could you please enjoy the gossip rationally? Liao Ren'nan shot him a glance. Things are not that simple. Moreover, Asai, you won't understand. A divorced man and an unmarried woman, what is so hard to grasp? Chao Jinming chuckled, snatching the tablet from Liao Ren'nan's hands. Let me read some of the fans' sentiments to you. He swiped to the comments section of Li Qianma's lengthy post. In just over 10 minutes, the comments had nearly reached 100,000. Wow, the sister is so brave, go for it in love. Be together, be together, be together. Though it's hard to let go, I wish you both well. Liao Ren'nan, treat my goddess right. Never thought about it before, but now that I see them together, they do seem like a couple. That lucky Liao Ren'nan. A match made in heaven. I support the official announcement. Of course, Chao Jinming only read the positive comments. Listening to one after another, Liao Ren'nan quickly raised his hand to stop him, saying, enough. You need not concern yourself with the subsequent matters, you should take your leave and rest. Having said that, Liao Ren'nan made a hasty exit. In the southern villa district, Li Qianma clutched a pillow, sitting cross-legged on the sofa, her heart racing. Meanwhile, her phone on the coffee table incessantly buzzed. Yet she dared not check her phone, nor did she have the courage to browse the entertainment news online. Because she knew without looking that various topics concerning her were undoubtedly swirling everywhere. Ding dong, the doorbell rang. Li Qianma got up to see who it was, and upon discovering it was Lin Yue, she pressed the unlock button. I sent you messages and called you. Why didn't you answer? Upon seeing Li Qianma, Lin Yue immediately complained. I just didn't want to answer. Li Qianma pouted. You're quite resourceful to have found your way to my home. How else would I find you? Lin Yue replied cheerfully. Then, recalling something, she added with a smile, Qianma, you're quite brave. Just yesterday, you were so worried about how others would perceive you, fearing you wouldn't be able to remain friends, yet today, you've made a full confession, and a public one at that. Impressive. As she spoke, Lin Yue gave Li Qianma a thumbs up. Chapter 54. Su Xue is infuriated. Seeing Lin Yue's expression of amusement, Li Qianma felt a twinge of anger and pouted, saying, if you came all this way just to mock me, well, you've succeeded, so please leave. Of course not. Lin Yue reined in her smile and explained, you are earnestly pursuing the person you love, and it doesn't inconvenience anyone else. Who has the right to mock you? Besides, are you not aware that online, your fans and Liao Ren'nan's fans are all clamoring for you two to be together? Really? Li Qianma could hardly believe it, a hint of a smile gracing her face. I can hardly even touch my phone now. Of course it's true. Why don't you take a look for yourself? As she spoke, Lin Yue pretended to offer her phone to Li Qianma, but Li Qianma did not accept it and took a few steps back. Never mind, I need to take a break from my phone for a while. Lin Yue chuckled quietly and comforted Li Qianma, saying, if you don't want to see it, then don't, but try not to be overly sensitive. I understand. Li Qianma nodded but then asked, so what do you think I should do now? I posted that Weibo post unilaterally without giving Liao Ren'nan a heads up. Do you think I should contact him now? Upon hearing this, Lin Yue shook her head in disbelief. It seems that no matter how beautiful or accomplished a woman is, there are times when she can get swept away by romantic notions. Look, you've already confessed to him in a lengthy post, a heartfelt declaration for all to see. He must have seen it, so you don't need to do anything right now, just give him space and time to contemplate. If he likes you, he will reach out. That makes sense. Li Qianma nodded, but then asked again, but what if he doesn't contact me? Does that mean I have no chance? This question left Lin Yue momentarily speechless. She rolled her eyes and quickly replied, I don't think that's the case. Look at you, you're perfect in every way, unless he. As she spoke, Lin Yue gestured to Li Qianma with a knowing look and wiggled a finger. What are you insinuating? Li Qianma retorted, Liao Ren'nan is certainly not that. Ha! Lin Yue chuckled mischievously and playfully patted Li Qianma on the backside. You know that, so why are you worrying unnecessarily? Rest assured, he will reach out to you. Look, I've been standing at the entrance for almost 10 minutes, are you not going to invite me in to sit for a while? I'm still in high heels, my feet are starting to hurt. Is this your idea of hospitality? Come in, hang your bag on the rack, and choose some shoes to change into. Li Qianma said absently as she returned to the sofa. Seeing this, Lin Yue pouted, hung her bag, changed her shoes, and sat closely beside Li Qianma, nudging her aside without reservation. Is there anything to eat at home? It's almost noon, I hardly ate this morning, and now I'm starving. Yes, over there. Li Qianma pointed towards the kitchen. There, a few bottles of milk and bread were haphazardly placed on the counter, and the dining table had some fruits and nuts scattered about. Forget it, seeing your state, it's impossible for you to share a meal here at noon. Lin Yue shook her head. I'd better be sensible and order takeout myself. Oh, fine, Li Qianma replied nonchalantly. Lin Yue was thoroughly speechless. Nanming Entertainment. Liao Ren'nan sat alone in a conference room, his emotions in disarray. Before him lay a laptop, the screen displaying that lengthy post. At this moment, the discussion surrounding Li Qianma's post had surged to the #1 trending topic on Weibo and was rapidly gaining momentum. Consequently, Liao Ren'nan's Weibo comment section had also been inundated. Numerous fans were leaving messages urging him to give Li Qianma a response. How was he supposed to respond? Liao Ren'nan found himself in a quandary. If he agreed, he truly had no idea what life with Li Qianma would entail. After all, he was a singer, and Li Qianma was a multifaceted artist. Both were public figures, but if they were to date, every action they took would inevitably be scrutinized and magnified. Moreover, they would both be quite busy, operating in a complex work environment, but not to mention, he wasn't alone, he had a dependent daughter. Perhaps everything appeared harmonious now, but would their relationship gradually erode due to their busy schedules or the pressures of the entertainment industry, ultimately leading to a painful fracture? After all, he had experienced such a situation before. With this thought, Liao Ren'nan truly lacked the courage to agree without reservations. If he disagreed, Li Qianma was young, beautiful, and had a delightful personality, plus she got along splendidly with Liao and Bei. Moreover, she had liked him for 6 years. 6 years, how many 6-year spans does a woman have in her lifetime? If he missed this opportunity, would he not be lambasted by everyone for being a fool? This decision was indeed arduous. At the very least, Liao Ren'nan was at a loss as to which path to choose. Liao Ren'nan took a deep breath, picked up his phone, and prepared to attend to some pressing matters. He had neglected to deal with the issue of Su Xue hiding recording equipment within the doll, which he needed to address. At 3 in the afternoon, on the other side, at Su Xue Entertainment, in Su Xue's office. Su Xue was reclining with her legs crossed, incessantly berating, but Hua Ziliu and Zhang Ek sat across from her, listening and occasionally nodding while shifting their arms. Su Xue had been complaining for over an hour, and they felt as if their bodies had gone completely numb, their feet, legs, backsides, waists, faces, and ears. Both were inwardly lamenting their plight. Why? Why is Liao Ren'nan so fortunate? What is he, and why does he have the audacity to flaunt it? How dare he seek a new love? What a scoundrel! Su Xue slammed the table as she vented her frustrations. Originally, she had anticipated that after leaving Liao Ren'nan, she would be thriving and successful, while Liao Ren'nan would be trailing behind her, begging for her to reconsider. At which point she would simply say, "You don't deserve it," and kick him out. Yet who would have thought, she was the one now in a dismal state. Not only was her career impeded, but she was also facing online criticism. Ever since Li Qianma's lengthy post confessing to Liao Ren'nan, the entire internet was urging for the two of them to be together. Some fans even left comments on her Weibo, declaring her to be Li Qianma's defeated opponent. Furthermore, some ill-intentioned fans had dug up her family background and compared it to Li Qianma's lineage, labeling Li Qianma as the true phoenix and her as a false phoenix that had flown out of a chicken coop. In light of such comparisons, many mocked her for having squandered a winning hand, claiming she had missed out on the best man. Damn it! Thinking of all this, Su Xue was seething with fury and abruptly overturned everything on the table. Crash! Hua Ziliu was startled by Su Xue's sudden action, nearly toppling over. Ah! Zhang Yike exclaimed, quickly reaching up to touch her face. There were many sharp objects on the table, she could not afford to be injured. After all, she was a female star who relied on her looks for a living. Chapter 55 of the keyword songwriting segment commences. At that moment, a knock resounded at the door. Come in. Su Xue replied curtly. The visitor was Luo Fei, an external legal consultant for Su Xue Entertainment and also Su Xue's personal attorney. As he pushed the door open and beheld the disarray, he remained unperturbed, as if oblivious to the chaos. He greeted her with a smile. President Su, it's been a while. What brings you here? Is there something you need? Su Xue inquired sharply. Typically, when in good spirits, she would address others with courtesy, but when displeased, everyone was simply referred to as you, with the exception of those of higher rank, of course. President Su, there is indeed a matter, Luo Fei replied calmly, accustomed to her demeanor. Upon hearing this, Su Xue cast a glance at Zhang Yike and Hua Qinyu. The two understood the unspoken cue and quickly excused themselves, thinking that the lawyer's arrival was rather timely. Once the door was closed, Luo Fei began, President Su, I have just received news that your ex-husband intends to sue you. As a lawyer, particularly a capable one, Luo Fei had resources at various levels and was well informed. Ha, Su Xue found it amusing. Liao Ren'nan is suing me? For what exactly? He is accusing you of tampering with a toy doll to secretly install a miniature recording device, thus illegally monitoring his privacy. Su Xue smirked mischievously, I didn't tamper with anything. That doll was a gift for my daughter. Is it wrong for me to install a camera to ensure my daughter's safety? She continued. They are the ones engaging in dubious activities, yet they are angry when discovered? That is not quite the case. Luo Fei shook his head. The law does not concern itself with the reasons behind your purchasing that doll. It only addresses the consequences, and the consequences, it captured your ex-husband's private moments and was subsequently disseminated online. Thus, from this perspective, you bear a certain degree of responsibility. Upon hearing this, Su Xue became agitated. Ha, so if that is the case, I should sue him. He cheated with Li Qianma. That much is undeniable, right? That is not quite accurate. Luo Fei again shook his head. Liao Ren'nan cannot be considered as having cheated, because when he was involved with Miss Li, you had already finalized your divorce. He was a free man. Su Xue, growing increasingly impatient, retorted, it's always not this or not that, then tell me what I should do? Luo Fei suggested, I recommend that while this matter has not yet escalated, you should have a conversation with Liao Ren'nan and perhaps offer an apology. After all, once a couple, there is a bond that lasts 100 days. I believe he wouldn't be so ruthless. In a courtroom, everything can be negotiated, but once it goes to trial, matters become quite complicated. Bang! Before Luo Fei could finish, Su Xue slammed her hand on the table and exclaimed, you expect me to talk to him and apologize? No way. If he intends to sue me, let him do so. I will fight him to the end. Luo Fei was taken aback by her words and patiently advised, President Su, you cannot let your emotions dictate your actions. This will only exacerbate the situation. Ha, Su Xue scoffed, what if it escalates? I have never feared a situation growing larger. And you, do you possess any competence? If you cannot handle this trivial matter, prepare to be replaced. Luo Fei opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words. In the following 2 or 3 days, Liao Ren'nan formally contacted his legal team regarding Su Xue's alleged secret filming, preparing to file a lawsuit in the higher court demanding the revocation of Su Xue's custody and visitation rights concerning Liao and Bei. Regrettably, the legal team also informed Liao Ren'nan that the likelihood of this demand being granted by the court was, overall, less than 30%, but after all, as long as Su Xue firmly maintained that the camera was installed for the sake of her daughter's safety and that the footage's leak was an unforeseen accident of which she was unaware, this alone would absolve her from legal repercussions. On a more optimistic note, Su Xue's actions could be construed as disregarding Liao and Bei's emotions and recklessly exerting her personal feelings in managing Bei Bei, failing to fulfill her responsibilities as a mother. Based on this, her visitation rights could be suspended for a period. In the end, Liao Ren'nan weighed his options and decided to pursue the latter course of action. On the other hand, to care for Li Qianma, Lin Yue moved into her residence to better manage her daily needs. Li Qianma was doing well, her demeanor stable and normal. What surprised Lin Yue, however, was that for 2 to 3 days, Liao Ren'nan had not sent a single phone call or even a WeChat message. This was somewhat unexpected. For a woman as perfect and exceptional as Li Qianma, countless men would line up to woo her. Whoever won her heart would have struck gold. Yet, she was still the one taking the initiative, only needing to nod for his attention, and he had shown no response whatsoever. Lin Yue felt utterly perplexed by this man. Meanwhile, Li Qianma remained relatively optimistic, but after all, compared to the blow she had suffered 6 years prior, this was nothing. As long as Liao Ren'nan had not remarried, it meant there was still a chance for her. Therefore, Li Qianma believed she should uplift herself, refusing to allow public opinion to coerce Liao Ren'nan into any decisions. Otherwise, even if he ultimately chose her, she would feel that he had been forced into compliance, which was not the outcome she desired. Seeing Li Qianma comfort herself so well, Lin Yue felt reassured. She could only lament a woman in love truly has a diminished intellect. As for Liao Ren'nan, he too could not shake the memory of Li Qianma's confession from his mind. And although the situation lay before him, he had no clear answer. He could only take it one step at a time. Besides grappling with this matter, he was also preoccupied with his relationship with Liao and Bei. Upon discovering that Li Qianma had confessed to her father, Liao Ren'nan was overjoyed, convinced her father would surely agree. However, to her dismay, he remained utterly passive. This left Liao Ren'nan anxious, constantly whispering in Liao Ren'nan's ear, "Daddy, isn't Aunt Qianma 100 times better than mommy?" At times, Liao Ren'nan would even dig up old shows or advertisements featuring Li Qianma. "Daddy, take a good look. Who knew Aunt Qianma had such an amazing figure? TSK, but missing out on this opportunity would be a grave mistake." In response, Liao Ren'nan either employed silence, pretending he hadn't heard, or simply mumbled vague affirmations to brush her off. As time dragged on, Liao Ren'nan grew impatient and began to sulk, refusing to speak to him. Observing Liao Ren'nan's demeanor, there was a moment when Liao Ren'nan pondered whether he had indeed let something slip through his fingers. Finally, days passed, and soon it was the weekend again. On Xiongming Island, the second season's fourth live broadcast of The Voice of Heaven commenced. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the fourth episode of the second season of The Voice of Heaven, sponsored jointly by Jufeng Real Estate, Jin Dafu Gold, and Huawei Artificial Intelligence. On the familiar grand stage, Teacher He smiled as he opened the show. Meanwhile, the comments section of the live stream erupted. They're here, brothers, it's finally the weekend. This episode features the keyword songwriting segment, eagerly anticipating. I must say, I'm here to ship the Liao Ren'nan and Li Qianma CP. I wonder if they're together. Flower, I love you, you must shine in this episode, I will always support you. Flower is nothing, even if you bring me Koen's shoes, he doesn't measure up. I am the top tier of Huaxia's music scene. Can you all discuss something related to the show? I am genuinely curious about what keywords will emerge, that's the most thrilling part. Just hit us with a character and eliminate all these singers. ILL come collect the grand prize. Don't daydream, buddy, your foreman is calling you to move bricks. Chapter 56, The Production Team's Strong Survival Instinct. Initially, Heavenly Voice was merely the king of music variety shows. However, ever since Li Qianma confessed her feelings to Liao Ren'nan online 5 days ago, the show's viewership has been soaring dramatically. Now, it has even removed the music category, successfully ascending to the throne of variety shows. In light of this, the high-ranking officials of the Heavenly Voice production team are all grinning from ear to ear, as the recommender of Liao Ren'nan, the show's chief director, Han Shangyo, received a promotion and salary increase, becoming the manager of the main company. Furthermore, Teacher He was rewarded with a chicken leg. Thus, he introduced the competition rules with a beaming smile. Hello everyone, this episode's theme is keyword songwriting. As the name suggests, a keyword will be selected by the Heavenly Voice Program Committee, and each singer, along with their support team, will compose a song according to the specified guidelines. The primary requirement for songwriting is that both the song title and the lyrics must encompass the chosen keyword. Otherwise, it will be deemed as irrelevant. Overall, this episode of Keyword Songwriting shares similarities with the previous episode's picture songwriting rules, with the following key differences. Firstly, the creation time has been reduced from 24 hours to 12 hours. This will further test the abilities of the singers and their support teams. Secondly, among the 20 participating singers, only half will receive a voting boost, with a mere 1 difference between the first and last place. Thirdly, this episode introduces a mentor feedback process, where each singer will receive targeted comments from the mentors after their performances. This, to a certain extent, will encourage the audience to vote rationally, avoiding blind following. In addition, a total of 20 singers will participate, but only 10 will advance. I hope all the singers and their support teams seize this opportunity. After Teacher He finished explaining the rules, he switched to a prompt card. He continued, "Now, let me introduce the 5 mentors who will provide feedback. They are the music maestro teacher Lu Huan, the queen of Huaxia teacher Naim, the legendary vocalist teacher Wang Zisong, the genius lyricist teacher Lin Shi, and the versatile artist teacher Li Qianma. Please give them a warm round of applause." The audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. The 5 mentors took turns standing up to greet the audience. Notably, when the camera focused on Li Qianma, the cheers from the crowd multiplied several times, with some even shouting Liao Ren'nan. This left Li Qianma flustered. She gave a slight bow to the audience and hurriedly sat down. Alright, next we will introduce our singers and see which support teams they have invited this time. As Teacher He finished speaking, the main camera shifted to the waiting area of the singers. Some of the front-runners for the championship, such as Yi Shuquan and Hua Zilu, had expanded their support teams, while others, like Rin Shenqi and Lin Jishuan, maintained similar team compositions as the previous episode. However, regular viewers quickly noticed some differences and began to flood the comments with observations. Wow, why does it feel like there are more cameras in the waiting room, and so many close-up motion cameras too? Indeed, there are several more split screens. Are they planning to monitor the singers? It truly feels like this setup rivals that of monitoring the most dangerous prisoners. Haha, the clarity of this footage is astounding. You can see the makeup on Koen's face so clearly. The production team must be worried about viewers claiming the show is rigged, hence the increased surveillance, right? At that moment, Han Shinyo, who was seated in the control room, nodded upon seeing these comments. This was precisely the effect he desired. After the conclusion of the previous episode, Picture Songwriting, although the show's ratings had risen, it received a barrage of negative reviews from netizens. Criticisms included claims of scripted content, favoring newcomers for publicity, and blatant deception. After all, Liao Ren'nan had composed a new song in just 1 hour, and still had time left to help Renxianchi create a high-quality piece, Sad Pacific. This was beyond the comprehension of many viewers. Even Han Shinyo, who witnessed it all firsthand, found it hard to believe. Hence, the skepticism circulating online was quite understandable. How to resolve this? The production team decided that the only way to quell the audience's doubts was to enhance the transparency of the competition. Thus, the first step was to increase the number of cameras in the waiting room, allowing the singers and their teams to create under the watchful eyes of the viewers. Surely, this would leave no room for criticism. Just then, after introducing the various star waiting rooms, the main screen shifted once again, revealing a peculiar device. That it was a large, transparent sphere. Under the supervision of the staff, pieces of paper inscribed with Chinese characters were folded and placed into the sphere, followed by a close-up for the camera, before being tossed inside. These characters included commonly used Chinese words such as smile, sky, life, star, look, simple, and break, among others. Teacher, he explained, this device was specially crafted by our partner company for the keyword selection segment. To prevent electronic cheating, we opted for manual shaking, allowing the singers to participate as well. In total, there are 100 Chinese characters for this episode's keyword theme, making it a selection of 1 out of 100. Now that all 100 characters have been placed into the sphere, they can be reviewed during playback if there are any disputes. Let us begin shaking. Subsequently, under the guidance of the staff, the 20 singers took turns on stage, each shaking the device for a few seconds. In front of the camera, 100 small balls within the device rolled incessantly. Witnessing this scene, the comments section exploded once more. Upft. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. This scene is utterly ridiculous. It seems like the production team's survival instinct has significantly heightened this time. It feels like this could be rigged too. For instance, each star shaking the ball could collaborate to control the force and select a specific keyword. The person above must have been kicked in the head by a donkey. These singers are competitors, not collaborators. As the 20 singers completed their turns, Teacher he continued to host. Alright, all singers have finished shaking the balls, so, which character did everyone collectively select? Please reveal it. At that moment, a slender hostess stepped on stage, bending down to retrieve the ball that had rolled out. She spun it open and unfolded the paper, but everyone held their breath, staring intently at the camera. The slightly shaky camera stabilized, revealing the character star. Teacher he announced, alright, the keyword for this episode is star. Let the singers commence their creations. The 12-hour countdown officially begins. As Teacher he finished speaking, the main screen flashed the square character, star. Simultaneously, the countdown clocks in each waiting room began to run. The singers, as if receiving a command, swiftly busied themselves. Chapter 57. Is songwriting really this easy? In the blink of an eye, with the singers taking the stage to perform, it would be at least 12 hours before any excitement would unfold on the main stage. Meanwhile, the performances of the singers in the waiting rooms became the focal point of the audience's attention. The main screen began to alternate between showcasing the dynamic activities of the performers in the waiting rooms. In waiting room number 1, a group of creative talents from various countries engaged in a spirited brainstorming session. Yi Shukuan sat upright, attentively listening and occasionally nodding in response. Following their last collaboration on picture writing, several music producers had gradually developed a tacit understanding. They reflected post-competition, believing that their second-place finish stemmed from insufficient collaboration. Thus, before this round commenced, they held multiple team-building exercises to cultivate a sense of unity. In this episode, they set their sights on securing first place. The buzz in this waiting room was palpable. Ranked first among all. Kunken is so serious. Don't tire yourself out, brother. Although Liao Ren'nan took first place last time, I still have high hopes for Yi Shukuan. After all, the strength of the creative team speaks for itself. Go for it, Kunken. This time, you absolutely must claim the top spot. It seems the team atmosphere has improved significantly. They truly appear to be earnest this time. In waiting room number 5, Lin Jixuan sat at the conference table, his expression somewhat grave. The other music creators took turns articulating their ideas regarding key concepts. After all, Lin Jixuan, as an artist, possessed an impeccable discernment of music. Any creative idea he endorsed was bound to become a sensation. The dynamics within this waiting room sparked fervent discussions among netizens. Brother Xian exudes such authority, he truly deserves to be called a vocal powerhouse. Indeed, that last creator was trembling while presenting to Brother Xian. I find Brother Xian's team to be a bit precarious. This round focuses on creativity. Being able to sing without having a substantial work is a sure way to be eliminated. You up there, be quiet. Are you a Kunkin fan here to spread negativity? In waiting room number 9, Ren Xianqi, Xiao Chong, Zhou Huajin, Li Zhongxing, and Zhang Xingyue were all diligently creating. They had also learned from the previous round's lessons. Regardless of the quality of the songs, each would present a respectable piece. They would then select the best among them to collectively submit one song. After all, they couldn't rely on luck like last time, waiting for Liao Ren'nan to come and assist them. Observing this scene, the barrage of comments surged. Why do they all look so furrowed? Is songwriting really this challenging? Of course songwriting is difficult. Do you think it's just a matter of vowels? Ha, Zhuan Guanxian shouldn't take it so seriously. They ended up submitting a blank sheet last time. Put. That's rather unlikely. If they submit a blank sheet again, they might as well disband. In waiting room number 14, a few fair-skinned foreigners stood out prominently. Su Xue was earnestly discussing her demands for the song with them. Hua Ziyu stood straight behind Su Xue, while Zhang Yike also came to assist, serving tea and refreshments. In the previous round, Su Xue had spent a fortune to secure an advantage, only to face failure. Thus, this time, she had shifted her strategy, investing all her resources into enhancing her team's strength. Su Xue had two objectives. First, to successfully advance, allowing her to participate in the next round of $1 million endorsement. If she were fortunate enough to secure an endorsement, then all her current investments would pay off. Second, she aimed to achieve a higher ranking than Liao Ren'nan or outright eliminate him, thereby positioning herself to gloat before him as a complete victor. Witnessing the scene in the waiting room, netizens fervently debated, why does Hua Ziyu look like a doorman? That seems a bit beneath him. Who doesn't resemble a doorman in front of Su Xue? She is the queen of stealing the spotlight. Goodness, Su Xue is rather stingy. She won't even hire a server, making my beloved Yike work for free? Why has Su Xue recently attracted so much negativity, with so many disparaging remarks about her? Quick, head over to waiting room number 18. It's absolutely riveting. I came to inform everyone that Liao Ren'nan is dominating in waiting room number 18. Indeed, Liao Ren'nan is on fire. I'm heading over now. At that moment, several unusual comments flashed by. The viewers in waiting room number 14, watching in confusion, were not alone. This phenomenon played out across all other 19 waiting rooms. Everyone rushed to waiting room number 18 to witness what was unfolding. There, the popularity of that waiting room had surged to an astonishing 5 million, surpassing the combined total of the other 19 waiting rooms. Before the camera, Liao Ren'nan sat poised at the conference table, a water-based pen in hand, swiftly jotting down notes on paper. Beside him, a countdown clock displayed a mere 5 minutes elapsed from the 12-hour timer. Liao Ren'nan wrote effortlessly, his penmanship graceful and fluid, each character exuding elegance and charm, while the musical notes he crafted were both crisp and refined, providing a visual delight for onlookers. Observing this, the chat room erupted. He started creating after just 5 minutes. Is Brother Liao serious? The structure of those characters, they are breathtaking. Goodness, Liao Ren'nan's calligraphy is truly remarkable. You wouldn't achieve such proficiency without a solid foundation. Brothers, is this a calligraphy show? Did I stumble into the wrong set? Liao is incredible. The execution director of the program clearly noticed this development and hurriedly recorded Liao Ren'nan's creative process from every angle, also aiming to quell the voices accusing the show of fabrication. As time progressed, the audience witnessed Liao Ren'nan's composition Mercury Chronicles captivated by your eyes. The galaxy leaves traces to follow, piercing through the seams of time. It remains undeniably true, attracting my trajectory. Most impressively, he alternated between composing a 5-line musical score and adding lyrics, repeating this process seamlessly without any interruptions. Witnessing the scene firsthand, all who watched were left in stunned silence. This included the judges seated at the panel, the audience below the stage, the singers in the waiting rooms along with their support teams, and the staff of the program itself. Anyone who laid eyes on this spectacle wore expressions of sheer astonishment. A mere keyword, and he began to write seamlessly, composing melodies and lyrics simultaneously. Since when did songwriting become this effortless? Chapter 58, Unmatched, absolutely dominating. Before the camera, Liao Ren'nan diligently inscribed his thoughts, entirely oblivious to the fervor igniting in the split-screen chat section. Thanks to his extraordinary skill and divine calligraphy, Liao Ren'nan effortlessly produced grand and meticulously crafted characters with a mere water-based pen, leaving even himself in awe of their elegance. As for the choice of song, upon encountering the keyword, star, perhaps influenced by the Emo Song God, a particular melody, Mercury's memoir, surfaced in his mind. It is worth noting that in his previous life, Mercury's memoir had garnered immense popularity online, amassing over 100 million streams on platforms like Douyin, captivating the hearts of countless young men and women. Thus, Liao Ren'nan was convinced that this song would undoubtedly achieve resounding success in this world. He was so intimately familiar with the piece that he could virtually recreate it with great ease. Moments later, the lyrics and score of Mercury's memoir unfolded before everyone present. Upon witnessing this spectacle, exclamations erupted. Wow, oh my heavens! Is this the legendary genius? The audience below, enchanted, erupted in a chorus of astonishment. The livestream's comments section exploded once more. Holy smokes, has it been less than 10 minutes, and he has finished a song? Good gracious! Writing a song is as effortless as sipping tea. Is this guy even human? What an eye-opener! Today, I've finally witnessed the pinnacle of songwriting. Nan good, don't mislead the young ones. Seeing how simple your song is, they'll surely be tempted to dive into songwriting. Incredible, the only thing that doesn't bow down is my god Liao. Liao God is simply phenomenal. The other contestants watched Liao Ren'nan's every move with rapt attention. At that moment, they were utterly stunned, completely taken aback. Lin Jixin adjusted his thick glasses, chuckling bitterly. We haven't even finalized our concepts, and he has already completed a song at lightning speed. Is this even fair? Ran Xin she jested with Xiao Chong and the others. What is there to compete? This is practically a beatdown. We might as well pack up and head home. Haha. The most exaggerated reactions came from Su Xue and Hua Zeliu. They had long regarded Liao Ren'nan as their rival, and this episode was aimed at suppressing him. Yet, as the competition had barely begun, while they struggled to even come up with a song title, he had already finished an entire composition. This was akin to two individuals taking an exam, one still grappling with the first multiple-choice question while the other had completed the entire paper. The stark disparity was unmistakable. In that instant, Su Xue felt a mix of indignation and shock. Before her divorce from Liao Ren'nan, she was well aware of his compositional prowess. Previously, even at his swiftest, Liao Ren'nan required a week to pen a song. On less fortunate occasions, it could take him over a month. This was part of the reason she looked down upon music creators. Their earnings were too slow, and meager at best, yet now, nearly a month later, Liao Ren'nan could compose an entire song in half an hour. Such rapid progress was unfathomable. Su Xue resolutely refused to believe it. She suspected he must have resorted to some underhanded methods to cheat, subsequently putting on a show for the audience, crafting a genius persona to attract attention and traffic. It had to be something like that. With this thought, Su Xue turned to Hua Zeliu beside her, saying, Go file a complaint with the staff, claiming Liao Ren'nan is cheating. Alright, I will. Before Hua Zeliu could finish, the first waiting room erupted in chaos, drawing everyone's attention. No! No, no! How can he do that? Yisu Koan and several foreign team members shouted in disbelief. They did not believe Liao Ren'nan possessed such talent and were engaging with the program staff to express their doubts and dissatisfaction. Swiftly, the program's monitoring committee intervened, announcing, We have just reviewed the footage, everything during the competition was normal, and no artists have violated any rules. If any assisting team continues to stir trouble, their associated artists will be disqualified. Once the program's team made this statement, the previously dissatisfied contestants fell silent. Su Xue and Hua Zeliu, who had planned to file complaints, felt a chill run down their spines. After the tumult, the audience's gaze returned to Liao Ren'nan. They were astonished to see that he had begun refining and polishing the song's subsequent sections. Everyone held their breath in admiration as Liao Ren'nan undertook the process, vocalizing the main melody, adding various arrangements, incorporating harmonies, fine-tuning the tonality, harmonic texture, and structural form. Every aspect was accomplished solely by Liao Ren'nan. His every move was both solid and fluid. Viewers found immense satisfaction in witnessing a master create art, at last, after over 20 minutes. Liao Ren'nan, donning headphones, listened to the completed product. Then glancing at the time, he revealed a subtle smile. Everyone could easily surmise that Liao Ren'nan had completed the song's production. This time, he had done so several minutes faster than when he produced Red Sunday. Applause erupted spontaneously. Liao God is impressive. Only a handful stood in awe. It wasn't that they were no longer surprised, but rather that they had come to fully accept Liao Ren'nan's identity as a genius composer. Other contestants gazed at Liao Ren'nan with a resigned expression, fully aware that they were not even in the same league. At this moment, the program's executive director communicated via walkie-talkie, instructing the staff to prepare for broadcasting announcements. According to the program rules, whichever singer completed a song would promptly lock it in. This would secure them first place and a 10 voting bonus. Thus, the host, He Laoshi, picked up the microphone awaiting Liao Ren'nan to press the lock song button so he could make the announcement. But just then, a baffling scene unfolded. Liao Ren'nan glanced at the 12-hour countdown timer, then stood up, stretched lazily, moved about, took a sip of water, and even used the restroom, exuding an air of nonchalance. Minutes later, Liao Ren'nan emerged from the restroom. Everyone speculated he would finally lock in the song, but he instead returned to the conference table and picked up the water-based pen once more. Witnessing this, everyone was momentarily taken aback, the comments section flooded with confusion. What is Liao got up to? Could it be that Liao Ren'nan wants to let the other contestants catch up a bit? Liao got isn't merely passing time with calligraphy, is he? After all, being unmatched can feel rather lonely. Such a familiar sensation, it feels like Liao God is about to unleash a grand move. In the next moment, Liao Ren'nan rolled his neck, then pulled out 2 fresh sheets of staff paper, beginning to write fervently. Soon, 2 titles appeared in the name sections of the sheets: The Brightest Star in the Night Sky, Starlight, Chapter 59. A dazzling performance by one. In front of the camera, Liao Ren'nan's pen moved swiftly, leaving no room for hesitation. In no time, the score for The Brightest Star in the Night Sky emerged. The brightest star in the night sky. Can you hear clearly? The loneliness and sighs deep within the heart of the one looking up. The brightest star in the night sky. Can you remember? The silhouette that once walked alongside me vanished in the wind. Immediately following was the composition for Starry Skies. Liao Ren'nan effortlessly penned the subsequent lines and melodies, writing the wind, drifting at the edge of the blue sky. A cloud falls before me, shaping itself into your form. Following me with the breeze, bit by bit, devouring sorrow. Throughout the process, Liao Ren'nan wrote fervently, utterly absorbed, oblivious to the circumstances surrounding him. In truth, inspired by the character Star, he first thought of Mercury memoirs. After completing this song, with ample time remaining and nothing pressing to attend to, he decided to also compose The Brightest Star in the Night Sky and Starry Skies, both songs related to the concept of star, which had previously achieved immense success as high-quality works. Of course, he could have chosen to release the song at any other time. There was no need to exhaust himself, so, yet, with his emotions reaching such a crescendo, he felt compelled to complete these 2 songs. Bearing no relation to the competition whatsoever, however, while Liao Ren'nan held such thoughts, it did not imply that others shared his perspective. At that moment, witnessing the scene before them, a multitude of singers exchanged incredulous glances, their faces awash with disbelief. Is this really a competition show? This is clearly a program of humiliation, isn't it? Why would one willingly subject themselves to such disgrace? The mentors seated at the judging panel, Lu Huan, Na Yin, Wang Zisong, and Lin Shi, each gazed intently at Liao Ren'nan on the screen, struggling to conceal their astonishment. But after all, they were merely distinguished figures within a particular facet of the music realm. Yet Liao Ren'nan was undoubtedly a musical prodigy. They felt utterly unworthy to occupy their seats at the judging panel. Furthermore, another mentor, Li Qianma, initially, she had been cautious about potential rumors with Liao Ren'nan, fearing unnecessary complications. Thus, she was always mindful to avoid excessive contact with him, even refraining from allowing the camera to capture any shared glances. But at this moment, she found herself completely entranced by Liao Ren'nan, her beautiful eyes wide with admiration for the man so earnestly crafting his songs. Her affection for him swelled significantly. Even Han Shangyo, the chief director of the T-Online program, gazed at Liao Ren'nan with fervor. Any random topic he chose, he could effortlessly compose. Liao Ren'nan was undoubtedly the season's greatest surprise. In his mind, only 2 words could encapsulate Liao Ren'nan: genius. For only a genius defies convention. Evading definition, observing Liao Ren'nan's actions, netizens instantaneously comprehended, flooding the comments with their excitement. Wow, wow, wow. Indeed, he's holding back a grand surprise. Liaoshin yyds. Liaoshin, while you amateurs slowly write, I shall compose not 1, but 2 songs. Following Liaoshin is never dull. There's always a surprise. I must say, Liao Ren'nan looks incredibly handsome right now. Even a rugged man like me is smitten. The song titles sound promising, eagerly anticipating. At the long table, Liao Ren'nan continued to diligently craft his songs. Unlike his previous attempts, this time he was simultaneously working on 2 pieces. However, the melodies of these 2 songs had long been etched in his heart, allowing him to write with ease. Within just over 10 minutes, the lyrics and scores for both songs were completed. Next came the main melody, vocalization, adding various arrangements, integrating harmonies, refining modes, tonalities, and harmonic textures, structuring the composition, following the same process as with all his songs, but Liao Ren'nan was handling 2 pieces concurrently, akin to an assembly line. While Liao Ren'nan found this all quite simple, the audience, witnessing the scene up close, experienced a complete upheaval of their worldview. Lin Jixuan furrowed his brow. jokingly remarking to the team, "Is Liao Ren'nan implying that the competition isn't challenging enough, setting rules for a dimensional reduction attack?" Ren Xianqi also jested with Xiaochong and others, saying, "If we can't write anything, perhaps we shouldn't even try? Let's just plead with Ren'nan for a song, shall we?" The previously boastful singers, like Hua Ziyu and Yi Shukuan, who had aimed to challenge Liao Ren'nan, now found themselves utterly subdued. They were overwhelmed by his sheer presence. The other singers collectively stared wide-eyed, mouths agape, their expressions frozen in shock. Clearly, they were profoundly affected by Liao Ren'nan's brilliance. Meanwhile, the live viewership for Liao Ren'nan's split screen soared to 9 million. While the other waiting rooms had pitifully low numbers, this meant that every viewer tuning into the Tian Lai program was engrossed in watching Liao Ren'nan compose, engaging in discussions. Liao Shan truly knows how to entertain. Did everyone see how high Liao Ren'nan's live streaming popularity is? It feels like this program has become his solo performance. Look at those bewildered foreign contestants. Liao Ren'nan is truly bringing pride to our nation. I suggest we give Liao Shan more time. Let him write 12 songs in a single day and release an album. One must admit, Liao Ren'nan writes songs remarkably fast, though I'm curious about their quality. When Liao Shan produces, it's bound to be a masterpiece. Anticipated, everyone. Ladies, I wish to possess such a quality man. It feels like I want to bear Liao Shan's children. To the dinosaur above, kindly step aside, the diva has already reserved him. Have you all noticed how Liao Ren'nan seems utterly oblivious to all of this, completely immersed in his creation? Indeed, Liao Ren'nan hasn't interacted with the audience since the competition began. Amidst the busyness, time flew by. Liao Ren'nan exhaled heavily, glancing at the 12-hour countdown clock. Remarkably, only half the time had elapsed. He surveyed the fruits of his labor, nodding in satisfaction, and pressed the lock song button. Simultaneously, Lasher's voice resonated in the studio. Congratulations to Liao Ren'nan for being the first to lock his song, earning a 10-vote increase. There are still 6 hours and 13 minutes remaining. Other participating singers and teams, please seize the time to create. Upon hearing this, the other singers gazed at Liao Ren'nan's nameplate in first place, chuckling wryly, before returning to their own compositions. They all felt it was only natural, having anticipated this outcome. As for Liao Ren'nan, since he had already completed the 3 songs related to Star, he had no intention of working further. So he prepared to wander casually, glancing at the split-screen livestream, hoping to gauge the status of the other singers. Upon doing so, he discovered that everyone was focused on his progress. The live chat was flooded with phrases like having children, quality man, the diva's reservation. But suddenly, Liao Ren'nan was taken aback, his eyes darting. He turned to the camera and asked, "What's happening?" The moment Liao Ren'nan spoke, the live chat erupted once more. Who would have thought Liao Shan truly hadn't noticed all this? He is just too adorable. Indeed, this is what a true artist looks like. I'm giving a thumbs up. I'm utterly enchanted, truly captivated. Liao Shan deserves everyone's admiration. Liao Ren'nan is awesome. Liao Ren'nan is magnificent. Liao Ren'nan is commanding. Time ticked away steadily. Finally, at 8 o'clock in the evening, the 12-hour countdown reached its end. Laosher returned to the center of the stage, beaming. He announced, "The countdown has concluded. Singers, you have worked hard. According to the program team's statistics, it is with regret that I inform everyone that, to this point, 2 singers have failed to lock their songs according to the established rules. They will be automatically eliminated. Those 2 singers are Su Longbing. Meanwhile, congratulations to the remaining 18 singers for successfully locking their songs. Now, based on the time taken to lock songs, the following performance order will be arranged. Number 18. Liao Ren'nan, 10-vote increase. Number 17 Yi Shukuan, 9-vote increase. Number 16 Hua Ziyu, 8-vote increase. Number 15 Lin Jishuan, 7-vote increase. Number 10 Ren Xianqi, 1-vote increase. Singers, please prepare to take the stage in order to perform. Chapter 60. A hilarious performance. As Teacher He's words fell, the audience erupted into a cacophony of applause, the atmosphere electric with excitement. After such a long wait, the moment to hear the songs had finally arrived, and who would not feel exhilarated? As the competition unfolded, each singer took the stage in a predetermined order, and the event progressed in an orderly manner. Compared to the previous episode of Write a Song from a Picture, the performances in this installment were even more entertaining. Some singers, as they sang, evoked the sensation of reciting nursery rhymes, lacking any semblance of skill. They became embarrassed and faltered in their performance. Other singers presented melodies that were utterly whimsical. Their verses and choruses clashed, making it evident that the songs had not undergone meticulous refinement. Ultimately, they ended with dismal scores. Additionally, there were singers who delivered complete renditions, yet during the critique segment, their efforts were dismissed by the mentors, as the melodies bore a striking resemblance to others, essentially akin to plagiarism. Hence, they were eliminated without hesitation. Nevertheless, all of this was within the realm of expectation. After all, during the keyword songwriting segment, there was a mere 12 hours allotted for creation. Moreover, there were specific constraints on song titles and themes, unlike the more expansive Write a Song from a Picture, which allowed for greater creative freedom. Thus, in the absence of sufficient talent, such levels of performance were to be anticipated. Of course, there were also some exceptionally talented singers. For instance, Lin Jixuan performed Starlight Shining Bright, with the chorus featuring lines such as, "How many storms must I endure to understand this world? How much silence must I bear to feel that only you are genuine? Only then will I truly feel sorrow for me. Starlight shines, traversing the night to reach your side, a youthful heart, carrying that fluttering emotion." The melody of this song adhered to conventional standards. However, with Lin Jixuan's crystal-clear voice and adept singing technique, he ultimately garnered a score of 790. In addition, Ren Xianqi performed Tears of the Stars, with the chorus containing lines like, "My love for you is like the pitch-black night, countless stars in the sky, are the tears I shed through the night, your face, like the pure white moon, lovers have already paired off." Ren Xianqi is skilled in performing melancholic songs, and this piece is a quintessential heart-wrenching ballad. A song to retain a beloved. If sung by another, it might come across as contrived, yet when Ren Xianqi sings, he imbues it with profound sorrow, effortlessly drawing the audience in. Ultimately, this song achieved an impressive score of 805. Time passed, the competition raged on, the emotions of the audience steadily escalated. Alright, once again, we thank Brother Xiaoqi for his wonderful performance. Next, let us welcome the 16th singer, Su Xue, to present the song Every Star. Let us give him a round of applause. As teacher he concluded, the stage lights dimmed. When the spotlight illuminated once more, Su Xue stood at the center of the stage, clad in a white priestly robe adorned with several silver chains, and crowned upon his head. Simultaneously, the song information appeared at the center of the screen. Song title, Every Star, produced by Xinhua Entertainment Team. Following this, as the melody began to play, Su Xue sang, "Let us fly together, let us fly together, here, every star, is so bright yet fleeting, bloomed in this summer, like a dream." With the performance of this song, some cheerful audience members rose to dance along. In the waiting area, Su Xue crossed her arms, a look of enjoyment on her face, evidently pleased with the song. The high-priced team invited from abroad showcased a production quality superior to that of domestic teams. Let us fly together, let us fly together. I witnessed the madness of the past and the sudden, inexplicable sadness. I felt the wind brushing against my face with a stinging sensation, the feeling of happiness. Observing the joyous fans, Su Xue became more uninhibited, singing with greater enthusiasm. His movements were casual, hands gliding around his neck. Upon witnessing this, the audience began to murmur, "He has done it, he has done it, the great Su Xue has begun to work his magic. Damn! I thought this time he would behave normally, but alas, the old habits persist. This Su Xue, can he not sing without these little antics? I just want to ask, what is the aesthetic of that outfit? Are you all blind, still shouting cool?" Mere moments after these comments surfaced, a fan swiftly countered, "Haters, here we go again, trying to drag my Su Xue down. Doesn't your conscience hurt? What do you country folk know? Su Xue is immersed in his song. This is what a true artist looks like." Exactly, those who don't understand Shun Ti comment, why disturb the online atmosphere? Su Xue, I love you, you will always be a god in the Huaxia music scene. Unbeknownst to them, as the melody gradually faded, Su Xue concluded his song. Teacher he returned to the center of the stage, announcing, "Thank you, Su Xue, for bringing us the delightful Every Star. Now, what are the merits and shortcomings of this song in terms of lyrics and composition? Let us invite our 5 mentors to provide their critiques." Following this, the camera shifted, focusing on the panel of mentors. Among them, Na-yin occupied the first seat, receiving a close-up from the camera. Na-yin cleared her throat and remarked, "Quite impressive, I believe it deserves a high score." After Na-yin's commentary, the camera shifted to Lu Huan. Lu Huan cleared his throat and stated, "I find the melody quite lively, and the overall completion of the song is commendable." That is all. Following him, mentors Wang Zisong and Lin Shi also offered positive reviews. After all, this program is broadcast live across the internet, and while they are mentors, each of them is acutely aware that they are critiquing celebrities. If they misspeak, they would undoubtedly face the wrath of the fans. Thus, everyone aimed to highlight the positives. As for the scoring, that responsibility was left to the audience. Finally, only Li Qianma remained to offer her critique, but after a moment of thought, she addressed the microphone. "Well, I am not a professional music creator, nor do I write lyrics or compose. However, as an audience member, I have the following suggestions regarding Wazuzu's performance. First, in terms of emotional expression while singing, I feel there was some lack. After all, this is an upbeat song, and it should convey more joyful energy, which I did not observe. Second, the richness of the lyrics is somewhat lacking, consisting merely of a few small sections on repeat. If additional perspectives were incorporated into the lyrics, the emotions conveyed could be more profound. Third, regarding the stage performance, I believe your outfit does not align with the song. I wonder if the singer prepared too hastily. A more youthful and vibrant performance attire would be more suitable. These are my thoughts, thank you. Chapter 61. Li Qianma, also known as Li Xiaodao. After Li Qianma concluded her critique, a profound silence enveloped the entire studio, with thousands of individuals rendered speechless. The other four mentors wore expressions of utter bewilderment, gazing incredulously at Li Qianma. The goddess, truly daring in her remarks. The assembled singers were equally astonished, their faces frozen in disbelief. Goddess, must you be so forthright, such incisiveness? Well said, erupted a voice from the audience. Bravo, Goddess Qianma. Inspired by the first, the other audience members joined in the chorus. The previously tranquil live chat was suddenly inundated with comments. Ha! Li Qianma is so straightforward, truly deserving of the title of my goddess. Well articulated, this Huahua is merely putting on an act. Should we really reenact the farce of the emperor's new clothes in our modern society? I propose we give Goddess Qianma a nickname, Li Xiaodao. He. Look at Wazilia's bewildered expression. I could burst out laughing. Meanwhile, Wazilia's countenance was as dark as coal. His artistic journey had been remarkably smooth, and he held an unwavering confidence in his music. To have his flaws pointed out so brazenly was akin to a slap in the face. Furthermore, he had long coveted Li Qianma's illustrious lineage, secretly adoring her, fantasizing about one day defying fate to become a prince. Now, being so ruthlessly critiqued by his idol felt like the shattering of his dreams. This compounded his anguish. In the waiting area, Su Xue's face was a mask of fury, her expression as grim as could be. This Li Qianma, she must be deliberately making things difficult for Wazilia simply because he is under my management, right? This is utterly outrageous. With He Laoshir's emotional intelligence, he was acutely aware of the significant repercussions Li Qianma's commentary would have on her. Thus, he hastily intervened, stating, "Thank you, Mentor Li Qianma, for your feedback. While it may sound somewhat harsh, as the saying goes, honest words may be unpalatable, I believe Mentor Li Qianma also hopes for our beloved Huahua to showcase his true potential." Li Qianma nodded with a smile. He Laoshir continued to moderate. Alright, the mentor critique segment has concluded. We shall now open the voting channel. To the privileged netizens, if you enjoy the song Every Star, please cast your vote for Waziliu. Additionally, this voting session will be monitored in its entirety by the Magic City Notary Bureau, ensuring the results are authentic and valid. The identities of the privileged netizens will also be archived for public access. Those with inquiries may consult the records. The voting channel is officially opened. 3, 2, 1. Please lock in your votes. Now, how many points will this song receive? Let us turn our gaze to the big screen. The score began to roll across the screen. The numbers accelerated rapidly, finally displaying 795. Upon seeing this, He Laoshir announced, "Congratulations to Waziliu's Every Star for achieving a score of 795, which includes an 8 voting increase. Waziliu, please step down to rest and enjoy the performances of other singers." At this, Waziliu's expression darkened, striding off the stage without engaging with the host or the audience. Clearly displeased with the result, meanwhile, Su Xue wore an expression of indignation, judging from the results, despite Wazilia's score allowing him to advance to the next round. He was now completely estranged from the honor badge of this round. Thus, he would not benefit from the voting increase in the finals, had Li Qianma not made that remark. In Su Xue's mind, Wazilia should have easily scored over 900, enabling him to contend for first place. At this moment, her animosity towards Li Qianma was palpable. On stage, the show continued. He Laoshir declared, "Next, let us welcome the 17th singer, Yi Shukuan, to perform the song Planet Upside Down. Let us give a warm round of applause." The audience erupted in enthusiastic applause. He Laoshir smiled as he retreated behind the curtain, the stage lighting dimming. When the lights brightened once more, Yi Shukuan's figure emerged at the center of the stage. The stage had transformed into a sea of blue. The blue elements were crafted from costumes, creating a stunning visual tapestry. As for Yi Shukuan, he donned a red t-shirt paired with orange overalls. Like a radiant beam of red light amidst the ocean, he appeared exceptionally striking. Simultaneously, the central screen displayed the song information. Song title, Planet Upside Down, produced by a Thumb Entertainment team accompanied by dynamic music. Yi Shukuan began to sing. In that second when time stands still, the second hand falls in love with the minute hand in prayer. After the tides recede, the moon beckons a tsunami, the entire planet turns upside down. Woo-ha! Boarding Noah's Arkansas. Voila, this world cannot remain stagnant. I do not wish to grow up, I only want to stay in a fairy tale. Endlessly doodling midway through the performance, Yishukuan suddenly produced a basketball, showcasing some impressive tricks. Perhaps due to the looseness of his overalls, the strap slipped halfway down, but his tousled hair bounced with his movements, resembling two fluttering petals. But after completing his tricks, Yishukuan continued to sing woo-ha in struggle. Without gravity, I desperately learned to fly. Woo-ala, no longer afraid. Without air, I shall learn to create oxygen. I will always soar into your heart. In the audience below, Yishukuan, you are so handsome, bellowed a boisterous man's voice, echoing throughout the venue. Ah! Kunkan, I love you, shouted several other female fans. Joining in the excitement, the live chat room was inundated with similar remarks. Simultaneously, some rational fans expressed dissenting opinions. What the heck? Seriously? I can't fathom what these people find so thrilling, they seem utterly mindless. This Yishukuan, aware that chick in You Too Beautiful is a crass meme, yet he still exploits it for publicity. How insidious. I can't take it anymore. If Liao Ren'nan hasn't sung yet, I would close my computer. Liao, please take the stage already. Soon, the song's melody began to fade, and Yishukuan concluded his performance. Perhaps due to his vigorous movements, beads of sweat glistened on his forehead. Well done, quickly wipe yourself off. Liao promptly offered a towel. Yishukuan accepted it with composure, uttering not a word. Liao managed a sheepish smile before returning to the center of the stage, announcing, "Thank you, Yishukuan, for presenting us with the delightful planet upside down. Now, what merits or shortcomings does this song possess in terms of lyrics and composition? Let us invite our 5 mentors to provide their critiques." Chapter 62. An unexpected surprise, the main camera focuses on the panel of mentors. Yen purses her lips in contemplation and then earnestly states, "This song has both cheerful lyrics and a lively melody, and the stage design is remarkably creative. I think it's quite splendid. It is truly impressive that the Thumb team could produce such a high-quality piece in such a short time. They certainly deserve their reputation as the best in the industry." Well said, sister. As soon as Yen finishes her commentary, a fan from the audience shouts in approval. Thank you. Your enthusiasm is truly heartwarming. Yen gestures to interact with the audience, secretly relieved. The camera then shifts to Lu Huan. Lu Huan strokes his chin and ponders before saying, "This song, Planet Upside Down, has a lively and cheerful style, and the lyrics are quite well structured. Overall, it is indeed commendable among the numerous songs presented today. This is the best I have heard. Congratulations to the Thumb Entertainment team, you have truly risen to the occasion." Applause erupts from the Koan fans as they listen to Lu Huan's remarks. Shortly thereafter, mentors Wang Zisong and Lin Shi also provide their reviews. Essentially, their comments are filled with praise and flattery. After all, Thumb is a trendsetter in the entertainment industry, and their status is well established. If even the industry's benchmark fails, who else could possibly succeed? Next, it is Li Qianhua's turn to critique. As she leans closer to the microphone, an inexplicable tension envelopes the venue. Especially among Yishukuan's fans, who are all ears, curious about how Li Qianhua will evaluate the performance. After all, she has recently earned the nickname Li Little Knife. No one knows if she will utter any particularly sharp words. Standing by, teacher, he is also on high alert, ready to smooth over any potential awkwardness. Li Qianhua, holding the microphone, solemnly states, "I wholeheartedly agree with the comments made by my fellow mentors. In terms of lyrics and melody, this song indeed possesses its highlights, and the stage design also reflects considerable thoughtfulness." Upon hearing this, many audience members, particularly Yishukuan's fans, reveal expressions of relief. Teacher, he also relaxes a little and remarks, "Qianhua, your evaluation is quite high. It seems you genuinely appreciate this song." In response, Li Qianhua reflects for a moment and says, "In truth, to say that I like this song would be an exaggeration." As she speaks, she picks up a notepad in front of her and continues, "Because, from my personal aesthetic perspective, I am quite concerned about several issues. Firstly, I find the singer to be rather radiant, yet the makeup is excessively heavy. Planet Upside Down emphasizes a spirit of perseverance. A more masculine image would be preferable." Secondly, regarding the creative aspects of the stage, there is a segment featuring basketball performance that I personally find somewhat jarring and not in line with the song's theme. Lastly, the transition between the verse and the chorus is somewhat clunky. The tempo starts off moderate, only to suddenly accelerate towards the end, which can be quite disconcerting. As Li Qianhua's words conclude, an eerie silence falls over the studio. A group of Yishukuan's fans are left speechless. "Haha, the goddess is so sharp." After a brief silence, an audience member exclaims. This loud shout is unmistakably heard by Yishukuan, whose complexion instantly pales. Observing the atmosphere, Li Qianhua realizes the impact of her words. She smiles and adds, "Of course, these are merely minor flaws. After all, with only 12 hours to create, perfection is an unattainable goal." The moment Li Qianma utters this, the audience falls into an even deeper silence. Yi Shuquan's fans wear expressions of discontent. They have been reassured, yet cannot find joy in it. In the waiting room, Yi Shuquan's support team appears as if they have been struck by frost. If Li Qianma could identify flaws, then as professional producers, they certainly should have as well. They had overlooked them due to the time constraints. What they had thought would pass unnoticed was now pointed out to the entire internet, leaving them at a loss for words. As for several executives from Thumb Entertainment, they each harbored mixed feelings, yet wore smiles on their faces. Who would dare to confront this powerful little ant? The consequences of being caught by the cameras would be dire. Sensing the tension in the atmosphere, teacher he quickly interjects, Shenma has truly listened intently and even made careful notes. That is incredibly thoughtful. Now, let us once again extend our gratitude to the 5 mentors for their evaluations, and we shall officially open the voting channel for those with voting privileges. If you enjoy Planet Upside Down, please cast your votes for Yi Shuquan. 3, 2, 1. Please lock your votes. Now, how many points will this song receive? Let us turn our attention to the big screen. The score display begins to roll. The numbers spin faster and faster. The units digit reveals a 7. The tens digit shows a 3. Yi Shuquan, upon witnessing this, feels a pang of disappointment. He roughly assesses that the hundreds digit is either 9 or 8, but given the current atmosphere, achieving a score of 900 seems highly unlikely. Nevertheless, until the final score is announced, Yi Shuquan holds on to a glimmer of hope. What if it surprises him? On the score display, the hundreds digit continues to roll. Slowing down, finally, it settles on the number 8. Boom! Yi Shuquan gazes at this score, feeling as though he has plummeted from great heights. He shakes his head despondently and turns away, heading towards the backstage. Congratulations to Yi Shuquan for his song Planet Upside Down, which has garnered a score of 837, including a 9 voting increase. Teacher he announces into the camera. He intends to interview Yi Shuquan for a few moments, but upon turning, he finds Yi Shuquan already at the edge of the curtain. Teacher he internally sighs and continues to host. Next, let us warmly welcome the final singer to the stage. He is Liao Ren'nan, and he will perform the song. At this point, teacher he suddenly pauses. The audience looks on in confusion, and the live stream's comments section is flooded with "What is going on?" messages. Teacher he chuckles lightly. This is indeed a bit of a surprise. Let us allow Liao Ren'nan to introduce it himself. With that, he steps back behind the curtain, and the stage lights dim. This only deepens the audience's perplexity as they murmur amongst themselves. At that moment, the big screen lights up, displaying the song information. Song title: A String of Stars. Content: Mercury's Tale, Starry Sky, the brightest star in the night sky. Lyrics: Liao Ren'nan. Composition: Liao Ren'nan. Arrangement: Liao Ren'nan. Production: Nanming Entertainment. Upon seeing this information, the comments section is instantly flooded. Wow, this is indeed a colossal surprise. Isn't it strange why Liao God wrote 3 songs? He was actually preparing a medley. Brother Nan really knows how to play. In a song creation program, Liao God directly presents a medley. This is what it means to be at the pinnacle. OMG, isn't this a dimensionality reduction attack? Just asking if the other singers are impressed. Liao Ren'nan is amazing, Liao Ren'nan is formidable, Liao Ren'nan is impressive. Let us sing it, looking forward to it. Chapter 63 of The Wise Do Not Fall in Love. Grudges repeat themselves. At this moment, the audience below was filled with both astonishment and delight. Meanwhile, the singers waiting in the wings, along with the production staff, exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions defying description. Goodness, we struggle to compose a single piece, and yet you present a medley so effortlessly that it's infuriating to compare ourselves to others. Even Lu Huan, Wang Zisom, Lin Shi, and the other mentors seated in the judges' panel wore expressions of sheer astonishment. Clearly, Liao Ren'nan's decision had caught them off guard. Li Qianma's beautiful eyes widened in anticipation, fixated on the stage. Her face radiated excitement. At that moment, the large screen flickered, and other Chinese characters gradually faded away. As the 3 characters, Mercury Record, grew larger, they ultimately dominated the entire screen. Subsequently, the characters disintegrated and transformed into a segment of text. Frowny face in astronomy. Escape velocity refers to the speed an object must attain to break free from a celestial body's gravitational pull. The escape velocity of Mercury is 435 km/s. However, this does not imply an easy departure. I am willing. And I hope you draw me back. Meanwhile, the magnesium lights on the ceiling illuminate the stage, bathing it in a sea of azure. Among them, the most brilliant beam of light shines directly upon Liao Ren'nan. Clad in a crimson shirt, he stands before the microphone stand, radiating an ethereal glow. As the gentle piano begins to play, Liao Ren'nan opens his mouth to sing, enchanted by your eyes. The Milky Way leaves traces, through the crevices of time, it remains palpably real, attracting my trajectory. As Liao Ren'nan sings, Chinese characters and radicals continuously appear on the screen, ultimately merging to form complete characters. One by one, these characters culminate in the lyrics, creating a striking artistic expression. Simultaneously, they resonate harmoniously with the song's main melody, inexplicably fostering an atmosphere of solitude and desolation. In this fleeting moment, the closest of distances, along the texture of your skin, traversing your winding arms, let me dream for you, waiting to see you silver-clad, waiting until the seasons are indistinguishable, only then will I dare to confess my infatuation. Within the melody of this song, Liao Ren'nan extensively employs a vintage rhythm and simple piano. Crafting a rich, traditional soul sound. In subtle moments, he layers in percussion and guitar undertones, imbuing the song with a folk-like quality, ultimately, with Liao Ren'nan's divine vocal talent and emo deity prowess. In an instant, the audience is immersed in the song, feeling their hearts being torn apart. So beautiful. It's suffocating to listen. These lyrics are so profound, they strike straight to the heart. Truly worthy of Liao Ren'nan, his work is exquisite. In the program's live chat, netizens exchange their sentiments. At this moment, Liao Ren'nan also sings the chorus. How much farther must I go to enter your heart? How much longer until I can draw near to you? So close yet so distant, the one I cannot approach. I too await our encounter. The wandering planets, how can I possess you on stage? Liao Ren'nan sings with deep emotion, his expression one of loneliness and desolation. As the song progresses, the audience finally grasps its meaning, that it is well known that the Sun is the center of the solar system. Mercury lacks water because it is the planet closest to the Sun. Due to gravitational influence, Mercury perpetually orbits the Sun. Yet, no matter how hard Mercury tries, it can never escape its orbit, nor can it draw closer to the Sun. This narrative unfolds a tale of unrequited love akin to a person harboring feelings for another, existing in close proximity yet unable to touch the other's heart. In an instant, the audience is engulfed in sorrow. Those more sensitive among them break into tears, weeping like rain-soaked pear blossoms. Meanwhile, some of the waiting singers, such as Lin Jixuan, Ren Xianqi, and the mentors Lu Huan, Nain, and Li Chenma, also have tears glistening in their eyes. After all, as singers, their understanding of emotions far surpasses that of ordinary individuals. At this moment, the song enters a loop, that Liao Ren'nan's emotions swell further. What must I explore? How lucky must I be, to dare let you realize you are not alone, when I can still soar with you. Wandering feels tedious, at least I can accompany you. This marks yet another elevation of the song. A yearning for eternal companionship, yet lacking the courage to confess. For those in unrequited love, perhaps merely being silently present is already a stroke of fortune? It resonates deep within. Damn. Just broke up after 3 years in college, I'm a mess. The wise do not enter love's embrace, lest they repeat the past. A month of solitude, suppressed emotions, and this song just shattered me. A 20-year-old man, crying uncontrollably for the first time. Missing someone is a form of liberation, and liberation is a necessary lesson in life. What a beautiful song. Liao is incredible. Plus, everyone in the chat expresses their emotions. The audience, singers, and program staff are all in tears, wiping away tears, only to shed them again, repeating this cycle. Gradually, the melody comes to a close, and the song concludes. Yet, everyone remains ensnared in the earlier sorrow, some still softly sobbing. At this moment, the stage lights begin to dim, and the big screen flashes the word Starry Sky. Below, a passage appears. Frowny face, I still remember. That summer, that city, that seaside. I rode my bicycle carrying you, dressed in a checkered skirt. Do you remember? When the lights brighten again, Liao Ren'nan has changed into a white shirt, and the stage's ambience has grown warmer. A completely different melody begins to play, lively and rhythmic. But once the prelude concludes, Liao Ren'nan sings, riding the wind, drifting at the edge of the blue sky. A cloud falls before me, shaped like you, it follows me with the breeze, one bite at a time, devouring sorrow. Carrying you feels like carrying sunshine, wherever we go, it's always sunny. Butterflies flutter freely, flowers scatter across the sky, one by one, fragrant because of you. In the previous moment, Liao Ren'nan's voice was somber, melancholic, and tearful. In this moment, his singing transforms into something clear and youthful, evoking a profound sense of healing. In an instant, the audience feels the earlier sorrow dissipate. Their spirits are instantly lifted. The beauty of youth washes over them like a refreshing breeze. Chapter 64, The Brightest Star in the Night Sky. It primarily features. The melody of this song is incredibly powerful, and the lyrics are refreshingly clear and pure. Liao Ren'nan had barely sung the opening notes when a sense of healing washed over the audience. Some extroverted spectators, along with several participating singers, couldn't help but sway along. A few of the mentors seated at the judges' table also began to move rhythmically to the undulating beats. Of course, this rhythm transcends mere percussion. It parallels the melody, catalyzing the lines of rhythm and motive. It evokes a feeling of freedom and bliss, akin to being cradled in the embrace of nature. It is a sensation difficult to articulate. Drifting on the wind at the edge of the blue sky, carrying you as if bearing sunshine, while this song is so healing, so melodious. Just listening to it is intoxicating. Not only is the song beautiful, but Liao Ren'nan's smile is also healing. Perfect for when you're feeling down and overwhelmed. I want to learn this song. The viewers in the live broadcast room were fervently discussing in the comments. As the melody progressed, Liao Ren'nan sang the chorus, trying to let the sunset soar, leading you and me around nature, facing the wind, beginning to share each day, hand in hand, step by step, gazing at the sky, counting stars, 1, 2, 3, 4, forming a line, back to back, silently making wishes, looking at the distant stars. Can you hear me? It will surely come true, Liao Ren'nan sang with deep emotion, a hint of youthful innocence in his smile. The audience waved their hands enthusiastically, with some couples holding hands, swaying in time with the music. Everyone felt that the clamor of the environment, the complexities of social interactions, and the impurities of human nature had all dissipated. Their hearts felt immensely expansive. Filled with sunshine, passion, and beauty. In an instant, many were brought to tears, but this time, they wept with joy. Hearing this song reminds me of my middle school days, the most beautiful time. Nostalgic for that innocent love, shy yet sweet. I'm Star River, she is sunny day, we're star sunny. 1, 2, 3, 4, forming a line. Is this a game of snake? Bro upstairs, at this moment, you can still be funny, how clueless can you be? Zhao Jiawei, are you listening? I love you. The comments section was once again flooded with messages. Subsequently, the song played through once more, and the melody gradually faded. Liao Ren'nan held the microphone without speaking. In the next moment, the spotlight on him dimmed, and the overhead lights softened. On the big screen, stars twinkled, with one particularly bright star flashing incessantly. At that moment, 7 large characters appeared on the screen of the brightest star in the night sky. Simultaneously, a line of smaller text emerged. Frowny face, life is filled with hardships. Only by experiencing them can we usher in a better tomorrow and transform into a better self? Please remember at all times, you are the brightest star in the night sky. Following that, a beam of light illuminated Liao Ren'nan. He hadn't changed his outfit but now held a guitar. The audience immediately understood that he was about to perform while strumming, and their anticipation grew. After all, the 2 songs he had sung previously were already exceptional, and everyone believed this one would be no less impressive. Yet at this moment, they were all eager to discover what type of song it would be. On stage, Liao Ren'nan gently plucked the guitar strings, his gaze revealing a resolute spirit. As the prelude concluded, he began to sing, the brightest star in the night sky. Can you hear the loneliness and sighs of those who gaze up? The brightest star in the night sky. Can you remember the figure that walked beside me, vanished in the wind? As he sang these lines, Liao Ren'nan kept his voice low, imparting an ethereal quality. It felt as if he were whispering in each person's ear. That sensation struck deep within the heart. The audience quickly returned to their senses, instantly immersing themselves in this new song. So beautiful, so beautiful. Strumming and singing, Liao Ren'nan truly possesses talent. Why does this song make my heart ache, and tears flow uncontrollably? Who can understand this feeling? Is the one upstairs a brother or a sister? Stop trying to make this a horror film. Once again, a beautiful song. As expected, anything produced by Liao Ren'nan is bound to be a masterpiece. The comments section of the live broadcast was filled with reflections. Liao Ren'nan continued to strum his guitar rhythmically, singing the next part of the chorus. I pray for a transparent heart, and eyes that can weep. Give me the courage to believe again, to embrace you beyond the lies. Whenever I find the meaning of existence elusive, whenever I am lost in the night, the brightest star in the night sky, please guide me closer to you. Upon hearing this, the audience finally grasped the essence of the song. Yet each individual interpreted it differently. Some thought of love, deeply yearning for him or her. Others reflected on friendship, where friends are like those twinkling stars in the night sky, ever present by our side. Some considered familial bonds. When faced with life's or work's challenges, when the meaning of existence feels lost, and when I lack the courage to face the future. Family, like the stars in the night sky, provides me with courage and the strength to embrace the world and the future. The lyrics of this song are beautifully crafted. Music that heals the soul. It feels like a cleansing of the spirit. The regret of my life is not being the person my parents hoped for, nor the person I aspire to be, and certainly not the person others wished for, but instead becoming the version of myself I despise. Yet, I still have the chance to amend. May all future tears transform into the sweat shed during my endeavors. The comments section of the live broadcast was filled with positive messages. Everyone present felt invigorated, sensing their souls were purified in that moment. Following that, as the song cycled through, the melody gradually faded. With the conclusion of the 3 songs, the stage lights illuminated fully. Liao Ren'nan smiled faintly and bowed to the audience. The applause erupted, thunderous and overwhelming, with many emotionally charged individuals rising to their feet, clapping fervently. Chapter 65 of this song is revolutionary. In the audience, some individuals wore radiant smiles, while others exhibited a resolute glimmer in their eyes, and yet others had tears welling at the corners of their eyes. Regardless of whether they were the live audience, the singers waiting in the wings, the 5 mentors seated in judgment, or the production staff, all eyes were fervently fixed upon Liao Ren'nan. The atmosphere was palpably intense. Of course, figures like Su Xue, Yishukuan, and Hua Chanel, who regarded Liao Ren'nan as their rival, felt a twinge of discontent in their hearts. However, the overwhelming response from the audience rendered them unable to stir any waves of dissent. At that moment, Teacher He, while applauding, ascended the stage and expressed, "Thank you, Liao Ren'nan, for presenting us with the medley A String of Stars. Each song was truly enchanting. I believe everyone is left wanting more, am I right?" With that, Teacher He directed the microphone towards the audience. "Yes, let us hear it again," the crowd enthusiastically responded. Teacher He chuckled, glancing at Liao Ren'nan. "I suppose a repeat performance right now is unlikely, but we will undoubtedly have more opportunities to hear Liao Ren'nan sing in the future. For now, let us continue with the competition process. I invite the 5 mentors to share their thoughts on Liao Ren'nan's performance." The cameras shifted to the mentors' seats. Nanning pondered for a moment before stating, "I must say, Liao Ren'nan, you truly understand the art of singing." Upon hearing this commendation, the audience spontaneously erupted into applause for Liao Ren'nan. Nanning smiled, and as the applause subsided, continued, "It is essential to understand that in popular music, the most crucial element is to convey the lyrics as if one were engaged in conversation. Liao Ren'nan excels in this regard. He possesses remarkable narrative abilities, capable of expressing a myriad of emotions through his songs. This is something many singers struggle to achieve. Liao Ren'nan, you are indeed extraordinary." "Well said, sister." "Liao God," shouted voices from the audience. Hearing this, Liao Ren'nan humbly replied, "Thank you, Teacher Nan, for your kind words." His modest response left Nanning somewhat flustered, prompting her to smile and say, "No, it is a well-deserved praise." Liao Ren'nan nodded with a smile, refraining from further comment. The camera then turned to mentor Lu Huan. Lu Huan immediately gave a thumbs up and declared, "Fantastic, every song is truly remarkable." Liao Ren'nan utilized a variety of instruments in these 3 songs, including piano, drums, and guitar, each employed flawlessly within the compositions. Moreover, the overall quality of each song is exceptionally high. It is hard to fathom that they were crafted within a mere 12 hours. The audience erupted into thunderous applause upon hearing Lu Huan's evaluation. Just as the camera was about to switch to the next mentor, Lu Huan interjected, Excuse me, I have not finished speaking, ha." The audience burst into laughter, and Lu Huan joined in, continuing, "Among these 3 songs, my favorite is The Brightest Star in the Night Sky." The song possesses a certain revolutionary quality. It demonstrates that Liao Ren'nan is no longer confined by the prevailing trends of popular music. He is simply a free spirit, declaring, "This is the song I wish to create," and he does just that. This requires a certain audacity that is essential for those in the realm of popular music. Liao Ren'nan is simply outstanding. I applaud you. With that, Lu Huan once again gave Liao Ren'nan a thumbs up. The audience erupted into even more fervent applause. All gazes were fervently directed at Liao Ren'nan, once again captivated by his talent. After all, Lu Huan is a towering figure in the entertainment industry. Receiving such high praise from him speaks volumes about Liao Ren'nan's abilities. "Thank you, Teacher Lu, for your encouragement." Liao Ren'nan respectfully bowed. Lu Huan quickly rose, bowing in return. "I dare not. This is the recognition you rightfully deserve. Your future is indeed bright." "Thank you for the compliment." Liao Ren'nan humbly replied, bowing once more. Observing this, Lu Huan rose again, reciprocating the bow. "Ptah!" The audience couldn't help but laugh at this charming exchange. Next, the legendary vocalist Wang Zisong and the talented lyricist Ren Linqi both offered high praise for Liao Ren'nan. Wang Zisong lauded Liao Ren'nan for his expansive vocal range, deeming him a rare talent. Linqi candidly remarked that Liao Ren'nan's lyrics were the most exquisite he had ever encountered, without exception. Following this, it was time for Li Qianma to provide her commentary. As the camera shifted, before Li Qianma could utter a word, the audience erupted into a chorus of screams, "Liao Ren'nan!" It was unclear who had called out. Upon hearing this, Li Qianma felt a tad bashful, covering her mouth with a smile. Witnessing this, the audience's cheers grew even louder. The barrage of comments in the live stream increased. Did everyone see that? Li Qianma turned into a sweet girl the moment she heard Liao Ren'nan's name. This indicates that the goddess isn't aloof, it's just that you haven't given her the opportunity to drop her guard. Seeing Li Qianma's expression, it seems she harbors deep affection for Liao Ren'nan. Though it's quite reluctant, a goddess like Li Qianma truly deserves a talented figure like Liao Ren'nan. I am willing to step aside. Who are you up there, trying to seek attention? Seeing this, Teacher Yi smiled and gestured for silence. Let us allow Li Qianma to share her thoughts. Li Qianma pondered for a moment and earnestly stated, each of these 3 songs is wonderful. I adore them all. Upon finishing this statement, her face blossomed with a rosy hue. Unsure of what to say next, all the audience members seemed to hold their breath, waiting for Li Qianma's next words. Li Qianma was momentarily taken aback. Feeling somewhat flustered, Teacher He quickly interjected, why not provide us with your insights from the perspective of a non-professional singer? Li Qianma couldn't help but chuckle at this. She too realized that her comments might have been somewhat sharp. She hadn't anticipated being made the butt of a joke. Regaining her composure, Li Qianma earnestly articulated, as a non-professional singer, I believe that Liao Ren'nan's 3 songs are nearly flawless masterpieces. Firstly, Liao Ren'nan's stage design is refreshingly innovative and thoughtful. Because Mercury's record conveys a sense of melancholy, Starlit Night radiates youthful exuberance, while the brightest star in the night sky expresses inspiration, transitioning from sorrow to joy, ultimately culminating in enlightenment, mirrors the journey we all must traverse in life. Truly profound. Secondly, I find that Liao Ren'nan's voice possesses an extraordinary capacity for empathy. It can penetrate through this chair and strike the depths of my heart. This is an invaluable quality. Furthermore, the tonal quality of Liao Ren'nan's songs is exceptional, making his timbre sound pleasing, captivating, and charming. Thus, during the high notes, the sound is remarkably clear and expansive, providing a delightful listening experience. Lastly, while each of these 3 songs exhibits distinct styles, every lyric is crafted with precision. This is indeed a formidable achievement. This underscores Liao Ren'nan's mastery over language, reaching a remarkable level of artistry. Of course, there are many other merits, but due to time constraints, I shall refrain from elaborating on each. In response, Teacher He smiled and summarized, it seems Li Qianma believes that every aspect of Liao Ren'nan's songs is exceptional. Only then did Li Qianma realize, her cheeks flushing. Just a little jest, Teacher He playfully remarked, now that the mentors have completed their evaluations, we shall open the voting channel for those with voting privileges. If you appreciate a string of stars, please cast your votes for Liao Ren'nan. 3, 2, 1. Please lock your votes. Now, how many points will this song receive? Let us turn our gaze to the big screen. Chapter 66, a moment to witness history. On the screen, the score bar begins to scroll. The numbers roll faster and faster. The units display a 0. The tens also show a 0. Witnessing this scene, the audience is left astonished. With both the tens and units being 0, all eyes turn to the hundreds place. Everyone speculates that the hundreds digit is likely 9, as Liao Ren'nan's performance of these songs received an overwhelmingly positive response. If the hundreds place is indeed 9, then Liao Ren'nan's score would be 900 points. Currently, the highest score in the room stands at 837 points, achieved by Su Xue. If this is the case, Liao Ren'nan would undoubtedly surpass them. The score on the big screen rolls more slowly in the hundreds place. Finally, it reveals a 0. At this moment, everyone is left in shock, murmuring among themselves. What is happening? Someone in the audience exclaims. The online viewers in the live chat are equally restless. What the heck, 0 points? Is there a malfunction with the equipment? This is so awkward. Programmer, come out and explain. In an instant, everyone turns their gaze toward the direction of the control room. Teacher He, through his earpiece, seems to have heard something and responds with okay. He then turns to the audience and explains in a loud voice, Dear audience members, we have encountered a slight mishap. However, our scoring system is entirely functional. It is just a minor issue with the digit display. Typically, we only record 3-digit scores, and it cannot display scores in 4 digits. Our programmers are currently making adjustments. Of the crowd, upon hearing this, is even more bewildered. Just then, the display area on the screen transitions from 3 digits to 4, and reveals a new score. 1068 points. A loud uproar ensues. The entire venue erupts in chaos, and everyone becomes restless. My goodness, how can it exceed 1,000 points? Someone inquires. Upon hearing this, another explains, Liao Ren'nan has a voting increment. His total votes amount to 1,100. Oh, I see, Liao Ren'nan is truly remarkable. Liao God. Many in the audience begin to exclaim excitedly. Meanwhile, in the waiting area, a group of singers, including Su Xue, Hua Chenlu, Su Xue, along with music production elites from both domestic and international backgrounds. All are left dumbfounded, staring at the screen. Goodness, 1,086 points, this is utterly outrageous, but upon reflection, they find little to criticize. After all, Liao Ren'nan performed 3 original songs on the show, each a masterpiece in its own right. Attaining such a score is undeniably well-deserved, yet must it be such an overwhelming defeat? Is there no consideration for the other's pride? The panel of mentors, including Lu Huan, Na Yin, Wang Zisong, and Lin Shi, also wore expressions of astonishment, exchanging words to convey their excitement. Li Qianmo's eyes widen in surprise, her delight unmistakable, even in the control room, from the executive producer Han Shangyo to the staff below. Everyone is trembling with excitement as if witnessing history. Teacher He, equally exhilarated, takes a moment to compose himself before announcing, "Congratulations to Liao Ren'nan for achieving a remarkable score of 1086 points for his song A String of Stars, which includes a 10 voting increment, with all 18 contestants having completed their performances. This means Liao Ren'nan is the first place winner of this episode of Keyword Songwriting." According to the program's prior regulations, Liao Ren'nan will receive a golden badge for securing first place in this round. As Teacher He continues, a hostess steps onto the stage, presenting the golden badge on a red cloth tray before Liao Ren'nan. He smiles as he accepts it, placing it in his shirt pocket. The golden badge glimmers brilliantly under the spotlight. Teacher He continues, "This badge will grant Liao Ren'nan a 3 voting increment during the Tianlai Champion Night competition. Since Liao Ren'nan has previously earned a golden badge in the He Pictured a Song segment, he now holds a total of 2 badges. This signifies that Liao Ren'nan will enjoy a cumulative voting increment of 6 during the finale once again. Congratulations to Liao Ren'nan." The audience erupts into a thunderous applause. At this moment, the episode is nearing its conclusion. Teacher He beckons Liao Ren'nan to the center of the stage, allowing the camera to capture him more prominently with a smile. Teacher He continues, "Lastly, I must inform everyone that the next segment will be the 10 million endorsement. We will invite the advertising planning departments of 8 globally renowned companies to discuss advertising songs and contract signings with the singers. And now, which at globally recognized brands are we referring to? The welfare advocate for women, the Baojie Group. The global cheers and drinks provider, the Coca-Cola Group. The sole producer of fine milk, the Inyo Group. The great mover of nature, the Farmer Group. The leading online gaming company, the King S Farm Group. The leading mobile phone enterprise in China, the Huawei Group. The 5G network coverage leader, the Huaxia Mobile Group. The leading new energy automobile manufacturer in China, the Biati Group." Upon hearing these names, the audience's cheers grow louder. The singers collectively express their excitement, overwhelmed by the prospect. After all, these are globally recognized brands, and the endorsement fees are substantial, often reaching millions or even tens of millions. Securing just one would suffice for quite some time. Moreover, it would significantly enhance their reputation, a true win-win. Witnessing the jubilant crowd, Teacher He also grows excited, announcing, "Let us once again congratulate the 10 singers who successfully advanced this episode. They are Liao Ren'nan, Yishukun, Huazilu, Lin Jishuan, Ren Xianqi. Please give them a warm round of applause." We shall meet again in the next episode for the 10 million endorsement segment. 10 minutes later, Liao Ren'nan retreats backstage. Upon arriving at his temporary resting room, he spots Chao Jinming leaning against the door. "Liao God, you finally made it." Chao Jinming exclaims with a smile, "Over 1,000 points, that's impressive." "Too modest." Liao Ren'nan chuckles, "Didn't I ask you not to come? How long have you been waiting?" "Not long." Chao Jinming shakes his head, "I'm just glad I came, otherwise, I would have missed such an exciting scene. Honestly, I can't believe you made it into the 10 million endorsement. It's beyond my imagination, but what's most astonishing is how you can write a song in just over an hour. Were those songs pre-written?" Chao Jinming chatters incessantly. Liao Ren'nan wants to respond but is unsure how to articulate it, so he says, "Let us discuss that later, I need to take a shower first. I smell a bit too fragrant, and it feels odd." Chao Jinming nods eagerly, "Alright, go ahead." "Okay." Liao Ren'nan collects his prepared clothes and heads towards the backstage washroom. At that moment, a familiar system sound resonates in his mind. "Ding, congratulations, host, your brilliant points have accumulated to 4 million, automatically redeeming 4 prizes." Chapter 67 What of the solitary and enchanting Li Qianmo? Upon hearing this, Liao Ren'nan immediately felt a surge of joy. In just a single episode, he had amassed an astonishing 4 million fans, indicating that he had truly risen to prominence. To be precise, it should be termed a resurgence. Without granting Liao Ren'nan any further time to react, the system in his mind continued to announce. "Ding! Prize automatically redeemed successfully. Congratulations on acquiring the God of Love Songs." God of Love Songs. With this skill, the host's singing flows effortlessly. Each note infused with heartfelt emotion, radiating a magnetic charm. It will leave listeners utterly captivated. Ding! Prize automatically redeemed successfully. Congratulations on acquiring the God of Rap. God of Rap. With this skill, the host's musical rhythm will be greatly enhanced. Simultaneously, they will become eloquent and witty, able to articulate 1,000 Chinese characters in a minute, each word pronounced with utmost clarity. Ding! Prize automatically redeemed successfully. Congratulations on acquiring the God of Rock. God of Rock. With this skill, the host can seamlessly transform into a rock legend. Their voice will resonate throughout the venue, stirring passion and inspiring fervor. Not even the elderly will be compelled to sway along. Ding! Prize automatically redeemed successfully. Congratulations on acquiring the God of Folk Music. God of Folk Music. With this skill, the host can effortlessly evolve into a sophisticated artist. Touching hearts in mere moments, their singing will evoke tears and enchant the soul. Upon hearing this, Liao Ren'nan felt an immense delight swell within him. After all, during the two songwriting segments, he had an abundance of choices for the same thematic songs. Many more classic pieces could align with the celestial program's theme. Yet, why did he not select those songs? The primary reason was that he had only temporarily awakened the skills of the god of sad songs and divine vocalist. To fully unleash his capabilities, he must focus on songs of a melancholic nature. Of course, had he chosen other genres, Liao Ren'nan would still have performed admirably. However, being a perfectionist, he aspired to deliver nothing short of excellence. Now, with the simultaneous awakening of the god of rap, god of rock, god of love songs, and god of folk music, he could cover over 80% of the repertoire, liberating him from concerns about song type and style in the future. Furthermore, the following week marked the segment 4 million endorsements, and these skills would undoubtedly come into play. One could only say that these rewards were a timely boon. Shortly thereafter, having taken a brief hot shower, Liao Ren'nan emerged from the bathroom. Chao Jinming, persistently questioning him, found Liao Ren'nan evading his inquiries with clever deflections. Consequently, Chao Jinming lost interest and proposed a celebratory dinner that night, expressing that he had long awaited this banquet and hoped Liao Ren'nan would not decline. However, Liao Ren'nan excused himself, stating he needed to accompany Liao and Bei that evening, thus postponing the celebration to the upcoming weekend. Chao Jinming, resigned, agreed. After exchanging a few more words, they parted ways. Liao Ren'nan drove to Bei Bei's kindergarten, arriving just in time at 5 o'clock to pick up the little one. The previous night, due to the competition, he had not rested at home and had instead entrusted Aunt May with Bei Bei. Honestly, at this moment, he missed Bei Bei quite a bit. After waiting a few minutes, the sound of a bell rang, and the little one streamed out. Liao Ren'nan positioned himself at the front of the line, ensuring that he could spot Liao and Bei the moment she peeked out. After several children exited, he finally caught sight of Liao and Bei. Simultaneously, Liao and Bei recognized him. Daddy. Liao and Bei dashed over and hugged Liao Ren'nan's leg. Liao Ren'nan knelt down and lifted Liao and Bei into his arms. Mua Mua. Liao and Bei planted a kiss on her father, who reciprocated with a kiss of his own. The father and daughter were tightly intertwined. Humph. Liao and Bei suddenly turned her face away, ignoring Liao Ren'nan. Her mood shifted faster than one could flip a page. What's wrong, my little treasure? Why are you giving Daddy the cold shoulder? Liao Ren'nan asked gently. Humph. Liao and Bei turned her face to the other side. If Daddy has made a mistake, you must tell me. How else can I correct it? Liao Ren'nan coaxed, and eventually, Liao and Bei revealed her grievance. Daddy, I haven't seen Aunt Qianma in days, and I miss her. Besides, if she doesn't come back to teach me to dance, I'll become rusty. Upon hearing this, Liao Ren'nan fell silent. Indeed, since that confession incident, he had lost all contact with Li Qianma, but nearly a week had passed. It wasn't that he didn't wish to reach out to her, rather, he was uncertain of how to approach her. Although he had performed exceptionally well in today's show, Li Qianma's commentary on him had been somewhat biased. Liao Ren'nan was aware of this. After a moment of contemplation, Liao Ren'nan said, In that case, let us invite Aunt Qianma over for dinner tomorrow night. Coincidentally, I have friends coming over to celebrate, so we can hold a gathering. Yay, Daddy, you're the best. Liao and Bei exclaimed, hugging Liao Ren'nan tightly and planting a kiss on him, her eyes sparkling with delight. I can finally see Aunt Qianma. Haha, good girl. Liao Ren'nan chuckled. Now, shall we head home? In the southern villa district, Li Qianma was nestled on a lazy couch, her expression heavy with thoughts. Lin Yue was preparing dinner, and due to her lack of experience, the kitchen was in utter disarray. Initially, Lin Yue struggled to care for herself, and now she was tasked with looking after Li Qianma. In truth, she felt like crying. After 2 consecutive days of takeout, she was disinclined to touch such food again. Thus, Lin Yue resolved to prepare some healthy homemade dishes, as she had not forgotten the delightful meal at Liao Ren'nan's home. However, she overlooked the fact that culinary skills vary greatly among individuals. The same ingredients, when handled by Liao Ren'nan, resulted in deliciousness, but under her care, they devolved into a mushy mess in the pot. This left her feeling quite at a loss. Ultimately, she mustered the courage to serve the dishes at the table. Qianma, come eat dinner. Lin Yue called out to the sofa area, yet there was no response. She walked over to find Li Qianma lost in thought. Lin Yue remarked, "You were so cheerful this morning, and now you've turned into this. Is it really such a big deal that Liao Ren'nan is ignoring you?" Upon hearing this, Li Qianma felt like crying without tears, lamenting, "Do you even know how to comfort someone?" Lin Yue retorted, "Comfort you? I should be scolding you. Look at you, if you keep this up, you'll become a stone waiting for a husband." Is this still the Li Qianma who once regarded men as mere dirt, remaining forever enchanting in solitude? It's all Liao Ren'nan's fault. Hearing this, Li Qianma shot her a glare and said, "Never mind, just stop talking. The more you say, the further off you go. Sigh, what a predicament." Lin Yue sighed in exasperation. Just then, ding ding, 2 notifications sounded on Li Qianma's phone. She picked it up and instantly felt revitalized. "Great, Liao Ren'nan invited me over for dinner tomorrow night." "Really?" Lin Yue questioned, somewhat skeptical. Li Qianma replied, her spirits high of course. "Come on, let us go eat, alright?" Lin Yue nodded. Upon seeing the dishes on the table, Li Qianma was left speechless. "Wait, Yue, what on earth did you cook? Is this even fit for human consumption? It looks so terrifying." Lin Yue snapped back, "If you don't like it, don't eat it." Li Qianma rolled her eyes, saying, "What else with the sudden outburst? Who provoked you?" Lin Yue retorted, "Who else could it be? A pig, of course." Chapter 68. Tempered through trials, one becomes exceptional. In the blink of an eye, a day has passed by. In the master bedroom of Li Qianma's villa, an array of luxurious garments from various renowned brands lay strewn across the spacious bed. Li Qianma gazed at her reflection in the mirror, having meticulously adorned herself, yet uncertainty flickered in her eyes as she glanced at Lin Yue beside her, asking, "Are you sure I should wear this outfit? I feel like there's no significant difference from my usual look." Lin Yue patted Li Qianma's shoulder, retorting, "How can you say there's no difference? You look ethereal, fit to grace the red carpet." Li Qianma furrowed her delicate brow, scrutinizing her reflection once more, and replied, "But I truly feel unchanged." Upon hearing this, Lin Yue rolled her eyes, "You are inherently a stunning beauty with a sweet charm. This makeup and attire are designed to accentuate your essence, highlighting your virtues even more. Not in terms of style, the change may not be drastic." As she spoke, Lin Yue opened a photo on her phone. "Are you yearning for this kind of Western vixen style?" Li Qianma glanced at the image of a model posing provocatively, instantly recoiling in disdain. "No way. I absolutely do not want that." "Exactly," Lin Yue exclaimed. "You simply lack confidence when faced with Liao Ren'nan. You must believe that no woman in this world surpasses your beauty. Trust me, unveil the version of yourself that you ought to embody, and exude confidence." Lin Yue urged earnestly. Li Qianma, feeling somewhat aggrieved, replied, "But I always perceive that his gaze towards me is no different than how he looks at other girls." "Ha!" Lin Yue chuckled lightly. As the saying goes, tempered through trials, one becomes exceptional. Channel the determination you had while navigating the entertainment industry abroad, and you will undoubtedly win over Liao Ren'nan. A spark of determination flickered in Li Qianma's eyes as she nodded resolutely. "Yes, this time I am all in. I won't turn back until I hit the wall." Lin Yue sighed in admiration. "Liao Ren'nan must be truly fortunate to have won the affections of someone as enchanting as you, who is so eager to be near him." Li Qianma flashed a grin, grabbing her handbag from the dresser. "No more talk. I'm off." With the sound of her heels clicking, Li Qianma opened the villa door. That Lin Yue watched her, mesmerized by her captivating silhouette that drove both men and women to madness, raising her fist slightly. "Go get him." Moments later, Li Qianma drove to the residential complex where Liao Ren'nan resided. Having visited several times before, she navigated her way to his home with ease. After taking a deep breath, she pressed the doorbell's ding dong. The electronic lock of the door clicked open. Li Qianma stepped inside, her eyes widening as she took in the scene, her mouth slightly agape. What was happening? Were there others present? However, a quick realization dawned upon her. Liao Ren'nan had invited more than just her. Simultaneously, the others in the room turned their attention towards her, a myriad of curious gazes fixated on her. Li Qianma was clad in a graceful long dress of pink and blue hues. Her skin was fair and radiant, exuding health, her dark hair cascaded down her shoulders like a flowing waterfall. A faint blush graced her cheeks. She was breathtaking. "Hi, Qianma, you made it," Chao Jinming exclaimed as he hurried towards her. "Hello, Director Chao." Li Qianma replied with a smile. "Hello, Teacher Li." "Qianma, good to see you," the other 4 chimed in, extending their greetings. "Greetings to all." Li Qianma nodded, her demeanor slightly awkward. At that moment, "Aunt Qianma, you finally arrived." Liao and Bei emerged from behind the group, taking Li Qianma's hand. "Hi, Bei Bei, I've missed you so much." Li Qianma crouched down to ruffle Liao and Bei's cherubic face. As she spoke, she handed a gift to Liao and Bei. "Here, this is a toy from Auntie for you. You can DIY and create a decorative bracelet or something. Wow, it's so beautiful, I love it." Liao and Bei's eyes sparkled as she tugged Li Qianma into the room. Just then, Liao Ren'nan emerged from the kitchen. "Qianma, you've arrived." Liao Ren'nan greeted her with a warm smile. "Yes, Teacher Liao." Li Qianma responded, a hint of shyness creeping into her expression. "Qianma, allow me to introduce you. These two are my colleagues from the studio." Liao Ren'nan gestured towards the two young women and he then pointed to the two middle-aged men. "These gentlemen are former colleagues and good friends of mine." Li Qianma nodded with a smile. "We've already exchanged greetings." "Oh, splendid," Liao Ren'nan chuckled. "Please, have some fruits or play with Bei Bei for a while. Later, we'll have dinner on the rooftop. If you find it dull or stifling, feel free to head up to the terrace beforehand." The room Liao Ren'nan rented was on the top floor, complete with a spacious rooftop terrace. He had only recently taken the time to tidy it up. On pleasant days, one could enjoy the breeze, gaze at the stars, and escape the suffocating feeling of living in an apartment. "Understood." Li Qianma acknowledged, making her way toward the staircase, eager to explore. At that moment, Liao Ren'nan noticed Li Qianma was dressed impeccably and carrying the handbag he had gifted her. A thought crossed his mind, and he called Liao and Bei over, inquiring, "Bei Bei, did you send the message I composed yesterday directly to Aunt Qianma?" To invite Li Qianma, Liao Ren'nan had carefully crafted a message detailing where the gathering would be held, how they would celebrate, and who would be present. He had also asked Li Qianma if she minded a crowd, suggesting she could join Liao and Bei another time instead. Upon hearing this, Liao and Bei shook her head. "No, I accidentally deleted it. I saw you were in the shower, so I just sent it on my own." "Oh, I see." Liao Ren'nan nodded, his expression a mixture of emotions as he understood the situation. On the rooftop, a few lights illuminated the space. Li Qianma surveyed her surroundings, noting the cozy arrangement. A newly constructed gazebo leaned against the wall, with a large table beneath it, accompanied by chairs and a sofa, the walls adorned with artistic graffiti. In the center, there was a metallic swing set, alongside toys like excavators and cars for children. The rooftop's edges were lined with flowers and potted plants, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Bored, Li Qianma settled on the sofa to browse her phone. Just then, a prickling sensation crept up from her heels. She glanced down to see her skin reddening, with a small bump forming. "Are there mosquitoes here?" Li Qianma murmured, intending to head downstairs. Her skin was particularly sensitive to mosquito bites, turning red with even the slightest sting. As Li Qianma stood up, suddenly, rip, she looked down to find her dress torn at the seam. Overwhelmed, tears welled in Li Qianma's eyes. From the moment she had entered the room, her spirits had been low. Initially confronted by the unfamiliarity of the situation, then realizing she had donned the wrong attire, followed by the annoyance of mosquito bites, and now, her dress was torn. In an instant, her mood plummeted to its nadir. Even in her most challenging times, she had never felt as helpless as she did now. All she wished was to present her best self in front of the person she admired. Why was it so difficult? Just then, "Qianma." Liao Ren'nan's voice called out from nearby. Chapter 69. You drink, I eat. Li Qianma turned her gaze in the direction of the voice. To her surprise, Liao Ren'nan had appeared at her side, holding 2 bottles of floral body spray. One was a mosquito repellent, while the other served to alleviate itching. "There are quite a few pesky mosquitoes up here on the rooftop," Liao Ren'nan remarked, shaking the mosquito repellent before commencing to spray it around Li Qianma. As he sprayed the ground, his eyes wandered to her feet, pausing momentarily as he observed, "Your instep is quite red, you must have been bitten by mosquitoes. Here, use this. It works wonders," Liao Ren'nan said, handing her the anti-itch spray. "Thank you," Li Qianma replied, feeling a warmth in her heart as she accepted the spray. Liao Ren'nan offered a faint smile as he continued to spray the repellent, suggesting, "Why don't you take a seat in Bei Bei's room for a while? It can be rather dull to be alone on the rooftop." "Yes, I understand. I'll head over shortly." Li Qianma nodded, but as she attempted to rise from the sofa, she hesitated and sat back down. It wasn't that she was unwilling to get up, rather, her skirt had torn, and she feared that standing would expose her inner garments. However, remaining still was hardly a solution. She couldn't just hide on the rooftop indefinitely. It was truly an awkward predicament. Nearby, Liao Ren'nan keenly observed Li Qianma's subtle movements. Having raised his daughter, Liao and Bei, alone for 6 years, he had cultivated an astute sense of observation. After a few furtive glances at Li Qianma, he quickly discerned the issue at hand. He promptly finished spraying the mosquito repellent and then removed his jacket, placing it beside Li Qianma, casually stating, "You should wear this. It can get rather chilly on the rooftop." Startled by his words, Li Qianma looked up at Liao Ren'nan, only to find him gazing elsewhere. In that moment, she could not ascertain whether he was aware of her torn clothing or if it was merely a coincidence. "Thank you," she said as she took the coat. "Why do you keep saying thank you?" Liao Ren'nan chuckled, adding, "Well, the outfit you're wearing isn't quite suitable for dining on the rooftop. I'll fetch you another outfit from Bei Bai's room and leave it on the nightstand for you. You can change when you're ready." With that, Liao Ren'nan made his way towards the hallway. "All right," Li Qianma replied, her heart warmed by his consideration. After a few minutes, she donned the jacket to cover the tear in her dress and proceeded to Bei Bai's room. Out on the nightstand lay a set of sportswear, appearing impeccably clean and imbued with the scent of laundry detergent. After changing in the bathroom, Li Qianma felt a wave of relief wash over her. Her feet no longer itched, and her spirits lifted. At that moment, Liao Ren'nan entered the room with a cheerful smile, exclaiming, "Aunt Qianma, let us play with the DIY bracelet toy you gave me." "Sure." Li Qianma responded with a smile, and the two began to play joyfully. After a while, "Aunt Qianma, I was actually doing my homework earlier. Do you know why I came here?" Liao Ren'nan suddenly whispered in her ear. Li Qianma paused, asking, "Aren't you here to play with the toy? Is there another reason?" "No." Liao Ren'nan shook her head, her expression mysterious as she continued, "Because my dad told me you were feeling quite bored in the room, so he suggested I come here to keep you company for a while." "That means my dad really likes you." At this, Liao Ren'nan beamed, revealing her two little tiger teeth. Looking quite pleased with herself, Li Qianma couldn't help but smile in return. Approximately half an hour later, the rooftop feast officially commenced. Liao Ren'nan had prepared dishes suitable for Bei Bei, along with a small, separate dining table for her. Meanwhile, the adults gathered around their table, beginning to celebrate. Chao Jinming raised his glass of red wine and proposed, "Let us all raise our glasses. Congratulations to Liao Ren'nan for excelling in the keyword songwriting segment. Cheers to Brother Nan." "Congratulations, Ren'nan," others chimed in, lifting their glasses in agreement. "Teacher Liao, congratulations," Li Qianma added earnestly. Liao Ren'nan raised his glass with a cheerful grin, saying, "Thank you all, enjoy your meal and drinks tonight, please don't hold back. Cheers." The clinking of glasses resonated, and after they drank, Zhao Jinming, with a mischievous glint in his eye, poured himself another glass. Turning towards Li Qianma, he remarked, "Qianma, thank you for giving our Ren'nan such high praise today, otherwise, he might have been eliminated." "Not at all," Li Qianma chuckled lightly, "Teacher Liao is so talented in songwriting. There's no way he could be eliminated." Zhao Jinming waved his hand dismissively, "You have a point, but the music industry is quite treacherous. Without your support, Ren'nan wouldn't have had such a smooth journey, so a toast of gratitude is in order." Li Qianma glanced at her glass, hesitating momentarily, but ultimately raised it to drink with him. "Teacher Li, I'd like to toast you as well. Thank you for looking after Brother Nan." Just as they set their glasses down, Liao Ren'nan's colleague lifted his glass. Li Qianma felt her cheeks flush slightly. Just as she was about to pour herself more wine, Liao Ren'nan intervened, "Let me tell you, Qianma is my esteemed guest today, and since she is a lady, do you think it's right to bully her like this?" As he spoke, Liao Ren'nan fetched another glass for Qianma, pouring her some apple vinegar, saying, "Qianma, you should drink this instead." "All right," Li Qianma softly replied, casting a glance at Liao Ren'nan, her cheeks instantly reddening. Observing this scene, Zhao Jinming teased, "Since you care for Qianma, why not drink her wine for her?" Liao Ren'nan shrugged nonchalantly, "I'm not much of a drinker. How about this, you drink a glass of wine, and I'll eat a bowl of rice. I love rice even more." "Ha, you sly fox." Everyone burst into laughter. At that moment, "Old Chow, don't just focus on drinking," one of Liao Ren'nan's older colleagues commented, "the dishes Liao Ren'nan made are truly delicious. You all should try some." "Really?" Zhao Jinming exclaimed, taking a bite, his eyes lighting up. "Wow, this is indeed tasty. No wonder Ren'nan loves rice. I must have more rice." "Ha ha ha." Another round of laughter ensued. As the conversation flowed, everyone relaxed and began to eat heartily. The dishes prepared by Liao Ren'nan were simply exquisite. The group savored their meal, skiing in delight, hardly even pausing for conversation. Due to the number of guests, within half an hour, the entire table was cleared of food. Chapter 70. I never expected Liao Ren'nan to be so warm-hearted. Unbeknownst to them, it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. Liao Ren'nan's friends had gradually departed, leaving only Li Qianma behind. Noticing a hint of inebriation on Li Qianma's face, Liao Ren'nan took the initiative to offer her a ride home. Since both had indulged in some drinks, they opted not to drive, instead calling for the company S-driver, while Li Qianma's vehicle remained parked at Liao Ren'nan's residential complex. The two waited quietly at the foot of the building for the driver. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. Stealing a glance at Li Qianma, Liao Ren'nan felt it necessary to clarify that matter. He sincerely remarked, Qianma, I truly appreciate you coming to my aid last time. Oh, that it was nothing, Li Qianma responded, her heart racing at the mention of the topic, her voice rising slightly. I merely stated the truth, wanting to prevent the media from distorting the facts. Oh. Liao Ren'nan nodded, a faint smile gracing his lips. However, you should be aware that my circumstances are rather unique. So for the time being, at this point, Liao Ren'nan hesitated, his words trailing off. Observing this, Li Qianma feigned nonchalance. I completely understand, Teacher Liao, please don't feel pressured, let us just go with the flow. Indeed. Liao Ren'nan tilted his head slightly, smiling. However, you have become quite a special person to both me and Liao and Bei. Oh, really? Li Qianma's heart raced at this revelation. In fact, I quite like Bei Bei as well. She is exceptionally obedient and remarkably intelligent. Today, I taught her how to play with DIY beads, and her creativity is impressive, quite reminiscent of your own character. Li Qianma rambled on, eventually losing track of her own words. Bei Bei likes you very much too. Liao Ren'nan chuckled, choosing to remain silent thereafter. The atmosphere once again descended into awkwardness. Suddenly, an idea struck Li Qianma, and she inquired, by the way, Teacher Liao, have you made any preparations for the next episode of Heavenly Sounds, Million Endorsement? Upon hearing this, Liao Ren'nan furrowed his brow. Not yet. Hasn't the brand's advertisement song requirements not been released? According to the program's regulations, the brand's advertisement song requirements were to be announced 36 hours prior to the show's commencement. Li Qianma smiled, that's merely a superficial rule. After all, many people do not adhere to regulations. That is true. Liao Ren'nan nodded. At this juncture, Li Qianma stated, then I will check through internal channels and send you the materials once I receive them. There's no need for such trouble. I can. Liao Ren'nan politely declined. However, before he could finish, Li Qianma interjected, Teacher Liao, there's no need to be so courteous, being overly polite would be impolite. Once the words left her mouth, even Li Qianma was taken aback. She never expected to joke with Liao Ren'nan, but perhaps it was the slight influence of the red wine she had consumed tonight, or perhaps the interactions with Liao Ren'nan had drawn them closer. Alright then. Liao Ren'nan responded with a gentle smile. Shortly thereafter, the company driver arrived. Due to the presence of an outsider, the two refrained from engaging in much conversation. After escorting Li Qianma to her apartment, Liao Ren'nan returned home alone. Inside the villa, after entering, Li Qianma searched several rooms but found no sign of Lin Yue. Consequently, she sent Lin Yue a message via WeChat, inquiring about her return time. Soon, Lin Yue replied, I just left the office. I'll be back shortly. Li Qianma thought little of it and eagerly immersed herself in the bath. Moments later, she heard the sound of the apartment door unlocking, guessing that Lin Yue must have returned. Just as she finished her shower and dried off, she saw Lin Yue standing at the bathroom door, winking at her playfully. What's up? Li Qianma asked, puzzled. Lin Yue revealed clothing and stockings from behind her, precisely the dress and stockings Li Qianma had changed out of earlier. She pointed out the torn area with a mischievous expression, saying, Qianma, impressive, things are progressing quite swiftly. And you seem to have had quite an adventurous time. Li Qianma's eyes widened in realization, her face instantly flushing as she retorted, you're thinking too much, Yue. My dress and stockings were just snagged by a nail. You certainly have an active imagination, you perv. Oh, well then, Lin Yue responded, her demeanor deflating, sounding somewhat defeated, I just thought you wouldn't have the guts. Li Qianma rolled her eyes, what does courage have to do with anything? Lin Yue pouted, of course it does. In front of Liao Ren'nan, don't you lack a bit of courage? Put. Li Qianma scoffed, let me tell you, tonight's dinner was quite the roller coaster. As she spoke, Li Qianma recounted the events of the evening. When she described entering Liao Ren'nan's home, haha, Lin Yue laughed uncontrollably, I can just imagine your awkwardness, it's absolutely hilarious. When she recounted how Liao Ren'nan had fetched her some flower water and lent her his jacket. Lin Yue nodded in approval, I never expected Liao Ren'nan, who usually appears so cold, could possess such a thoughtful and warm side. Then you could consider this a silver lining, after all, you even wore Liao Ren'nan's jacket. Our relationship has certainly taken a significant step forward. By the end. Mentioning Liao Ren'nan's words, you are a very special person to both me and Bei Bei. Lin Yue looked utterly speechless. As goodness, Qianma, you truly are a big fool, that was practically a roundabout confession. But what did you even respond with? Ha, I can hardly imagine how awkward Liao Ren'nan must have felt. Just wait and see, you might be single for life. Surely not? Li Qianma pouted, besides, I wasn't sure what he meant at the time. And I was so nervous that I didn't know what to say. Lin Yue retorted, at that moment, what were you supposed to say? It's not like you were giving a speech, you didn't need to say anything, just snuggle into his arms, and everything would have fallen into place. Upon hearing this, Li Qianma nodded in sudden realization, feeling as if she had missed out on a fortune. Then, remembering something, Li Qianma asked, "But you've never been in a relationship either, how do you know all this?" Lin Yue replied with a sense of pride, "Just because I haven't dated doesn't mean I can't learn. In a film I previously produced, one of the female leads managed to capture the male lead's heart in just that way." Upon hearing this, Li Qianmo's eyes lit up. "Could you show me?" "Sure." Lin Yue nodded, licking her lips. "Let us watch it together." Then recalling something important, Li Qianmo smiled brightly. "Yue, do you have any resources from Heavenly Sound? Can you get the advertisement song requirements for the next episode of Million Endorsement ahead of time?" "Absolutely." Lin Yue replied without hesitation. "If I manage to obtain it for you, how will you repay me?" "Repay you?" Li Qianma raised her brows slightly. "Last time I helped you with your cameo in those years, I didn't ask for anything. Besides, if you don't assist me, I'll just seek help from someone else." "Wait, my dear niece," Lin Yue quickly pleaded, "why are you getting so worked up? I'll arrange for it right away." Li Qianma smirked. "Now that's more like it." Chapter 71, Truly a Precious Daughter. The following day, at 6:30 in the morning, Liao Ren'nan naturally awakened. Having to send Bei Bei to school every day at 7, he had developed his own biological clock. However, today was the weekend, and with no school for Bei Bei, there was no need for haste. Liao Ren'nan turned his head to glance over, discovering that the message light on his phone was flashing. Upon opening it, he saw that Li Qianmo had sent him several WeChat messages last night around 11. "Teacher Liao, this document contains the advertising requirements from various enterprises for the T-Online program. You may want to review it first." Liao Ren'nan tapped a reply. "Received, thank you," and proceeded to download the document to begin perusing it. After 5 minutes, Liao Ren'nan had finished reviewing the information. In truth, the requirements for the advertisements from these companies were quite similar to what he had anticipated. For instance, the Bayati Group requested to convey speed and passion, the Huaxia Mobile emphasized the individuality of the younger generation. Furthermore, the Farmer Group sought to showcase purity and sunshine. They merely provided a central theme, leaving the rest to the creativity of the composer. It was essentially empty rhetoric, tantamount to saying nothing at all. Thus, Liao Ren'nan felt that what truly mattered was the quality of the song, that if a song were sufficiently melodious and distinctive, these demands would be rendered irrelevant. After a moment of contemplation, Liao Ren'nan felt assured and closed the document. "Daddy, why are you awake so early?" Suddenly, Liao Ren'nan's voice broke the silence. As she spoke, she rolled over to rest her head on Liao Ren'nan's abdomen. Liao Ren'nan adjusted her position, making her more comfortable. When Bei Bei was much younger, she relished this sensation, claiming that her father's belly was soft and squishy. Now that she had grown, Liao Ren'nan found it less suitable and typically declined. However, he occasionally acquiesced, for he knew that as she matured, such moments might become a rarity. "Daddy, where are we going to play today?" After a brief nap, Liao Ren'nan opened her eyes once more to inquire. Liao Ren'nan pondered for a moment before responding. "Shall we visit Happy Valley today? I've heard they have some exciting new attractions." "Oh, that sounds great." Liao Ren'nan nodded enthusiastically, adding, "But I want to invite Aunt Qianmo to come along." "That's not possible." Liao Ren'nan replied, shaking his head. "Did you not just see her yesterday? Besides, she has work to attend to every day. She's not busy." Liao Ren'nan pouted, saying, "Aunt Qianmo told me that I can contact her anytime I wish. Moreover, I know you have a fondness for Aunt Qianmo, so why not agree to be with her?" Upon hearing this, Liao Ren'nan was taken aback. After a moment of reflection, he countered, "Does having a fondness mean one must be together? Some affections do not necessitate a union, rather, they exist in the most comfortable manner for both parties. Do not assume that being together guarantees a blissful conclusion." This statement Liao Ren'nan uttered was, in fact, a reminder to himself. Perhaps in his youth, he had not comprehended this, but now he understood it fully. Just then, incorrect. Liao Ren'nan raised her voice, declaring, "If you like someone, you must be together. To have feelings without being together is merely playing the fool." Liao Ren'nan was momentarily speechless. "Have you been sneaking around on your phone, watching videos? Don't change the subject." Liao Ren'nan rolled her eyes and said, "Let me tell you, many people like Aunt Qianmo. Even our PE teacher adores her and often watches her videos, and many female teachers also share a fondness for Aunt Qianmo. So, you must be feeling a bit of pressure." Liao Ren'nan, before he could respond, Liao Ren'nan continued, "And if, in the end, you do not end up with Aunt Qianmo, I shall acknowledge her as my godmother, and I want to be with her." You need not have any objections. I do not interfere with your decisions, and you cannot interfere with mine. Liao Ren'nan spoke rapidly, adopting the demeanor of a little adult. Liao Ren'nan, truly, she was a precious daughter. Over the next 2 days, Liao Ren'nan attended to numerous significant matters. Firstly, he completely severed his part-time collaboration with the Shanghai television station. It was not because he felt pressed for time or that the remuneration was insufficient, but rather, he was compelled to do so. Each time during the zero-distance live broadcasts, whenever celebrity guests were invited for interactions, the online audience would invariably inquire, "What is Liao Ren'nan doing?" and even insisted that he make an appearance, causing great embarrassment for the celebrity guests. Considering this, Liao Ren'nan decided he was no longer suited for this role. Moreover, after discussions with Zhao Jinming, Liao Ren'nan resolved to increase investment in the studio. In just a month, Nanming had evolved into a mid-sized entertainment company, not only capable of managing daily operations but also equipped with a fully functional recording studio and photography studio. This would greatly facilitate Liao Ren'nan's future endeavors in advertising, album production, and MV recording. Furthermore, it would provide him with more leverage when negotiating collaborations with other companies or signing new artists. In addition, regarding the incident involving Su Xue's illegal installation of surveillance, the court's arbitration had concluded, revoking Su Xue's visitation rights for 6 months. Although Liao Ren'nan was somewhat dissatisfied with this outcome, he felt powerless, resigned to ensuring that similar situations would be avoided in the future. Nevertheless, it served as a lesson for Su Xue. Recently, she had intermittently sent him messages or called, all of which he declined, even blocking all her contact methods. She must face the consequences of her own mistakes. Finally, the Tianlai program group timely announced the advertising requirements from various enterprises. The specifics were as follows. 1. Advertiser, Bei Group Core Product. Dynasty Series New Energy Sedan. Gender of performer, any song style, hip-hop, rock, electronic, RB song. Theme of speed, passion, bravery. Bid, 100 million. Specific requirements. Sad face. 1. Must be concise and straightforward, avoiding overly obscure terms. 2. Must convey product information and align with brand personality. Wink with a frown. 3. Lyrics and melody should be simple, memorable, easy to sing, and disseminate. Wink with a frown. 4. Must be provocative, enhancing brand effectiveness. Wink with a frown. 5. No. 2. Advertiser, Huaxia Mobile Core Product. A dynamic zone. Gender of performer, any song style, hip-hop, rock, electronic, RB song. Theme, youth, boldness, individuality. Bid, 90 million. Specific requirements, same as above, abridged, no. 3. Advertiser, Huawei Group Core Product. P70 Series Mobile Phone. Gender of performer, any song style, pop, electronic, RB song. Theme, dreams. Bid is 70 million. Specific requirements, same as above, abridged, no. For advertiser, Wangja Group Core Product. Wangja Agricultural Pesticide. Gender of performer, any song style, pop, hip-hop, rock, electronic, RB song. Theme, unity, resilience, tenacity. Bid as 60 million. Specific requirements, same as above, abridged, no. 5. Advertiser, a farmer group core product, Amoya Spring Series. Gender of performer, any song style, pop, electronic, RB song. Theme, purity, sunshine, nature. Bid of 50 million. Specific requirements, same as above, abridged, no. 6. Advertiser, Año Group Core Product, Año Yogurt. Gender of performer, frowny face. Female, song style, pop, electronic, RB song. Theme, youth, innocence, individuality. Bid, 30 million. Specific requirements, same as above, abridged, no. 7. Advertiser, Kiki Lele Group Core Product, Shueta Series. Gender of performer, any song style, pop, hip-hop, rock, electronic, RB song. Theme, passion, fashion, trend. Bid, 30 million. Specific requirements, same as above, abridged, no. 8. Advertiser, Baojie Group Core Product, Colorful Space Series. Gender of performer, any song style, pop, electronic, RB song. Theme, refreshing, joyful. Bid, 20 million. Specific requirements, same as above, abridged. Chapter 72. The segment of countless endorsements officially commences in the ensuing 2 days. Liao Ren'nan maintained a largely insulated stance from the outside world. Aside from attending to Liao Ren'nan, he immersed himself in the creation of songs, meticulously organizing in his mind the melodies pertinent to the upcoming segment of countless endorsements. Zhao Jinming had previously broached the subject with him on multiple occasions, suggesting the possibility of enlisting a music producer to assist the team. Yet, each proposal was met with his resolute refusal. After all, in the realm of lyric and melody composition, he possessed unwavering confidence in his own abilities. The only variable that Liao Ren'nan found uncertain was the potential internal decisions regarding commercial endorsements. Given that each advertisement bore a price tag in the millions, it was evident that those in power would not readily allow an ordinary individual to seize such opportunities. Indeed, it was as anticipated. On the eve of the competition's commencement, Li Qianma relayed crucial insider information regarding the Tianlai endorsement. Among the revelations were 2 pivotal points. First, concerning the advertisement jingle for the Bei Bei group. The higher-ups at Bei Bei, holding decisive authority, had clandestinely reached an agreement with Thumb Entertainment. Thus, Su Xue from Thumb Entertainment would serve as the face of this advertisement. Furthermore, a series of subsequent advertising collaborations was in the pipeline. The condition was that Thumb Entertainment must discreetly reduce the advertising fee by 30%, and this information was to remain undisclosed. After all, Su Xue was currently the most prominent rising star in the Huaxia entertainment industry. Bei Bei held considerable faith in Thumb Entertainment's capabilities, and the two parties had previously collaborated. Hence, they were quite favorably inclined. Bei Bai's actions were clearly indicative of their intent. They sought fame, profit, and traffic. Thumb Entertainment, for their part, acquiesced without hesitation, practically groveling in their response. They had already recorded the song, awaiting only the official announcement on the program. Of course, this represented a transaction between capital entities. Su Xue's role in this arrangement was merely that of a tool. Secondly, regarding the advertisement jingle for Huaxia Mobile, the representatives from Huaxia Mobile currently harbored a strong desire for collaboration with Su Xue Entertainment ever since the countless endorsements segment commenced. Su Xue, leading her studio's young talents such as Wazilu and Zhang Yike, expended nearly all their efforts in courting the advertising department of Huaxia Mobile. They tirelessly endeavored to win over the high-ranking officials within the advertising sector. Their efforts bore fruit, as Su Xue was on the verge of fulfilling her ambitions. While the higher-ups at Huaxia Mobile had yet to make a definitive decision, several key figures within the advertising department had effectively given their tacit approval for collaboration. After all, these individuals wielded decision-making power. A mere shift of their fingers could tilt the scales in favor of this endeavor. Given this context, there were currently 8 advertising firms visible, excluding one that required a female vocalist. Liao Ren'nan found that he could only fairly compete with 5 of these firms, one of which included Baoji's female colorful space advertisement. Such is the reality. Thus, Li Qianma advised Liao Ren'nan to concentrate his primary efforts on endorsements from Kiki Lele and the Farmer Group. After all, these 2 advertisements were priced slightly lower, with less fierce competition, thereby presenting a relatively higher chance of success. In response to Li Qianma's suggestion, Liao Ren'nan expressed his gratitude. Yet he did not explicitly indicate whether he would follow this advice. He had never been one to adhere to conventional strategies. At last, 3 days had elapsed. The weekend arrived once more. The live broadcast of the second season, 5th episode of Tianlai Voice commenced on Chongming Island in the magical city. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 5th episode of Tianlai Voice, sponsored by Jufeng Real Estate, Jindafu Gold, and Huawei Artificial Intelligence. This season's theme is countless endorsements, where 8 globally renowned corporate advertising departments will negotiate with 10 singers regarding advertisement jingles and contract signings. Singers and viewers, are you all prepared? On the familiar grand stage, host He Laoshi exuberantly initiated the proceedings. Concurrently, the live chat section erupted. Finally, the countless endorsements segment has arrived. I'm so excited. Personally, I believe countless endorsements is the most thrilling part of the show, akin to a real-life battle. I just want to know, are Liao Ren'nan and Li Qianma a couple or not? I remember last season's champion, Ishan, secured a 50 million endorsement fee. The other singers were green with envy. Indeed, I recall a singer who failed to secure an endorsement and wept on stage. It was hilarious. I'm new here. Was last season's highest endorsement fee only 50 million? This time, it's all doubled. I must say, the production team has increasingly robust resources, and these companies are becoming more generous. I foresee that this episode's 100 million endorsement will undoubtedly go to our Su Xue, for only he possesses such noble charisma. Then let my Huahua secure the Huaxia Mobile endorsement. Not that I can't reach that 100 million, but I simply disdain Bei Bai's garbage. Wow, are you all starting to roast each other already? Just criticize those traffic idols, why drag the brands into it? Did they provoke you? A bunch of contrarians. Be quiet, I'm just here to listen to music. Observing the soaring enthusiasm, He Laoshi beamed with joy. He continued his hosting. According to the established rules of the program, all 10 singers have the right to compete for endorsements from the 8 companies, yet ultimately, only one singer will secure the endorsement from each enterprise. This round of the countless endorsements segment will last for 5 days and 40 hours. If an advertisement jingle is finalized before the 5 days are up, the brand and singer will officially sign a collaboration contract, concluding this segment early. Conversely, if 5 days pass without a finalized jingle, the right to submit songs will be automatically locked, allowing the brand to select from the existing competitors. Moreover, the brand holds absolute authority in choosing which singer will perform their advertisement song. Additionally, the advancement Rules for this episode will be arranged according to the total amount of signed endorsements, from highest to lowest, with 6 slots available for advancement. Should singers have identical endorsement amounts, a secondary ranking based on online popularity will be conducted. Upon hearing this series of rules, netizens erupted in discussion. Wow! This rule seems quite unfair. Exactly, wouldn't everyone prefer to select a more famous singer? This is the reality. Before capital, everyone must bow their heads. It feels like Liao Ren'nan might be in a bit of trouble. What if he doesn't secure a single endorsement? Damn, according to this competition model, with Liao Ren'nan's limited resources, it's quite possible he could be eliminated? Hee, you country bumpkins must be dumbfounded. When it comes to high standards, my Kuan is the one. Shut up, you silly bird. If Kuan wins this round, I'll be the first to smash my computer. Let us stay neutral. May the best star win. I'm looking forward to it. Chapter 73, The Red Carpet Showcase of 10 Singers. As the crowd buzzed with excitement, Teacher he finally concluded the introduction of the rules for the Million Endorsement segment. He switched to a new cue card and continued, next, let us invite the 10 advancing singers to grace the red carpet. Based on the ranking order from the online popularity votes after the last episode, they are, the first singer, Mr. Liao Ren'nan. With the final syllable of Teacher He's announcement, the camera swiftly pivoted towards the seating area for the singers. At that moment, Liao Ren'nan made his entrance through the main door, effortlessly striding down the red carpet while waving at the camera. Dressed in a blue shirt and black trousers, he exuded an air of composure. In the previous episode, he not only secured the championship title, but also garnered the highest number of votes in the subsequent online popularity poll. This filled him with immense satisfaction. Liao Shun. As Liao Ren'nan reached the center of the red carpet, an audience member shouted enthusiastically. I in the livestream, comments flooded in with Liao Shun, Brother Nan, Champion Liao, and more. Upon reaching the singer's seating area, Liao Ren'nan graciously waved to the audience once more before taking his seat. Now, let us welcome the second singer, Yi Shukuan. After Liao Ren'nan sat down, Teacher he readied the announcement. Upon hearing his name, Yi Shukuan strolled in leisurely, hands in his pockets. He remained adorned in his signature suspenders and curly hairstyle, but however, this time his suspenders were a brighter hue, and his hair had been freshly dyed, making him feel particularly vibrant. As he reached the center of the red carpet, Yi Shukuan placed his left index finger to his lips in a shu gesture, winking at the camera with a flirtatious smile. He then moved his hand to his waist, forming a heart shape. The sequence of movements flowed seamlessly. This elicited a chorus of squeals from his female fans, nearly causing some to faint from excitement. Meanwhile, the live stream viewers were in a frenzy, bombarding the comments with, my goodness, so handsome. Yi Shukuan, I love you. My Kuan is the most fashionable, absolutely stunning. Simultaneously, many viewers expressed their disdain. What the hell, ugh. Damn. Who funded this, allowing me to teach him some manners? I came to hear Liao Shun sing. Why am I subjected to this scene? Kuan, did you drop your basketball? Yi Shukuan settled into the second seat in the singer's area, casting a dismissive glance at Liao Ren'nan. Since his debut, he had been in the limelight, always the center of attention, consistently ranking first. Yet this time, he had only managed to secure second place in the online popularity vote. This displeased him greatly. Nevertheless, Yi Shukuan's management company had already struck a deal with Bei Bei, securing 100 million yuan endorsement. He began to envision the reactions of the numerous ordinary singers present, including Liao Ren'nan beside him, once this news broke. The thought of finally being able to vent his frustrations brought a sinister smile to Yi Shukuan's lips. Now, let us welcome the third singer, Mr. Xue. Teacher he continued with the announcements. As his name was called, Xue, clad in a denim jacket and cowboy boots, strolled onto the red carpet with one hand in his pocket. The multiple star-shaped necklaces adorning his chest and the cross tattoo on his neck accentuated his individuality. In recent days, Xue had been frequently summoned by Su Xue for social engagements, leaving him utterly fatigued, both physically and mentally. The solace he found was in the promise of reward for his efforts, having finally secured the commitment from an advertiser. Thus, despite his exhaustion, he endeavored to smile for the camera. Aware that such a smile would convey a sense of youthful innocence. Indeed, the fans erupted in excitement upon witnessing this moment. Hua is so handsome. Absolutely stunning. Brother is so charming. Being a fan of Xue is pure bliss. Darling, why do you look so worn out? Have you been practicing too hard lately? Love him, support him, totally worth it. Meanwhile, numerous viewers voiced their critiques. What the hell? What is this nonsense? Damn, I truly cannot comprehend this attire. Pure disgust, and yet the comments are filled with fans. My horizons have been broadened. Why do I feel an impulse to go up on stage and smack him? To the guy above, hitting someone is illegal, stay calm. After Hua Zheyu traversed the red carpet, he took his place in the third seat among the singers. He offered a smile to Yishukuan, but was met with indifference. Hua Zheyu pouted slightly and leisurely sipped from a bottle of milk advertising a product. Now, let us welcome the fourth singer, Mr. Ren Xianqi. Ren Xianqi appeared in a white shirt paired with black trousers, dressed impeccably in a businesslike manner. He waved repeatedly at the camera. Looking so formal. Little Qi, radiating integrity. I am already satisfied with Qi Ji's advancement. Winning or losing the championship is secondary. Qi go for it, strive for an endorsement. The online audience buzzed with commentary. Now, let us invite the fifth singer, Mr. Lin Jixuan. Lin Jixuan donned a checkered shirt, appearing rather unassuming. Upon reaching the center of the red carpet, he pushed up his thick-framed glasses and waved modestly to greet the audience. What a truly understated artist. Lin Shan seems a bit restrained, as if he wandered into the wrong set. He is so dedicated, so passionate, so exceptional. Viewers freely expressed their opinions. As time passed, teacher he methodically guided the singers along the red carpet. Just then, as the next singer took their seat, teacher he announced with clarity, and now, let us welcome the ninth singer, Ms. Wang Biju. Amidst a wave of enthusiastic applause, Wang Biju entered through the main door. She wore a strapless dress that showcased her curvaceous figure, smiling gently as she greeted the audience. Sister Ju, you are truly stunning. Oh, has Sister Ju had orthodontic work? Her smile seems markedly different. Bijuan, be more confident, you are the best. Eagerly anticipating your performance. After Guan Biju took her seat, teacher he, microphone in hand, declared, and now, let us welcome the final singer, Ms. Wang Xinlin. The audience erupted into a spontaneous ovation. Wang Xinlin, clad in a striking yellow ensemble, gracefully made her way onto the stage. Upon reaching the center of the red carpet, she lifted one foot, forming a heart shape with her hands, her expression radiating charm. This stirred a flurry of excitement among the male fans in attendance. Wang Xinlin, at the age of 24, had been in the industry for 4 years, primarily singing tear-jerking ballads. Throughout the Tianlai program, her scores had fluctuated, teetering on the edge of elimination. However, having weathered the storm, she had finally emerged victorious, basking in the clarity after the clouds. Thus, she was genuinely joyful and thoroughly relishing this stage. Gorgeous, Wang Xinlin. The queen of emotional ballads, such a stark contrast off stage. Oh my, little princess, do try not to be too enchanting. Wifey, you're being cheeky again. The viewers flooded the comments with exuberance. Due to the unfolding plot, 2 additional female singers have been introduced. We hope this does not seem abrupt. The subsequent, million endorsement, segment promises to be exhilarating, so dear readers, do not miss it. Chapter 74 is securing endorsements is not just about snatching. At this moment, teacher he slightly tilted his body, addressing another camera, and continued to host. Alright, the 10 singers have taken their seats. Next, allow me to introduce our sponsors. Please direct your attention to the big screen. Suddenly, the massive screen flickered to life, revealing several spacious conference rooms, each occupied by a number of marketing strategists. These conference rooms were transparent, designed to facilitate the filming of the program. The marketing strategists were all dressed in professional attire, exuding an air of competence and sophistication. Those who were present for the event were either in positions of power or possessed significant influence. They were undoubtedly the CRME de la CRME of their respective companies. They are the marketing representatives from the Biotti Group, China Mobile, and Huawei Group. Teacher he read aloud the names of the sponsors, with the camera providing close-ups for each. As this grand screen was connected online, both parties were able to witness each other's real-time dynamics. Thus, when their company names were announced, each marketing representative stood up, beaming with smiles as they greeted the camera. Observing this scene on the screen, netizens began to flood the comments section. These marketing strategists carry themselves with such confidence. Being a financial backer certainly gives one a sense of security. Isn't the age of these representatives from China Mobile rather advanced? 2 of them look like they are sporting hairpieces. The DCR in the Bei Bei Group's room is quite amusing, all pastel and frilly, with only 1 male representative present. I wonder about his psychological burden. Hence, this comparison clearly indicates which company is under pressure. One must choose wisely. Did anyone notice that the marketing department for Honor of Kings actually sent the esports beauty streamer Su Dian? Are they planning to launch her career? Dear brother upstairs, you seem to be misjudging the target. Can a mere internet celebrity compare to a star? They wouldn't even be worthy of carrying their shoes. At this moment, all 8 sponsors had been introduced. Teacher, he turned to the 10 participating singers and announced in a resonant voice, now, please prepare yourselves, present your finest song and negotiate with the marketing representatives that resonate with you, with a whoosh. The atmosphere in the venue instantly became vibrant. The singers, who had previously been sitting upright, suddenly sprang from their seats as if propelled by springs, swiftly making their way towards their preferred sponsor's conference room. Female artists like Wang Xinlin and Bei Bei rushed over eagerly. This scene sparked considerable discussion among netizens. Why all the excitement, securing endorsements isn't merely about snatching. The tear-jerking diva is quite the comedian. Her persona is such a stark contrast. In comparison, Koen and Hua appear remarkably composed, casually standing with their hands in their pockets. One can sacrifice their head, but not their hairstyle. One can bleed, but not ruin their image. Oh dear, those praising Koen and Hua haven't noticed that Nangu is still calmly seated. Indeed, as some netizens observed. Liao Ren'nan remained composed in his seat among the singers. Given that the requirements for the endorsement songs had been publicly disclosed 3 days in advance, all 10 singers had indeed prepared thoroughly. Each singer had deliberated on which endorsements to pursue beforehand. Naturally, Liao Ren'nan was no exception. However, he focused solely on the preparation of the songs and had not considered interpersonal relationships at all. As for the order of selecting endorsements, Liao Ren'nan firmly believed that it should be approached like a test paper, progressing from simple to complex, from front to back, which surely could not go awry. However, he promptly excluded the advertisement for Rainbow Space. Not only did he find it inappropriate for a singer to endorse sanitary napkins, but he also had reservations about the endorsement fee of 20 million. Furthermore, the advertisement for Eno yogurt was designated for female performers. Liao Ren'nan naturally disregarded that as well, thus, he resolutely selected the Kekalil company as his primary target. Noticing that other singers had already set off, Liao Ren'nan stood up leisurely and made his way toward the Kekalil conference room. Upon entering the room, he found Yishukuan, Ren Xianqi, and Lin Jishuan also present, totaling 5 singers vying for the opportunity. Clearly, they had all made similar considerations. Wang Xinlin and Bei Bei had opted for the adjacent Eno group, but after all, this company required a female singer for their advertisement, which significantly increased their chances of success. Meanwhile, Hua Zilia headed directly to the Rainbow Space conference room, that no one could ascertain whether he was being pragmatic or merely intrigued by the company's products. At this moment, within the Kekalil Group conference room, the marketing strategists of the company sat upright. Among them were 5 individuals, led by 2 middle-aged people, 1 male and 1 female. The male, approximately 50 years old, named Yen Pang, had an unremarkable appearance but sported a small mustache and long hair, dressed in a very fashionable manner. The female, around 40, named Huang Ruqin, had short hair and wore exquisite makeup, exuding an intellectual charm. At the conference table, witnessing the high demand for their company's advertisement endorsements, the 2 marketing supervisors were slightly taken aback. Thank you all for your enthusiastic support. We look forward to the opportunity to collaborate with you. Huang Ruqin quickly rose to greet the group. We hope to have the chance to work with your esteemed company. Ren Xianqi promptly replied. Lin Jishuan echoed his sentiment, offering his greetings as well. Liao Ren'nan stood up, exchanged glances with the 2, and calmly stated, looking forward to collaborating. Meanwhile, Yishukuan maintained an aloof demeanor, neither speaking nor displaying any gestures, still seated firmly at the conference table, leaving others unsure whether he was trying to appear cool or simply lost in thought. Viewers in the livestream expressed their opinions on this scene. Wow, Yishukuan is incredibly rude. Yes, he is too arrogant. Does he not understand his position? In comparison, the veteran artists possess more decorum. What does age have to do with it? Our Liao Xin is also quite young, but exceptionally cultured. Yet you criticize Koen, trampling on you ants, Maiya hey. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Huang Ruqin moved on to the main topic, stating, I trust everyone has familiarized themselves with our company's advertisement song requirements. If you believe your works meet the criteria, please present your song demos to Director Yen for review. As she spoke, Huang Ruqin gestured towards Yen Pang. Yen, the music director of the company's marketing department, possessed a certain degree of professional knowledge in music, while Huang Ruqin was more focused on business negotiations and liaising. Upon hearing this, Yen nodded towards the group, a smile gracing his face. Then let us start with my song, Ren Xianqi declared first. Chapter 75. This young idol is quite arrogant. As the conversation unfolded, Ren Xianqi produced a USB drive and stood up to hand it over. Yen Pang accepted it with a smile and inserted it into his laptop slot. He then donned a pair of high-performance noise-canceling headphones and launched the audio playback software. This sophisticated equipment had been prepared by the production team specifically for the purpose of reviewing songs for these advertisers. Naturally, the songs being played on the computer were inaudible to the audience, as the artists presented were showcasing unreleased original compositions, but if they were not selected by this company, they could easily submit their works elsewhere. And even if they failed to win over all companies, they could still release their music on other platforms. They remained entirely unaffected. Additionally, those involved in the song review process had all signed confidentiality agreements. Should anyone deliberately leak these tracks, both the individual and their affiliated company would face severe repercussions. With everything in place, Yen Peng pressed the play button and began to listen to the demo. His brow furrowed in concentration, and as he reached the climactic chorus, he subtly nodded along to the rhythm. Observing this, Ren Xianqi felt a pang of anxiety, his gaze toward Yen Peng brimming with anticipation. Simultaneously, he sought to glean some insight from the other's expression. The other waiting artists wore expressions of tension. Previously, they had seen the heavenly voice segment of the Million endorsement on television. At that time, they had merely found it thrilling and exhilarating. But now, as participants in the competition, they felt an immense weight of pressure. A few minutes later, Yen Peng finished listening to the entire demo and removed his noise-canceling headphones. "Teacher Yen, what do you think?" Ren Xianqi inquired anxiously. Yen Peng's eyes darted momentarily before he replied, "Overall, it's quite good, but there are some minor flaws." Ren Xianqi nodded. "Oh, in that case, I'll make some adjustments and resubmit." Upon hearing this, Yen Peng hesitated before continuing. "Actually, the style of your song diverges somewhat from the advertising theme we are seeking." Yen Peng's candidness was intended to prevent Ren Xianqi from wasting his energy. The demo presented by Ren Xianqi embodied a chivalric style, whereas Coca-Cola sought a theme centered around passion. Hence, the disparity was significant, and merely tweaking it would not suffice. At that moment, Yen Peng's words fell upon Ren Xianqi like a bucket of icy water. He paused, then nodded. "Oh, I understand. I apologize." Yen Peng expressed regret. Ren Xianqi responded with a wry smile. "It's all right." Witnessing this exchange on the live stream, viewers erupted. "Wow. It looks like Qi Gu is feeling quite dejected. Of course he's disheartened. It's akin to scoring only 250 points on a college entrance examination. My heart aches for Qi Gu, but this is the harsh reality. Seriously, is selecting an advertising song really this stringent? To the person above, if you're so capable, why don't you step up?" At this juncture, Huang Ruqin interjected. "Who else has the desire to let Director Yen continue listening?" Lin Jixuan, noticing, handed over his USB drive, stating, "Please listen to my demo and see if it aligns with your needs." Yen Peng stood to accept it, soon donning the headphones to listen. His gaze appeared somewhat unfocused. Minutes later, he removed the headphones. "What do you think, is it acceptable?" Lin Jixuan asked with eager anticipation. Yen Peng rubbed his hands together. "The quality of this song is quite high," but, at this point, Yen Peng paused. Lin Jixuan adjusted his glasses, smiling. "Director Yen, feel free to provide your critique, there's no need to hold back, this is a mutual selection, no one can impose their will." Upon hearing this, Yen Peng nodded and continued, "Overall, it's decent, but it still lacks a certain feeling. Then, shall I put this on hold?" "All right, I accept," Lin Jixuan replied, feigning nonchalance. Yen Peng breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you for your understanding." "No problem," Lin Jixuan responded. Observing this scene, the comment section exploded. A double kill. "I can't believe an artist of Xin Ji's caliber is being brushed aside. He's merely on hold, and selecting an advertising song isn't about creating art. Even top stars can be overlooked. It seems Director Yen has a strong desire to survive. He is speaking so cautiously isn't that the pressure as a song reviewer is immense with so many star fans watching." "Now, may we invite the next singer?" Huang Ruqin said with a smile. Before anyone could respond, Yi Shukuan quickly stood up. "Let us listen to mine first, I have urgent matters to attend to." With that, he placed his USB drive on the table, pushing it towards Yen Peng. His expression was one of arrogance. The USB slid halfway before stopping, prompting Yen Peng to rise and retrieve it. He then inserted it into the laptop, furrowing his brow in earnest concentration. Yi Shukuan sat back in his chair, adopting a superior demeanor, intently scrutinizing Yen Peng, eager to discern any hint of feedback from his face. After waiting for over 10 minutes, Yi Shukuan was already feeling irritable. If it weren't for the live broadcast, he would have lashed out. 3 minutes later, the song concluded. Yen Peng removed the headphones, stating, "Like Lin's song, the quality is quite high, but it lacks a certain essence." "No. Yi Shuquan interrupted, "You keep mentioning feeling, but what does that even mean? It's something intangible and elusive, forget it. I believe you simply do not appreciate my music, and I no longer wish to compete for this endorsement." "Teacher Yi, you've misunderstood," Huang Ruqin chuckled awkwardly and quickly explained. "Director Yan did not intend to belittle your song." To this, Yi Shuquan dismissed her with disdain. He stood up, yanked the USB drive from the laptop, and exited the conference room. Witnessing this unfold in the livestream, Yi Shuquan's fans were in an uproar. Kunkin is angry, and the consequences will be dire. What is wrong with this Director Yan? How can his taste be so poor? Exactly, he can't even appreciate good work and still dares to make a fool of himself. Let us track him down and berate him. Conversely, some viewers held opposing views. Seriously, Yi Shuquan's attitude is incredibly arrogant. Does he really need to be so haughty, as if he owns the place? This kid is too full of himself. He'll learn his lesson sooner or later. Watching Yi Shuquan's departing figure, Yan Peng sighed in resignation. Yi Shuquan had the audacity to present an entirely English song to vie for an endorsement for a product sold in China. Would that even pass? If it did, he would surely face the wrath of the company's executives. Moreover, Yi Shuquan's song did not meet the basic requirements for an advertising jingle. The criteria of being simple, catchy, easy to sing, and widely disseminable alone would disqualify it. Yan Peng had already been quite restrained in his critique, considering Yi Shuquan's status as a popular star, yet this still incited his anger. However, the song had only been heard by Yan Peng. He had no outlet for his grievances. "I hope everyone can sit down and have a good discussion," Huang Ruqin smiled, attempting to mediate. "After all, selecting the right advertising song for the company is both Director Yan's and my responsibility. This is not a decision we can make individually, so I ask for your understanding." Upon hearing this, Ren Xianqi, Lin Jixuan, Liao Ren'nan, and the other two singers nodded in agreement. After a brief exchange, they resumed the song evaluations. Subsequently, Yan Peng listened to demos prepared by two more singers, but he refrained from making any definitive statements, merely indicating he would select the best options. Casting a glance at the remaining participants, Huang Ruqin remarked, "Now, only Liao Ren'nan's demo remains to be heard, correct?" "Indeed, this is my song," Liao Ren'nan said as he handed over the USB drive. Yan Peng accepted it, inserting it into the laptop's slot. He rubbed his face and massaged his ears. After listening for so long, Yan Peng felt his ears had grown somewhat numb. The crux of the matter was that these songs were all painfully similar, failing to offer anything refreshing. Some of them didn't even meet the basic requirements for an advertising jingle. This left him quite vexed. Steeling himself, Yan Peng clicked the play button and began to listen to Liao Ren'nan's song. As the opening melody played, Yan Peng straightened his back, sitting up attentively. Upon hearing the lyrics, his eyes sparkled with interest. When he reached the chorus, Yan Peng couldn't help but let out a surprised laugh. Chapter 76, An hour of locking in a song. Is it really necessary to be this competitive? At this moment, the livestream host's camera was entirely focused on Yan Peng, allowing everyone to clearly observe his expressions. Of the keen-eyed among the audience would notice that his previously furrowed brows had now completely relaxed, and a subtle smile graced his lips. His neck moved rhythmically, seemingly keeping time with the music. Witnessing this scene on camera, the barrage of comments in the livestream chat surged. "Wow, Director Yan's DNA has activated." Indeed, Yan Peng looks so engrossed. This song by Liao Ren'nan must be electrifying. Dude, why are you fans of Nan so happy? Someone might say it's terrible. You silly person upstairs, if you still smile at a bad song, how brainless can you be? Wow, so delightful. I'm just an ordinary bystander. It is worth noting that although the audience in the livestream could not hear the lyrics of the song, they could hear snippets of conversation and observe the expressions of the singers and judges, allowing them to make certain judgments. In the conference room, Huang Ruqin had been engaging in pleasantries with the seated singers, but upon witnessing everyone's reactions, she finally noticed Yan Peng's unusual demeanor. At that moment, Yan Peng had just finished listening to the song and removed his headphones. "What do you think, Director Yan?" Huang Ruqin inquired, curiosity evident in her voice. Yan Peng nodded, smiling as he replied, "The quality is exceptionally high, and the main melody aligns perfectly." He then leaned closer to Huang Ruqin and whispered, "This is exactly what I desired." Although his voice was low, the others at the table, Ren Xianqi, Lin Jixuan, Liao Ren'nan, and the two other singers, heard him quite clearly. Their expressions instantly became complex, while Liao Ren'nan remained composed. Huang Ruqin, taken aback by his words, asked, "Are you sure?" "Absolutely certain." Yan Peng asserted emphatically, "I believe we can announce it right away. This is the song. It truly fits perfectly." Seeing the joy radiating from Yan Peng, Huang Ruqin felt elated as well. However, her primary role was negotiation, and her working style was cautious, preventing her from displaying overt excitement. Moreover, she was unsure of the extent of Yin Peng's certainty. Taking these considerations into account, Wang Ruqin suggested softly, "It has only been 40 minutes since the start, perhaps we should wait a little longer?" After all, this was a significant endorsement worth 30 million, and she felt it unwise to make a hasty conclusion. Additionally, she hoped to wait for other singers, such as the yet-to-participate Hua Ziyu, in case a more suitable advertising song could be found. Yin Peng nodded and leaned closer to Wang Ruqin, saying, "All right then." Ultimately, the announcement of the advertisement song fell under Wang Ruqin's jurisdiction. His main responsibility was selecting the song. Then, a thought struck Yin Peng, and he turned to Liao Ren'nan, asking, "Teacher Liao, what musical styles are you most adept at?" "Well, I dabble in classical, pop, hip-hop, R&B, and more. It's quite freeform," Liao Ren'nan replied with a smile. Yin Peng nodded appreciatively, remarking, "So you are a polymath, you can write in any genre." "I am flattered, you overstate my abilities." Liao Ren'nan humbly responded. The two then engaged in light conversation. Observing this exchange, netizens began to speculate. It seems Yin Peng has decided on Liao Ren'nan's song. Look at how much he admires him. Is the person upstairs a fan of Nan? Aren't you getting ahead of yourself? How did this turn into a chat show? Where did all the competitors go? Hua Ziyu, hurry and join the bidding for Coco Lele. You're the only one left without a song. At that moment, the split screen from various conference rooms revealed Hua Ziyu still in the 7 degrees of space, chatting merrily with several women. Unbeknownst to him, 10 minutes had passed. Lin Jixuan smiled and said, "You all continue your chat, I'll check out a few other places." "Alright, Teacher Lin, please do." "Thank you for your support." Wang Ruqin quickly replied. "Sure, continue chatting." Lin Jixuan waved goodbye and exited the conference room. Meanwhile, over 20 minutes prior, Ren Xianqi had recognized that his musical style was unsuitable and had already sought out other opportunities. Thus, only Liao Ren'nan and 2 other singers remained in the room. 5 more minutes passed. "You all continue your conversation, we will take a look around," the other 2 singers chimed in unison. "Of course, thank you for your support." Wang Ruqin smiled in response. Ultimately, the conference room was left with only Liao Ren'nan. Noticing this, Yin Peng felt a bit awkward and exchanged glances with Wang Ruqin, lowering his voice to say, "What are we waiting for? Let's go with this song. I truly believe that Director Zhang will also appreciate this advertising song." The Director Zhang he referred to was the head of the Coco Lele's Huaxia branch. Yin Peng pondered for a moment before adding, "This is genuinely a novel advertising song. It aligns perfectly with current fashion trends and will undoubtedly boost our product sales. Moreover, signing the endorsement within an hour would be monumental news. If it trends on social media, it would serve as indirect advertising, wouldn't it? Much more effective than spending a few million with poor results?" Yin Peng incessantly chattered in Wang Ruqin's ear, his demeanor one of urgency. "Alright, let's go with your suggestion." Wang Ruqin finally relented. Hearing this, Yin Peng beamed, asking, "Can I proceed?" Wang Ruqin nodded, "Go ahead." Yin Peng stood up and approached a computer monitor against the wall, selecting Liao Ren'nan's name before clicking the Lock Song for Advertisement button. Ding ding ding. An electronic announcement echoed throughout the entire studio. Congratulations to the Coco Lele group for successfully locking in the song, with the chosen singer being Mr. Liao Ren'nan. Instantaneously, Liao Xin, Liao Xin, Liao Xin erupted from the excited fans present, who cheered fervently. Meanwhile, Hua Ziyu, still in the colorful space conference room, chatting with several women, was utterly bewildered. He intended to chat a little longer before coming to bid for Coco Lele. But, unbelievably, within less than an hour, the song had been locked in. An hour. Was it truly necessary to be this competitive? Moreover, the one who secured the bid was Liao Ren'nan. Goodness, this was a double blow for him. Hua Ziyu could hardly fathom how he would face Su Xue afterward. A scolding was undoubtedly unavoidable. The other singers who had recently bid, including Ren Xianqi and Lin Jixuan, felt somewhat dejected. Although they had anticipated the outcome, it still stung, and they couldn't help but feel envious of Liao Ren'nan. Observing the scene were several mentors and observers, including Yin, Lu Huan, Wang Zisong, and Lin Shi, all of whom exchanged astonished glances. From previous episodes, they knew Liao Ren'nan was exceptionally skilled in original compositions and a remarkably talented musician, having penned high-quality pop songs such as The Longest Movie and The Brightest Star in the Night Sky. However, being capable of writing pop songs did not necessarily imply proficiency in composing advertising songs, as these are distinct realms. Moreover, the songs Liao Ren'nan had written leaned towards romantic ballads, while advertising songs heavily rely on cultural elements. Thus, they had not perceived any advantage for Liao Ren'nan. Yet now, the facts had proven them wrong. At this moment, they were all eager to discover what kind of song Liao Ren'nan had created. Chapter 77 of the advertisement plays, and the audience erupts in cheers. As for Li Qianma, at this moment, she is equally taken aback, that her delicate, fair hands are tightly clenched, and her beautiful eyes are wide with astonishment, her expression a blend of surprise and joy. She is acutely aware that Liao Ren'nan did not engage in any prior networking, which is particularly frowned upon during the million endorsements segment. After all, the choice of song rests solely in the hands of the judges. If a bit of financial incentive can secure an endorsement, it would certainly be worthwhile. Moreover, if you refrain from networking while others do, the starting point is inherently different. Therefore, upon realizing that Liao Ren'nan had not resorted to any underhanded tactics, Li Qianma couldn't help but feel a wave of relief wash over her. Yet, at this moment, her joy knows no bounds, and the anxiety that had gripped her heart has finally dissipated. Simultaneously, the barrage of comments exploded. Wow, Liao Ren'nan locked in the song first. That's incredible. Our Liao God is indeed extraordinary, just an hour in, and he has secured a 30 million endorsement. Liao God is amazing, Liao God is formidable, Liao God is majestic, we worship Liao God. Enough with the slogans. I am just curious, what song is it? Meanwhile, the Tianlai production team is also taken aback, particularly, Han Xingyou's eyes widen in a mixture of joy and surprise. He is elated because the locking of a song by the advertiser signifies a successful collaboration. This is undoubtedly a validation for the Tianlai program. With such a stellar reputation, won't more advertisers be drawn to participate in the future? He is astonished, however, that an endorsement could be negotiated in just 1 hour? This shatters all records, and it's Liao Ren'nan once again, a genius, undoubtedly a genius. Hurry and inform teacher he, it's time for him to take the stage. Han Xiangyou suddenly recalls something and reminds through the intercom. After all, the previous announcement was electronically triggered, the subsequent hosting must be performed by a presenter. Teacher he appears somewhat unprepared, hurriedly adjusting his attire before stepping into the limelight. He then connects via video to the conference room and announces, congratulations to the Khalil delegation for selecting a desired advertisement song. And congratulations to Mr. Liao Ren'nan for successfully obtaining a 30 million endorsement. The applause erupts thunderously throughout the venue. Liao Ren'nan stands up, shaking hands with the two directors, Yin Peng and Huang Ruqin, in turn. The three then share a tacit understanding, waving at the camera together. Teacher he, wearing a broad smile, continues, once again, congratulations on the successful collaboration. The production team will arrange for both parties to sign the relevant cooperation agreement shortly. Additionally, according to the program's schedule, there is a matter that requires directors Yin Peng and Huang Ruqin to make a decision. That is, whether your company wishes to broadcast this advertisement song externally? If your company opts for external release, you will receive a month of free promotional advertising across all platforms under Douyin. It is important to clarify. Once businesses select an advertisement song, some may choose to broadcast it publicly, while others may prefer to keep it confidential. Companies opting for confidentiality typically wait until the launch of a new product to play the song at a press conference, generating a buzz. Douyin's introduction of this policy is also aimed at attracting advertisers to broadcast their advertisement songs during the program. This way, Tianlai can draw in even more viewers. In the studio, upon hearing Teacher He's words, external release, a wave of cheers erupts from the audience. Even the mentors from the observation group, including Yin, Lu Huan, Wang Zisong, and Lin Qi, transform into enthusiastic spectators, joining in the excitement. In that instant, Yin Peng and Huang Ruqin find themselves deep in thought. What are your thoughts? Huang Ruqin tilts her head and inquires of Yin Peng. Yin Peng smiles and replies, since our company doesn't have any new products launching soon, let us go ahead with the external release. After all, the essence of an advertisement song is to promote. There is no need to keep it under wraps, it's better to stir up the hype directly, we could end up topping the trending searches. Huang Ruqin nods and addresses the microphone, Teacher He, we choose to broadcast the advertisement song externally. Oh yeah. Director Huang, Director Yin, well done. Before Teacher He can announce it, the audience has already erupted into thunderous applause, with some viewers eager to hear the song cheering enthusiastically. Huang Ruqin and Yin Peng, seeing this, are filled with joy. At this moment, Teacher He, also wearing a bright smile, hosts, thank you to both directors for choosing to broadcast the advertisement song. Now, please send the song to our staff, and we will play it for everyone shortly. Cheers resound once more. Soon, 3 minutes pass. Teacher He speaks again, the song transfer is complete, and we shall now begin the playback. Please look at the big screen. At once, the venue falls into a silence so profound that one could hear a pin drop. The singers engaged in discussions with the judges in various conference rooms also pause, eager to discover what kind of song has outshone them. The staff from each conference room are equally eager for a delightful auditory experience. At that moment, the large screen at the center of the stage suddenly lights up, displaying the song information title, Finding Myself, lyricist Liao Ren'nan, composer Liao Ren'nan, arranger Liao Ren'nan. Upon seeing this, netizens begin to buzz with excitement. Wow! It's all Liao Ren'nan again. Haha, true to Liao God's style. I can't wait to hear this song. Come on, what's the hold up? Due to it being an audio-only broadcast, there is no MV, and the screen merely showcases the notes, dancing rhythmically. But this does not dampen the audience's anticipation for the song. Moments later, the music begins, ya la 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 la. Last night I had a dream. I walked into the Sahara Desert, all alone under the sun, at 66.6 degrees, about to scorch my eyeballs. Suddenly, a heavy rain fell down. This is because Liao Ren'nan possesses the skill of the rap god, and he articulates fast-paced lyrics with remarkable clarity, rhythm, and flow. Each lyric he delivers seems buoyed by the notes, dancing up and down incessantly, captivating the audience. Furthermore, the song's rhythm is incredibly strong, compelling everyone to move along with it. At this moment, the second verse emerges, sweat washed away by the rain, ending 40 days of torment. The desert has transformed into an oasis. Under the rainbow stands a great tree. On that tree hangs an apple. With one bite, I understand everything. Can I return, just once more, to that beautiful time? Finding myself, Chapter 78. Living within the melody of songs, the fervent tunes and catchy lyrics, the audience instinctively swayed to the rhythm, caught in a delightful trance. For reasons unknown, upon hearing this song, a refreshing sensation surged through their bodies. In that moment, everyone felt invigorated. Just then, the melody quickened, reaching a crescendo. Splash, splash, the heavens are weeping. Splash, splash, the clouds are crying. Splash, splash, it drips into my heart. No need to speak, I can only indulge in my musings. No need to tell me, I can only dream. Splash, splash, let me dance in the rain. I merely wish to be able to return once more to that beautiful time. To find myself. The enchanting music fluttered like butterflies, gracefully dancing in the air. It flowed like a tinkling spring, meandering through the mountains. At times, it sparkled like brilliant stars in the night sky. The audience, including the 5 mentors from the observation team and the production staff, wore expressions of pure enjoyment. In the Coco Lele conference room, Yan Peng pointed to the advertisement jingle displayed on the screen, giving a thumbs up, as if to convey to everyone this is the epitome of a great advertisement song. Huang Ruqin swayed her body to the music, though her formal OL attire seemed somewhat mismatched with her intellectual appearance. The live chat exploded at that moment. So beautiful. This song is incredibly catchy. Liao Xin has struck gold again. Indeed, it feels like a bucket of ice water has been poured over me, utterly refreshing. Damn, I'm sneaking a peek at the show during work, and now I'm dancing around, with my boss watching. What should I do? Seeking advice online. Liao Xin is absolutely brilliant. In truth, the song Finding Myself, chosen by Liao Ren'nan, was originally an advertisement jingle for a particular soda brand, and Coco Lele's product, Su Xue, was also a carbonated beverage. Thus, he felt it was a perfect fit and chose it without hesitation. Time would prove his choice to be astute. Unbeknownst to them, the song entered a loop, cramped in the bus like sardines, daily routines of work and home. Where are all these people headed, each face etched with helplessness, mom and dad devoid of love for each other? Is this the truth of life? Could you let me return once again to that beautiful time, to escape, to escape? Compared to the first rendition, this performance was imbued with even more passion. Just listening to the melody and vocals, the audience could envision the singers strumming a guitar, singing and jumping in a frenzy. Emotions are contagious, and everyone felt an unprecedented vitality and exhilaration. Accompanied by this fervor, the latter half of the song commenced. Hiding beneath my eaves, oh, sleeping in my sheets, oh, listening to the gentle patter of rain. I only hope to be able to return once again to that beautiful time, to find myself. As the melody slowed, the song approached its conclusion. Some seemed not yet satisfied, humming the tune along with their companions, not until the music ceased entirely. The observation team mentors finally took their seats and began to deliberate. Opinions varied, some adored it, while others despised it. Meanwhile, Yi Shukuan, who was participating in a bidding session in another conference room, remained utterly bewildered throughout the song. Up until its conclusion, he questioned and scorned, a heavy rain, a towering tree, a single apple, crammed in a bus, the rhythm of daily commutes, the gentle patter. Damn, but are these even lyrics? How utterly mundane, a song so juvenile could secure an endorsement? What on earth? He felt an overwhelming sense of discontent. In the colorful space conference room, Hua Ziliu, at that moment, gestured to several beautiful employees with outstretched arms, palms up. What, such a trashy song has landed an endorsement? Hua Ziliu was instantly struck with a sense of having lost 30 million. Had he participated in the selection earlier, the endorsement would surely have been his. Contemplating this, he glanced at Su Xue, who was casting a fierce glare in his direction. Hua Ziliu sensed impending doom. Today would not merely entail a scolding, but rather a severe reprimand. As the song concluded, Teacher He reappeared, stating, "Thanks to Mr. Liao Ren'nan and to Coco Lele Group for presenting us with the original advertisement song Finding Myself. Now, we invite the observation team mentors to share their insights on this song." The camera shifted to the mentors. "It's delightful, truly captivating," a voice with a northeastern accent chimed in. "I don't know why, perhaps the melody is simple, and the lyrics are straightforward, yet it resonates deeply. I wonder what you all think. Personally, I find it quite enjoyable." He teacher, he nodded with a smile, "We understand." He then turned to Lu Huan and inquired, "What are your thoughts, Teacher Lu?" Lu Huan rested his chin on his hand, smiling as he replied, "This song embodies the RB musical style. The main melody revolves around a few recurring chords, but simplicity often conveys sophistication. Moreover, I believe Liao Ren'nan's voice adds to its charm. Bright, clear, pure, it aligns perfectly with the essence of the song, making it a rather exquisite piece." Thunderous applause erupted throughout the venue. "Thank you, Teacher Lu Huan, for your critique." Teacher He turned to Lin Shi, continuing to host. "Now, I wonder if Teacher Lin has any comments to share?" In response, Lin Shi picked up a sheet of music and displayed it to the audience, stating, "This is the lyrics of the advertisement song that I just received. Some may not be familiar with the song's background and its intended message, so let's analyze it closely. The first verse depicts a surreal dream, while the second portrays certain helplessness and reality. It is precisely due to this helplessness that the author yearns to return and find that beautiful self from the dream." Upon hearing this, the audience suddenly understood, nodding in agreement. Lin Shi paused for a moment to catch his breath, then continued, "At 66.6 degrees Celsius, my eyeballs are nearly melting. Such a temperature is already exceedingly high for us, yet in the Sahara Desert, it does not represent the highest temperature." Through a dream, Liao Ren'nan seeks to find himself and subsequently describes a day in his reality, ultimately mentioning, "Mom and Dad devoid of love for each other. Is this the truth of life?" Thus exploring his actual existence. This carries a critical, satirical undertone, with profound implications beyond mere surface simplicity. This is the essence of living through song, a truly artistic endeavor. After Lin Shi's remarks, he set the sheet aside and gave Liao Ren'nan a thumbs up. A resounding round of applause followed once more. Chapter 79 in Huaxia, there is no music industry, only the entertainment circle. Upon hearing this, Liao Ren'nan respectfully expressed, "Thank you for your kind words, Teacher Lin." Lin Shi also rose, offering a simple gesture of acknowledgement to Liao Ren'nan. "What about mentor Li Qianma? Do you have anything to add?" Teacher He continued to moderate. The camera shifted to Li Qianma. With a blink of her beautiful eyes, Li Qianma took the microphone and stated, "The previous mentors have articulated their points splendidly, so allow me to share a bit more. What I admire most about this song is its intention, which humorously and wittily conveys a personal attitude towards life. Like most ordinary individuals, when faced with sudden success or overwhelming pressure, it is easy to lose oneself. At such times, we must constantly remind ourselves not to forget our true selves amidst the materialistic chaos of the world. We must seek to find ourselves, discover our authentic selves, and never abandon our dreams." Upon hearing these words, Teacher He smiled slightly and continued, "Indeed, the phrase finding your true self is beautifully articulated. Thank you to the 5 mentors for your insights. Furthermore, congratulations once again on the successful collaboration. Please allow the Kiki Lele marketing team to take a break in the backstage, and Liao Ren'nan, please continue to bid, striving to secure more endorsements." In response, Liao Ren'nan shook hands with Yen Pang and Huang Ruqin in farewell before departing. Yen Pang, Huang Ruqin, and others approached the side of the stage, eager to witness the unfolding excitement. Exiting the conference room, Liao Ren'nan made his way to the farmer group's side. Following a sequence from simple to complex, he adhered to his bidding strategy. However, before he could draw near, a commotion erupted from within the farmer group's meeting room. Heard from within, Yishu-kun haughtily remarked, "You raised so many issues with the song I provided you. Do you have any idea how popular this song could become once released in Huaxia's music scene?" To this, a man bearing the name tag Wang Jia responded, "A song that can achieve short-lived popularity does not imply it is devoid of flaws. Its popularity stems merely from its ability to relieve stress, its straightforwardness, and its simplicity, offering countless ordinary individuals a means of catharsis. Not to mention, it has a complete musical arrangement, paired with visual aesthetics, promotional tours, and marketing efforts. It is entirely reasonable for it to gain traction." Tensions flared as the two exchanged sharp words, creating an awkward atmosphere, leaving those around them utterly bewildered. Liao Ren'nan also wore an expression of astonishment. Is this the state of affairs nowadays? After all, this is a live broadcast. It is worth noting that Wang Jia is a singer from the port city music scene, who once enjoyed widespread acclaim. However, at the peak of his popularity, he was poisoned, resulting in a ruined voice that rendered him unable to sing. Following this, Wang Jia faded from the entertainment industry, transitioning into a behind-the-scenes music producer, where he began to gain recognition. Now, he has been acknowledged by the farmer group and invited to serve as a song evaluator. The root of the contention between the two lies in Yi Shuquan transferring the advertisement song originally submitted to Kiki Lele intact to the farmer group. This was Thumb Entertainment's strategic decision. After all, one company produces soda, while the other produces purified water. They believed there was not much difference, hence, they opted for a dual submission strategy, maximizing efficiency. Moreover, they perceived the endorsement fees from both companies as relatively modest, at 30 million and 50 million, respectively. In comparison to Bioti's 100 million endorsement, there was quite a disparity. Thus, they merely aimed to secure one of the endorsements. However, when Wang Jie listened to Yi Shuquan's demo, he couldn't help but offer a few suggestions. Why Yi Shuquan, being a top-tier celebrity with over 100 million fans, was infuriated by the critique from a once popular artist. He erupted in anger, retaliating immediately. Wang Jie, being a forthright individual, spoke candidly. Thus, the situation escalated into the current scene. At this moment, upon hearing Wang Jie's words, Yi Shuquan was on the verge of exploding with rage. Ha! Yi Shuquan scoffed coldly, taunting, "You claim it's easy to make a song popular. Why don't you give it a try?" Wang Jie shook his head, exasperated. "Whether I can accomplish it is irrelevant, but what I want to convey is that my role is that of a song evaluator. You present a purely English song as a contender for the farmer group's advertisement, that will certainly not pass." Yi Shuquan, with an air of superiority, retorted, "What's wrong with an English song? Are you discriminating against English? We are in an era of global internationalization, yet here you are, an antiquated individual." Wang Jie, undeterred, replied resolutely, "Whether I am antiquated or not is of no consequence. As long as I am here, your demo will not pass." At this moment, a man with the name tag Lubin urgently interjected, "Please, everyone, calm down, we are all here for work." He then turned to Wang Jie, saying, "Old Wang, do watch your words. This is a live broadcast. Oh, it's too late, I won't entertain this anymore." Yi Shuquan coldly remarked, "It's not as if you are the only advertiser. The evaluator from the other party possesses far greater discernment than you." With that, Yi Shuquan stormed out of the conference room in a fit of rage. As he exited, he nearly collided with Liao Ren'nan, who narrowly dodged him in time. Witnessing this, the fans of Shuquan were displeased. "What the hell? Why does everyone seem to target my Kuan? Is it jealousy? This Wang Jie is merely leveraging his past fame to assert his presence, and now he's in front of my Kuan. Indeed, English songs are so fashionable, he is truly an old fossil. Kuan, don't be angry. Secure the Biati endorsement and slap them in the face." The majority of netizens expressed dissenting opinions. When Wang Jie was at his peak, Yi Shuquan was still playing in the mud somewhere. What has this world come to? Just because Wang Jie is no longer as popular, he must endure such humiliation? This era, dominated by traffic, is indeed somewhat pathological. One can only say, Huaxia has no music industry, only the entertainment circle. Well done, brother Jie. Take that down with these pretentious fakes. Yi Shuquan is becoming increasingly arrogant, not even watching where he is going. He nearly knocked Liao Ren'nan over. Pausing for a moment, Wang Jie lamented, "Given my age and experience, what is wrong with me offering some feedback to the younger generation? Moreover, I am direct in my speech, solely addressing the music, with no personal attacks, and they expect me to watch my words. This isn't a language arts competition. If it doesn't work out, you can always invite someone else." "No, we still need your help." Lubin quickly replied. This teacher had been invited at great expense. Since they had already offended Yi Shuquan, they certainly couldn't afford to antagonize Wang Jie as well. That would leave them with nothing to gain. Very well, Wang Jie turned to the other singers and declared, "If you can accept my style of song evaluation, then come and give it a try." Chapter 80. Like blowing up an outdoor latrine with firecrackers, in an instant, Wang Jie's remark left the several singers present utterly bewildered. However, in the thorny entertainment industry, there has never been a shortage of tenacious individuals. Rendition handed over a USB drive, saying, "Teacher Wang, please have a listen to my demo." Wang Jie smiled as he accepted it, and after loading it, began to listen. After 2 minutes, he removed the headphones and remarked, "Teacher Rin, the tone of your song is rather subdued and does not align with the main melody we are seeking. I did attempt to find a matching segment within your song, but I'm afraid it's alright." Rendition nodded, forcing a smile as he said, "I've grown accustomed to rejection." Upon hearing this, Wang Jie chuckled awkwardly, and the others joined in the laughter. "Teacher Wang, please listen to mine and see if it fits," a singer offered, handing over their demo. Wang Jie nodded and took it, preparing to listen. After just a minute, he took off the headphones and said, "You've added a ringtone at the beginning of your song, perhaps to stand out." However, as a worker, hearing that ringtone is quite alarming. It's akin to being in a deep slumber only to be jolted awake by an alarm clock. Most people undoubtedly have PTSD from such ringtones. Following that, there is a lengthy narration of a phone call. This narration discusses a rapper's frustrations as they participate in a show, being pressured by their manager and director for lyrics, songs, and rehearsals. This theme is simply too distant from the average person, leading to a weak sense of immersion. I apologize. Wang Jia elaborated, gesturing to ensure the singers comprehended his critique. The singer forced a faint smile and replied, I understand, thank you for your guidance, Teacher Wang. Indeed. Wang Jia nodded slightly, observing this scene in the livestream. The netizens buzzed with excitement. Wow. A triple kill, impressive. Feels like Wang Jia is oblivious to the nuances, too acerbic, perhaps? Hold on, Sister Xing is the real sharp-tongued one, Wang Jia is merely strict. Let us be real, Wang Jia's critiques are quite professional, not just mindless ramblings. Let us welcome the next brave soul. At that moment, Hua Zizhu entered the conference room, disregarding Liao Ren'nan and Lin Zhixuan, who were still waiting in line. He directly handed his USB to Wang Jia, saying, Brother Jia, please listen to my demo. Wang Jia accepted it with an impassive expression and began to listen, but during this time, Hua Zizhu flashed a confident smile, evidently proud of his work. 1 minute later, noticing Wang Jia was still listening, Hua Zizhu glanced at the previous singer, who had only received a minute of attention from Wang Jia. The words mediocre popped into his mind. 2 minutes later, seeing Wang Jia still engaged, Hua Zizhu shot a glance at Liao Ren'nan. Previously, during the cheerful endorsement, he had failed to notice that Liao Ren'nan had snatched the opportunity. This time, such a chance was not to be missed. 3 minutes later, Wang Jia finally finished listening, removing the headphones and stating, what a pity. Upon hearing this, Hua Zizhu's eyes lit up. He began to imagine, what a pity, such a great piece, and it's only being presented now. I am indeed the best, this is my moment to shine. However, Hua Zizhu reminded himself to maintain a low profile. He mustn't be as thoughtless and ostentatious as that fool Yishukuan. Thus, Hua Zizhu cheerfully stated, Brother Jia, feel free to critique, I'm your fan and here to learn. Wang Jia nodded, sighed, and said, what a pity, the intention behind your song is quite commendable, but perhaps it was overly ambitious, resulting in a muddled outcome. At this, Hua Zizhu was left utterly dumbfounded. This approach was not what he had anticipated. Wasn't he supposed to be praised? Why was he being criticized instead? He felt as though he had plummeted from the heavens to the depths below. Wang Jia showed no sign of stopping, continuing. For instance, the flow of the song is rather simplistic, it comes across as exceedingly juvenile, devoid of any substantial weight. Upon hearing this, Hua Zizhu's face turned pale. Wang Jia remained oblivious to his expression and continued, moreover, the overall ambience you've created is indeed flashy, explosive, but the level of explosion is akin to when we were children, blowing up an outdoor latrine with firecrackers, everything bursts forth, flying in every direction. It feels reminiscent of a bustling market where every stall cranks up the volume on their speakers to blast DJ tracks. This is merely to draw in customers rather than to appreciate the content of the song. Thus, from the perspective of capturing the audience's attention, the hook of your song is successful. However, beyond the explosions, there is relatively little of worth to admire. It may also be that my artistic appreciation is not sufficiently refined to discern other artistic nuances. I apologize. Wang Jia rambled on, ultimately concluding. Upon hearing those final words, Hua Zizhu's face turned completely ashen. He shot Wang Jia a glare, snatched his demo back, and stormed out of the conference room in a fit of rage. Witnessing this, Huafan could no longer contain himself. My heart aches for Hua. I feel like crying. This is clearly a deliberate attempt to undermine Hua for publicity. How utterly detestable to belittle Hua like this. Let us all unite against him. What is the Tianlai production team thinking, hiring such a dreadful judge? Are you a fool? Wang Jia wasn't invited by Tianlai, he is the song judge from the farmer group. Hua, don't be discouraged, gold will always shine. Simultaneously, a singer who could no longer hold back burst into laughter, and the livestream viewers were equally amused. Blowing up an outdoor latrine with firecrackers, what a fitting metaphor. I wonder how large Hua Zizhu's psychological trauma will be. Hua Zizhu and Yi Shukuan are like the pufferfish duo of Tianlai. Gagaga, that scene just now was the highlight of my day. Keep it coming, let us welcome the next brave soul. Following that, old Wang, here is my Lin Zhixuan handed over his demo. Wang Jia accepted it, smiling as he said, Teacher Lin, brace yourself. Lin Zhixuan nodded, adjusting his glasses on his nose. Wang Jia then listened intently after a full 3 minutes, once the song concluded. Wang Jia finally spoke, not bad, this is thus far the most aligned with our desired main melody. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhixuan immediately sighed in relief. a smile of contentment spreading across his face. The other singers looked at him with envious glances, and Liao Ren'nan cast an appreciative look his way. The live stream chat exploded at that moment. Wow, Wang Jie rarely has such a favorable tone. It seems this endorsement should be Lin Jixuan's, worth 50 million. An artist is indeed an artist. They maintained their composure at a critical moment. Not necessarily, Liao Ren'nan hasn't placed his bid yet? Just then, however, there are still a few issues to discuss, Wang Jie abruptly stated. Chapter 81. They are in the car, while others are beneath it. Upon hearing this, Lin Jixuan's previously uplifted smile abruptly vanished. Wang Jie stroked his chin and remarked, I find the mixing and arrangement of your song to be somewhat jarring in its transitions. He continued, moreover, in the concluding section, your choice to evoke sentimentality could have been taken to greater heights. This would elevate it to an entirely different realm. As Wang Jie pointed out the shortcomings and offered suggestions, Lin Jixuan fell into a contemplative silence. After a moment of reflection, Lin nodded and said, Indeed, your observations are astute, I had overlooked those aspects. Observing this, Wang Jie stated, In that case, I shall tentatively hold off on this song. Agreed. Lin Jixuan replied with composure. Up to this point, Wang Jie had only designated Lin's song as tentative. Meanwhile, the two female singers, Wang Xinlin and Guan Baizhu, remained engrossed in negotiations for endorsements in the Enyo Group's conference room, showing no intention of submitting bids. This meant that only Liao Ren'nan had yet to place a bid, signifying a 50% chance of success, which is quite a favorable probability. Concurrently, all eyes were fixed on Liao Ren'nan. Viewers in the live stream fervently debated, Wow, do you think Liao Ren'nan will also be eliminated? It's hard to say, given Wang Jie's notoriously sharp tongue. This is hilarious, I'm starting to want to root for Wang Jie. He truly embodies a pure musician. You seem to have mistaken the protagonist, it is Liao Ren'nan who is the main character. Eagerly anticipating Liao Ren'nan's performance. At that moment, Liao Ren'nan approached Wang Jie, connected his USB drive, and said, Teacher Wang, this is my demo. I would appreciate it if you could give it a listen. Seeing Liao Ren'nan's demeanor, Wang Jie smiled and nodded. After all, who could resist a humble and courteous individual? Thus, Wang Jie donned his headphones and began to listen. 1 minute passed, 0.2 minutes elapsed, 0.3 minutes went by. Wang Jie maintained the same expression throughout. It is worth noting that previously, while listening to the demos of several singers, Wang Jie had either furrowed his brow, displayed a look of inner turmoil, or subtly tapped his fingers to the beat. Yet at this moment, Wang Jie had transformed into a blank slate. In an instant, everyone was left bewildered. God Jie, a viewer shouted. The barrage of comments in the live stream surged. Why does Wang Jie look so expressionless? At least smile or frown, give us some feedback. It's clear he is displeased, just wait for the storm, fans of Nan. What the is the person above a fan of Kunkan? Why are they here to diss? God Liao stands strong. A full 4 minutes later, Wang Jie finally removed his headphones. The main camera zoomed in on him, as the program's producer knew everyone was eagerly awaiting his words. Just as Wang Jie was about to speak, he hesitated and swallowed his words. The tension in the room escalated. The observing mentors present stood up, eager to discern the outcome. Even the producers of the Tianlai program wore solemn expressions, fixated on the camera and the large screen. After all, no one knew what would transpire next. In contrast, Liao Ren'nan appeared utterly composed, showing no signs of anxiety. At this juncture, Lubin, another strategist, could no longer contain his impatience and inquired, Teacher Wang, what is the verdict on this song? It's good. Wang Jie replied calmly. Oh. Lubin nodded. So it's the same as with teacher Lin Jixuan, tentatively selected, and then we choose between the two? Not quite. Wang Jie shook his head, chuckling lightly. Is what I've said so difficult to understand? A bit. Lubin grimaced and nodded. Teacher Wang, could you elaborate a bit more? In truth, he wanted to express. Aren't you known for your sharp tongue? Why have your words suddenly become so scarce? All right. Wang Jie proclaimed, what I mean is, Liao Ren'nan's song excels in melody, arrangement, rhythm, intent, and transitions. We shall select this song for our advertisement. A wave of excitement swept through the room. The singers in the conference room were left in stunned silence, gazing at Liao Ren'nan with admiration. Even Lin Jixuan, who had just been praised moments ago, suddenly felt diminished, casting envious glances at Liao Ren'nan. The mentors from the observation team were equally exhilarated, as if the victory belonged to them personally. Everyone from the production team, including the chief director Han Shangyo, wore expressions of elation. If Liao Ren'nan were to secure another endorsement, it would be unprecedented. Liao Ren'nan was on the brink of stardom. Tianlai Sound was also destined for greatness. The livestream comments surged. Wow, Liao Ren'nan secured another endorsement? In just 3 hours, he has clinched 2 endorsements. Is this for real? It seems musicians truly appreciate one another. Everyone claims Wang Jie is sharp-tongued, yet look how gentle he is with Liao Ren'nan, so... God, Liao is phenomenal, plus what are you all rambling about? The song hasn't even been locked yet. So, is that settled then? Lubin asked. It was all so sudden that he struggled to process it. Upon hearing this, Wang Jie rewound the song's progress bar and reminded everyone, put on your headphones and listen to this song, including post-production for the advertisement and visual elements. Since Liao Ren'nan is here, we can experiment with a combination. At this, the others nodded and put on their headphones to listen. A few minutes later, they all removed their headphones. The advertisement song editor remarked, the chorus is perfect for enhancement, no issues there. The post-production staff added, Liao Ren'nan has a captivating presence, he should be very photogenic. Everyone nodded in agreement. Observing this, Lubin asked, shall I go ahead and lock in the song? Of course, what are we waiting for? Wang Jie replied. Lubin stood up, selected Liao Ren'nan's name on a nearby computer screen, and clicked the Lock Advertisement Song button. Ding ding ding. An electronic announcement echoed throughout the studio. Congratulations to the Farmer Group for successfully locking in the song, with the chosen artist being Mr. Liao Ren'nan. In an instant, cheers erupted. God, Liao. Double success. The fans present were ecstatic, erupting into fervent applause. Meanwhile, Wang Xinlin and Guan Baiju, who were negotiating with several parties at the Enyo Group, stood there utterly flabbergasted. The endorsement from the Farmer Group had been secured again, and it was Liao Ren'nan once more. This was a 50 million endorsement. Had this handsome man found a cheat code, effortlessly acquiring endorsements as if it were a game? Initially, they had planned to linger a bit longer before approaching the Farmer Group to submit their bid, but it seemed the trip was now unnecessary. The other singers who had recently submitted bids, including Ren Xinqi and Lin Jixuan, exchanged glances, wearing wry smiles. Goodness, they had once been shining stars, yet now they felt like mere background characters in Liao Ren'nan's spotlight. Why did they feel so stifled in his presence? As for Yi Shukuan and Hua Zilia, their discontent was palpable. While Liao secured endorsements, they faced criticism that this was truly a case of they are in the car, while others are beneath it. However, they consoled themselves with the thought that they still had their final trump cards. One being Beati and the other Huaxia Mobile, but just hang on, that they would return all these humiliations to Liao Ren'nan in due time. Chapter 82. The Pure Musician. At this moment, several mentors from the observation group, including Yin, Lu Huan, Wang Zisong, and Lin Qi, transformed into mere spectators, rising to their feet to applaud Liao Ren'nan. As for Li Qianma, her delicate, fair hands had turned crimson from clapping. Liao Ren'nan had secured yet another endorsement, a feat that brought her even more joy than if she herself had obtained one. Simultaneously, Teacher He connected via video to the meeting room, announcing, congratulations to the representatives of the Farmer Group for finding a suitable advertisement song. And congratulations to Mr. Liao Ren'nan for successfully securing a 50 million endorsement, bringing his total to 80 million. The audience erupted in thunderous applause. Liao Ren'nan rose to shake hands with both Wang Jie and Lubin. During their handshake, the usually stern Wang Jie looked at Liao Ren'nan, his face lighting up with delight as he remarked, young man, your future is boundless. You flatter me, Liao Ren'nan humbly replied, thank you. This scene elicited a chorus of cheers from the fans below. The three of them, in perfect harmony, waved at the camera. Teacher He, equally smiling, continued, once again, congratulations on the successful collaboration. The production team will arrange for the two parties to sign the relevant cooperation agreement shortly. Additionally, we need to inquire with the song adjudicators, Wang Jie and Lu Bin, whether your company wishes to release this advertisement song to the public? If your company chooses to do so, it will receive a month of complimentary advertising across all platforms under Douyin. In the broadcasting hall, upon hearing Teacher He's words, the audience collectively shouted, release it. The mentors in the observation group also began to cheer excitedly. Even the staff of the T-Online program raised their fists in elation. For a moment, Lubin glanced at Wang Jie, signaling him to make a decision. After all, the decision-making power for this advertisement song had been entrusted to the two of them. As long as they reached an agreement, everything else would fall into place. Wang Jie pondered for a moment before waving his hand, declaring, let us release it. Liao Ren'nan's song is truly remarkable, let everyone have a listen and enjoy. Upon hearing this, Teacher He smiled and announced, thank you to both teachers for choosing to release the advertisement song. Now, please send the song to our staff so we can play it for everyone shortly. Wait, I have a suggestion, Wang Jie interrupted suddenly, if we simply play the demo, it won't showcase the song's quality, why don't we perform it live? The audience erupted in astonishment. After all, this was an unprecedented occurrence. The production team certainly won't object. It's just a matter of whether Liao Ren'nan is on board, teacher, he said, casting a glance at Liao Ren'nan with a smile. Meanwhile, all eyes were fixed on Liao Ren'nan. Wang Jie also gazed intently at him. No problem. Liao Ren'nan nodded decisively. In truth, he understood the fervent pursuit of musical quality that a pure musician embodies. To compromise on musical integrity simply to avoid inconvenience would be tantamount to extinguishing their artistic spirit. Yay, Liao Ren'nan, you're amazing. The audience erupted into a wave of cheers. Then here's the plan. Wang Jie looked at Liao Ren'nan, expressing his approval. You sing, and I'll accompany you on the guitar. That sounds fantastic, Liao Ren'nan replied with a smile, then turned to the camera and said, Teacher, I have a small request. I would like to discuss with the editing team about creating some background visuals. It won't take much time, but it will enhance the audience's immersion, since they had already decided to proceed. Liao Ren'nan was determined to give his all, believing this would also bring him more glory points. Of course, that's no problem, teacher, he smiled. We appreciate your thoughtfulness for our audience. Wang Jie also cast an admiring glance at Liao Ren'nan. Not at all. It is my honor that everyone enjoys my music. Liao Ren'nan humbly responded. The applause from the audience thundered in response. The barrage of comments in the live streaming room began to scroll frantically. Impressive. Singers like Wang Jie and Liao Ren'nan are the true musicians. It seems Wang Jie really admires Liao Ren'nan. He speaks to him with exceptional warmth. Indeed, it's like when teachers see their top students. Their eyes light up. Wow, Wang Jie and Liao Ren'nan are going to collaborate on stage. It's sure to be explosive. Hurry, we're eagerly anticipating. Before long, teacher, he announced, thank you all for your patience. Now, please join me in welcoming Liao Ren'nan to present the Farmer Group advertisement song. The audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. Meanwhile, a large screen at the center of the stage lit up, displaying the song details. Song title of The One I Love Is You. Lyrics by Liao Ren'nan, composed by Liao Ren'nan, arranged by Liao Ren'nan. Following this, a dynamic scene appeared on the screen. On a sun-kissed golden beach stood a black piano, flanked by tall coconut trees and distant azure waves. In the next moment, the spotlight illuminated Liao Ren'nan. Dressed in a white shirt, he radiated a brilliant smile, completely blending into the backdrop. Upon witnessing this, netizens erupted. Liao Ren'nan is so handsome. Liao Xin is like sunshine. He truly embodies a big boy. Su Xue must have been blind to let go of such an outstanding man. Oh my, I think I want to fall in love. Seconds later, the sound of a guitar resonated, strummed by Wang Jie, his expression relaxed and natural. At the center of the stage, Liao Ren'nan felt a voice resonate in his mind. Frowny face ding. God of Love Songs skill activated. God of Love Songs. With this skill, the host sings with heartfelt eloquence, infusing each note with a magnetic charm that leaves listeners enchanted. As Wang Jie completed the introduction, Liao Ren'nan began to sing, in the blissful realm of love, you are my one and only, the one I truly love is you, yeah, I truly love only you. The opening was a brief snippet of the chorus, immediately captivating the audience's ears. After 3 beats, Wang Jie slowed the strumming, the melody easing into a softer tempo. Liao Ren'nan sang with deep emotion, only by losing do we learn to cherish, yet I cherish you, the deeper the pain, the truer the love, I refuse to believe, that we both cease to breathe, every time we draw near, you make me forget my confusion, forget all my worries. Chapter 83. The ability to evoke such profound emotions through song is truly remarkable. In the broadcasting studio, Liao Ren'nan's voice flows with a sweetness akin to a bubbling spring, gently nourishing the hearts of all present. His heartfelt performance transports listeners to a realm of immersive experience, offering an enjoyment that resonates deeply within. As the audience is visually soothed, their auditory senses are equally indulged. This is nothing short of a dual feast. As the melody ascends, the song transitions into its chorus. Liao Ren'nan's voice becomes even more crystalline. I hold you tightly in my embrace, cradling you in my palms, for you are the one I truly love. In the pure world of love, you are my only, never, ever doubt. I regard you as my very air, inseparable from me. I declare aloud that you are my love. In the blissful realm of love, you are my only, you are the soul. Love of my life, you are the one I truly adore. The straightforward lyrics and simple melody. Yet when rendered through Liao Ren'nan's lips, they transform into something extraordinarily unique. The depth of love for another is vividly portrayed. The entire composition is not only melodious and enchanting, but also seems to exude the essence of sweet romance. It is impossible not to fall in love. In an instant, all the audience members, especially the female fans, wore expressions of rapture. The white shirt, the neat hairstyle, the seaside, the beach, the coconut trees, and the sun-kissed boy. Is this not the essence of first love? The mentors of the observation group, including Na Yin, Lu Huan, Wang Zisong, and Lin Shi, swayed along with the music. If they were each handed a glow stick, they would blend seamlessly with the ordinary audience, clearly becoming ardent fans of Liao Ren'nan. Among them, Li Qianma stood out, her cheeks flushed, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Liao Ren'nan on stage. This was Liao Ren'nan's first sweet love song since his debut. She felt that his singing possessed an enchanting allure that drew listeners into his vortex. Of course, Li Qianma was well aware that she had already been ensnared in that very whirlpool. Furthermore, the staff of the T-Online program, whenever free from their duties, secretly listened to Liao Ren'nan's performance while working. It was simply too delightful, not a single beat could be missed. The chat room and the live broadcast was flooded with comments. His vocal skills are impeccable. Such refreshing lyrics, such beautiful and melodious tunes. The melody of this song is truly pure. Liao Ren'nan's voice brings a romantic touch to love songs. Some people are most unfortunate, for they may never encounter someone they can love with their very lives. They endlessly indulge themselves, only to hurt themselves and others. I hold you tightly in my embrace, and then fiercely. Covers face, laughing. JPG. Ding ding ding. Hey upstairs, your tail is showing. Meanwhile, as the song entered its recurring section, Liao Ren'nan's voice became even more impassioned. Only through loss do we learn to cherish, yet I cherish you, the deeper the pain, the greater the love. I cannot believe you and I simultaneously cease to breathe. Every time we draw near, you make me forget my confusion, forget all my worries. At this moment, everyone grasped the essence of the song. The lyrics conveyed a poignant message: cherish the present, value the person before you. Do not wait until lost to feel regret. One must boldly, passionately, and candidly express love to the one they cherish above all. Everyone desires to be irreplaceable in their lover's heart, thus challenges and setbacks in love become trivial. As long as there is companionship, gentle care, and a steadfast heart willing to give for the other, one can undoubtedly revel in the happiness of love. Seizing the interlude of the song, Liao Ren'nan approached Wang Jie, waving to him in hopes of some interaction. Wang Jie enthusiastically responded, showcasing his guitar skills in the process. Their dazzling display elicited gasps from the fans below. In the blissful realm of love, you are my only, you are the sole love of my life. Yeah, you are the one I truly adore. It is you, yeah, the only one I love. As the melody faded, the song approached its conclusion. Some people seemed to crave more, still waving and swaying their bodies, until the music finally ceased. All present, including the participating singers, the mentors of the observation group, and the staff, spontaneously erupted into applause. Even the ever-contrary Hua Ziyu and Yi Shuquan, who typically jeered at Liao Ren'nan, now shrank quietly into a corner, clearly awestruck by the song's sophistication. Once the performance concluded, Liao Ren'nan invited Wang Jie to bow together towards the audience. This further ignited the excitement among the fans. Some were shouting with flushed faces, looking utterly exhausted, as if they might collapse at any moment. Teacher He once again took the stage, announcing, "We extend our gratitude to Liao Ren'nan and Mr. Wang Jie for presenting us with such a splendid performance. Now, let us invite the mentors of the observation group to share their insights on this song." The camera shifted to the mentors. He Na-in blushed, smiling shyly. She fanned herself with her hand, took a deep breath, and remarked, "Let me put it this way, if I were 18 right now, I would also want to pursue Liao Ren'nan." As she uttered this, she unconsciously glanced at Li Qianma. The audience naturally understood the implication. Liao Ren'nan and Li Qianma, together, someone shouted, inciting a stir. This not only flustered Li Qianma, but also caused Teacher He to feel a bit flustered, hastily pretending he hadn't heard, stating, "It appears that Teacher Na really enjoys this song. Now, I wonder what Teacher Lu Wan thinks of it?" The camera focused on Lu Wan. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Wan said, "I believe that the farmer group's choice of this song as their advertisement jingle is indeed very fitting. Liao Ren'nan's image is incredibly sunny and refreshing, perfectly aligning with the farmer group's spring water. Moreover, Liao Ren'nan's voice complements the melody of this song beautifully. I can almost feel the clarity of drinking pure water, refreshing and uplifting. This truly is a remarkable sensation. For a song to evoke such feelings is simply exquisite." After finishing, Lu Huan directed a gesture of reverence towards Liao Ren'nan on stage, joining his hands in a gesture of worship. Chapter 84, Clearly, this is falling in love. A resounding applause erupted throughout the venue. While articulated critique, someone shouted from the audience, and others echoed in unison, "Bravo!" It was evident that everyone shared this sentiment, yet struggled to articulate it. Lu Huan, being the consummate professional, effortlessly vocalized their collective feelings. The camera pivoted towards Liao Ren'nan, who offered a slight bow in gratitude for Lu Huan's commentary. "Now, does Wang Zi have any remarks to share?" Mr. He continued to host, as the camera zoomed in on Wang Zi. "I believe Liao Ren'nan possesses exceptionally fine vocal qualities," he began. "If I were to encapsulate it in a few words, I would describe his voice as clear, transparent, lustrous, and ethereal, truly impeccable." The audience erupted once more with thunderous applause. Wang's choice of words is simply exquisite. Mr. He praised with a smile, before moving on, And what about teacher Linshi, what are your thoughts? The camera shifted to Linshi, who pondered for a moment before speaking. As we all know, this song contains many sentimental lines, for instance, phrases like you and I simultaneously cease to breathe, you are my only, and I truly love only you can be considered quintessential confessions. Composing such lyrics is not overly challenging, yet it remains a daunting task for many, as few can wield these words effectively. A poor rendition could easily come off as overly sentimental. However, Liao Ren'nan's execution is nothing short of exemplary. Therein lies his prowess. Thank you. Liao Ren'nan nodded in acknowledgement. It appears that teacher Linshi holds a particular fondness for Liao Ren'nan's lyrics. Mr. He remarked with a hint of admiration, before addressing the final mentor, and now, what insights does mentor Li Qianma have to share? At this moment, the live editing team, in a playful spirit, provided special close-ups of both Li Qianma and Liao Ren'nan, artfully stitching their images together, thus creating an indirect frame for the two. It was evident that their expressions contrasted sharply. Li Qianma's face flushed with a delicate crimson hue, her eyes sparkling as she blinked nervously, taking a deep breath, and shyly smiling at the camera. Each subtle detail was magnified to its fullest extent. In stark contrast, Liao Ren'nan maintained a serene demeanor upon witnessing this spectacle. The comments flooded the screen. Classmates, is Sister Qianma feeling nervous? Oh dear, Li Qianma's expression is unmistakably that of someone in love. Woe is me, my goddess, I fear I am losing you. Liao Ren'nan, treat my goddess well, or else you shall face my wrath. Oh, the shameless one above, desperately seeking attention? What a perfect match, they should be together. After a brief pause, Li Qianma sincerely remarked, it is truly beautiful, and the lyrics are imbued with sincerity. I believe they encapsulate the emotions many experience when in love, don't you think? Hearing this, indeed, the audience chimed in enthusiastically. Mr. He nodded in agreement and continued, thank you to our 5 mentors for your insightful analyses. Once again, congratulations to both parties on a successful collaboration. We invite the Farmer Group's marketing team to the backstage for a respite, and let us encourage Liao Ren'nan to continue bidding, striving to secure more endorsements. Due to other commitments, Wang Jia, Lu Bin, and others prepared to exit. Wang Jia, feeling a surge of camaraderie, extended his hand to Liao Ren'nan, until we meet again during the advertisement shoot. Certainly, Liao Ren'nan smiled as he shook hands with him. Thank you, Teacher Wang, for your special consideration. You are too kind, Wang Jia replied with a furrowed brow. Haha, they both chuckled. This exchange sparked a wave of excitement among the audience. Before long, the hour for lunch arrived. The production team, being quite considerate, had arranged meals for everyone. The representatives of the sponsors were seated in one dining area, while the singers were designated to another. This was to avoid any conflict of interest. Although the production team provided lunch for all, some celebrity artists, along with their managers or assistants, were treated to lavish meals. After all, most celebrities place great importance on appearances. For instance, Yi Shuquan and his management team had already begun indulging in a grand feast. Their table was laden with sumptuous dishes, including Australian prawns, deep-sea abalone, swordfish fins, and an array of other delicacies. They even had black truffle and goldflake sundaes on the menu. The group clinked their goblets, exuding an air of sophistication. Hua Ziliu was no exception. Not having secured no endorsements that morning, Su Xue inevitably chastised him, yet she remained mindful of appearances, thus providing Hua Ziliu with a generous spread of food. A group of them dined and drank merrily, their demeanor decidedly ostentatious. Meanwhile, the other competing singers, though they had also partaken of the cafeteria's fare, largely left their meals untouched. Their managers or assistants had brought in delectable treats from elsewhere. The only one without any provisions was Liao Ren'nan, who had declined Chao Jinming's offer for assistance, insisting on self-sufficiency. After all, his studio was just starting out, and he had advised Chao to remain vigilant, while knowing that the live broadcast would capture everything. As for the meal, it was merely a simple Chinese lunch. Liao Ren'nan was not particular and simply grabbed a portion from the cafeteria. Sitting alone at a table, he began to eat. He felt no qualms about it. Yet, to others, it bore a different connotation. Yi Shuquan swirled his wine, clinking glasses with a socialite, casting a glance at Liao Ren'nan, inwardly scoffing. So what if he can write songs? He is still just a country bumpkin. Both Yi Shuquan and Su Xue shot Liao Ren'nan disdainful glares, their expressions dripping with contempt. Is this really someone who could be considered a fashion icon? How embarrassing. Just then, Teacher Liao, did you not bring any dishes for yourself? Li Qianma inquired with a smile, holding a takeout box in hand. Since their last gathering, Li Qianma had become much more congenial when speaking with Liao Ren'nan. No. Liao Ren'nan nodded, I can eat anything. Oh, Li Qianma blinked her sparkling eyes, I brought some food. Please have a bit, I won't be able to finish it myself. As she spoke, Li Qianma began to unpack small portions from her box, each presented in delicate dishes. These were all prepared by her own hand, with the intention of sharing with Liao Ren'nan, but little did she expect to encounter him here. "Thank you, I shall not be polite," Liao Ren'nan said, picking up his chopsticks. The sight of this interaction left the other singers present utterly astonished. Chapter 85 is the end of the endorsement just beginning. In the restaurant, Ren Xianqi and two male singers glanced over at Liao Ren'nan, their eyes brimming with envy. Who wouldn't he desire a celestial girlfriend like Li Qianma? Wang Xinlin wore an expression of envy, jealousy, and resentment. However, her envy was directed towards Li Qianma. For a female celebrity, despite having numerous admirers, few are truly compatible. She too yearned for a sweet romance. Guan Biju felt similarly. She cast a glance towards Wazilia, a hint of helplessness gracing her features. Meanwhile, Wazilia stole a glance at Li Qianma, a foolish grin plastered across his face, yet his heart bled. Why must the goddess choose Liao Ren'nan? Liao Ren'nan, a divorced man nearing 30, burdened with a child. Wasn't he far inferior to himself? He simply could not comprehend. Su Xue was no better off, her countenance as dark as charcoal. But after his divorce, Liao Ren'nan not only soared in his career but also reveled in romantic success. It was as if he had returned to the spirited man he was 6 years ago. Su Xue began to question whether her initial decision had been a mistake. "I'm going to the restroom." Su Xue fabricated an excuse to leave. She could not bear to remain in this restaurant any longer. As for Yi Shukuan, he was not in a much better position. Being a young man, he naturally preferred youthful and radiant girls. Someone as enchanting as Li Qianma was undoubtedly the epitome of perfection. Yi Shukuan felt utterly drained after spending each day playing ball with those affluent women. He was on the verge of tears. "Koan, I want some shrimp," said a nearby socialite. "Coming right up, darling." Yi Shukuan instantly snapped back to attention, his face alight with a grin, open wide, at the dining table. "How does it taste?" Li Qianma inquired eagerly after observing Liao Ren'nan take a few bites. Liao Ren'nan did not respond directly. Instead, he smiled and asked, "Did you prepare all these dishes?" Upon tasting a few morsels, he sensed that the seasoning was uneven and the cooking inconsistent. It was undoubtedly the work of a novice. No, a friend of mine made them." Feeling the pressure of Liao Ren'nan's gaze, Li Qianma instinctively fibbed. She was unsure why she lied. It was simply an involuntary reaction. Perhaps it was because Liao Ren'nan was exceptionally remarkable, and she had only just begun to learn cooking, knowing little and lacking confidence. She didn't want to leave a poor impression on him, did she? Liao Ren'nan nodded in agreement, stating candidly, "It seems your friend's culinary skills have ample room for improvement. For instance, the cucumber slices could be cut horizontally for a thinner thickness, enhancing the vibrant green and preventing them from wilting. If you're concerned about the chicken not cooking through, you could blanch it first, and remember to use a hot pan with cold oil. As for the stir-fried shredded pork with green peppers, it should be marinated in advance to remove the fishy taste and enhance the aroma, thereby locking in moisture for a tender and juicy result. To achieve a milky white soup, you need to add more fatty meat, as this is the result of protein and fat emulsifying under high temperatures. Fatty meat has a higher protein content. Blanching the vegetables before stir-frying will prevent them from discoloring. Add some salt and oil to the water to maintain a crisp texture." Liao Ren'nan meticulously provided his critiques. Li Qianma felt dizzy from the barrage of technical terms, responding only with a few vague acknowledgments. Simultaneously, she felt a pang of disappointment. Were the dishes she made really flawed? How foolish of her. Just then, her phone chimed, prompting her to say, "Well then, Teacher Liao, you go ahead and eat. If it's not tasty, don't force yourself. I'll come back to collect the dishes later." "Alright." Liao Ren'nan nodded. 15 minutes later, Li Qianma returned after finishing her tasks, only to find that Liao Ren'nan had already finished his meal, the containers neatly stacked on the table. She absent-mindedly opened the containers, only to discover they were completely empty. Liao Ren'nan had devoured all the food. Li Qianma's heart warmed instantly. Did he know that this was prepared by her own hands? With this thought, her cheeks flushed crimson. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the endorsement bonanza segment continued. 4 hours had passed, which meant only 36 hours remained. As of now, aside from Liao Ren'nan securing 2 advertisements, the other singers had achieved nothing. Thus, the atmosphere was tinged with urgency. However, the main event lay ahead, so while everyone felt anxious, they remained composed. In an instant, all eyes were fixed on the coveted endorsement for Whiting Group's King's Glory. At this moment, the conference room of Whiting Group was bustling with people. All the singers, including Wang Xinlin and Guan Biju, had arrived, marking the first gathering of 10 individuals in one meeting room. Among those seated in the representatives of the advertisers were esports host Su Dian and renowned musician Zhong Jian. Su Dian, the chief esports host boasted nearly 50 million followers, making her the leading female internet celebrity in the gaming realm. But her style was grand and generous, excelling in gameplay, and driving with precision, aptly summarized as profound and impressive. Zhong Jian, a highly educated and acclaimed musician, served as a commentator for various singing competitions and shows across Huaxia. Witnessing this scene, netizens erupted in fervent discussion. Wow, it feels like the competition is heating up. Isn't that right? This is a 6 million endorsement, one of the top in the country. All you amateur singers, step aside, this endorsement belongs to me. Damn, I originally tuned in for Su Dian, but now that I see such an exciting contest, the goddess seems bland. Go, Liao Ren'nan. Secure another victory. With everyone present, Su Dian smiled and said, if everyone is ready, you may present your demos to Mr. Zhong for listening. I'll go. Before anyone could respond, Yi Shukuan stepped forward first. He handed over a USB drive, but instead of giving it to Zhong Jian, he passed it to Su Dian. He even sidestepped the cameras to flirt with her. Su Dian understood, yet remained unperturbed, accepting the USB and passing it to Zhong Jian. Zhong Jian received it and began to listen. A few minutes later, Zhong Jian smiled at Yi Shukuan and remarked, this demo is excellent. The melody is both cool and explosive. The lyrics are a blend of Chinese and English, extremely fashionable and international, coupled with your impressive vocal skills. It truly is a perfect piece. Upon hearing this, Yi Shukuan's eyes lit up. Such high praise, was he to be selected? Indeed, it was clear that he was the most outstanding. The other singers in attendance began to murmur among themselves. Was the beginning truly about to conclude?